Chapter 1: Awakening, System, and Support. The cold metal felt from his palms, reaching deep into Lin Mo's heart. He stood on the test bench, as if stripped naked and thrown under the spotlight. Every glance from the audience was like a barbed whip, lashing out at his already tattered self-esteem. F-level, energy affinity, 1%. The electronic synthesized sound rang out without any ripples, like a heavy hammer, smashing the last bit of luck. Dead silence. Then, there was an uncontrollable, low sneer, spreading from every corner of the crowd, converging into a sticky, suffocating wave of sound. Ha! I knew it. Wastewood Lin lives up to his reputation. F rank? 1% affinity? How is this different from having no powers at all? No, it's worse than having no powers at all. It's been 3 years, and every year you come here to embarrass yourself. What's the point? Do you want the tester to be cool? TSK, what a waste of resources. People like this should face reality sooner rather than later and find a job as a screwsmith. The voices were quiet, but every word pierced Lin Mo's heart, carrying naked contempt and undisguised malice, like needles piercing his ears. He could clearly feel the warmth in those gazes. No warmth, only cold scrutiny and mockery. His cheeks burned, his ears burned. He bit his lower lip so hard he could almost taste a hint of rust, forcing himself to straighten his slightly trembling spine. Can't fall. At least, I can't fall down here. He took a deep breath, but his lungs felt like they were filled with rough sand, and every expansion brought dull pain. He tried to move his leaden legs and walk off this shameful stage. At this moment, something strange happened. Without warning, an indescribable pain exploded deep within his skull. It was as if countless red-hot steel needles were simultaneously piercing his brain, stirring it violently. Ah! Lin Mo's eyes went dark and his body lost balance instantly. He fell heavily on one knee on the cold metal testing bench with a dull thud. This sudden change caused the noise in the audience to freeze for a second. What's going on? The loser is kneeling? Pretending to faint? Trying to gain sympathy? TCH, your acting is really bad. Vicious speculations immediately surged up again. However, no one noticed that the moment Lin Mo knelt, his hand, still pressed against the tester's sensing area, suddenly erupted with an incandescent white light beneath the huge crystal screen that had previously displayed the glaring F-grade 1%. The light was so intense that it instantly engulfed the original characters, as if a miniature sun had exploded within the instrument. Buzz. Boom. A piercing alarm and a dull explosion rang out simultaneously. On the sturdy tester casing, several hideous cracks spread wildly, centered on Lin Mo's palm, like a spider web. Sparks flew from the internal circuits, and black smoke billowed out. The tester exploded? Oh my god. What's going on? Back off. Screams erupted, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Teachers and students near the testing table retreated in panic. At the center of the chaos, Lin Mo knelt amidst the thick black smoke and flickering electric sparks, his head splitting with pain and his consciousness blurring. Just at the edge of this extreme pain and chaos, a cold, emotionless, mechanically synthesized voice suddenly rang out from the depths of his soul. Ding! Detecting the host's strong will to survive and extreme mental stress. Hidden core program activated. Energy adaptation in progress, adaptation successful. SSS-level original ability sublimation of all things passive loaded. Ability description: when passively contacting a target lifeform object, you consume your own energy including but not limited to vitality, mental strength, physical strength, and spiritual power to sublimate it at a fundamental level increase, quality transition, status recovery, potential stimulation, etc. The sublime effect is proportional to the consumption. Warning: the energy conversion efficiency is extremely low in the initial stage. Excessive consumption will seriously endanger the host's life. Newbie guidance mission released. Host, please complete your first sublimation operation within 24 hours. Success reward: newbie gift pack includes 1 energy core fragment, basic information permissions unlocked. Failure penalty: permanent silence of the power core. SSS level? Sublimation of all things? Passive contact? Consumption of own energy? Life threatening? A series of thunder-like messages exploded in Lin Mo's aching mind, and his consciousness was thrown into chaos. He could hardly think about the true meaning of the messages. The cold warning in the words life-threatening made him instinctively feel a piercing chill. The crowd below the stage was also thrown into chaos by the sudden explosion, pushing and shoving as they rushed back. At the edge of this chaotic crowd, a slender figure suddenly flashed. It's Su Qingxue. This cold and stunning woman, the school's undisputed #1 beauty, now had a utterly pale face, her hair instantly drenched in sweat. Her brow furrowed in agony, one hand clutching her chest tightly, as if an invisible hand were gripping and squeezing her heart. Her vision darkened, and a suffocating feeling washed over her. Qingxue. What's wrong with you? The best friend next to her screamed in horror. Su Qingxue wanted to say something, her lips moving a few times, but no sound came out. It was as if the strength in her body was instantly drained away, and her slender body slumped forward, plummeting straight towards the cold, hard ground. Exclamations exploded all around. Su Qingxue fainted. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The crowd became even more agitated. In the chaos, a few quick-witted boys instinctively rushed over to help. However, the distance is too close. The direction in which Su Qingxue fell was just below the edge of the test bench where Lin Mo was kneeling. Lin Mo had barely regained consciousness from the shock of the explosion and the intense pain in his head, with the afterimages of black smoke and light still lingering before his eyes. He subconsciously raised his head, his vision blurring and shaking as he saw only a white figure, slung with despair, plummeting towards the cold ground. He didn't even have time to see who it was. The body's instinct overwhelmed the remaining pain and the incredible information just received. Amidst the exclamations from all around and several pairs of hands reaching out to Su Qingxue but obviously too late, Lin Mo almost rolled and crawled, taking half a step forward in a panic, trying his best to stretch out his right hand, which was trembling slightly with pain and fear, and hurriedly grabbed the falling figure. The fingertips just touched a piece of cool, delicate fabric. It was the sleeve of Su Qingxue's school uniform. Then, his palm, along with his forearm, firmly cushioned Su Qingxue's slender and fragile shoulders and neck, becoming the only buffer between her body and the hard ground. Contact, achieved instantly. Buzz. An indescribable strange suction force suddenly erupted from the point where the two people's skin touched. Lin Mo felt a cold torrent rushing down his arm like crazy. It wasn't blood, it wasn't sweat, it was something deeper, more fundamental: his vitality? His mental strength? His physical strength? Or was it the energy the system mentioned? This power was violently drained away at an astonishing speed, as if it would instantly hollow him out. The excruciating headache that had just subsided returned with tenfold, 100-fold intensity. His vision was completely engulfed by the roiling darkness, and all that remained in his ears was the roar of rushing blood and the shrieking of a torn soul. Warning! Host has been detected to have passively come into contact with the endangered lifeform, Su Qingxue. Sublimation of all things is forcibly activated. Target status analysis: vitality exhausted, special genetic disease, source of supernatural power on the verge of collapse, B-level ice heart, soul fluctuations drastically weakened, meets the trigger conditions for sublimation. Energy conversion mode, overload operation. Energy extraction, 100%. Target lock, restoring the origin of life, upgrading the origin of supernatural powers. Sublimation in progress. Lin Mo couldn't even utter a muffled groan. His body felt as if every bone had been pulled out of it, completely limp on the cold ground, his consciousness completely sinking into the abyss of darkness. His last remaining senses were the terrifying, seemingly endless feeling of being pulled away, and a single, icy thought: it's over. I'm going to die. Being drained of my life by this inexplicable supernatural power. Lin Mo. Su Qingxue. The teachers and students exclaimed in shock, creating a complete chaos. Some rushed to check the rec tester, while even more people gathered around the two people who had fallen together. Quick! Call the school clinic. Quick! Lin Mo seems to have fainted too. What happened? Did the explosion of the tester knock him unconscious? Or was he frightened? Where's Su Qingxue? How is she? She looks so scary. The crowd tried to separate the two people, and several girls tried to help Su Qingxue up. However, just as their hands were about to touch Su Qingxue, mutation regeneration. An extremely cold air burst out from Su Qingxue without any warning. Hiss, it's so cold. What's going on? The students who had gathered around were startled by the sudden chill and retreated. Within half a meter around Su Qingxue's body, the moisture in the air instantly condensed into tiny ice crystals, which fluttered down. The ground beneath her was even covered with a thin layer of white frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Qingxue, whose face was as pale as gold paper and on the verge of death, saw her paleness fade at an astonishing speed. In its place was a warm, healthy, and vibrant blush. Her furrowed brows relaxed, and the pained expression vanished, replaced by a strange tranquility, as if she had sunk into the deepest, sweetest dream. Even more astonishing was the visible, pale blue halo, as pure as 10,000-year-old black ice, that slowly seeped out from her body, flowing endlessly across its surface. The halo carried a heart-pounding purity and power, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze and purify. This light, such a strong ice energy fluctuation. Much stronger than before. A boy with sea-level perception ability exclaimed in surprise, his voice distorted due to extreme shock. Her aura is skyrocketing. How is that possible? Another teacher also widened their eyes, staring at the unconscious Su Qingxue on the testing platform in disbelief. Just now, I clearly felt like I was about to. Dead silence. The entire auditorium was enveloped in a dead silence even more complete than when Lin Mo was tested as F-level. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the icy blue aura swirling around Su Qingxue, and the strange white frost spreading beneath her. Shock, bewilderment, fear, ecstasy, all sorts of emotions mingled and shifted across every face. No one looked at Lin Mo, who was also unconscious and looked as pale as a death, as if he had been completely drained. Their attention was all captured by Su Qingxue's miraculous reversal and the breathtakingly powerful increase in strength. Time seemed to be frozen by the icy blue halo. Until the shrill sirens of ambulances approached, ripping the still air in the auditorium. School doctors in white coats and staff carrying stretchers rushed in, carefully separating the two unconscious people and loading them onto stretchers. When Su Qingxue was carried, the icy air made the medical staff shiver. And when Lin Mo was carried, his lifeless appearance made a young nurse frown, and she muttered softly, "This boy, why does he feel like he's been drained of energy?" No one answered her. The stretcher was quickly carried away, leaving the auditorium filled with teachers and students staring at each other in complete silence. Only the F-class tester, belching black smoke and shattered in its shell, stood there like a giant irony, silently revealing what had just happened, a revelation that had completely overturned everyone's understanding. The pungent smell of disinfectant was the first signal Lin Mo caught when he regained consciousness. His eyelids felt heavy as if they were weighed down by two mountains, and he struggled to open them a crack. Pale ceiling and monotonous fluorescent tubes. Is this the infirmary? Memories, like shattered lenses, pierced his mind with sharp edges, the humiliation of the test bench, the bright light of the explosion, the excruciating pain that tore through his soul, the cold system notification sound in the fallen white figure, and finally the terrifying feeling of being completely sucked dry and dragged into an endless abyss. Ugh! A painful groan escaped uncontrollably from the depths of his throat. His body felt heavy as if filled with lead, and every muscle was aching in protest, especially deep in his brain. The dull pain and emptiness from overdrawing his brain were like a maggot on his tarsal bones, making him want to sleep forever. Host's vital signs have returned to safe levels. Mental and physical strength are severely depleted. Deep hibernation is recommended. The cold system prompt sounded at the right moment in the depths of consciousness. Lin Mo's heart tightened as he suddenly recalled the dreaded sublimation of all things ability. Passive contact? Consuming one's own energy? Life-threatening? He subconsciously raised his right hand, which had been supporting Su Qingxue's body. His arm was still sore and weak, and the blood vessels under his skin seemed to still have a slight tingling sensation from being forcibly pulled out. The price. Is this the price of using that damn SSS-level ability? One contact, and almost sent me to death? What about Su Qingxue? How is she? The system said that the target was an endangered life form and forcibly started sublimation, repairing the source of life and upgrading the source of supernatural powers? As soon as the thought came to mind, the door of the ward was gently pushed open. The school doctor came in. She was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and with a serious expression. She walked to Lin Mo's bedside and picked up the medical record folder hanging at the end of the bed to take a look. "Student Lin Mo, are you awake?" The school doctor's voice was calm. "How do you feel?" It's okay, I just don't have any strength and my head hurts." Lin Mo's voice was hoarse and dry. "Yes. It's a stress-induced syncope caused by the shockwave from the explosion of the instrument, coupled with excessive mental stress." The school doctor pushed his glasses up and spoke in a calm tone, as if reading an instruction manual. "It's nothing serious, just that your body is severely overdrawn. You need to rest for a few days. I've prescribed some medicine to nourish your nerves and replenish your energy. Take it on time. Observe for a while, and if there's no problem, you can go home." Shockwave? Fainting from nervousness? Lin Mo understood. It seemed the school, or perhaps everyone, had attributed the tester explosion to his fainting. As for Su Qingshua's subsequent changes and his strange drained state, they seemed perfectly ignored, or perhaps, attributed to Su Qingxue herself? He hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help speaking, his voice carrying a barely perceptible nervousness. Doctor, where is classmate Su Qingxue? Is she okay? He deliberately made his tone sound like he was just showing ordinary concern for his classmates. Upon hearing this, the school doctor's solemn expression, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, showed a noticeable fluctuation for the first time, and a light of almost awe flashed in his eyes. Student Su Qingxue? The school doctor's voice unconsciously rose a little. She is simply a medical miracle. No, a miracle in supernatural science. She put down the medical records folder and spoke with uncontrollable amazement. When she was brought in, her vital signs were extremely weak, and her supernatural power was extremely disordered. She could collapse at any time. The situation was extremely dangerous. We were even ready to activate the highest level of emergency plan. But the school doctor paused, as if organizing his words to describe the incredible scene. During the rescue process, the ice-type supernatural power in her body, which was on the verge of collapse, suddenly underwent an incredible qualitative change. The energy level soared wildly, not only instantly restoring her depleted vitality, but also pushing her supernatural power level to S-level. S rank? Lin Mo's heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. Although he had expected this, hearing this shocking news in person was still incredibly impactful. S-class, he repeated, his voice dry. Absolutely true, the school doctor nodded vigorously, his eyes burning. The detector has confirmed it repeatedly. It's an S-rank mysterious ice heart that's pure, powerful, and incredibly stable. The signs of exhaustion caused by her special genetic disease have been completely suppressed and repaired by the powerful new energy. It's still in deep hibernation, consolidating its state, but all indicators are astonishingly stable. Unprecedented. Unheard of. The school doctor's tone was filled with excitement and emotion. What a blessing in disguise. Who could have imagined that an unexpected illness would become the opportunity for her to break free from her shackles and ascend to heaven? This is simply, it can only be described as a miracle. A blessing in disguise? A miracle? Lin Mo lay in bed, listening to the school doctor's excited words, but deep down he felt a chill of absurdity. Only he knew that behind this so-called miracle was the price he paid for nearly being drained dry and having a near-death experience. SSS-level superpower sublimation of all things, passive contact, forced activation, self-consumption. How can this be called a cheat code? This is clearly the sword of Damocles hanging over your head. One misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Novice Guidance Mission, First Sublimation Operation Status, completed. Mission Reward, Novice Gift Pack includes 1 Energy Core Fragment, Basic Information Permissions unlocked, has been distributed to the system space. Please check. The system prompt sounded again. Done. Rewards? Lin Mo felt no joy, only fear and heaviness. The novice mission almost killed him, what about the future? The school doctor gave a few more instructions and then left the ward, leaving Lin Mo lying alone on the pale bed. Physical weakness and mental exhaustion surged like a tide. He closed his eyes and tried to rest as the school doctor said, but the horrifying feeling of detachment in his mind and the S-level ice-blue halo erupting from Su Qingshue's body flashed back and forth like a nightmare. An unknown amount of time had passed, but just as Lin Mo's consciousness, exhausted and drugged, was about to fall into a coma again. Bang! The door of the ward was violently slammed open by a brute force. The force was so great that the door slammed heavily against the wall, making a deafening noise. Lin Mo was startled and his eyes widened instantly. Dazzling light streamed in from the doorway, outlining a slender yet menacing figure. Su Qingxue. She stood at the doorway, facing the backlight, unable to clearly see her expression. But her plain school uniform couldn't conceal the tangible chill emanating from her body. The temperature in the infirmary seemed to drop several degrees in an instant, and a pale white icy mist was even visible in the air. Her eyes, as cold as a pond, were now burning with an extremely complex fire that Lin Mo had never seen before. There was shock, confusion, and inquiry, but more of it was an almost paranoid eagerness to get an answer. She ignored the astonished looks from the other beds in the ward, and also ignored the screams and attempts to stop the nurses who rushed over after hearing the noise. Her gaze, like 2 ice spikes, was pinned to the pale face of Lin Mo lying on the hospital bed with incredible precision. Then, under everyone's extremely astonished gaze, this new S-level genius who attracted the whole school's attention, the unattainable ice goddess of the entire Qingyuan High School, rushed to Lin Mo's bedside in a few steps like a moth to a flame, or like a female leopard locking onto its prey. No hesitation, no reserve. Su Qingxue stretched out her hands, which were white and almost transparent but contained a terrifyingly low temperature at this moment, and tightly grabbed Lin Mo's left wrist, which still had the retention needle inserted in it. The icy touch instantly made Lin Mo shiver. Then, what frightened him even more was: warning! Host has been detected passively contacting the high-energy lifeform Su Qingxue S-class. The core of sublimation of all things is generating a weak resonance wave. Energy absorption mode is ready. Buzz. Lin Mo only felt a slight numbness on his wrist where it was grabbed, and a weak but clear suction force came instantly, as if it was going to drain away the little bit of strength he had just recovered. Don't touch me. Lin Mo was so scared that he almost died. Almost instinctively, he used all the remaining strength in his body to pull his hand back. His voice was distorted and hoarse due to extreme fear. However, Su Qingxue's hands were like shackles made of ice, motionless. How could the now weakened Lin Mo break free from her S-level enhanced strength? Lin Mo. Su Qingxue's voice was no longer her usual cool and ethereal tone, but instead carried an extremely suppressed, slightly trembling urgency and a certain unquestionable questioning. Far from letting go, she thrust out her other hand and grabbed Lin Mo's shoulders, pinning him down on the bed to prevent him from retreating. She leaned down, her beautiful face, now slightly flushed with excitement and some strong emotions, almost touching Lin Mo's face. The depths of her ice-blue pupils clearly reflected Lin Mo's terrified expression. Tell me. Her breath, with its icy white mist, sprayed on Lin Mo's face, last night. In the auditorium. When I fell. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying a force that pierced the soul, resounding throughout the instantly silent infirmary ward. What did you do to me? Every word was as clear as ice beads hitting the ground. Why, after I woke up? She stared at Lin Mo's eyes, as if she wanted to dig out all the secrets deep in his soul. My ability broke through to S-level? Boom! These words were like a spark thrown into a silent frying pan. The entire infirmary ward was in an uproar in an instant. What? What did Su Qingxue say? Her S rank was created by Lin Mo? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That F-class piece of trash? What did I hear? What did Lin Mo do to her? Last night? In the auditorium? When he collapsed? Could it be SH? All the patients, nurses, and even the other students peeking out of the doorway were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Countless gazes, like searchlights, focused on the F-class loser on the bed, whose face was as pale as paper, being held down by Su Qingxue, and the S-class goddess, who was so aggressive that she seemed to be questioning the unfaithful man. The fire of gossip mixed with extreme shock burned wildly in everyone's eyes. Lin Mo just felt a buzzing sound in his head and was completely confused. It's over. She knew? She felt it? She came to settle the score with me? A wave of panic washed over him like an icy tide. The cold yet powerful grip on his wrists and shoulders, coupled with the system's constantly flashing energy drain mode preparatory warning, made his entire body stiffen, his scalp tingle, and even his breathing stagnated. He opened his mouth, but his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and he could only make meaningless ho-ho sounds, unable to utter a single word. His mind was blank, with only the glaring red light of the system flashing wildly. Warning. Passive contact continues. Energy resonance intensifies. Sublimation preparations accelerate. Host energy level is too low. Forced activation will cause irreversible damage or even death. Please disengage immediately. The shadow of death is clearer than ever. At this critical moment, when Lin Mo felt that he would be drained of his life by this terrifying SSS-level superpower again in the next second, or frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot by the angry S-level school beauty. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Mo's extremely terrified face, which looked as if he would faint in the next second. She looked at his desperate eyes that were filled with words like, I don't know anything, and please let me go. The intense, answer-seeking fire in her eyes suddenly shifted subtly. A flicker of confusion? A hint of uncertainty? Or perhaps, a wavering of her own judgment? Could it be just a coincidence? It had nothing to do with him? Did I achieve a breakthrough at the critical moment of my life? This thought popped up uncontrollably. After all, how could an F-ranked loser possibly affect her ability breakthrough? This was ridiculous. It was beyond her comprehension. But how to explain the strange warmth that flashed last night, and the extremely faint but real throbbing of joy and desire that came from the mysterious ice heart power in his body when he grabbed his wrist at this moment? It was as if he had seen the source. At the moment when Su Qingshua's inner conflict was brewing and the strength in her hands was slightly weakened due to that slight wavering. In Lin Mo's mind, the cold system prompt sound suddenly rang out in an unprecedented, almost cheerful tone. It also carried a huge, shining golden exclamation mark. Ding! Detected high potential binding target Su Qingshua's S rank actively initiating a deep energy link request non-aggressive. Compatibility analysis, perfect. Potential assessment, SSS+. Triggering the core hidden program, symbiotic feedback protocol. Agreement, the host accepts the target's bound support including but not limited to energy, resources, shelter, etc. The target gains the passive buff aura of sublimation of all things. The effect increases with the host's ability. The host receives continuous returning support passive feedback such as the target's energy, vitality, and cultivation insights, and significantly increases its own energy conversion efficiency and safety threshold. Core tip, being supported will make you stronger. You can level up even when lying down. The host is currently extremely weak. It is strongly recommended that you accept the binding immediately, unconditionally, and immediately. This opportunity is not to be missed, and it will never come back. Novice orientation mission continued. Please accept Su Qingshua's binding request, i.e., sponsorship contract immediately. Success reward, activate the symbiotic reciprocation protocol, and the energy core fragments of the novice gift pack will automatically fuse and initiate. Failure penalty, the protocol will be permanently closed, and the host is on their own. Lin Mo? Support? Returning favors? Leveling up without doing anything? A sequel to the newbie missions? This string of information was even more impactful than Su Qingshua's questions. It completely blew his already chaotic mind into a boiling pot of paste. He hadn't had time to digest this symbiotic feedback that was even more outrageous than the sublimation of all things, and he didn't even understand what this binding request was. Could it be that Su Qingshuo was holding his wrist tightly? At the bedside, Su Qingshuo, after a brief inner struggle, regained her sharpness. Although her mind told her that this couldn't possibly be related to an F-rank loser, the strange throbbing sensation and the only variable last night Lin Mo's cushioning of her made it impossible for her to completely let go. She needed an explanation. Or rather, she needed evidence that completely ruled out Lin Mo's involvement. Looking at Lin Mo's frightened appearance, who looked like he might faint again at any moment, Su Qingshuo took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the complicated emotions churning in her heart. In a decisive and unquestionable tone, even with a hint of "you're getting a bargain," she announced to Lin Mo word by word. I don't care what happened last night. I don't care if it's a coincidence or not. But... She grabbed Lin Mo's wrists and shoulders, but instead of loosening her grip, she squeezed even harder, as if asserting some kind of ownership. Her icy blue eyes flashed with a strange light, and her tone carried a desperate determination. Since this matter was caused by you taking a back seat, and the result is in my favor breaking through to S rank. Then, from now on. Her voice suddenly rose, clearly spreading to every corner of the ward, like a queen issuing an edict. You, Lin Mo. I, Su Qingshuo, will definitely raise you. The ward suddenly became silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone, including the dean who had just arrived, seemed to be petrified. They froze in place, their eyes bulging, their mouths open so wide that a duck egg could fit in. Su Qingshuo ignored the shock that froze the air, raised her chin slightly, and continued to declare with a kind of arrogance that looked down on everyone, and a hint of almost overbearing protectiveness, or should I say, possessiveness of the experimental subject? That she herself had not noticed. I, Su Qingshuo, will take care of all your cultivation resources. Boom! This earth-shattering declaration was 10 times more powerful than the previous question. It was like a nuclear bomb exploding in the tiny infirmary. Oh my god! What did I hear? Raise it? Keep it? Su Qingshuo wants to keep Lin Mo? An S-rank school beauty is supporting an F-rank loser? Has this world gone crazy? Help! My worldview! My goddess! No! Lin Mo. What kind of magic potion did you give the goddess? What unspeakable thing happened last night? The ward was completely boiling with activity. Screams, wails, and unbelievable roars threatened to blow the roof off the room. Countless gazes, like the most blazing lasers, focused on Lin Mo. The meanings in those eyes were extremely complex: envy, jealousy, hatred, and a deep, incomprehensible absurdity. Lin Mo was completely dumbfounded. He lay stiffly on the hospital bed, his wrists and shoulders still gripped tightly by Su Qingxue. The cold touch and the powerful force constantly reminded him that this was not a dream. In his mind, the system's gleaming golden message, "Become stronger by being supported. Please accept the reward immediately," continued to flash across the screen, impatiently urging him. He stared blankly at Su Qingxue's beautiful yet powerful face, feeling the frenzied atmosphere in the entire ward, like a volcanic eruption. My brain completely shuts down. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? An F-rank loser was publicly declared a sponsor by a newly promoted S-rank school beauty? And even provided with cultivation resources? Did I get the wrong script? Ding! The host has been detected to be in a state of extreme shock and mental confusion. The countdown for the novice guidance mission continued has begun. 10, 9, 8. The cold countdown sounded like a death knell in my confused mind. Lin Mo shuddered. Accept? Or not? Looking at the undeniable strength in Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes, feeling the jealous gazes around him that were enough to devour him alive, and then thinking about the system's good luck failure penalty. A sense of tragedy and heroism, or the bewilderment of being hit by a huge amount of free rice, suddenly surged into my heart. He opened his mouth and, using all the remaining strength in his body, uttered a hoarse response, so weak that it was almost inaudible, but as if it had exhausted all his courage, to Su Qingxue, who was so close to him, and to the system in his mind that was like a death warrant. Good. Chapter 2, The Sponsorship Troubles and Newbie Gift Pack. Good. Lin Mo's weak and hoarse response was like a drop of water thrown into a boiling oil pan, instantly triggering a more violent reaction. He agreed? He actually agreed? Oh my god. An F-rank loser being kept by an S-rank goddess? What kind of magical realism is this? Lin Mo. Do you have any shame? You're living off your wife so confidently? Goddess. Wake up. What kind of poison did he cast on you? I'm not going to live anymore. My youth is over. The ward was in an uproar. The boys beat their chests and stamped their feet, their eyes bloodshot, gazing at Lin Mo with eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive. The girls' expressions varied: shock, disdain, and a hint of indescribable envy? Jealousy? After all, being declared supported by Su Qingxue like this was, in a sense, another kind of honor, even if the one she was looking for was an F-grade loser. Su Qingxue, however, seemed to block out all the noise from the outside world. The moment she heard Lin Mo's okay, a subtle, almost unnoticed, sense of relief flashed across the depths of her icy blue eyes. It was as if a weight of uncertainty had finally fallen from her heart. Ding! Novice orientation mission continued completed. The host has successfully accepted the support contract with the bound target, Su Qingxue. The symbiotic repayment agreement has officially been activated. Newbie Gift Pack 1 Energy Core Fragment, Basic Information Permissions unlocked has been distributed. Automatic fusion of energy core fragments has started. The cold system prompt sounded in Lin Mo's mind, bringing with it a sense of relief that mission accomplished. At the moment the prompt sound fell. Buzz. An indescribable warmth suddenly emerged from deep within Lin Mo's body without any warning. This warmth did not originate from Su Qingxue's grip, although her hand was still cold and strong, but rather it was as if born from the void, flowing gently yet firmly through his dry and withered limbs. The body, which had been as heavy as lead, suddenly felt lighter. The headache and emptiness that seemed to tear the soul apart quickly faded away as if soothed by a warm big hand. Even the internal organs that were aching slightly due to overdrawing were gently nourished by this warm current. Energy core fragments fusing. Fusion rate 10%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Fusion complete. Host's basic vitality, mental strength, and physical strength are restored to a healthy baseline. Energy conversion efficiency is permanently increased by 5%. Safety threshold is increased. Basic information permission unlocked. The host can consume a small amount of mental energy to explore the target's basic status information level, status, basic attributes, etc. Comfortable. Lin Mo couldn't help but let out a barely audible groan. It felt like stepping from a dying desert into an oasis of life. Although his strength was still weak, the fear of his body being completely drained had finally dissipated. This is the newbie gift pack? This energy core fragment is so powerful. And that detection ability? Lin Nemo subconsciously looked towards Su Qingxue, who was so close. With a slight movement of his mind, he tried to concentrate on looking at her. A concise, semi-transparent message box that only he could see instantly appeared above Su Qingxue's head. Target, Su Qingxue. Level, S-level Heart of Mysterious Ice Realm is just beginning, huge potential. Status, Restoring the Origin of Life Special Genetic Condition, Ice Soul Devouring Heart Hidden Deeply Suppressed State, Countdown? Basic Attributes, Mental Power S+, Strength F, Agility A+, Constitution S fluctuates due to illness. Emotions, Confused Strong Exploratory Possessive towards you. Relationship with the host, bound to the provider symbiotic feeding agreement in effect. Hiss. Lin Nemo took a deep breath and his heart beat wildly. S-level attributes. So terrifying. Ice Soul Devouring Heart? Hidden Deep Suppression? Countdown? What the hell is this? Could it be that her so-called special genetic condition wasn't eradicated at all? It was just forcibly suppressed? And there's a countdown? Will she die? And that strong possessiveness of you. Lin Nemo felt his scalp tingling. Su Qingxue keenly noticed the change in Lin Mo's eyes. He seemed less afraid. There was even a hint of surprise and inquiry in his eyes. She frowned slightly, her hand still holding her strength as she said in a cold voice, "Remember your words. From today on, you belong to me, Su Qingxue. I have the final say in your cultivation." At this moment, a majestic and unbelievable roar exploded at the door of the ward. Nonsense! This is sheer nonsense! How disgraceful! The Dean of Studies, Wang Xinghua, a middle-aged man with gray hair and a stern face, finally pushed his way through the crowd and rushed in. His face was ashen with anger, and he pointed at Su Qingxue, who was holding Lin Nemo tightly, his fingers trembling. Su Qingxue! Do you know what you're doing? Let him go. Now. Right now. Wang Xinghua was practically furious. An S-rank genius with a promising future publicly announced he was supporting a school-wide F-rank loser? If this got out, would Qingyuan High School still have any shame? How would they explain it to the Su family? Director Wang, I know exactly what I'm doing. Su Qingxue slowly released her grip on Lin Mo's shoulder, but she didn't let go of the hand that was holding Lin Mo's wrist. Instead, she leaned slightly to the side, blocking Lin Mo slightly behind her, forming a protective posture. She looked at Wang Xinghua, her eyes calm, but her tone was undeniably firm. Student Lin Mo was injured in the tester accident, and I have a responsibility to take care of him. As for how to allocate my cultivation resources, it is my freedom. You. Wang Xinghua was speechless, choked by her self-righteous attitude. S-level geniuses did have immense privileges, and resource allocation was relatively free, but supporting a loser? How could that be called allocating resources? Su Qingxue. Don't be fooled by certain people. Wang Xinghua glared fiercely at Lin Mo, who was blocked by Su Qingxue, and said with a hint of meaning, "Some people are born to be useless. No matter how much you invest in them, it's just a waste. It's a blasphemy against your own talent." These words stabbed into Lin Mo's heart like a knife, turning his face pale again after just regaining a trace of color. Yes, in the eyes of everyone, he was the piece of mud destined to be discarded. However, Su Qingxue seemed oblivious to Wang Xinghua's ridicule and instead tightened her grip on Lin Mo's wrist. She raised her chin slightly, a near paranoid light flickering in her icy blue eyes. "Whether it's mud or not, I have the final say. Director Wang, don't bother with my business." She paused, her tone firm, "I will protect him." You. Wang Xinghua pointed at Su Qingxue, shaking with anger, but he was helpless against this newly promoted S-rank. With countless eyes watching him, he couldn't forcefully pull her away. In the end, Wang Xinghua could only snort heavily and said harshly, "Okay. Okay. Su Qingxue, you'd better remember what you said today. I will report this matter truthfully to the principal and the Su family. You take care of yourself." After that, he glared at Lin Mo fiercely and left. The departure of the Dean of Studies did not calm the noise inside and outside the ward. Instead, it made all kinds of whispers and strange looks fall on Lin Mo more unscrupulously. Trash is trash. He only knows how to hide behind a woman. Su Qingxue is really blinded by lard. Just wait, if the Su family finds out, he'll be in big trouble. Lin Mo lowered his head, feeling those gazes like thorns in his back. Su Qingxue's cold yet firm grip on his wrist felt like an invisible shackle or a fragile shield. Su Qingxue seemed to be completely unconcerned with the discussions around her. She let go of Lin Mo's wrist, which made Lin Mo secretly relieved, took out a card with a special texture and a faint silver glow from her pocket, and stuffed it into Lin Mo's hand without saying a word. Here. Lin Mo looked down and his heart skipped a beat. Item detected, Universal Psychic Card advanced. Status, Su Qingxue's level permissions have been bound, quota? Very high. Use, can be exchanged for standard psychic crystals, basic potions, low-level skills, combat skills, rubbings, and other cultivation resources at Alliance certification institutions. A psychic card. A high-level one at that. The value is unknown, but incredibly high. Is this the essence of an S-rank genius? Here's a basic credit, enough for your current recovery and basic training. Su Qingxue's voice remained cold, yet her words were filled with dominance. I'll pay you a fixed amount every month from now on. If you need anything, go directly to the Resource Management Office to redeem it and tell me my name. She paused, then added, also, starting tomorrow, meet me in room 1 of the training room in Area A after school. Area A training room 1? That's the best training room in the school, specially prepared for S-level seeds. Even many teachers are not qualified to enter. Lin Mo held the heavy card, feeling like he was holding a hot potato. This is a notification, not a discussion, Su Qingxue interrupted him, her tone unquestionable. I need to confirm something. Her eyes swept over Lin Mo sharply, with deep inquiry. Until I figure it out, you'd better behave yourself. Don't cause me any trouble, and don't get yourself killed. After saying this, she stopped looking at Lin Mo and turned around, striding out with long legs like a queen inspecting her territory. Under the gazes of countless complicated people, she walked straight out of the infirmary ward. Wherever she passed, the crowd automatically parted to create a path, and a chill filled the air. The ward once again fell into an eerie silence. Lin Mo was left alone, sitting solitary on the hospital bed, clutching the priceless psychic card in his hand, enduring glances from all directions filled with a mixture of extreme jealousy, contempt, curiosity, and gloating. Ding! Initial energy feedback calculation for the symbiotic feedback agreement is in progress. Due to the emotional fluctuations, strong possessiveness, and exploratory desires in close contact with the bound target, Su Qingxue, the host receives a small amount of S-level, mysterious ice heart energy in return. Mental strength plus 0.1, physical fitness plus 0.05. Tip: long-term binding and satisfying the target's emotional needs can improve the efficiency and quality of feedback. Lin Mo looked at the prompt in his mind, and then felt a slight, yet real, flow of cold energy in his body, which was slowly nourishing his newly recovered body. His expression was completely numb. Can living off women really make you stronger? At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded beside him. Hey, isn't this the most successful gigolo in the history of Qingyuan High School, Master Lin? How does it feel? Being kept by an S-rank goddess, isn't it awesome? Lin Mo looked up and saw his classmate Zhao Kai, a troublemaker who had awakened sea-level power. He was accompanied by a few followers, who were surrounding his bed with their arms folded and a playful look on their faces, their eyes filled with undisguised malice and jealousy. Trouble is sure to come. Living on a freeloader isn't all that delicious. Lin Mo took a deep breath and clenched the psychic card in his pocket. The cold feedback energy and the warmth brought by the newly fused energy fragments in his body gave him a faint sense of confidence. He looked at Zhao Kai's face full of provocation, and his mind moved slightly. Target: Zhao Kai. Level: C. Bull Strength. Status: healthy mild kidney deficiency. Basic attributes: mental power D, strength C+, agility D+, constitution C. Emotions: jealousy, anger, contempt, finding fault. Relationship with the host: hostility. Grade C? Mild kidney deficiency? Lin Mo pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely ugly smile that seemed to indicate a broken jar. He replied calmly in a voice that had just regained some strength but was still a little hoarse. Whether it's pleasant or not, you'll know if you try it. However, he paused deliberately, glancing at Zhao Kai's waist and abdomen, and imitated the system's prompt tone. I suggest you take care of your mild kidney deficiency first, so that you don't become exhausted halfway through the attempt. You. The playful expression on Zhao Kai's face froze instantly, and turned into the color of liver. He had never expected that this usually timid loser would dare to expose his shortcomings in public, although he himself didn't know how Lin Mo knew, but the shame and anger of having his heart touched instantly exploded. Looking for death. Zhao Kai roared, and with a rustling sound, his fist, as big as a casserole, smashed towards Lin Mo's face. The power of SSS-level was enough to break bones and tendons for an ordinary person. There was a cry of surprise all around. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. Even if his body had recovered a little, he definitely couldn't withstand this punch. At this critical moment. Warning! Host detected to be about to be subjected to malicious physical attack. Passive defense mechanism sublimation prepared. Target locked, attacker Zhao Kai fist. Insufficient energy. Force start will result in serious overdraft. Extremely high risk. Lin Mo's heart was filled with alarm. No! If he drained it again, he would really die. Almost at the same time, a light bulb went off in his head, and he suddenly took out the high-level psychic card that Su Qingxue had just given him, which still carried a hint of her cold aura, from his pocket and held it in front of himself. The card Su Qingxue gave me. You dare to play it? Zhao Kai's fist, with a fierce gust of wind, stopped abruptly less than an inch away from the psychic card with flowing silver light. The wind from the fist blew up the strands of hair on Lin Mo's forehead. Zhao Kai's face turned purple, his fist suspended in mid-air, trembling slightly. He stared at the high-level psychic card that represented S-level authority in Su Qingxue's will, his eyes filled with frustration, anger, and deep fear. Hit it? Shatter this card? That would be like hitting Su Qingxue in the face. No matter how tough Zhao Kai was, he definitely couldn't withstand the wrath of an S-level genius, especially one with a strong background like Su Qingxue, who had just announced that she would protect Lin Mo. You only know how to hide under a woman's crotch. Zhao Kai was so angry that he was shaking all over. In the end, he could only retract his fist, pointing at Lin Mo's nose, and roaring fiercely, "Waste! Just wait! This matter is not over yet." After making those harsh words, he squeezed through the crowd and walked away dejectedly with a few of his equally aggrieved followers. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Kai's embarrassed back, then looked down at the psychic card in his hand that saved his life. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's power. How exciting! It's so fucking frustrating. He gripped the card tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Get stronger, you have to get stronger as soon as possible. This bowl of life-threatening soft rice, either eat until you are full, or you have to have the strength to overturn the table. The first step was to confront the S-rank school beauty who had been supporting him in Training Room 1, Area A, after school. What exactly did she want to confirm? Lin Mo took a deep breath, and for the first time, a flame of desire to survive and reluctance ignited in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 3: The Temptation of the Training Room and the Shadow of the Countdown. The school bell finally rang, like a bell of salvation. Lin Mo practically bolted from the classroom, shaking off the gazes of disdain, envy, and curiosity that clung to his back. He clutched the silvery psychic card tightly in his hand. The cold touch of the card gave him a strange sense of security. It was the key to resources, to possibilities, and his only hope at the moment. Area A's training rooms are located in the school's most central and energy-dense area. Normally, they are open only to elite students above grade B, and are heavily guarded. Room 1 is even more legendary, said to have energy concentrations several times higher than those outside. Equipped with state-of-the-art training equipment, it is the exclusive domain of the S-class genius, Su Qingxue. When Lin Mo relied on Su Qingxue's name and the authority of the advanced psychic card to pass through several energy detection gates with difficulty, and finally stood in front of the heavy alloy door engraved with complex energy circuits, his heart began to beat uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. An aura of energy, several times purer and richer than that outside, washed over him, lifting his spirits. The training room itself wasn't large, but its design was remarkably simple and efficient. The walls and floor shimmered with a soft, energy-filled glow. In the center, a jade-like platform radiated a warm luster. The temperature in the room was noticeably lower, and the air was filled with a faint, icy aura characteristic of Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was sitting cross-legged on the central jade platform, a pale blue chill lingering around her, as if she were in a miniature ice field. Hearing the door open, she slowly opened her icy blue eyes, her gaze like a concrete icicle, instantly locking onto Lin Mo. Close the door. Her voice was cold and unquestionable. Lin Mo quickly closed the heavy alloy door, isolating himself from the outside world. In the enclosed space, only he and his powerful financial sponsor were left, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat stagnant and oppressive. "Come here." Su Qingxue gestured for him to walk to the jade platform. Lin Mo followed her instructions and stepped forward, stopping a few steps away. He could clearly feel the invisible pressure emanating from her, that of an S-class expert, and the chill that penetrated deep into his bones. The detection information resurfaced in his mind. Target, Su Qingxue. Status, restoring the origin of life. Special genetic condition, ice soul devouring heart hidden deeply suppressed state, countdown, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Emotion, exploring scrutinizing focusing on you. Countdown. 23 hours and 59 minutes. This bright red number hung like the sword of Damocles over Lin Mo's heart. Did it mean that the suppression was about to fail? Would the symptoms flare up again? Would he die? A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Mo's back. "Put your hands up." Su Qingxue pointed to a specific location on the edge of the jade platform, where more complex runes were engraved. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but still followed his instructions and placed his right hand on it. It was cold to the touch, yet the jade was warm and smooth. Buzz. The moment he lowered his hand, the entire jade platform suddenly lit up. Countless fine blue energy threads, like living things, spread from the point of contact, instantly wrapping around his arm and spreading throughout his body. A powerful and icy detection energy brutally invaded his body, scanning every inch of his flesh, every meridian, and even the fluctuations of his soul. Warning! High-intensity external energy scan detected. Sublimation of all things core passive defense mechanism activated. Energy stealth mode activated. Warning! Deep energy contact between the host and the bound target has been detected. The sublimation preparatory process is rapidly loading. Risk, very high. Lin Mo's body instantly stiffened, as if bound by invisible chains. The icy detection energy pierced his body like countless tiny ice needles, bringing intense pain and chills. Even more terrifying, he clearly felt that the newly fused energy core fragments within his body, as well as the source of sublimation of all things, began to stir like a ferocious beast awakened by the stimulation of Su Qingxue's powerful S-level energy. A weak, yet real suction force seemed to be trying to reversely absorb Su Qingxue's pure icy energy. No. Absolutely not. Another forced sublimation would instantly drain the foundation he had just recovered. Lin Mo's face was pale, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly, using all his willpower to suppress the SSS-level instincts stirring within him. Sweat mixed with icy cold instantly soaked his back. Su Qingxue stared intently at the huge light screen projected from the center of the jade platform. On the screen, a three-dimensional model representing Lin Mo's physical condition was rapidly being constructed, and various data were refreshed like a waterfall. Target, Lin Mo. Energy affinity, 1% F level. Origin of supernatural power, no stable energy fluctuations detected, suspected to be unawakened source dormant. Vital signs, weakness recovery period after moderate overdraft. Spiritual power, F level weak. Strength, F level weak. Agility, F rank weak. Constitution, F grade weak. All F rank. Weak. Not awakened yet. The data on the screen was cold and cruel, like the most ruthless judgment. Deep in Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes, the last glimmer of hope and the fantasy of what if was completely extinguished like a candle in the wind. As expected, waste is waste. The instrument doesn't lie. That strange feeling last night, and the faint throbbing of my supernatural power when I grabbed his wrist this morning. Was it really just an illusion caused by my breakthrough? Or was it some inexplicable coincidence? A wave of despair washed over her like an icy tide. She had spent a fortune using the deep scanning function of the cold jade platform just to get an answer that could explain that incredible miracle. In the end, it only confirmed Lin Mo's worthlessness. She even began to regret her impulsive declaration of support. For an F-rank loser, not only had she wasted her precious training time, but she had also attracted countless criticisms and might even have alarmed her family. Was it worth it? An aura of irritability and coldness emanated from her uncontrollably. The temperature in the training room dropped sharply, and even tiny ice crystals began to condense on the ground. Lin Mo endured the dual torment of the painful body scan and the restless energy within him. At the same time, he keenly captured the changes in Su Qingxue's eyes from focused inquiry, to disbelief, to complete disappointment and coldness. That disappointed look was more painful to him than the stinging pain in his body. He knew he had been seen through once again. In the face of true S-class power and top-level equipment, his newly acquired meager support was fragile and vulnerable. Ding! Detected, bound target Su Qingxue experiencing extreme emotional fluctuations, deep disappointment, irritability. Symbiotic feedback protocol energy feedback interrupted. Tip: the target's low mood will greatly affect the efficiency and quality of feedback. Please pay attention to maintaining the relationship. The cold notification sound was like a bucket of cold water. My gratitude was interrupted. This bowl of soft rice, before I even took a few bites, was going to get cold? At that moment, Su Qingxue abruptly retracted her detection energy. The blue energy thread wrapped around Lin Mo's arm instantly retracted back into the jade platform. The icy coldness and terrifying suction that had invaded his body suddenly vanished. Lin Mora was pardoned, his body went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and covered in cold sweat. Su Qingxue stood up and looked down at the disheveled Lin Mo with cold eyes and undisguised disappointment. It seems I was overthinking it. Her voice was like ice. You are indeed just an ordinary F-class. The explosion of the tester yesterday was probably just an accident. Lin Mo lowered his head, not daring to meet her gaze. His heart sank to the bottom. It was over. His sponsor was disappointed, his gigolo was gone, and trouble was about to come for the Su family. However, Su Qingxue changed the subject, speaking with a kind of almsgiving indifference. I, Su Qingxue, will not take back what I have said. Take the resources I gave you. From now on, the monthly quota will be transferred to your card. Lin Mo looked up in surprise. But Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes held no warmth. Stop harboring any unrealistic fantasies. I'm giving you resources so you can take care of yourself and not die easily and cause me trouble. As for cultivation? A hint of faint, almost cruel sarcasm played at the corner of her mouth. F rank, just be an ordinary person. Don't waste things, and don't show up in front of me and cause trouble again. After she finished speaking, she no longer looked at Lin Mo, turned around, and walked straight to an independent compartment deep in the training room as if abandoning a useless piece of trash. The heavy energy door closed silently behind her. Lin Mo was the only one left in the training room, standing beside the cold jade platform, enduring the biting cold and the humiliation brought by Su Qingxue's words, which was even colder than the cold. The sponsor hadn't completely abandoned him, but his attitude had plummeted. From my man, I'll protect you, it became don't give me any trouble, be a normal person, and don't show up in front of me again. The huge gap made Lin Mo clench his fists, and his nails dug deep into his palms. Trash, ordinary people. In my mind, the bright red countdown flashed again, 23 hours and 48 minutes. Su Qingxue's disease suppression is about to fail. She might die. And I, this waste of money, am the only one who knows the truth. And the only one who might be implicated by the symbiotic feeding agreement. He can't just sit there and wait for death. Lin Mo turned abruptly and rushed out of the oppressive and cold training room number 1. He desperately needed resources. He desperately needed energy. He desperately needed to become stronger. Even if there was only a slight chance. With the authority of his psychic card, he rushed into the school's resource management office with familiarity. Ignoring the administrator's surprised and disdainful gaze, apparently, the name freeloader had spread, Lin Mo headed straight for the most basic resource area. Standard psychic crystal, 10 units. Basic body quenching fluid, 5 portions. 3 sticks of concentration incense. He had squandered almost all of the money Su Qingxue had given him, exchanging it for the most basic cultivation resources he could absorb at this stage. Carrying the heavy box, he rushed back to his small, shabby single dormitory in the most remote corner of the dormitory building. Locking the door, isolating himself from the outside world, Lin Mo couldn't wait to open the box. Crystal clear spiritual crystals that contain pure energy body quenching liquid that emits the fragrance of herbs and can stimulate the body to absorb energy, and concentration incense that can calm the mind and help concentrate mental strength. This is his capital for turning things around. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the energy of the psychic crystal according to the most basic Federation universal guidance technique. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and poured a portion of the pungent body quenching liquid into his mouth. The bitter and acrid liquid burned his throat and stomach. External energy psychic crystal intake detected. Sublimation of all things passive auxiliary mode activated. Energy conversion efficiency improved. External medicinal power basic body quenching fluid intake detected. Sublimation of all things passive auxiliary mode activated. Medicinal power absorption efficiency increased. Impurity removal efficiency increased. The system's prompt cheered Lin Mo up. SSS-level abilities, even if they were passive assistance, had such significant effects. He clearly felt the once violent and chaotic energy within the psychic crystal being sorted and purified by an invisible force the moment it entered his body, becoming unusually docile and more easily absorbed by his body cells. The pain of the quenching fluid burning his internal organs was also greatly alleviated, as the medicinal power was efficiently channeled to his limbs and bones, strengthening every muscle and bone. A faint but real sense of strength began to grow from deep within his body. The ever-present feeling of weakness from overdrawing was slowly and firmly dispelled. It works. It really works. Lin Mo's heart was filled with ecstasy. He saw hope. The hope of becoming stronger. However, this ecstasy did not last long. When the medicinal power of the quenching fluid was completely absorbed and most of the energy of the psychic crystal was consumed, Lin Mo tried to guide the last bit of energy to impact the F-level shackle barrier. Boom! A strong sense of obstruction came over me, as if I had hit an invisible, indestructible wall. All the energy that rushed up was like a drop in the ocean, dissipating instantly, leaving only waves of dull pain. Warning! The host's life source contains unknown shackles. The energy level is too low to be shaken. Forcible impact will cause backlash damage. Tip: current energy reserves are insufficient. It is recommended to continue accumulating or looking for higher level energy sources. Shackles. These damn shackles again. Lin Mo's eyes snapped open, filled with resentment and anger. He could clearly feel his body getting stronger, his strength, agility, and physique all improving slightly, but the core of his supernatural power remained dead silent. That F-grade rating, like a brand, firmly stuck to him. Why? On what grounds? Lin Mo slammed his fist down onto the floor, a dull thud echoing. Sweat, mixed with the remaining stains of the quenching fluid, trickled down his forehead. He knew that relying on only these basic resources to break through the unknown shackles of the origin was nothing but a foolish dream. He needed more. More advanced resources. It would take time. But Su Qingshua's attitude suddenly turned cold. Even with the fixed monthly quota, she probably couldn't buy anything truly good. And even more pressing was the death countdown that kept beating above Su Qingshua's head. 23 hours. No, there are only 22 hours left now. What to do? Just when Lin Mo was falling into despair and anxiety, the dormitory door was kicked open roughly. Oh! King of freeloaders, are you hiding here and practicing secretly? You want to become stronger? What a pity, you are just mud and can't be helped. Zhao Kai's malicious face appeared at the door, followed by two students whose aura was obviously stronger than him and whose eyes were fierce. Target: Zhao Kai C rank Bull Power. Target: Zhang Hu D rank Earth and Stone Control. Target: Li Bao D rank Swift Step. Emotion: Malice Revenge Joking. Zhao Kai crossed his arms and jokingly looked at the empty psychic crystal shells and bottles of quenching fluid scattered around Lin Mo. A trace of greed and jealousy flashed in his eyes. Goddess Su gave me a lot of resources, didn't she? It's a pity that it would be a waste to give them to a loser like you. Why not give them to the brothers as a filial tribute? He grinned, flexed his wrists, and approached step by step. Goddess Su protected you during the day, but now, I wonder who can save you. Brothers, take good care of our young master Lin. Let him understand that a loser should be treated like a loser. Zhang Hu and Li Bao surrounded him with a grin on their faces, releasing their D-level supernatural aura without reservation, locking onto Lin Mo firmly. Desperate situation. There are pursuers in front and a countdown behind. My own strength is still too weak. Lin Mo's heart sank to the bottom, but a ferociousness of being forced into a desperate situation suddenly erupted from the bottom of his heart. He stared at the three approaching people, especially Zhao Kai, the leader, with bloodshot eyes. Warning! Strong malicious targeting and life threat detected. Passive defense mechanism sublimation in force preparation. Target locked, attackers Zhao Kai, Zhang Hu, Li Bao. Energy reserve, low. Forced activation risk, extremely high. May cause source collapse. Hint: the host's strong will is detected, and the fusion of energy core fragments is accelerated. Energy conversion efficiency is temporarily improved. Cold warnings and reminders flashed wildly in his mind. With insufficient energy, forcibly activating the supernatural defense would kill him. But if he didn't take action, he would be beaten to death or crippled. Let us fight. Just as Zhang Hu grinned, controlling a suspended sharp stone and smashing it fiercely towards Lin Mo's face. A fierce gleam flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced. He didn't choose to confront the stone head-on. Instead, he used up all the strength and speed he had just tempered, suddenly turned sideways, narrowly avoiding the stone, and pounced on Zhao Kai, who was watching the show nearby, like a mad dog. Looking for death. Zhao Kai didn't expect Lin Mo to dare to fight back, and his target was him. He roared, and the power of sea level burst out. His fist as big as a casserole, with a whistling sound, smashed directly into Lin Mo's chest. This punch was enough to shatter Lin Mo's sternum. However, just as Lin Mo rushed in front of Zhao Kai, the moment their bodies were about to touch. Forced sublimation activated. Target, Zhao Kai contact point, fist. Energy output, super limit. Mode, material structure level degradation. Warning. Energy overload. The source is under attack. Buzz. An indescribable pain, emanating from the depths of his soul, instantly swept through Lin Mo's body. It felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart and shattered. His vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But at the same time, his palm, which was wrapped in weak energy and accidentally faced Zhao Kai's fist because of the pounce, had an extremely brief and almost negligible contact with Zhao Kai's fist. Puff! There was a strange sound, like the snapping of rotten wood. Zhao Kai's fist, powerful enough to split stone and crack rocks, receded like a tide the moment it made contact with Lin Mo's palm. Then, under the horrified gaze of everyone, Zhao Kai's fist, along with his sturdy forearm, lost its luster instantly. His muscles slackened and withered at a visible speed, even wrinkling like dry bark. It was as if they had experienced the erosion of decades in an instant. Ah! My hand! My hand! Zhao Kai let out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt as if all the strength and vitality had been drained from his fists and forearms, becoming soft and powerless, and even had the illusion that his bones were brittle. This extremely weird scene made Zhang Hu and Li Bao, who were about to attack, freeze in their movements instantly, as if they had seen a ghost. They looked in horror at Zhao Kai, who was holding his arms and screaming, and then at Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground with a pale face, dying, and blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Fear instantly gripped their hearts. Lin Mo collapsed to the cold floor, his consciousness hazy, his body aching, his life force draining away like a flood. But his blurry vision was fixed on Zhao Kai's withered arm as he screamed. It succeeded, although at a heavy price. Everything sublimates. Turns out, it's not just rising, it can also fall. This was the first time that he had actively or was forced to use this deadly SSS-level ability and seen its strange and terrifying side. Ding! Forced sublimation degradation completed. The target Zhao Kai's right arm partial vitality and power source suffered an irreversible dimensionality reduction attack. Permanent power reduction of 30%. Warning! The host is seriously overdrawn. The source of life is on the verge of collapse. Please replenish energy immediately. Hint, suffering heavy damage. The fusion speed of the energy core fragments has increased significantly. Energy conversion efficiency has been temporarily greatly improved. Please seize the opportunity to absorb energy. The system's prompt sound seemed to come from far away. Lin Mo looked at the few unused spiritual energy crystals scattered on the ground. He used up his last bit of strength, stretched out his hand with difficulty, and grasped them tightly in his palm. Energy, give me energy. His eyes went dark and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 4, Breaking the Sky and Feeding Back the Vortex. Bricks breaking the sky and feeding back the vortex. The icy wind blew across Lin Mo's face like an invisible knife, wiping at his now chilling heart. He froze in place, his right hand still poised to push open the heavy alloy door, his gaze fixed on the terrifying scene within the training room. Su Qingxue sat cross-legged on the cold jade platform in the center of the training room. The air surrounding her was no longer a pale blue icy mist, but a nearly tangible, deep blue stream of profound icy air. These currents swirled and collided wildly around her like frantic ice dragons, emitting a tooth-aching crackling sound. The temperature in the entire room had dropped to an unbelievable level, and the air seemed to be completely frozen. What scared Lin Mo the most was Su Qingxue's current condition. Her beautiful face was twisted in agony. Her once rosy lips were now bloodless, even tinged with a strange purple. Her icy blue hair danced wildly without a breeze, tiny ice crystals forming at the ends. Her body trembled violently, and each tremor caused the cold jade platform beneath her to groan under the weight, and more cracks spread across its surface. Warning! The bound target Su Qingshua's vital signs are rapidly deteriorating. Status: Deep genetic disease. Ice soul devouring heart erupts. Mysterious ice heart's supernatural core is out of control and running wild. Vitality rapidly drains. Soul vibrations are on the verge of annihilation. Deep suppression state lifted. Countdown: 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The bright red countdown was jumping wildly in Lin Mo's vision, like the scythe of the god of death swinging down in the countdown. 3 minutes and 17 seconds? Lin Mo felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, a chill 100 times more piercing than the low temperature in the training room. He had just been drained of this deadly supernatural power yesterday, barely escaping death, but today he had to watch helplessly as his bound meal ticketer, no, the bound target, sponsor, and source of support perished before his very eyes? No. Absolutely not. If Su Qingxue died, the symbiotic feeding agreement would be ruined. Without her energy and resource supply, how could an F-rank loser like me survive? Not to mention that damned sublimation of all things ability that could drain me dry at any moment. Only if she lived could I possibly become stronger. Save her. I must save her. This isn't for any damn friendship, it's purely for my own life and my future as a gigolo. Lin Mo made up his mind instantly, his adrenaline surging, dispelling some of the chill. He strode into the training room and slammed the heavy alloy door shut, blocking out any prying eyes from outside. Su Qingxue! Hold on! He roared, his voice sounding so weak in the icy cold and violent energy-filled room. However, all he got in response was Su Qingxue's even more violent convulsions and an uncontrollable, painful whimper, like a dying animal. She seemed to still have a shred of consciousness, and with difficulty raised her head. Her icy blue pupils had already become somewhat unfocused, and she looked at Lin Mo with eyes filled with despair and a faint plea for help that even she herself didn't understand. Don't, come, over, go. Her voice was intermittent and her breath was weak. Go? Where to? What will I do if you die? Lin Mo gritted his teeth, ignored the low temperature that was enough to freeze his bone marrow, ignored the stinging pain caused by the violent ice flow scraping across his skin, and rushed towards the Han Yute. Warning! Ultra-high risk energy field detected. The host is approaching extreme danger. Warning! Detected target is in critical condition. Sublimation of all things core is resonating strongly. Forced activation preparation. Target locked, Su Qingxue life source restoration power core stabilization. Forced start? Again? Lin Mo's scalp exploded instantly. The horrific memory of being instantly drained and having his soul torn apart yesterday came flooding back. System. Is there a safe mode? Will it drain me dry? Lin Mo screamed frantically in his heart. Host energy conversion efficiency increased, safety threshold raised. Energy core fragments provide a basic buffer. However, the target's condition is too severe, requiring enormous sublimation energy. Risk level: extremely high severe overdraft, 70% risk of permanent damage. Do you confirm forced activation? A 70% risk of severe overdraft or even permanent damage? Lin Mo looked at the bright red, 1 minute 45 seconds, on Su Qingxue's head, her face twisted in pain, and her rapidly fading life force. Fight! If you don't, you'll be buried with her. Fight! There's still a 30% chance. Confirm. Start! Lin Mo almost shouted, with a gambler's madness and determination to burn his boats. He suddenly pounced on the edge of the cold jade platform, stretched out his hands, and desperately grabbed Su Qingxue's hands, which were clinging to the edge of the cold jade platform tightly due to severe pain and were already frozen blue. Contact. Instantaneous. Buzz. This time, it's no longer just a simple feeling of detachment. A suction force 100 times more terrifying than yesterday, like a cosmic black hole, erupted from the point where their palms touched. Lin Mo felt as if his entire body, from flesh to soul, was being fiercely grasped by an irresistible force, then violently dragged towards a bottomless abyss. All things sublime. Forced activation. Overload operation. Energy extraction, 300%. Target locked, restoration of the origin of life. Stabilization of the supernatural core. Suppression of the deep genetic disease ice soul devouring heart. Warning. Energy core fragments overloaded. Host's vitality, mental strength, physical strength, all available energy is being drained to the limit. Damage threshold exceeded. Damage threshold exceeded. Ugh. Lin Mo let out a shrill, inhuman howl. His body felt like it had been thrown into a high-pressure forging furnace, every inch of muscle, bone, and nerve wailing in agony. His skin instantly lost all color, turning ashen, even revealing a strange translucency. Blood vessels pulsed wildly beneath his skin, as if about to burst at any moment. His eyeballs were bloodshot from the sharp rise in intracranial pressure, nearly bulging out of their sockets. The pain and emptiness were 100 times more intense than yesterday, like billions of red-hot steel needles piercing his brain and soul at the same time, stirring them wildly. I'm dying. I'm really dying this time. Much faster and more brutal than yesterday. Lin Mo's consciousness was violently churning in the tide of severe pain, like a small boat in a storm, which could be completely overturned and destroyed at any time. However, just when his consciousness was about to completely sink to the limit, a strange force did not come from the outside world, but suddenly rebounded from the depths of his own sublimation of all things core, which was being madly extracted and on the verge of collapse. This power carried an aura of supreme essence that seemed to be able to transform all things. It flowed along the arms of Lin Mo and Su Qingxue that were in contact, and like a galaxy bursting through a dam, it poured into Su Qingxue's body that was on the verge of collapse. Buzz! The raging, deep blue icy air currents emanating from Su Qingxue's body seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand. The violent, icy energy, powerful enough to rip fine steel apart, suddenly became docile and restrained at a visible speed under the impact of this supreme power. The color quickly settled and sublimated from a violent deep blue, transforming into a deeper, purer shade of blue, seemingly imbued with the secrets of the universe's ultimate coldness. The cracking cold jade platform beneath her suddenly stopped collapsing, and the surface was even covered with a layer of warmer jade-like luster. The most amazing change happened to Su Qingxue. The twisted expression of agony faded like melting ice, replaced by a profound tranquility. Her purple lips quickly regained their healthy redness, even more vibrant than before. The faint blue light flowing beneath her skin made her appear like an ice goddess undergoing her final tempering, emanating a heart-pounding aura of holiness and power. The ever-ebbing vitality, like a dry riverbed meeting an endless ocean, was instantly filled and solidified, even beginning to surge in reverse, growing stronger. Sublimation successful. Target Su Qingxue's life essence has been restored. The supernatural core, mysterious ice heart, has stabilized and has begun to sublimate SS+. The deep genetic disease ice soul devouring heart has entered a deeply suppressed dormant state countdown reset. Warning. Host's energy is severely overdrawn. Vitality permanently damaged by 7%. Spiritual essence slightly torn. Physical strength exhausted. Endangered. Success? In the final moment before his consciousness completely fell into darkness, Lin Mo caught the system's prompt. Success. Su Qingxue was saved. I didn't seem to be completely dead. Then, an irresistible darkness completely engulfed him. His body softened, like a sack with all its bones removed, and he fell straight backward, hitting the cold, hard ground with a splatter of fine ice crystals. Inside the training room, the violent energy storm had subsided. Only a pure, deep, dark blue chill remained, slowly swirling around Su Qingxue like a gentle spirit. She slowly opened her eyes, and within the depths of her icy blue pupils, a dark blue star swirled, even colder than before, yet deeper and more powerful. She lowered her head, looking at her body which was intact and even felt stronger than ever before, then looked at the cold jade platform beneath her which was covered with a jade-like luster and had all its cracks healed. Finally, her gaze fell on the young man lying on the ground not far away. His face was ashen, his breath was as weak as a candle in the wind, and it seemed as if he would be completely extinguished in the next second. It was him. It's really him. Just now, on the brink of death, that strange warmth that surged into her body like the mighty force of creation, forcibly pulling her back from the abyss of death, and even causing her power core to undergo a qualitative change, the source was this F-level loser she had declared her supporter? How is this possible? How could an F-rank possess such power to change fate? Su Qingxue's mind was in turmoil, even more intense than when her supernatural powers had gone berserk. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and the relief of surviving a catastrophe, all sorts of emotions were woven together. She slowly stood up, walked to Lin Mo's side, squatted down, stretched out her slightly trembling fingers, and gently probed for Lin Mo's carotid artery. The pulse at his fingertips was so weak that it was almost imperceptible, his skin was frighteningly cold, and his breathing was so weak that it had almost stopped. He was like a lamp that had completely run out of oil, with only the last faint spark of light flickering. An unprecedented strong throbbing suddenly gripped Su Qingshue's heart. He almost died trying to save himself? This thought struck her defenses like a hammer. She had always viewed Lin Mo as a tool, a person whose secrets needed to be confirmed, a possession whose resources she could manipulate at will. Her overbearing declaration of support stemmed from curiosity, possessiveness, and even a condescending attitude of giving. But the young man in front of her, who almost gave his life for her, caused violent ripples in her frozen heart for the first time. Idiot! Su Qingxue cursed softly, but her voice was trembling and, heartache? Without hesitation, she pulled a small jade bottle from her storage ring. The bottle was warm and radiated a faint medicinal fragrance. This was the Su family's secret, top-tier life-saving elixir, the 9 transformation resurrection pill. It was priceless, and she only had one. She carefully opened Lin Mo's tightly closed teeth and stuffed the golden pill that exuded a strong breath of life into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into Lin Mo's body. Almost immediately, Su Qingxue also sat cross-legged beside Lin Mo, extending her hands and gently placing them over his icy chest and forehead. She mobilized the newly stabilized, now incomparably deep and powerful, dark blue profound ice power within her body, and carefully and tenderly, she attempted to channel traces of her extremely pure life energy and icy essence into Lin Mo's depleted body. Ding! Detected that the bound target Su Qingxue is actively feeding back high purity energy. Target status, extremely weak. Symbiotic feedback protocol activated to maximum effectiveness. Absorbing back-feeding energy, restoring vitality, repairing spiritual essence. With the infusion of Su Qingxue's pure energy, the dying life flame within Lin Mo finally stabilized and began to regain its faint glow at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pale face regained a hint of color, and his weak breathing became slightly stronger. Su Qingxue watched Lin Mo's breathing gradually steady under the influence of the drug in her own nourishment. A complex expression swirled in her icy blue eyes. Inquiry, shock, and doubt remained, but now, there was also a heavy, indescribable sense of responsibility, and a strange feeling that she herself had not even noticed. However, just when Lin Mo's condition stabilized and Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Mutation regeneration. Inside Lin Mo's body, the energy core fragments that had just been fused and had undergone extreme compression, as well as the huge and pure S+-level Shinbing origin energy that Su Qingxue had brought in, under the influence of the aftermath of the sublimation of all things core that had not yet completely subsided, actually produced a strange, uncontrollable resonance. Buzz. A tiny energy vortex, almost invisible to the naked eye but emitting a terrifying suction force, formed without any warning in Lin Mo's lower abdomen dantian. This vortex, like a greedy black hole, began to frantically and uncontrollably drain the energy Su Qingxue had actively channeled into it. It even began to subtly pull at the incredibly rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth within Training Room 1, Area A. What made Su Qingxue's face change even more drastically was that she felt the source of the Xianbing heart's supernatural power within her body actually begin to throb faintly, as if being pulled in. What's going on? Su Qingxue tried to cut off the energy supply, but found that the suction of the vortex was extremely strange, and it even had a hint of the supreme characteristic of sublimation of all things, making it difficult for her to completely get rid of it for a while. The energy in the training room, which had just calmed down, began to fluctuate once more. The runes of the spirit gathering array engraved on the wall flickered, emitting an unbearable humming sound. Lin Mo's body was like a bottomless pit or a balloon that was about to burst, passively and madly devouring all the energy around it. Warning! Abnormal energy accumulation detected within the host. The passive resonance of the core of sublimation of all things is out of control. A returning vortex is forming. The vortex continues to absorb external energy and bind to the target's essence. The host's body is on the verge of overload and collapse. Please stop the energy input immediately. Please break contact with the bound target immediately. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Mo's body, which had just regained a trace of color but began to flush unnaturally due to the crazy surge of energy in the body, and even a faint energy glow could be seen under the skin. Then she felt the throbbing of the origin being pulled in her body, and for the first time, a look of panic appeared on her beautiful face. Rescue people, it seems like, rescued them from big trouble? Chapter 5, The Aftermath of the Feedback Vortex. Buzz. The strange, tiny energy vortex that emitted a terrifying suction force was spinning wildly in Lin Mo's dantian, like a greedy glutton, brutally devouring the pure black ice power that Su Qingxue had brought in, and even faintly pulling the rich spiritual energy of the entire training room and the source of her supernatural power. Lin Mo's body was like a forcibly inflated balloon, an abnormal energy glow emanating from beneath his skin, and his muscles and bones groaned softly, straining under the strain. The glimmer of hope he had just pulled back from the brink of death was about to burst from this uncontrolled vortex of energy. Su Qingshue's icy blue pupils suddenly constricted. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on her beautiful face. She tried to forcibly cut off her energy output, but the supreme pulling force emanating from the core of sublimation of all things was like a thorn in her flesh, making it difficult for her to fully control her S+-level energy. Warning! The returning vortex continues to spiral out of control. The host's body is overloaded to 78%. Collapse is imminent. Warning! The bound target's essence has been slightly absorbed. Please disengage immediately. Damn it! Su Qingxue cursed, no longer caring about anything else. Her eyes flashed with cold light, and the terrifying pressure of an S+-level expert was released without reservation. Shenbing! Suppress! With a clear cry, it was like 9-day black ice falling to the ground. The palms covering Lin Mo's heart and forehead instantly burst into an extremely bright blue light. No longer a gentle entry, but with a freezing will like absolute zero, fiercely suppressing the uncontrolled vortex in Lin Mo's dantian. Snap! An intense chill instantly invaded Lin Mo's body. The madly spinning, all-consuming vortex of energy seemed to have been plunged into liquid nitrogen, its rotation speed noticeably slowing down. A thin layer of dark blue ice crystals even formed on the surface of the vortex. External super-strong ice law suppression detected. Feedback vortex operation is hindered. Energy absorption efficiency dropped by 90%. Overload risk alleviated. Efficient. Su Qingxue was delighted, but she didn't dare relax. She continued to mobilize the immense power of the profound ice, like the most sophisticated ice sculptor, carefully using the power of extreme cold to freeze, envelop, and isolate the violent energy vortex layer by layer. At the same time, her other hand slapped the ground like lightning. Buzz! The runes of the spirit gathering array engraved on the walls of training room number 1 in area A suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. The violent spiritual energy was forcibly intercepted and guided, like a tamed wild horse, no longer rushing towards Lin Mo, but instead being channeled into the energy pool deep underground. The violent and chaotic energy fluctuations in the training room finally began to calm down. I don't know how long it took, maybe only a few minutes, but to Su Qingxue it felt like centuries. When the last wisp of out-of-control energy was completely frozen by the dark blue mysterious ice and isolated deep in Lin Mo's dantian, forming a miniature, frozen energy core, Su Qingxue exhaled a long, relieved breath of white air with a strong frost. Her face turned slightly pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead which were instantly frozen into ice crystals by the cold air. It was obvious that the full-strength suppression just now had exhausted her greatly. As for Lin Mo lying on the ground, the abnormal energy glow under his skin had faded. Although his breathing was still weak, it had become much more stable and regular. His face had returned to its normal rosy color, but his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was suffering from some discomfort in his sleep. Warning lifted. The returning feeding vortex has been forcibly frozen and isolated. The host's body overload risk has been eliminated. Vital signs are stable. The damage to the spiritual origin is being repaired. Tip: the frozen returning feedback vortex contains enormous energy and trace amounts of S+-level mystic ice essence, which can be used as a special energy reserve. The host must reach the corresponding realm before it can be safely guided and absorbed. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Mo's face, which looked slightly painful as he slept. Emotions surged in her icy blue eyes. Shock, fear, confusion, and a hint of indescribable complexity that she herself hadn't even noticed. This F-ranked loser. No, he's definitely not loser. He hides a terrifying secret. The power that could pull her back from certain death, even elevate her abilities, and this strange, out-of-control vortex, yet filled with terrifying potential. All of this points to a being completely beyond her comprehension. Who is he? Su Qingxue reached out her hand, her fingertips gently brushing Lin Mo's furrowed brow. Her cold touch seemed to soothe his uneasiness. This action carried a tenderness that she herself hadn't realized. Just then. Qingxue. Qingxue. Are you okay? What happened in there? The energy fluctuations are so terrifying. Open the door. Outside the training room, anxious knocks and shouts could be heard. They were the teachers and other students who had rushed over after hearing the news. The terrifying energy fluctuations and biting coldness that had just erupted in the training room had already alarmed the entire A area. Su Qingshue's eyes instantly regained their usual coldness. She quickly stood up, straightened her somewhat disheveled uniform, took a deep breath, and dispelled the fatigue and complexity on her face, transforming back into the unattainable ice goddess. She walked over and opened the heavy alloy door. Outside the door, a large group of people gathered, led by the solemn-looking director of studies, Wang Jinghua, and several teachers in charge of the training area. Behind them were students craning their necks, their faces filled with curiosity and worry. As the door opened, a blue chill that was purer and deeper than before rushed in, making everyone at the door shiver. When their eyes passed Su Qingxue and saw the mess in the training room, although the Hanyatai had been repaired, traces of the raging energy still remained on the ground and walls, especially when they saw Lin Mo lying on the ground, unconscious but his breathing seemed to have stabilized. Everyone was stunned. Student Su. What's going on? Wang Jinghua asked in disbelief, looking at Su Qingxue, who was unharmed and whose aura seemed even more unfathomable. Then he looked at Lin Mo lying on the ground. The energy riot just now. Nothing. Su Qingshue's voice was calm, with an undeniable coldness. I just broke through the S-level bottleneck, and my power control was unstable, which caused a small-scale energy disorder. Lin Mo happened to come by and was stunned by the aftermath. He's fine now. Breakthrough? Wang Jinghua and several other teachers gasped. S-level bottleneck? Doesn't that mean S+? And it's only been a few days? This talent is incredible. No wonder the energy fluctuations just now were so terrifying. Knocked out? Wang Jinghua looked at the unconscious Lin Mo on the ground suspiciously. He is an F level, what is he doing here? And he happened to be knocked unconscious? His tone was full of suspicion and disdain. Su Qingshue's eyes turned cold, and she stepped forward, blocking Lin Mo's way and shielding him from Wang Jinghua's scrutiny. She raised her chin slightly, her tone tinged with chill. Director Wang, I told you, he's mine now. I'm here in the training room to consolidate my realm, and he's waiting outside as my assistant. Is that okay? As for being knocked unconscious. A cold arc curved her lips. It only means his constitution is too weak to withstand even the aftermath of my breakthrough. However, this just proves that he needs my cultivation even more, doesn't it? Assistant? Wang Jinghua was choked by Su Qingshue's self-righteous attitude. An F-rank loser as the assistant to an S+ rank genius? Could that excuse be any more perfunctory? But looking at Su Qingshue's unquestionable gaze, feeling the even more terrifying and icy pressure emanating from her, he swallowed the doubt that was on the tip of his tongue. Okay. Wang Jinghua's face turned pale and he could only nod. It's good that you're okay. Student Su has just made a breakthrough and needs to rest. Others should not disturb him. He scolded the crowd behind him. Although the crowd was filled with confusion and gossip, under Su Qingshue's cold gaze and Wang Jinghua's scolding, they could only disperse in frustration. However, as they left, their eyes turned to the unconscious Lin Mo with even more complicated expressions. This loser, his luck is too good. Being an assistant to an S+ level goddess? And being knocked unconscious in the goddess's training room? After the crowd dispersed, Su Qingshuo signaled the school doctor who had arrived to carefully carry Lin Mo onto a stretcher and send him back to the intensive care unit. She followed him there as well. Inside the ward, Lin Mo was still sound asleep. After a checkup by the school doctor, he confirmed that he was only suffering from mental exhaustion and that his body was fine. He would be fine after a few days of rest. Su Qingshuo sat beside the hospital bed, looking at Lin Mo's peaceful face as he slept. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the ice pattern on her storage ring. The thrilling scenes just now, especially the scene of Lin Mo dying to save her, kept replaying in her mind. Who are you? She whispered softly, her icy blue eyes flashing with an unprecedented glimmer of inquiry. I must find out the secrets about you. She decided that when Lin Mo woke up, she must have a frank one-sided interrogation conversation. This kept F level was worth far more than she had imagined. However, before Su Qingshuo had the chance to implement her interrogation plan, trouble came knocking on her door. The next afternoon, Lin Mo woke up from his coma, his head still feeling heavy as if it were filled with lead. He struggled to open his eyes and saw Su Qingshuo sitting beside the bed, staring at him with such a complicated look that it made his scalp tingle. Awake? Su Qingshuo's voice showed no emotion. Lin Mo was about to ask what happened yesterday when the door of the ward was roughly pushed open. Lin Mo. You're a loser who can only hide behind a woman. Get out here. A roar filled with anger and resentment rang out. Zhao Kai and his followers were seen blocking the door with a fierce momentum. Zhao Kai's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Mo lying on the hospital bed, his eyes wanting to eat him alive. Yesterday in the infirmary, Zhao Kai felt deeply humiliated after being scared off by Lin Mo using Su Qingshue's card. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated and angry he became. Just what right did an F-rank loser have to ride on his coattails? Wasn't it just because of Su Qingxue? Now that Su Qingxue wasn't around, he'd inquired about it. This was the perfect opportunity to get back at him. Zhao Kai? Su Qingxue frowned, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She was about to open her mouth to scold him. Lin Mo struggled to sit up. He looked at the arrogant Zhao Kai at the door, and felt his body, though still weak, but much stronger than before, the effect of the energy core fragments and the feedback. He also felt the vortex in his dantian, which was frozen but faintly emitting a huge sense of energy. An inexplicable urge surged in his heart. Always relying on Su Qingxue to stand in front of him was too frustrating. Although being a gigolo could make him stronger, what about a man's dignity? Moreover, he urgently needed an outlet, a chance to verify his current strength. Even if it was just against Zhao Kai, a C rank. Student Su, Lin Mo said, his voice still a little hoarse, but his tone was unusually calm. I can handle my own affairs. Su Qingxue was stunned, a flicker of surprise in her icy blue eyes. This loser actually wanted to go it alone? Where did he get the confidence? Just relying on his F-rank body? She wanted to stop him, but seeing the different, fierce glint in Lin Mo's eyes, she swallowed the words back. Maybe, let him suffer a little? Just to see what he was hiding. She didn't say anything, but just crossed her arms, took a step back coldly, and acted like she was watching a show. Lin Mo took a deep breath, threw back the blanket, and stepped off the bed with a somewhat unsteady gait. He looked around, his eyes sweeping across the corner of the ward. There were some gifts piled there, among them a few bricks used to hold down the packaging bags. Who knows who sent this weird fruit basket? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. It's you! Amid the stunned gazes of Zhao Kai and the others and the puzzled gaze of Su Qingxue, Lin Mo walked straight over, bent down, and pulled out a heavy, slightly muddy red brick from under the fruit basket. He weighed it and found it felt good. Then, carrying the brick, he staggered towards the door and stood before the aggressive Zhao Kai. Puff! One of Zhao Kai's followers couldn't help but laugh out loud. Useless Lin, are you crazy? Grabbing a brick? What do you want to do? Beat us to death? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Kai also looked like he had heard a huge joke, and the hideous smile on his face became even more distorted. Waste. Looks like I didn't shock you silly yesterday. Today I'll make you wake up completely. He roared, and his C-level bull power instantly erupted. His fist, as big as a casserole, whistled with the sound of wind, muscles knotted, veins bulging, and without any tricks, he smashed into Lin Mo's face fiercely. This punch was enough to split stones. The air around them seemed to freeze. Several passing students covered their mouths in fear. Su Qingshue's brows were furrowed, the profound icy power within her body gathering strength, ready to rescue anyone at any moment. However, facing this terrifying punch that could be fatal, there was no fear in Lin Mo's eyes. All his energy and will were focused on the brick in his hand. At the moment when Zhao Kai's fist was less than half an inch away from the tip of his nose, Lin Mo moved. He did not retreat or dodge, but used all his remaining strength to move the ordinary red brick in his hand towards Zhao Kai's fist in an extremely clumsy and even somewhat funny posture. The movements were clumsy and disorganized, like a frightened child wielding a weapon. Looking for death. Zhao Kai's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his punches became more powerful. He wanted to smash the useless brick and his arm together with one punch. Just as the brick and fist were about to collide. Buzz. An indescribable supreme aura, originating from the deepest part of Lin Mo's body and belonging to the core of sublimation of all things, was like the breath of a sleeping dragon. It was extremely weak, yet extremely essential. It flowed along his arm that was tightly holding the brick, and instantly transmitted to the ordinary red brick. Host strong will and contact detected. Target locked, ordinary red brick. Sublimation of all things concept prototype passively triggered. Sublimation direction, absolute solidity temporary. Kinetic energy amplification temporary. Energy consumption, trace provided by the energy dissipated from the surface of the frozen vortex. Brush. In the eyes of everyone, including Su Qingxue, who looked in disbelief. The ordinary red brick, even covered in mud, suddenly flashed a barely perceptible dark golden light on its surface the moment it touched Zhao Kai's fist, which seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Then, snap! A sharp, teeth-grinding sound, like glass breaking, suddenly rang out. It's not the broken bricks. It's the sound of bones breaking. Ouch! Zhao Kai's ferocious and complacent expression instantly twisted into one of extreme pain and disbelief. He let out a shrill, distorted howl. His fist, which was infused with the strength of a sea-level bull and was strong enough to split stones and crack monuments, hit the titanium alloy ingot like an egg the moment it came into contact with the red brick. The phalanges, metacarpals, and wrist bones shattered, twisted, and deformed in that instant. Blood mixed with bone fragments splashed out instantly. Not only was the violent force completely offset by the seemingly fragile red brick, but an unimaginable terrifying recoil force, as if containing the supreme power of a brick breaking the sky, rushed into Zhao Kai's body along his broken arm like a raging wave. Puff! Zhao Kai spurted out a mouthful of blood as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed locomotive. His body flew uncontrollably off the ground and slammed heavily against the wall across the corridor like a broken sack. Boom! The wall shook violently, leaving behind a human-shaped dent and spiderweb like cracks. Zhao Kai collapsed in the corner, his right arm twisted at a strange angle, blood staining the walls and the ground red. He rolled his eyes, blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, his body twitched violently several times, and he completely fainted. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. You can hear a pin drop in the entire corridor. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, their eyes bulging, their mouths open so wide that a fist could fit in. The smiles on the faces of those followers who were laughing just now froze completely, and turned into extreme fear. They looked at Lin Mo as if they had seen a ghost, and the brick in his hand that was intact and not even stained with much blood. Su Qingxue had uncrossed her arms, having unknowingly lowered them. Her icy blue pupils contracted sharply as she stared intently at the ordinary red brick in Lin Mo's hand. Then she glanced at Zhao Kai, who lay unconscious on the wall. For the first time, an expression of lost composure appeared on her beautiful face. What had she felt in that instant? A faint, yet profoundly powerful aura that made her very soul tremble? Bursting from Lin Mo? And then that brick transformed into an indestructible divine weapon? How is this possible? Lin Mo himself was also confused. He felt as if, in that instant, all his energy was focused on the brick. He had only one thought: hit him. And then he felt the brick in his hand come alive? Becoming incredibly hard and heavy? And then Zhao Kai flew? He lowered his head, looked at the blood-stained, still plain red brick in his hand, then looked at Zhao Kai on the wall, whose life or death was unknown, and felt the frozen vortex in his body, which seemed to have shrunk a little bit. An absurd and ecstatic thought grew wildly in his mind like a weed. Could it be that this brick was sublimated by me? He subconsciously clenched the brick in his hand again. This time, it felt like something was different. Chapter 6: The Evolution of Bricks. Dead silence. The only sounds left in the corridor were the chattering teeth of Zhao Kai's followers and the faint sound of footsteps in the distance, startled by the huge crash. Lin Mo stood there, still holding the red brick, stained with a few drops of blood but still intact and even with a faint, warm sheen. He looked down at the brick, then up at Zhao Kai, who was embedded in the wall, his arm twisted and deformed, and completely unconscious. He was completely stunned. What just happened? He instinctively, desperately, wanted to throw the brick at him. His only thought was, hit him. And then the brick seemed to suddenly become different? Absurdly hard? Absurdly heavy? And then Zhao Kai, with his sea-level strength, was sent flying? His arm shattered? A weak stream of energy with a slight burning sensation flowed back into the body along the arm and merged into the outer edge of the frozen return vortex at the dantian, making the frozen core seem to be slightly warmed. Ding! Sublimation of all things concept prototype passive trigger successfully. Target ordinary red brick gains temporary absolute solidity and kinetic energy amplification effects. Effects dissipated. Energy consumption: trace freezes the vortex surface to dissipate energy. The host's understanding of the basic application of sublimation of all things has improved. The system's prompt confirmed his guess. It truly was a superpower. It was the sublimation of all things that had nearly drained him dry and nearly burst him. Although it was passive, rudimentary, expendable, and a leftover from the freezing vortex, it actually worked. And the effect was simple and brutal. Terrifying. An indescribable ecstasy and excitement, like magma, instantly washed away the frustration and fear in Lin Mo's heart. He was no longer a useless waste at the mercy of others. He also had power. Even if this power came strangely and was used unreasonably using a brick, power is power. Hiss. Zhao, brother Zhao? He slammed Zhao Kai into the wall with a brick? Zhao Kai's followers finally came back to their senses from their extreme terror. They looked at the brick in Lin Mo's hand, which seemed to still emit an invisible evil spirit, and then looked at Zhao Kai on the wall, whose life or death was unknown. They were so scared that they screamed and turned around and ran away, not even caring about the unconscious Zhao Kai. Lin Mo ignored the fleeing henchman. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and looked down at the brick in his hand again. This time, he was no longer driven by instinct, but by a strong desire to explore and try. He concentrated his mind, recalling the strong desire to beat him just now, and tried to communicate with the mysterious core in his body again, and inject the power that gives objects sublimation into the brick. Mind lock, ordinary red brick. Energy guidance, trying. Warning, the core energy of the frozen vortex is stable, but the surface energy dissipation is insufficient. Passive sublimation cannot be triggered. Failed? Lin Mo frowned. It seemed that the previous attack was just a coincidence, consuming the energy that had escaped from the surface of the frozen vortex. Now that the vortex had been forcibly frozen and solidified by Su Qingxue, the energy on the surface was too thin to support another trigger. Just as Lin Mo was feeling somewhat disappointed, an idea suddenly struck him. Since the passive trigger required dissipated energy, then, what if I actively poured in some energy? Since this sublimation of all things could consume its own energy to sublimate all things, could it be actively recharged? Just do it. Lin Mo immediately calmed down and tried to mobilize the pitifully meager mental and physical strength that had just recovered. He focused his mind on the hand holding the brick, imagining injecting a tiny stream of air into the cold red brick. It felt incredibly awkward and difficult. He was like a child trying to stir a bottomless lake with a tiny straw. The energy within him was weak and difficult to channel precisely, and its efficiency in injecting it into the brick was shockingly low. Host attempts active energy channeling. Target, ordinary red brick. Guidance efficiency, extremely low. Host energy control level, F. Energy infusion. 0.1%. 0.2%. Although it was slow, Lin Mo could clearly feel the little bit of mental energy he had finally recovered seeping into the red brick in his hand like a trickle of water. Did the brick seem a little heavier? Did the rough grain on its surface seem a little finer? There is a way. Lin Mo's spirits lifted, and despite the slight dizziness caused by the rapid depletion of his mental power, he gritted his teeth and continued to infuse it. He stared at the brick in his hand with full concentration, as if possessed, and completely forgot everything around him. At the ward door, Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes remained fixed on Lin Mo. From the shock of him sending Zhao Kai flying with a brick, to the concentration with which he gazed down at the brick, to the extremely faint yet exceptionally focused mental energy emanating from him at this moment. Deep in her pupils, a storm was set off again. The supreme aura imbued in that brick just now was no illusion. And now, he was actually attempting to actively infuse energy into an ordinary brick? Furthermore, she keenly sensed that the brick was extremely slowly undergoing some fundamental transformation. Though so faint as to be almost negligible, that aura of transformation was remarkably similar to the sensation of her supernatural core being sublimated. This Lin Mo. The power he wielded was far more mysterious and terrifying than she had imagined. He could actually give inanimate objects the rudiments of life, or rather, extraordinary qualities? The flame of inquiry in Su Qingxue's heart burned even more fiercely. She quietly released a trace of extremely pure Shanbing power, like the most sophisticated probe, silently enveloping Lin Mo and the brick in his hand, carefully sensing the subtle flow of energy and the changes in matter. Lin Mo was oblivious to this. His entire focus was on the brick in his hand. His mental energy poured in like a trickle of water from a floodgate. He felt the brick in his hand grow heavier, as if he were holding not a brick but a piece of extremely dense metal. The red on the brick's surface seemed to deepen and deepen, its rough, gritty texture giving way to a strange warmth, even to a faint, jade-like shimmer. Energy infusion, 1%. The base material of the target ordinary red brick has been slightly enhanced. Solidity plus 5%, toughness plus 3%. Host's mental energy consumption, 15%. Physical energy consumption, 10%. Only 1%? Such a huge consumption? Lin Mo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his vision slightly darkening. This efficiency is too low. And this enhancement level is better than nothing. It's nowhere near the miraculous effects of absolute firmness and kinetic energy amplification that had just sent Zhao Kai flying. F-class energy control, is it really too much of a stretch? Lin Mo paused in frustration. It seemed that the proactive recharge route wasn't feasible at the moment. The cost-effectiveness was too low. At this moment, Su Qingshua's cold voice sounded in his ears, with a hint of subtle inquiry. What are you doing? Lin Mo was startled and almost threw the brick in his hand. He then remembered that this S+-level financial sponsor and source of support was watching the whole process from the side. Nothing, Su. Lin Mo subconsciously wanted to hide the brick behind him, but seeing Su Qingshua's eyes that seemed to see through everything, he gave up. He smiled awkwardly. It's just, I feel like this brick is quite handy. This reason even he himself felt was nonsense. Su Qingxue didn't pierce his point. Her gaze fell on the brick in his hand, her icy blue eyes flickering slightly. Her previous exploration allowed her to perceive the subtle changes in the brick more clearly than Lin Mo. Although faint, the traces of sublimation were real. Your ability is very interesting. Su Qingshue's voice was emotionless, but Lin Mo felt a chill running down his spine. It seems that my plan for your training needs some adjustments. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Adjust? How? Did she discover something? Was she going to slice herself up for research? Before Lin Mo could think about it, Su Qingshuo had already turned around, and her tone returned to her usual cold and unquestionable tone. Now that you're awake, don't be an eyesore here. Come with me. Where are we going? Lin Mo asked subconsciously. Area A, training ground. Su Qingshuo said without turning back, your brick needs a more professional target to test it. Lin Mo. He looked at Su Qingshuo's slender but oppressive back, then looked down at the brick in his hand that seemed to have become a little different, and swallowed. Target? Test? This school beauty, isn't she planning to use me as a guinea pig? He sighed helplessly and could only stuff the reinforced brick that had been infused with 15% of his mental strength and had become heavy into his tattered schoolbag. The schoolbag was tattered enough anyway, so he didn't care about the extra bricks, and dragged his still tired body, resigned to his fate, and followed. The A Area Training Ground is one of Qingyuan High School's top-tier training facilities, equipped with a variety of high-tech testing instruments and a sturdy energy shield, and is exclusively for the use of elite students and teachers. When Su Qingshuo and Lin Mo, the F-level waist, walked in, they immediately caught the attention of the dozen or so elite students training inside. Senior Su? Why is she here? And she brought Lin Mo with her? That loser that senior sister Su keeps? What's he doing at the training ground? Mopping the floor? Shu. Keep your voice down. Can't you see that senior sister Su looks unhappy? Whispers rang out, and all kinds of curious, contemptuous, and jealous eyes fell on Lin Mo. Lin Mo lowered his head, feeling like a thorn in his back. He could only hold the brick in his school bag tightly to give himself a little illusory sense of security. Su Qingshuo seemed oblivious to the surrounding discussions as she walked straight to a testing area. Here stood rows of strength test piles made of high-strength alloys, ranging from F-class to A-class, and even had super alloy piles specifically prepared for S-class. Take it out. Su Qingshuo pointed at Lin Mo's schoolbag and ordered. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and, while the elite students around him looked at him like a fool, took out the red brick from his schoolbag. Puff. Ha ha ha. Why did he bring out a brick? I'm dying of laughter. Is this loser here to make people laugh? Senior Su brought him here to test a brick? Laughter erupted instantly. Even some of the normally serious members of the elite class had strange smiles on their faces. Su Qingshuo's eyes turned cold as she glanced around. An icy pressure instantly spread, the temperature in the training ground plummeted, and all the laughter stopped abruptly, as if being strangled. She looked at Lin Mo and pointed at an alloy test pile at the edge marked with F grade standard. Hit it with all your strength. Lin Mo looked at the gleaming metallic alloy stake, thick as an adult's calf, then at the red brick in his hand, which was only reinforcement +1 at best. Isn't this just like hitting a rock with an egg? Hitting Zhao Kai just now triggered his passive ability, and now he's hitting it himself. This brick is a bit heavy, but can it really move the alloy? He walked forward with his head held high, gripped the brick with both hands, mobilized all his strength although it wasn't much, and smashed it hard at the F-grade alloy pile. Clang! A dull sound of metal clashing was heard. The force of the recoil made Lin Mo's arm numb, and he almost dropped the brick. Looking at the alloy pile again, only a shallow, almost negligible white mark was left on the surface. And the brick in Lin Mo's hand, well, it didn't break, but there was no change either. There was suppressed laughter all around. "You're such a loser. You think you can move the alloy pile with a broken brick? What a waste of Senior Sue's time. Get out. This is not the place for you." Lin Mo's face was burning hot, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. "Go on." Su Qingshue's voice was still cold, and no emotion could be heard. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and raised the brick again. This time, he tried to infuse the meager mental power in his body into the brick again. Although the efficiency was low, it was better than nothing. Energy infusion. 1.1%. 1.2%. The brick seemed to sink a little more. Ding. Another one. The white mark got a little deeper? About 0.1 millimeter? Ha ha ha. The laughter became louder. Lin Mo held back his anger, regardless, hitting the hard alloy pile again and again. Like a stubborn miner, he kept hitting it with bricks. Each time, he mobilized his meager mental power to inject it. His mental power was rapidly depleting, sweat soon soaked his back, and his arms were so numb that he could hardly lift them. Energy infusion, 1.5%. Target, reinforced red brick, firmness plus 8%, toughness plus 5%. Host's mental energy consumption, 60%. Physical energy consumption, 40%. The effect was minimal. The marks on the alloy pile were still pitifully shallow. The laughter from the surroundings was like a demonic sound filling my ears. Enough. Su Qingxue suddenly spoke. Lin Mo paused, panting heavily. His arms trembled, barely able to grip the brick, and a feeling of defeat filled his heart. Sure enough, actively injecting this tiny amount of energy wouldn't change anything. Su Qingxue walked up to Lin Mo and looked at his disheveled appearance and the brick in his hand, which was only slightly darker in color and still ordinary. A hint of subtle disappointment flashed in her icy blue eyes? Or something else? Just when everyone thought this farce was about to end, Su Qingxue made a move that stunned everyone, including Lin Mo. She stretched out her fingers, which were as white as jade but contained a terrifyingly low temperature, and gently tapped the brick in Lin Mo's hand. Buzz. An extremely pure S+ grade energy, like the essence of 10,000-year-old black ice, carrying Su Qingxue's will, instantly poured into the red brick that had just been infused with a small amount of mental power by Lin Mo. This energy was so vast, so pure, and so overbearing. It instantly overwhelmed Lin Mo's meager mental strength, like a surging river rushing into a tiny stream. Warning! External ultra-high purity S+ grade ice-type energy has been detected injecting into the host's contacted object, the reinforced red brick. Sublimation of all things core passive resonates. Energy is being channeled. Target locked, reinforced red brick. Sublimation direction, extremely strong. Extremely sharp. Icy soul attached. Sublimation starts. Brush. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the ordinary red brick in Lin Mo's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling blue light. The red on the brick's surface instantly faded, as if undergoing a miraculous transformation. The entire brick contracted, solidified, and took shape at a visible speed. The roughness of the surface completely disappeared, becoming as smooth, warm, and restrained as the finest black jade. The edges of the brick, outlined by the faint blue light, became extremely sharp, flashing with a chilling cold light. A thin layer of dark blue frost, as if it could freeze the soul, instantly covered the entire surface of the brick. A powerful, cold, sharp aura, like a dormant beast awakening, suddenly erupted from this. No, it could no longer be called a brick. The temperature in the training ground plummeted, and several students nearby couldn't help but shiver. Is this still a brick? This is clearly a terrifying aura, a divine ice weapon. Su Qingxue's eyes flashed with an unprecedented brilliance. As expected, her energy, combined with Lin Mo's mysterious sublimation core, could produce a qualitative change. Try again. Her voice was filled with a hint of suppressed excitement. Lin Mo was also stunned. He felt the terrifying weight and biting coldness of the ice soul brick in his hand, as well as the sharpness that seemed to be able to split anything. A sense of power arose spontaneously. He no longer hesitated, using all his strength to smash the brick, which had been charged by Su Qingxue and transformed, towards the F-grade alloy pile. This time, it was no longer a clumsy slap, but with a fierce momentum of brick breaking the sky. There was no harsh sound of metal clashing. There was only a crisp swish sound like a hot knife cutting butter. A cold blue light flashed by. In everyone's dull gaze. The hard F-grade alloy pile was like paper and was split in half from top to bottom by the brick covered with dark blue frost. The cross-section is as smooth as a mirror, even covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. Boom! The upper part of the alloy pile, which was split in two, fell heavily to the ground with traces of freezing. Dead silence. The silence was even more complete than the one in the corridor just now. You can hear a pin drop in the entire training ground. All the students in the elite class, including the teachers who rushed over after hearing the news, were like being petrified. They froze in place, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, staring at the alloy pile on the ground that was split in half by a brick, and the ice brick in Lin Mo's hand that was emitting a faint chill. Lin Mo himself was also dumbfounded. Looking at the weapon in his hand, feeling its cold touch and terrifying weight, his heart was pounding. Su Qingxue looked at the smooth broken edge, and then at the brick in Lin Mo's hand that had been empowered and sublimated by her. An unprecedented scorching light ignited in the depths of her ice-blue eyes. She seemed to have found the correct way to cultivate this magical little white mouse. Very good. Su Qingshue's voice was filled with a hint of satisfaction. She looked at Lin Mo with a look as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Starting tomorrow, in addition to the basic training, I will personally guide your brick training. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingshue's Frankenstein eyes, and then looked at the ice soul brick in his hand that could split the alloy, and a chill inexplicably rose on his back. This soft rice seems to be getting more and more hardcore. Chapter 7, Ice Brick and the Shock of the Elite Class. The dead silence in the training ground lasted for a full 3 seconds. Then, holy crap! What did I see? An F-grade alloy pile was split by a brick? What the hell is that? A new type of psionic weapon? Exclamations erupted like a flood, instantly sweeping across the entire training ground. All the elite class students gathered around like crazy, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the neatly split alloy stake on the ground and the ice soul brick in Lin Mo's hand, which exuded a faint chill. This is impossible. A bespectacled boy from the elite class, specializing in materials science, leaped over the broken pile, his trembling fingers tracing the mirror-smooth surface covered in ice crystals. Although F-grade alloy piles are the lowest standard, they're as hard as military armor. How could they possibly be split by a brick? That's no ordinary brick, another perception-type girl said in a trembling voice, pointing at the weapon in Lin Mo's hand. The energy fluctuations on it are at least at the level of a B-level spiritual weapon. And it has an extreme icy attribute. Lin Mo? That F-rank loser? How could he possibly control a B-rank spiritual weapon? It's Senior Su. Senior Su just hit that brick. Discussions arose one after another, and everyone's eyes glanced back and forth between Lin Mo, Su Qingxue, and the strange brick, filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Lin Mo stood in the center of the storm, gripping the heavy ice soul brick in his hand, feeling its biting chill and terrifying weight, his heart pounding like a drum. The power of that blow had frightened even him. How could this be just a brick? It was clearly a divine weapon. What frightened him even more was that when Su Qingshue's energy was injected into the brick, he clearly felt that the frozen repayment vortex in his body actually trembled slightly, releasing an extremely weak but extremely high essence energy, which perfectly merged with Su Qingshue's mysterious ice power, and together completed the sublimation of the brick. This feeling is like the energies of him and Su Qingxue, under some higher level rules, have produced a wonderful resonance and complementarity? Get out of the way. Su Qingshue's cold voice rang out, and the crowd immediately parted like a tide. She walked up to Lin Mo, her icy blue eyes fixed on the ice soul brick in his hand, a glint of inquiry gleaming in the depths of her eyes. How does it feel? She asked, her voice only Lin Mo could hear. Lin Mo swallowed and whispered, very, very strong. But it consumes a lot of energy as well. He really felt that after the previous blow, most of the energy attached to the brick had dissipated, the dark blue frost became thinner, and the sharp aura also weakened a lot. Su Qingxue nodded slightly, as if she had expected this. She turned to the gathered elite class students and the teachers who had rushed over, and her tone returned to its usual cold and unquestionable tone. This is a new experimental psychic energy transmission medium that Lin Mo and I developed together. It's still in the testing phase. Today's data collection is complete. Everyone return to your training positions. Her words carried the authority of an S+ level expert, and no one dared to contradict her. Although curiosity and disbelief were written across everyone's faces. RD? That idiot Lin Mo, they obediently dispersed under Su Qingshua's cold gaze. Follow me. Su Qingxue said to Lin Mo, turned and walked towards an independent testing room in the corner of the training ground. Lin Mo gripped the brick tightly and hurried to catch up. He could feel countless burning gazes from behind, piercing his back like needles. The independent testing room was completely enclosed, its walls made of special materials to block outside prying eyes. Su Qingxue closed the door and activated the soundproof barrier. Then she turned around, her icy blue eyes staring directly at Lin Mo, and said straight to the point. Your ability is not just F rank. This is not a question, but a statement. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously clenched his hand around the brick. Exposed? Was she going to dig deep? He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. Should he say that he had an SSS-level superpower that nearly drained him dry, and that he could become stronger by being capped? Su Qingxue seemed to notice his hesitation and surprisingly did not press the issue further. Instead, she changed the subject. Did you feel that resonance just now? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then realized she was referring to the fusion and sublimation of their energies within the brick. He nodded. I feel it. It's amazing. Theoretically, my profound ice power cannot be directly transmitted by external objects, let alone fused with lower-level energy. Su Qingshue's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. But your energy, or your ability, breaks this iron rule. She took a step forward, so close that Lin Mo could smell her cool, delicate fragrance. I need more experimental data. Starting today, your training plan will be adjusted. In the morning, you will practice basic physical fitness and mental strength, and in the afternoon, you will conduct the resonance test with me. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Was he being treated as a guinea pig? But looking at Su Qingshue's unyielding gaze, and thinking about the sense of power brought by that wonderful resonance just now, it didn't seem like a bad thing, right? Okay. He nodded, then remembered something and hesitated, but the consumption just now. I'll be responsible for the resources, Su Qingshuo said decisively. Your nutritional supplements, energy recovery, and training supplies will all be covered by me. In exchange, her icy blue eyes narrowed slightly. The development and research of your abilities must be conducted under my supervision. Isn't this just an upgraded version of a sponsorship agreement? Lin Mo smiled bitterly. But right now, he didn't seem to have a better choice. At least Su Qingshuo seemed to be just curious and interested in research, not trying to slice him up. Deal. Lin Mo nodded. Su Qingshuo seemed satisfied with this answer, her lips curling up slightly for a moment. She pointed at the ice soul brick in Lin Mo's hand and said, this one is temporarily named Mysterious Ice Number 1. The energy has largely dissipated, but the base material has been permanently strengthened. Take it back and study it. We'll continue testing at the same time tomorrow. Lin Mo looked down at the Xianbing Number 1 in his hand. It had lost most of its blue glow, but it was still heavier and sharper than an ordinary brick. He felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Was this his first work? By the way, Su Qingshuo suddenly turned back before leaving, her tone carrying a rare hint of warning. Zhao Kai's matter won't end so easily. His brother, Zhao Yan, is a B+ level fire-type esper ranked in the top 5 of the elite class. He's protective and has a violent temper. You crippled Zhao Kai's hand in public today, and he's definitely going to make trouble for you. Lin Mo's heart trembled. B+ level? And it's a fire type? This is much more difficult to deal with than Zhao Kai's C level. He was about to say something when Su Qingshuo interrupted him. Don't worry. Her voice was cold yet confident. You're mine now. If Zhao Yan dares to touch you, he's against me. After a pause, she added, but you must also improve your own strength as quickly as possible. My protection isn't omnipotent, especially within the scope of sparring permitted by school rules. Lin Mo nodded solemnly. He certainly understood this truth. Relying on mountains will cause them to fall, relying on people will cause them to flee. Only one's own strength is fundamental. His resonance with Su Qingshuo today gave him a direction. If he could master this wondrous fusion and sublimation of energy, perhaps he could truly forge an unprecedented path? The sun had already set by the time they left the training ground. Lin Mo, carrying the backpack containing the Xianbing Number 1, which was much heavier than when he arrived, walked back to the dormitory, his mind replaying the day's events. Lin Mo. Stop. Suddenly, a roar filled with anger came from behind. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat and he turned to look. A towering boy, nearly 2 meters tall, muscular, and with fiery red hair, strode towards them with a raging fury. With every step, the ground beneath his feet seemed to heat slightly, and the air around him distorted with the heat. Behind him, several equally aggressive students from the elite class followed, and Zhao Kai, his arm in a sling, his face pale. Are you the loser who used a dirty trick to cripple my brother's hand? The red-haired boy, obviously Zhao Yan, stood 3 meters away from Lin Mo, his eyes burning with anger. An F-rank trash dares to touch someone from my Zhao family? The pressure of a B-plus level opponent was as real as a physical force, overwhelming him. Lin Mo felt his breath catch in his throat, as if he had been thrown into a scorching furnace. His skin felt a burning sting. Is this the power of a B-plus level opponent? The aura alone was terrifying. Brother Zhao. That's him. Zhao Kai hid behind Zhao Yan and pointed at Lin Mo, his voice distorted with resentment. He attacked me with that strange brick. There must be something wrong with that brick. Maybe it's a banned psychic weapon. Prohibited weapons? Zhao Yan's eyes grew fiercer. Very good. According to school rules, using prohibited weapons to harm classmates will result in expulsion at the very least, and in serious cases, transfer to the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. He grinned and held out his hand. Hand over that brick so I can inspect it. If it's contraband, even Su Qingxue can't save you. Lin Mo's heart sank. Zhao Yan's move was truly ruthless. If Xianbing No. 1 was deemed a prohibited weapon, he'd be in real trouble. But handing it over? This was the product of his and Su Qingxue's resonance, and perhaps even more secrets could be discovered. The moment he hesitated, Zhao Yan became impatient. You won't give it to me? Then don't blame me for taking it myself. He suddenly took a step forward, his right hand instantly ignited with blazing flames, and grabbed Lin Mo's school bag. This grab was as fast as lightning, with the terrifying power of B-plus level, and Lin Mo had no time to react. Seeing that flaming hand was about to touch the school bag. Brush! A dark blue ice wall appeared out of thin air, blocking Lin Mo's way. Zhao Yan's flaming hand slammed into the ice wall, making a sharp hissing sound, and steam instantly filled the air. Zhao Yan, you've crossed the line. Su Qingxue's cold voice came from behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned around and saw that she had been standing there for some time, her long ice blue hair moving without wind, and her body was surrounded by a deeper blue chill than before. Su Qingxue. Zhao Yan withdrew his hand, which was painfully shaken by the cold air, with a grim expression. This has nothing to do with you. This idiot used a prohibited weapon to injure my brother. He must pay the price. Prohibited weapons? Su Qingxue sneered, walked over to Lin Mo, and took out the Xianbing No. 1 from his school bag. You mean this? This is the psychic energy transmission medium experimental product that Lin Mo and I jointly developed. It has been registered with the school. Zhao Kai took the initiative to provoke him, and he was injured by the experiment. It's entirely his own fault. What? Zhao Yan's face changed. You're lying. How could this loser possibly participate in research and development? Don't believe it? Su Qingxue's lips curled up in an icy arc. Then you can ask Director Wang in the education department, or go directly to the principal. But before that, her eyes suddenly turned cold. If you dare to touch my people again, I don't mind letting you experience firsthand what true S+ level strength is. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure several times stronger than Zhao Yan's erupted. A dark blue aura of profound icy energy surged like a raging wave, instantly shattering Zhao Yan's fiery pressure. The temperature around the training ground plummeted, and even a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. Zhao Yan groaned and took 3 steps back, his face instantly pale. The few followers behind him were even more unbearable, and they were directly shocked by this pressure and sat down on the ground, trembling all over. S+ level versus B+ level, an absolute crushing victory. You. A trace of fear flashed across Zhao Yan's eyes, but was quickly replaced by anger and unwillingness. Su Qingxue. Don't be so arrogant. Is it worth it for an F-level piece of trash? Whether it's worth it or not, I have the final say. Su Qingxue withdrew her pressure, her tone frighteningly calm. Now, take your people and get out. Zhao Yan's face paled and clenched his fists, but he ultimately didn't dare to strike again. He glared at Lin Mo fiercely, squeezing out a sentence through his teeth, you useless piece of shit. What's the point of hiding behind a woman? If you have the guts, step up to the ring. The school rules allow us to spar. I don't think Su Qingxue can protect you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and strode away, and Zhao Kai and others hurriedly followed. Lin Mo didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Zhao Yan and his group disappeared from sight. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. It was too dangerous. If Su Qingxue hadn't appeared in time, he would have been in great danger today. Thank you, he said to Su Qingxue sincerely. Su Qingxue glanced at him and returned Xinbing number 1 to him. No need to thank me. You're my research partner now, and protecting experimental materials is basic. After a pause, she added, but Zhao Yan is right. During the sparring allowed by school rules, I can't directly interfere. The monthly practical assessment is in a week, and he will definitely find an opportunity to challenge you. Lin Mo's heart tightened. 1 week? AB plus level Zhao Yan? With his current strength, even with Xianbing number 1, his chances of winning were practically zero. I'll help you develop a special training plan. Su Qingxue seemed to see his concern, but in the end, it's up to you. Lin Mo gripped the Xianbing number 1 tightly in his hand and nodded heavily. 1 week, time was running out, but he had no choice. Back in the dormitory, Lin Mo carefully placed Xianbing number 1 on the bedside before collapsing exhaustedly. Today's experiences had been too dramatic, from knocking Zhao Kai away with a brick, to the resonance test with Su Qingxue, to Zhao Yan's threats. Every single one of them was enough to take him a long time to process. He closed his eyes, sensing the frozen returning vortex within his body. Though its core remained frozen, the surface seemed to have loosened slightly due to today's resonance, even emitting a faint warmth. Even a trace of the pure profound icy power Su Qingxue had channeled into him seemed to linger within him, slowly nourishing his meridians. Ding! Detected that the host and the bound target Su Qingxue have reached their first deep energy resonance. The effectiveness of the symbiotic feedback protocol has been enhanced. Current feedback efficiency, 1.2x base value 1x. Tip: the more times you deeply resonate, the greater the feedback efficiency will be. The system's prompt perked Lin Mo's spirits. Increased efficiency of feeding back? This meant Su Qingxue's energy would nourish him even more effectively. And today's resonance seemed to prove that the combined energies of the two could produce a qualitative change. Maybe, this is the opportunity for him to become stronger quickly? Lin Mo sat up, picked up Xianbing number 1, and examined it carefully under the light. The subtle lines on the brick's surface seemed to contain some mysterious pattern. He tried to inject his weak mental power into it again, and this time, he felt a clear difference. The mental power flowed more smoothly through the brick, and the consumption was less than before. Energy infusion. 1.3%. 1.4%. Target Xianbing number 1's base material strength has been increased. Current strength plus 12%, toughness plus 8%. It works. Slowly but surely, I'm making progress. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Mo's eyes. A week later, in the actual combat assessment, perhaps, he wouldn't be completely powerless. Just then, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Is Lin Mo here? There's a package for you. A strange voice came. Express delivery? Lin Mo was stunned. He hadn't shopped online recently? After opening the door, taking the package and unpacking it, Lin Mo was stunned. Inside the package was a brand new set of training clothes, the material of which was obviously very valuable: 3 bottles of blue liquid labeled high-level mental power recovery potion, a box of nutritional supplements that exuded a strong breath of life, and a handwritten card. There was only one simple line of words on the card. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, training ground in Area 8, don't be late. Su Qingxue. Lin Mo looked at these clearly carefully prepared training materials, and a complex emotion welled up in his heart. Is Su Qingxue serious? Is she really going to train him? He picked up the bottle of blue potion and, through the light, seemed to see a ray of hope for his future. Maybe, this path of being kept can really work? Ding! Supplies detected for the bound target Su Qingxue. The becoming stronger by being supported system function activated. Host gains, mental strength recovery speed plus 20%, physical strength recovery speed plus 15%, cultivation efficiency plus 10%. Lasts until all supplies are consumed. Lin Mo. This system is really honest. Chapter 8 Undercurrent. The dead silence in the training ground lasted for a full 10 seconds. Then, like cold water poured into boiling oil, the whole place exploded in an instant. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What did I see? An F-grade alloy pile was split by a brick? What is that brick? Is it an artifact? Or an illusion? Lin Mo? That F-level piece of trash? How is that possible? Exclamations, questions, and gasps of shock echoed one after another. All the students in the elite class gathered around like crazy, their eyes fixed on the alloy pile on the ground, which had been neatly split in half, and the ice soul brick in Lin Mo's hand, which exuded a faint chill, their faces filled with disbelief. Several teachers also rushed over after hearing the news, and when they saw the scene, their faces instantly became extremely exciting. Student Sue, this. A bespectacled male teacher in charge of the training ground pointed at the alloy pile that had been broken in two, his voice trembling. Did you make this? Everyone's eyes turned to Su Qingxue. After all, the only person present who could do such a thing was this newly promoted S+-level genius. Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes swept across the crowd, and a barely perceptible smile curved the corners of her mouth. She didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Lin Mo, her tone tinged with meaning. Mr. Lin, it seems your brick has more potential than I imagined. This sentence neither acknowledged nor denied, but cleverly shifted the focus to Lin Mo. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Was this school beauty planning to use him as a shield? But then he thought, perhaps this was also a form of protection? After all, while an F-class piece of trash suddenly being able to split an alloy pile was astonishing, it was more reasonable than Su Qingxue being able to make an F-class piece of trash split an alloy pile, which would attract higher-level attention. Luck. Lin Mo chuckled dryly and hid the ice soul brick behind him. He could feel the bluish chill and sharpness of the brick slowly fading over time. The energy Su Qingxue had injected wasn't permanent, it was constantly dissipating. Luck? The bespectacled teacher looked at Lin Mo suspiciously, then at the broken alloy stake, clearly unconvinced. But he couldn't come up with any other explanation, so he shook his head. No matter what, you have to pay for damaging the training facilities. Lin Mo, this F-grade alloy stake is worth 3,000 credits. It will be deducted from your student account. 3,000? Lin Mo's eyes went dark. He didn't even have 300 credit points in his entire body. Where would 3,000 in compensation come from? Put it on my account. Su Qingxue said calmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Also, I'm renting out Training Room 3 in Area A this afternoon, and the cost will be settled together. The glasses teacher was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay, Su. There was another uproar. Su Qingxue not only compensated Lin Mo, but also wanted to rent out the training room? Was she going to train him alone? All kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful eyes shot towards Lin Mo like knives. Especially the elite class boys who had a crush on Su Qingxue, their eyes were murderous. Lin Mo lowered his head, pretending not to see. His mind was now filled with the shocking image of the brick splitting the alloy pile, and Su Qingxue's meaningful look. What on earth was this school beauty trying to do? Soon, the crowd dispersed at the teacher's request, but the rumor about Lin Mo splitting the alloy pile with a brick spread throughout the campus in an instant as if it had wings. Training Room Number 3, Area A. The heavy alloy door closed, blocking out any outside prying eyes. Lin Mo and Su Qingxue were the only two people in the training room, along with rows of cold training equipment. Lin Mo stood nervously in the corner, clutching the brick that had returned to its normal red color, now sporting a few dark blue lines. Su Qingxue stood in the center of the training room, her back to him, seemingly lost in thought. The silence lasted for a full minute. Finally, Su Qingxue turned around, her icy blue eyes staring directly at Lin Mo, and she got straight to the point. What exactly is your ability? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, she's here. This school beauty is going to get to the bottom of this. I don't know either. Lin Mo decided to play dumb. It's just that sometimes, when I touch something, it feels different. You're lying. Su Qingxue's voice suddenly turned cold, and the temperature in the training room instantly dropped several degrees. She took a step forward, unleashing her S+-level pressure unleashed, making it difficult for Lin Mo to breathe. You thought I didn't see it? The changes in that brick? You thought I couldn't sense that? Sublimation aura? Lin Mo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Faced with the sheer disparity in power, any pretense seemed utterly vain. But he didn't dare tell the truth. Sublimation of all things? A power that could restore the life essence of an S+ level expert? If word got out, he'd be captured by all the major powers and used as a power bank. Just when Lin Mo was in a dilemma, Su Qingxue suddenly restrained her pressure and her tone became a little complicated. Forget it, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Lin Mo was stunned, a little bit unable to believe his ears. This powerful school beauty actually let him go? But there's one thing you must understand. Su Qingxue stared into Lin Mo's eyes, emphasizing each word. From now on, I have the final say in your training. You must not hold back on your ability in front of me. I need to know its limits, and how to maximize its value. Lin Mo swallowed his saliva. They were using him as a guinea pig for research. But compared to being sliced into pieces, this seemed like the best outcome. Okay. He nodded weakly. Su Qingxue seemed very satisfied with this answer, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Well, let's get started. Let me see first, without my energy assistance, what extent can your brick do? The next 2 hours were hell for Lin Mo. Under the pretext of testing its limits, Su Qingxue had him repeatedly try various methods to sublimate the brick, holding it in his hand, infusing it with spiritual power, placing it against his forehead in meditation, and even using a blood drip to acknowledge its master. This proved completely ineffective. Then, he conducted destructive tests on alloy piles of varying grades. The results were disappointing. Without Su Qingxue's S+ energy, relying solely on Lin Mo's meager mental energy, the brick's strengthening effect was minimal. At best, it could only leave a slightly deeper dent on an F-grade alloy pile, unable to even destabilize an E-grade one. It's too inefficient. Su Qingxue frowned. Your energy control is a mess. 99% of the energy is wasted during the infusion process. Lin Mo slumped on the ground, sweating profusely, his mental and physical strength severely exhausted. He smiled bitterly and said, Student Su, I'm only in F rank. F rank is not an excuse, Su Qingxue said coldly. Starting tomorrow, in addition to brick training, you will also have to practice the most basic energy manipulation exercises. I will prepare a special training plan and resources for you. Lin Mo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed. Was this school beauty determined to train him into a qualified brick warrior? Now, try to accept my energy. Su Qingxue suddenly said, stretching out her jade white hand. Lin Mo was stunned. What? Just like before, but this time, you have to take the initiative to guide it. Su Qingxue's tone was unquestionable. I need to know the compatibility and conversion efficiency of your ability with alien energy. Lin Mo's scalp tingled. Actively channeling Su Qingxue's S+ energy? What a joke! That terrifying cold current could freeze him into an ice sculpture if he wasn't careful. But looking at Su Qingxue's eyes that could not be refused, Lin Mo could only bite the bullet, stretch out his hand tremblingly, and carefully touch her fingertips. The moment of contact. Buzz. An extremely pure yet icy black ice energy, like a flood bursting through a dam, flowed madly into Lin Mo's body along Su Qingxue's fingertips. Ah! Lin Mo screamed, feeling as if he were frozen into a block of ice. His blood seemed to be solidifying. Even more terrifying was that this energy was too huge, and it was simply beyond his ability to withstand. His meridians felt a stinging pain from the overwhelming pressure, and even a thin layer of frost formed on the surface of his skin. Warning! Ultra-high purity S+ grade alien energy intrusion detected. Host's endurance limit exceeded. Sublimation of all things core passive activated. Energy channeling. Energy conversion efficiency, extremely low host level insufficient. Danger. Danger. Guide it. Don't just scream like a loser. Su Qingxue shouted sternly, but the energy output in her hand subtly weakened a bit and became a little gentler. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, enduring the biting cold and the throbbing pain in his meridians, and tried to channel this terrifying cold current the same way he had previously charged the brick. He imagined a tiny channel in his body, channeling this energy to the brick in his hand. The process was painful and slow. The S+ energy was so intense that his body and soul felt like they were being pierced by thousands of icy needles. But miraculously, as he struggled, a small amount of energy was successfully channeled into the brick in his hand. Energy guidance successful. Conversion rate, 0.7%. Target reinforced red brick gains a trace amount of S+ level mystic ice properties. Durability plus 12%, frost adhesion plus 5%. The dark blue lines on the brick's surface lit up slightly, emitting a hint of chill. Although it was far less powerful than when Su Qingxue directly recharged it, it was indeed a change. It is effective. Lin Mo's teeth chattered as he squeezed out a few words with difficulty. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes, and she immediately increased her energy output. Keep going. Try to increase the conversion rate. No. I can't take it anymore. Lin Mo felt like his consciousness was about to freeze. It's reached its limit. Su Qingxue frowned and finally stopped the energy transfer. She withdrew her hand and looked at Lin Mo, who was limp on the ground, breathing heavily, his body covered in frost, and looked miserable. The conversion rate is pitifully low, but it's definitely feasible, she murmured to herself. If I can improve his energy manipulation skills and combine it with my energy. Lin Mo lay on the ground, listening to Su Qingxue's mumbling, feeling a mixture of fear and inexplicable anticipation. He was terrified that this school beauty was clearly treating him as some kind of experimental subject. He was also excited that if he could truly master this cooperative sublimation technique, his combat power would skyrocket. At this moment, the communicator in the training room suddenly rang. Su Qingxue, please report to the principal's office immediately. I repeat, Su Qingxue, please report to the principal's office immediately. Su Qingxue frowned, clearly displeased by this sudden call. But she still pressed the answer button on the communicator. Got it, I'll be right there. She looked at Lin Mo, who was still gasping for breath on the ground, and said, today's training ends here. At the same time tomorrow, in training room number 3, Area A, no lateness allowed. After that, she turned and left, leaving behind only a frost on the ground and an exhausted Lin Mo. Lin Mo lay there for a long time before recovering. He struggled to get up and looked at the brick in his hand, which had a few dark blue lines on it, with mixed feelings. How can this be considered a freeloader? He muttered to himself with a wry smile, this is simply playing with one's life. Dragging his exhausted body, Lin Mo staggered out of the training room. He didn't notice that in the shadows outside the training room, several pairs of eyes were staring at him intently, their eyes filled with jealousy, resentment, and greed. Is that him? Yes, that's him. That F-rank jerk. A piece of junk that can split an alloy pile with a single brick? Ha ha. Interesting. The boss said to take him to see it. Brick breaking the sky? We need to ask for his advice. The whispers faded into the shadows. A crisis targeting Lin Mo was quietly brewing. Chapter 9: Alley Ambush and Actual Combat. The setting sun cast long shadows across the buildings of Qingyuan High School. Lin Mo dragged his exhausted body along the path back to his dormitory. The sore muscles from training and the mental exhaustion made every step feel like walking on cotton. Yet, he held the brick tightly in his hand. It had become a subconscious instinct. A 0.7% conversion rate, that's incredibly impressive. Lin Mo looked down at the dark blue lines on the brick inside. Su Qingxue's S+ energy was too overwhelming, even a tiny bit of it nearly cost him his life. But it was undeniable that this cooperative sublimation had indeed transformed his bricks. If it can be increased to 1%, no, 5%? Lin Mo was thinking about it when he suddenly stopped. This path is so quiet. As a shortcut to the boys' dormitory, it should normally be crowded with students at this time. But now, aside from the sound of his own footsteps, the surroundings were completely silent. Not even the chirping of insects or birds, only the rustling of leaves by the wind, which felt strangely eerie. The hair on the back of Lin Mo's neck suddenly stood up, and an instinctive sense of danger surged through him. He calmly slowed his pace, his eyes sweeping through the dense bushes on both sides of the path. There seemed to be something moving. Warning! The host has been detected to be maliciously locked. Target number 5. Energy fluctuation, D level 3 people, C level 1 person, B level 1 person. Recommendation: evacuate immediately or seek support. Lin Mo's heart sank at the system's alarm. 5 awakeners ambushing him? The lowest of them were D rank? And there was even AB rank? Wasn't this lineup too much for an F rank loser like him? Run! Lin Mo turned without hesitation and was about to run back, but just as he moved, 2 figures flashed out from the intersection ahead, blocking his retreat. One had dyed yellow hair, his hands in his pockets, and a playful smile on his face. The other was a burly man, about 1.9 meters tall, with muscular torso and a fierce look in his eyes. Hey, isn't this our brick god Lin Mo? The yellow-haired man said sarcastically, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We brothers still want to learn how to break the sky with your brick. Lin Mo recognized these two. The yellow-haired man was Lu Xing, who possessed the D-level swift wind step ability. The burly man was Wang Meng, who possessed the C-level iron wall defense enhancement ability. Both were students in the elite class and usually hung out with Zhao Kai. Get out of the way. Lin Mo tried to remain calm, but the brick in his hand unconsciously tightened a little. Get out of the way? Lu Xing laughed exaggeratedly. Do you think that with Su Qingxue protecting you, no one would dare to touch you? Let me tell you, even if her father came today, he couldn't save you. Before he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard behind Lin Mo. He turned sharply and saw 3 more people emerging from the bushes. Leading the group was a gentle-looking boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses. It was none other than Zhou Ming, a top 5 B rank expert in the elite class. His special ability, shadow binding, allowed him to manipulate shadows to bind and attack, making him incredibly insidious and difficult to defend against. Student Lin Mo, I've long heard of you. Zhou Ming pushed his glasses up. His tone was gentle as if he was greeting someone, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. I heard you split an alloy pile with a single brick. We're very curious and want to see it with our own eyes. Lin Mo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. With a B class, a C class, and 3D classes, he had no chance of winning against this lineup. Even with the Ice Soul brick in hand, with his current level of control, he could only handle a D class at best. A C class would be a stretch, let alone a B class. Zhou Ming. I'm not interested in performing. Lin Mo slowly backed away, leaning against a large tree to avoid being surrounded. Just tell me what you want to do. Straightforward. Zhou Ming smiled. It's very simple. First, tell us how you did it. Second, hand over that special brick. Third. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Stay away from Su Qingxue. She's not someone a loser like you can touch. So that's how it is. Lin Mo sneered inwardly. On the one hand, he was after the secret of brick breaking the sky, and on the other hand, was Su Qingxue's suitor here to eliminate his rival? What if I say no? Lin Mo asked tentatively, while quietly pouring the pitiful amount of mental energy in his body into the brick. Every second he could delay was a second. Then don't blame us for being rude. Zhou Ming sighed, as if he was very regretful. I heard that you beat Zhao Kai into the infirmary a few days ago? It's just right. We'll send you in today so you can keep each other company. Don't worry, we won't kill you. At most, we'll break an arm or a few ribs. After all, Su Qingxue is rich and can afford the medical expenses. Before he finished speaking, Lu Xing could no longer hold back and, grinning, launched his swift wind step. His figure blurred in an instant, bringing with it a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Lin Mo and punched him in the face. Take my punch first. D-level speed was already too fast for ordinary people to react to. But strangely, in Lin Mo's eyes, Lu Xing's movement seemed to have slowed down. He could clearly see the trajectory of his fist. Detecting the host's high mental concentration. The sublimation of all things core passively amplifies the host's dynamic vision. Temporary reaction speed plus 30%. Lin Mo had no time to be surprised, and instinctively turned his head to avoid the punch, while at the same time, he hit Lu Xing's ribs hard with the brick in his hand. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Xing stumbled a few steps, clutching his ribs and crying out in pain, "Fuck! Why is this brick so heavy?" Lin Mo was also stunned. He had just instinctively counterattacked, but he hadn't expected to actually hit him. And looking at Lu Xing's painful expression, the power of this brick seemed quite strong. Waste! Wang Meng cursed angrily at the sight. His muscles bulged, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, and he charged towards Lin Mo like a human tank. The C-level defense and strength of Iron Wall were enough to severely injure an ordinary person. Lin Mo had no way to avoid it, so he could only bite the bullet and hold the brick infused with mental power in front of him. Clang! There was a loud bang like the clanging of metal. Lin Mo was knocked back, his back hitting the tree trunk hard, the pain making him black out. But miraculously, the brick didn't break. It even knocked Wang Meng back 2 steps. What the hell is that? Wang Meng stared at the brick in Lin Mo's hand in disbelief, looking at his aching chest. His C-rank iron wall was actually repelled by a brick? Zhou Ming's eyes instantly became blazing. There's something fishy going on. Let's go together. Capture him. 5 people rushed forward simultaneously. Lu Xing and Wang Meng attacked head-on, the other two D-classes flanked them, and Zhou Ming controlled the shadows from behind, ready to launch shadow binding at any moment. Desperate situation. Lin Mo leaned against a tree, unable to retreat. He could only desperately pour all his remaining mental energy into the brick. The dark blue lines on the brick's surface lit up slightly, but it was far from enough to fight against so many enemies. Warning! The host is in fatal danger. Passive defense mechanism sublimation of all things is forcibly triggered. Target locked, reinforced red brick. Energy source, freeze the vortex surface's dissipated energy plus the host's entire mental power. Sublimation direction, absolute solidity. Kinetic energy amplification. Range oscillation. Buzz. An unprecedented heat surged from his lower abdomen, flowing down Lin Mo's arm and into the brick. The originally ordinary red brick suddenly burst into a dazzling blue light. Dense and mysterious patterns appeared on the surface of the brick, and the edges became as sharp as knives, exuding a chilling aura. Get out of here! Lin Mo used all his strength to slam this super brick to the ground. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. A dark blue shockwave exploded in a circular pattern, centered on the spot where the brick had landed. A thick layer of frost instantly formed on the ground, and the terrifying concussion sent all 5 people flying into the air. Ah! What the hell? My legs! They're frozen! Screams echoed. Lu Xing and Wang Meng bore the brunt of the shockwave, sent flying 7 or 8 meters, slamming to the ground. One suffered a broken arm, the other a sunken chest, and was vomiting blood. The 2 D-class weren't much better off, their legs frozen in frost, unable to move. Only Zhou Ming reacted the fastest. He activated Shadow Escape the moment the shockwave hit, blending into the shadows to avoid most of the damage. However, he was also shocked by the aftermath and his mouth was bleeding, and his gold-rimmed glasses were broken in half. What kind of power is this? Zhou Ming looked at Lin Mo in horror, his composure gone. How could an F-ranked piece of trash unleash such a terrifying attack? Lin Mo himself was stunned. He hadn't expected sublimation of all things to unleash such power at this critical moment of life and death. But then, an unprecedented feeling of weakness came over him. This blow almost drained all his mental and physical strength. Warning! The host's mental strength is exhausted. Physical strength is exhausted. Sublimation of all things has been forcibly triggered and is now in cooldown. The energy on the surface of the frozen vortex has been exhausted. The host is in an extremely weak state. Immediate evacuation is recommended. Run! While they are temporarily disabled. Lin Mo struggled to stand up and staggered to escape. However, want to leave? Not that easy. Zhou Ming's cold voice echoed from behind. Lin Mo turned around suddenly and saw Zhou Ming forming seals with his hands. The shadows under his feet stretched out like living creatures, instantly entangling Lin Mo's feet. Shadow binding. Lin Mo felt his feet sink as if he were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. A B-level control skill was not something he could escape with his current strength. I never expected that. Zhou Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached step by step, his eyes flashing with greed and viciousness. You really are hiding a big secret. How can a broken brick have such power? You must be kidding. Tell me. What tricks did you use? Lin Mo gritted his teeth and didn't answer, just staring at Zhou Ming. In his current state, he could barely hold a brick, let alone fight again. You won't tell me? Very good. Zhou Ming sneered, and his shadow transformed into a sharp spear, pointing it at Lin Mo's right shoulder. First, I'll cripple one of your arms. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. The shadow spear is whistling. Lin Mo closed his eyes in despair. At the critical moment. Ice. A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Snap. An extremely cold air instantly swept across the entire place. Zhou Ming's shadow spear was less than an inch away from Lin Mo's shoulder when it was frozen by a layer of dark blue ice crystals that appeared out of thin air, shattering into pieces. Who? Zhou Ming turned around in horror. At the end of the path, a slender figure, yet radiating a terrifying aura, slowly approached. Her long, icy blue hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face was as cold as ice. With every step she took, an ice lotus formed on the ground. Su Qingxue. Su, senior sister Su? Zhou Ming's face turned pale instantly, and his voice changed tone. What are you? Su Qingxue didn't even glance at him. Her gaze passed over the crowd and fell on the disheveled Lin Mo. A barely perceptible flash of concern flashed in her icy blue eyes. Can you still walk? She asked. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. My feet are frozen. Su Qingxue waved her hand lightly, and the shadow bindings on Lin Mo's feet were instantly shattered by the even more powerful force of the mysterious ice. She then looked at Zhou Ming, her eyes cold enough to freeze someone to death. Zhou Ming, you are quite courageous. Just a simple sentence made Zhou Ming, who was at level B, feel like he was falling into an ice cave, trembling all over. Senior Su. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Ming hurriedly explained, we are just exchanging ideas with classmate Lin Mo. Right, Lin Mo? He desperately winked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo sneered, yeah, a 5-on-1 sparring, and they even broke my arm. Su Qingxue's eyes grew even colder. She didn't say anything, but simply raised her hand, and a faint blue ice lotus condensed at her fingertips. No. Senior Sister Su. I was wrong. Zhou Ming's plea for mercy came to an abrupt end. The ice lotus flew towards him lightly, exploded the moment of contact, and turned into a ball of extremely cold mist that completely enveloped Zhou Ming. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the path. When the mist cleared, Zhou Ming had turned into an ice sculpture, his face frozen in terror. Seeing this, Lu Xing and others were so frightened that they tried to escape by crawling. Stop. Su Qingxue said lightly. Several people froze in place for an instant, not daring to move. Take him and get out. Su Qingxue pointed at the ice sculpture Zhou Ming. Tell the people behind you that if it happens again, I don't mind causing Qingyuan High School to lose a few elite students. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Senior Sister Su. As if they had been pardoned, they hurriedly lifted up the ice sculpture of Zhou Ming and fled away. After they walked away, Su Qingxue walked up to Lin Mo and looked down at him. Can you still move? Lin Mo tried to stand up, but his legs gave out and he nearly fell. Su Qingxue frowned and reached out to support him. The cold touch gave Lin Mo a shudder. Thank you, thank you. Lin Mo whispered his thanks. If Su Qingxue hadn't arrived in time today, he would have had to go to the hospital. No need to thank me. Su Qingxue's tone remained cold. I simply sensed the energy I left on the brick being activated, and guessed you might be in trouble. She paused, a complex look flashing in her eyes. I didn't expect you to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Lin Mo smiled bitterly. I didn't expect it. It was true that he almost drained himself dry. Su Qingxue looked at his pale face and trembling hands, and suddenly asked, why did they bother you? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then told the truth. Part of it is because of the secret of brick breaking the sky, and the other part is because of you. Because of me? Su Qingxue raised her eyebrows. Yeah. Lin Mo nodded. Zhou Ming told me to stay away from you, saying that you are not someone a loser like me can get involved with. Su Qingxue's eyes instantly turned cold. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, do you think you're useless? Lin Mo was stunned, not expecting her to ask that. He looked down at the brick in his hand, which had returned to normal, and said with a wry smile, F-level talent, energy control is a mess. Without your help, I can't even split an E-level alloy pile. What else is it but a waste? Stupid. Su Qingxue said coldly, you're probably the only F-level person in the world who can hurt AB level. Lin Mo was speechless. It seemed to make some sense. Remember, your ability is far greater than you think. Su Qingxue's tone was unusually serious. It's just that you don't know how to use it yet. Starting tomorrow, the training intensity will be doubled. I will let you understand what it means to truly break the sky with a brick. Lin Mo. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that this school beauty was training him to become a humanoid self-propelled brick turret? Su Qingxue looked at Lin Mo's changing expression, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly for a moment. She let go of his hand and turned to walk towards the end of the path. Come on. I'll take you back to the dorm. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then he dragged his tired body and stumbled after him. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two people very long, one in front and one behind, but inexplicably harmonious. Not far behind them, a dark shadow quietly disappeared from a large tree, leaving behind only a meaningful whisper. Interesting, very interesting. Chapter 10, Dark Knight Visit in Mysterious Organization. The night is as deep as water. Lin Mo lay on his hard bed in the dormitory, his entire body aching as if he'd been run over by a truck. He hadn't recovered from the battle with Zhou Ming, and Su Qingxue had announced they were doubling their training. The mere thought of it made his scalp tingle. The other 3 beds in the dormitory were empty. As the school's renowned F-class loser, he enjoyed special treatment, living alone in a room. The school authorities euphemistically claimed this was to avoid disturbing other students' cultivation, but in reality, they were afraid his lack of use would contaminate the elite students. Ha! Lin Mo chuckled self-deprecatingly, holding up the now normal red brick in his hand. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows across the brick's surface. The faint blue lines had faded almost to the point of being invisible, yet a faint chill still lingered when touched. Bricks breaking the sky? Ha! Lin Mo muttered to himself, I almost broke myself. He recalled the scene that day when a single brick had sent 5 people flying. That power, that sense of control, was mesmerizing. But the price was too high. A single blow drained him dry, leaving him vulnerable to attack. If Su Qingxue hadn't arrived in time. Lin Mo shuddered and dared not think about it anymore. Host status update: mental strength restored 23%, physical strength restored 35%. Energy recovery of the frozen vortex surface, 1.2%. Tip: deep sleep can speed up recovery. The system's prompts gave Lin Mo some peace of mind. At least, the fatal returning vortex was slowly recovering. Although the speed was as slow as a snail, it was better than nothing. He carefully stuffed the brick under his pillow. This thing was his lifeblood now. Then turned over and tried to force himself to sleep. Just then. Click. A very slight, almost inaudible sound came from the direction of the window. Lin Mo's body stiffened, and his ears pricked up instantly. The dormitory was on the 2nd floor, and there was an old locust tree outside the window. This sound, was it like branches rubbing against glass? No, that's not right. The branches of the locust tree are at least 2 meters away from the window. Someone. Lin Mo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and cold sweat oozed from his palms. He quietly reached under his pillow and grasped the brick. Although his mental strength had only recovered 23%, it was better than nothing. Squeak. The sound of the window being slowly pushed open was particularly harsh in the silent night. A cool night breeze blew in, carrying with it a faint smell of rust. The taste of blood. Lin Mo's nerves were instantly stretched to their limit. He closed his eyes tightly, pretending to be asleep, but his muscles were ready to fight back at any time. There was a slight sound of landing. Someone entered the room. 1 step, 2 steps, the footsteps are approaching the bed. Lin Mo counted the distance silently in his mind, and slightly adjusted the angle of his hand holding the brick. A little closer, a little closer. Now is the time. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and his body bounced up from the bed like a spring, and he hit the person's head with the brick in his hand with all his strength. Bang! A soft sound. Lin Mo's attack, which was determined to succeed, actually missed. No, it wasn't a miss. His wrist was firmly grasped by an icy hand. The brick was less than an inch away from the opponent's temple, but it could not move forward any further. Under the moonlight, Lin Mo finally saw the person clearly. A figure shrouded in a black cloak, his face covered in a silver-white metal mask, revealing only a pair of deep, pool-like eyes. Those eyes glowed a faint red in the darkness, like some nocturnal animal, cold and dangerous. What terrified Lin Mo the most was the aura emanating from the other party, a physical sense of oppression, deeper and more ancient than Su Qingxue's S+-level pressure? Good reaction, but too slow. The man in black spoke, his voice hoarse and low, like sandpaper rubbing against the ground. Is this brick breaking the sky? Interesting. Lin Mo's pupils shrank. This person knew his abilities? And to be able to block his attack so easily, his strength was definitely far beyond that of Zhou Ming and his ilk. Who are you? Lin Mo struggled for a moment, only to find the other person's hand was like an iron clamp, motionless. His other hand quietly reached for the emergency call button on the bedside. Don't bother. The man in black seemed to see through his intentions. The monitoring and alarm systems of this building have been temporarily dormant. As for who I am. He let go of Lin Mo's wrist, took a step back, and made a strange gesture. His right hand touched his chest, his left hand behind his back, and he bowed slightly. Dark Moon sends greetings to you, Mr. Lin Mo. Or should I call you the Ascendant? Dark Moon? Ascendant? Lin Mo was bewildered, but his instinct told him that these two words were anything but simple. He stared at the man in black warily, gripping the brick tighter in his hand. I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't understand? The man in black chuckled, his laughter like the cry of a night owl. The heir of the sublimation of all things is actually completely unaware of his own identity? Interesting. Lin Mo's heart trembled violently. This person not only knew his ability, but also knew the name sublimation of all things? He had never mentioned it to anyone except the system. Warning. High-level energy fluctuations detected. Target danger level, SS. Suggestion, never provoke the other party. The system's alarm sent Lin Mo reeling. SS rank? A level higher than Su Qingxue? Why would such a being target an F-rank loser like him? It seems I was right. The man in black seemed very satisfied with Lin Mo's reaction. Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions here. On the contrary, I am here to give you a gift. Gifts? Lin Mo became even more alert. Nothing comes easy, especially a gift from an SS-level expert. The price he paid was probably not something he could afford. The man in black didn't explain. He simply pulled out an ancient wooden box from his cloak and placed it on the bedside of Lin Mo's bed. The box was pitch black, with intricate patterns carved into its surface, and it glowed a faint purple in the moonlight. Open it and take a look. The man in black gestured. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but still cautiously poked the lid of the box with a brick. It wasn't that he was timid, it was just that what happened tonight was too bizarre. The lid of the box slowly opened. A thumb-sized dark red crystal lay quietly on the black velvet, emitting a soft glow. Liquid seemed to flow within the crystal, sometimes condensing into intricate runes, sometimes scattering into tiny starlight, a breathtaking beauty. Item detected, high-level energy core incomplete. Quality, SS. Status, stable absorbable. Purpose, significantly increases the host's energy reserves and conversion efficiency. Repairs damage to the spiritual essence. Accelerates the release of the frozen vortex. Lin Mo gasped. This thing, a system-certified SS-level treasure? And it could repair the damage to his spiritual essence and even accelerate the unlocking of his returning vortex? This is... Lin Mo's voice trembled a little. Blood Moon Essence is our organization's specialty, the man in black said with a hint of pride. It's the perfect tonic for energy-depleted ascendants like you. Lin Mo forced himself to calm down. There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially a gift from a mysterious organization. What do you want? He asked bluntly. The man in black's eyes flashed red, and he seemed to appreciate Lin Mo's directness. It's very simple. First, your friendship. Second, when the time is right, help us sublimate a few small things. As expected. Lin Mo sneered in his heart. They came for his ability. What if I say no? The man in black shrugged. Then just pretend you haven't seen me tonight. The gift is still yours. Consider it a good relationship. He paused, his tone subtle. However, I suggest you accept it. After all, the countdown for Ice Soul Devouring Heart is running out. These words were like a bolt of thunder that struck Lin Mo's head. Frozen Soul Devouring Heart? Isn't that a special genetic disorder in Su Qingxue's body? How did this man in black know about it? And, a countdown? What do you mean? Lin Mo stood up suddenly, completely forgetting that the other party was an SS-level expert. What will happen to Su Qingxue? The man in black seemed to have anticipated his reaction and said calmly, it means exactly what it says. The Su family's ice soul gnawing heart is a blood curse, incurable. Every attack brings one step closer to death. From my observation, Miss Su can only withstand 3 more attacks at most. Lin Mo was struck by lightning, his mind flashing back to the system's description of Su Qingxue, ice soul devouring heart hidden deep suppression state, countdown? So, that question mark represented a death countdown? Impossible. Lin Mo retorted subconsciously, she has clearly already healed? The man in black sneered. Are you sure? Or was your sublimation just temporarily suppressed? Lin Mo was speechless. He truly didn't know if sublimation of all things had completely cured Su Qingxue. The system had only mentioned restoration of the origin of life and deep suppression, not eradication. This Blood Moon Essence will not only help you recover, but will also make your next sublimation effect last longer and deeper. The man in black's voice was like a demon's whisper. Of course, whether you can completely remove ice soul-gnawing heart depends on your luck. Lin Mo stared at the dark red crystal intently, his heart torn between his conscience and his desires. His mind told him that this mysterious organization definitely had bad intentions, but emotionally thinking that Su Qingxue might not live long, he. Why did you choose me? Lin Mo finally asked. Your organization should have no shortage of strong people, so why did you choose to recruit an F-level waste? The man in black was silent for a moment and suddenly took off his mask. Under the moonlight, a face covered in hideous scars came into view. Those scars seemed alive, wriggling beneath the skin and emitting a strange, dark aura. Most terrifying of all was his right eyeball, only a swirling black vortex that seemed to devour souls. Because 30 years ago, I was also an ascendant. The man in black's voice was filled with unforgettable pain, until my abilities were stripped away. Lin Mo gasped. This SS rank expert had once possessed the same sublimation of all things as him? And he'd even stripped it away? This world is far darker than you imagine, Lin Mo. The man in black put on his mask again. Dark Moon can protect you, at least, until you grow up. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the window, as if preparing to leave. Wait. Lin Mo stopped him. If I join you, what will be the price? The man in black turned around, a red light flashing in his eyes. Loyalty, and, when necessary, help the organization complete some sublimation tasks. Of course, I will not endanger your life or the safety of Su Qingxue, I swear in the name of Dark Moon. Lin Mo was silent. This condition didn't sound harsh, but he instinctively felt that things were not that simple. Think it over carefully, crush the crystal, and I'll know. The man in black said finally, remember, time is running out, for you, and for Su Qingxue. Before he finished speaking, his figure had dissipated in the moonlight like mist, as if he had never appeared. The dormitory returned to silence, with only the dark red crystal emitting a strange light at the head of the bed, proving that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Lin Mo slumped down on the bed, drenched in cold sweat. He had received too much information tonight, and he needed time to digest it. The Dark Moon Organization, the former Ascendant, Su Qingxue's death countdown, the Blood Moon Essence. He carefully picked up the crystal. It felt warm to the touch, pulsing slightly as if alive. The system prompt reappeared. High-level energy core incomplete. Quality, SS. Status, stable absorbable. Warning, trace amounts of unknown spiritual imprints detected. Absorption may lead to tracking and location. Purify? Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. Sure enough. There's something wrong with this thing. That man in black has bad intentions. Purify. Lin Mo ordered without hesitation. Purification begins. Consumes 10% of the host's mental power. Purification complete. Unknown spiritual mark removed. Energy core purity, 99.9%. The dark red inside the crystal became purer, and the runes became clearer. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, at least temporarily eliminating a hidden danger. But the bigger question remained, should he absorb the crystal? Should he make contact with the Dark Moon? More importantly, was Su Qingxue truly doomed? Lin Mo looked at the bright moon outside the window, his mind racing. He knew that no matter which path he chose, his life would completely change after tonight. Su Qingxue? He whispered the name, his eyes gradually becoming firm. No matter what, he couldn't bear to see her die. Even if it meant making a deal with the devil. Chapter 11 Energy Core and Undercurrent. At dawn, Lin Mo suddenly jumped out of bed, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had been having nightmares all night. Su Qingxue was frozen in a dark blue ice, her life force slowly fading away, while he stood by, powerless. Ha! Lin Mo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The brick under his pillow hurt, but the rail touch made him feel a little more at ease. At the head of the bed, the dark red blood moon essence still lay quietly in its wooden box, emitting an eerie glow. Everything that happened last night was not a dream. Lin Mo carefully picked up the crystal, sensing the immense energy within. After being systematically purified, it was as pure as a flawless ruby, and the runes flowing within carried an ancient rhythm. High-level energy core incomplete. Quality, SS. Status, stable absorbable. Expected effects after absorption, mental strength plus 50%, physical strength plus 30%, energy conversion efficiency plus 15%, freezing vortex unlocking progress plus 20%. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened at the system's evaluation. This crystal's effects were truly incredible. If he could absorb it, his strength would experience a quantum leap. More importantly, the frozen vortex had been unlocked by 20%. This meant he could tap into even more of the power of sublimation of all things. Perhaps, he could actually help Su Qingxue extend the countdown for Ice Soul Devouring Heart? But the risks were equally enormous. The man in black, claiming to be from the Dark Moon organization, clearly harbored ill intentions. Although the system had purified the spiritual imprint within the crystal, who knew if they had any other tricks up their sleeves? Lin Mo clenched the crystal tightly, caught in a dilemma. If he absorbs it, he might fall into the trap of the mysterious organization. If he doesn't absorb it, Su Qingxue's life will be in danger, and he himself may be hunted down by Zhou Ming and his ilk at any time, and there is no guarantee that Su Qingxue will be able to save him in time next time. Damn it, let's fight. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to take the risk. As long as you are strong enough, you are not afraid of any conspiracy or trick. He sat cross-legged on the bed and placed the crystal between his eyebrows. This was the best absorption position indicated by the system. Start absorbing. High-level energy core absorption program activated. Warning, the energy shock is strong and may be accompanied by severe pain. Continue? Continue. Buzz. The crystal instantly burst into a dazzling red light, transforming into a blazing torrent that madly rushed into Lin Mo's body along his brow. It felt like someone was pouring lava directly into his blood vessels. Every inch of his skin and every nerve was burning. Ah! Lin Mo gritted his teeth and let out a suppressed roar from his throat. His muscles were tense to the limit, veins on his forehead bulged, and the sweat that seeped out evaporated into white mist. Energy infusion. 10%. 25%. The host's spiritual essence is being repaired. The frozen vortex is being unsealed. Pain and transformation occurred simultaneously. Lin Mo felt his consciousness being torn into pieces, then pieced back together again by some supreme power. Each shattering and reassembling brought unspeakable pain, but also made his perception of energy more distinct. An unknown amount of time passed, but when the last bit of energy was absorbed, Lin Mo collapsed on the bed, gasping for breath, as if he had been pulled out of the water. But then, an unprecedented sense of power surged from every part of his body. He opened his eyes and found that the world had changed. The energy flow in the air was clearly visible, the footsteps in the distant corridor seemed to ring in his ears, and he could even detect the drifting trajectory of the dust on his pillow. Absorption complete. Host status update. Spiritual power, plus 58% excess. Physical strength, plus 35% excess. Energy conversion efficiency, plus 17% excess. Unsealing the frozen vortex, 22% excess. Gain temporary talent, energy vision lasts 24 hours. Exceeded target? Lin Mo looked at the system prompt in surprise. It seemed his body had more potential than he had imagined. What made him even more excited was that the outer layer of the returning vortex in his dantian that Su Qingxue had frozen had melted by nearly a quarter. Although the core was still sealed by the mysterious ice, the active energy on the surface was enough to support multiple sublimation uses. Now I don't have to drain myself dry every time. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He tried to mobilize a little energy from the surface of the vortex and direct it towards the brick in his hand. Buzz! The brick instantly glowed with a faint red light, and the dark blue lines on its surface intertwined with the newly added red light, forming a strange purple gold color. The weight had nearly doubled, and the sharpness of the edges was even more pronounced. Target, strengthen red brick mixed attributes. Status, ice and fire dual enchantment temporary. Strength, plus 25%. Sharpness, plus 15%. Special effect, trigger a slight ice and fire explosion when hitting the target. Ice and fire blast? Lin Mo's eyes widened. This effect was too cool. Even though it was only slight, it was a quantum leap compared to the simple physical attack before. He couldn't wait to try out his new ability, but he checked the time 6:30 a.m., an hour before class. Setting off a blast in the dorm at this hour probably meant he was hoping to get expelled. We need to find a place to test. Lin Mo muttered, suddenly remembering Su Qingxue's words about double the training today. Given that school beauty's personality, she would definitely train him to death. Why not go to the A area training ground to warm up while he's in good shape? Lin Mo quickly took a cold shower, changed into a clean school uniform, stuffed his brand new ice and fire brick into his school bag, and quietly slipped out of the dormitory. The campus was quiet and peaceful in the early morning. A thin mist shrouded the stone paths, and the air was fresh with dew. Lin Mo walked briskly across the central square when suddenly, a faint energy fluctuation caught his attention. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Direction, 30 degrees northeast, distance 200 meters. Energy characteristics, same origin as blood moon essence. Lin Mo's heart tightened. The blood moon essence came from the same source? Could it be the man in black from last night? He immediately lowered his footsteps and followed his senses. The source of the fluctuations was a small forest behind the library. Lin Mo hid in the corner and quietly peeked out. He saw a boy in school uniform with his back to him, handing a dark red crystal identical to the one in Lin Mo's hand to another hooded man. The man took the crystal and handed the boy a small bottle filled with some black liquid. Remember, 1 drop a day. Don't let Su Qingxue notice anything unusual. The hooded figure's voice was hoarse and gloomy. The next full moon night will be the time to act. I understand. The boy nodded, and his voice made Lin Mo freeze. It was Zhou Ming, the B-level elite who was turned into an ice sculpture by him yesterday. What shocked Lin Mo even more was that when Zhou Ming turned around and left, he clearly saw that deep in the other's pupils, there was a hint of red light that was exactly the same as the man in black's. Shit. Lin Mo subconsciously took a half step back and accidentally stepped on a branch and broke it. Snap. The crisp sound was particularly harsh in the quiet morning. Who? Zhou Ming and the hooded man turned their heads at the same time. Lin Mo's heart nearly stopped. He'd been discovered. Zhou Ming alone was enough to give him a hard time, and with that obviously unusual hooded figure. Run! Without a word, he turned and ran. His newfound strength erupted, and his speed was nearly twice as fast as usual. Chase! Zhou Ming roared angrily from behind, we can't let him get away alive. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Lin Mo didn't dare to look back, and ran desperately towards the training ground in Area A. There were teachers on duty there, and there were surveillance cameras. At least it was safer than in the remote woods. Stop! Trash! Zhou Ming's voice was getting closer. Class B's speed far exceeded Lin Mo's. Even with the bonus of the energy core, the distance was still closing. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Lin Mo could even hear Zhou Ming's heavy breathing behind him. Go to hell! Zhou Ming roared, and a black shadow extended from under his feet and attacked Lin Mo's legs like a poisonous snake. Shadow binding. At the critical moment, Lin Mo made a sharp turn and narrowly avoided the entanglement of shadow binding. At the same time, he pulled out the ice and fire brick from his school bag and slapped it backwards without looking back. Bricks break the sky. Boom! The ice and fire energy on the brick was fully activated, and the moment it came into contact with the shadow binding, it exploded. The interwoven red and blue shockwaves knocked Zhou Ming back several steps, and the shadow binding was also blown to pieces. What the hell? Zhou Ming was shocked and furious. He had been frozen into an ice sculpture by Su Qingxue yesterday, and hadn't witnessed Lin Mo's brick breaking the sky move. Now, he was caught off guard by this sudden explosion. Lin Mo took the opportunity to increase the distance, and the gate of the training ground in Area A was already within reach. Stop him! The hooded man suddenly rushed out from the side, with a dagger glowing green in his hand, and aimed straight at Lin Mo's throat. Warning! Target energy level, A. Dagger is poisoned. Deadly threat. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Mo's potential was completely stimulated. He no longer held back and fully mobilized the energy on the surface of the frozen vortex, pouring it all into the brick. Get out of here! The brick burst out with an unprecedented bright light, red, blue and purple colors intertwined, like a small comet, smashing hard towards the hooded man's dagger. Clang! Amidst the deafening explosion, the dagger was bent and deformed. The hooded man groaned, his knuckles cracked, and he retreated repeatedly. Lin Mo's brick couldn't withstand such a huge energy impact, and fine cracks appeared on the surface. How is this possible? The hooded man looked at his transformed dagger in disbelief. An F class. Lin Mo had no time to be proud, because he saw Zhou Ming rushing towards him again, and footsteps were heard from the direction of the training ground. Someone heard the noise and came over. You're lucky. The hooded man glared at Lin Mo fiercely and suddenly threw a smoke bomb, which exploded with a bang and burst into thick black smoke. When the smoke cleared, he and Zhou Ming were gone. Cough cough. Lin Mo was choking and coughing. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold hand grabbed the back of his collar. It's quite lively so early in the morning. The cold and familiar voice made Lin Mo stiffen. He slowly turned his head and met Su Qingshue's icy blue eyes. Su, classmate Su, good morning. Lin Mo laughed dryly, feeling very guilty. Su Qingxue glanced at the cracked brick in his hand, then looked at the traces of fighting on the ground, her eyes becoming more dangerous. Explain? Lin Mo opened his mouth, then suddenly realized a problem. How should he explain Zhou Ming and the hooded man? Say they were related to the Dark Moon organization? Wouldn't that reveal that he had also come into contact with the Dark Moon? And the Blood Moon essence? It's just, we met by chance during morning exercise and had a little sparring? Lin Mo gritted his teeth and made up a lie. Su Qingxue narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. But she didn't press the issue, only saying coldly, it seems you've recovered well. Perfect, we can double up on today's training. Lin Mo. He suddenly missed the hooded man. Just then, the teacher on duty at the training ground rushed over after hearing the noise. What's going on? Who is fighting? A burly male teacher asked sternly. Su Qingxue let go of Lin Mo and said calmly, nothing, Teacher Wang. My assistant was testing a new move, so it made a bit of noise. Assistant? Teacher Wang looked suspiciously at the dusty Lin Mo, then at the traces of fighting on the ground, clearly unconvinced. But for Su Qingxue's sake, he didn't want to delve into it. Be careful, don't damage public property. Teacher Wang warned and turned away. Su Qingxue then looked at Lin Mo and whispered, follow me. She led Lin Mo straight to training room number 3 in Area A, the one they had reserved yesterday. After closing the door and confirming the surveillance was off, Su Qingxue crossed her arms and said bluntly. Now, tell the truth. Who were those two people just now? Why were they chasing you? Lin Mo knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He took a deep breath and decided to partially confess about the conspiracy between Zhou Ming and the hooded man, but he kept the details of the Dark Moon and the Blood Moon essence secret. I went to the training ground this morning and happened to see Zhou Ming and a mysterious hooded man making a deal, Lin Mo said half seriously. They mentioned your name, saying something about the next full moon night operation, and that they were going to drug you. I was discovered, so they came after me. Su Qingxue's eyes instantly turned cold, and the temperature in the training room dropped sharply. Full moon night? Drugged? She repeated each word with a chilling chill in her voice. Lin Mo nodded and described the small black bottle he saw in the red light in Zhou Ming's eyes, but he omitted the part that was the same origin as his own crystal. Su Qingxue was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked, why do you want to help me? Lin Mo was stunned. He hadn't expected her to ask that. Why? Because Dark Moon said she would die? Because she was his source of support? Or because she was who she was? Because. Lin Mo scratched his head, then suddenly grinned and held up the cracked brick. You are my financial sponsor. If you are in trouble, I will fight for you. Su Qingxue stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and tapped his forehead. Idiot. Her voice was still cold, but her eyes softened a little. If you're so reckless again next time, I'll freeze you into an ice sculpture. Lin Mo covered his forehead, smiled foolishly and nodded. He knew that he had passed this level. But? Su Qingxue changed the subject and pointed at the brick in his hand. It seems your brick breaking the sky has been upgraded? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, he couldn't hide it from this perceptive school beauty. A little breakthrough, he said vaguely. Su Qingxue didn't ask any further questions, but just gave him a meaningful look. It seems that today's training can be more interesting. Lin Mo. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then, the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open, and a girl with a ponytail rushed in a panic. Qingxue. This is bad. The girl's face was filled with fear. The principal is urgently summoning all students above S rank. I heard, someone from Dark Moon has sneaked into the school. Lin Mo and Su Qingxue's expressions changed at the same time. Dark Moon? Chapter 12, Dark Moon Invasion and Ice and Fire Attack. Dark Moon? Lin Mo and Su Qingxue said in unison, their expressions changing drastically at the same time. Lin Mo was shocked and felt guilty. He had just absorbed the blood moon essence given by Dark Moon and discovered the conspiracy between Zhou Ming and the Hooded Man. Now this organization was exposed? What a coincidence! Su Qingxue was completely alert and solemn, her icy blue eyes instantly filled with frost. What exactly is going on? The girl with the ponytail Lin Mo identified her as Su Qingxue's best friend. Chen Yuding gasped and said, I don't know the details, but the principal's office just issued a red alert. All students above S rank must gather in the administration building immediately. I heard that members of Dark Moon have infiltrated the school and may launch an attack. Su Qingxue frowned and made a quick decision. I'll go right away. Yuding, go notify the other elite class members and activate the second-level defense plan. Okay. Chen Yuding nodded, turned around and ran. Before leaving, she curiously glanced at Lin Mo and the cracked brick in his hand. Once again, there were only two of them in the training room. Su Qingxue turned to Lin Mo, her tone unusually urgent. Go back to the dormitory first, lock the door, and don't come out. Dark Moon is an internationally wanted dark organization that specializes in hunting down and kidnapping young awakeners with potential. You're not their target, but if you're caught in the crossfire, it'll be troublesome. Lin Mo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Su Qingxue had already walked quickly towards the door. Wait! Lin Mo suddenly called out to her, be careful of Zhou Ming. He might be related to Dark Moon. Su Qingxue paused, turned around and looked at Lin Mo deeply, then nodded, I understand. After saying that, she pushed the door open and walked out. Her long ice blue hair drew a cold trail in the morning light and disappeared at the end of the corridor in a blink of an eye. Lin Mo stood there, the brick in his hand already soaked with sweat. Things were moving so fast, absorbing the crystals this morning, uncovering the conspiracy, and now Dark Moon was exposed? Could there be a connection? Warning! Multiple abnormal energy fluctuations detected approaching the campus. Energy characteristics, same origin as blood moon essence. Danger level, a 3 people, S1 person. The system's alarm made Lin Mo shudder. For Dark Moon members, one of them an S rank? This lineup was enough to massacre the entire Qingyuan High School. Damn it, I can't hide. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, grabbed his school bag, and rushed out. Su Qingxue went to the administrative building, which must be the primary target. Although he was only an F level, his strength increased greatly after absorbing the blood moon essence. With the ice and fire brick in hand, he could at least help a little. As soon as we rushed out of the training ground, the campus alarm sounded shrilly. Woo woo. Amidst the shrill sirens, the announcement rang out, attention all teachers and students. The school has entered level 1 alert. All students immediately proceed to the underground shelter. I repeat, proceed to the underground shelter immediately. In the distance, the teaching building was in chaos, and students, under the guidance of their teachers, hurriedly evacuated to the underground passage. Lin Mo ran against the flow of people towards the administration building. As soon as I ran to the central square, a deafening explosion came from the direction of the administrative building. Boom! Amidst the blaze, a row of windows on the 3rd floor of the administration building exploded, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. Immediately afterwards, a dark blue ice wall erupted from within the building, instantly suppressing the flames. It was Su Qingxue who had taken action. Hold on. Lin Mo was anxious and sped up a bit. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the concrete ground in front of him, leaving a spider web-shaped deep pit on the ground. The dust cleared, and a woman in a black bodysuit and a silver mask stood before Lin Mo. She was tall, about 1.8 meters tall, with strange blood-red runes tattooed all over her bare arms, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Target, unknown Dark Moon member. Grade, A+. Superpower, Blood Curse Puppet. Status, highly dangerous. I found you, little mouse. The woman's voice was hoarse and charming, yet it carried a chilling murderous intent. You're quite brave to spy on Dark Moon's transactions. Lin Mo's heart tightened. They were the accomplices of the hooded man this morning. They were here to silence him. I don't know what you are talking about. Lin Mo took a half step back, quietly reached into his school bag, and grabbed the brick. Playing dumb? The woman sneered and suddenly waved her hand. Then go to hell and figure it out. 3 blood-red threads shot out from her fingertips, attacking Lin Mo's throat, heart, and brow like venomous snakes. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. At this critical moment of life and death, the energy in Lin Mo's body instinctively exploded. He suddenly pulled out a brick and drew a circle in front of him. Brick, control the sky. Buzz. The red and blue lines on the brick lit up simultaneously, forming a thin energy barrier. The bloodline collided with the barrier, making a sharp sizzling sound, and was surprisingly temporarily blocked. Ha! The woman was visibly stunned. Interesting. Lin Mo took the opportunity to turn around and run. He knew that he was definitely not an A+ level opponent. The previous attack was already an extraordinary performance. If he was hit again, he would definitely die. Can you run away? The woman sneered, and her figure flashed, appearing in front of Lin Mo in an instant, and kicked him in the chest. Puff! Lin Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a broken sack, landing heavily on the edge of the fountain in the square. At least 3 ribs were broken, and his internal organs seemed to be dislocated. The pain made his vision black. Warning! The host has suffered heavy damage. Health has dropped by 40%. Recommendation: evacuate immediately. Leave. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, got up, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The administrative building was just around the corner, and Su Qingxue was fighting hard there. How could he escape? You're quite tenacious. The woman approached slowly, blood forming on her fingertips again. Unfortunately, this is the end. Just when the bloodline was about to strike again. Ice. A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Snap. An extreme chill instantly swept across the entire square. The woman's blood vessels, along with her right arm, were frozen in a layer of dark blue ice in the blink of an eye. Who? The woman turned around in shock and anger. On the other side of the fountain, Su Qingxue appeared without a trace. Her icy blue hair swayed without a breeze, and a terrifying chill swirled around her. The pool beneath her feet was completely frozen. Even more astonishing, she held a long sword made entirely of profound ice. Wherever the blade pointed, the air froze. Su Qingxue? The woman's pupils shrank, and then she grinned. Great, let's solve this together. She violently shattered the ice on her right arm, and waved both hands at the same time. Dozens of bloodlines intertwined into a net, covering Su Qingxue. Be careful. That bloodline is poisonous. Lin Mo shouted. Su Qingxue snorted coldly and swung the ice sword lightly. A crescent-shaped sword energy whistled out, freezing and shattering the blood net wherever it passed. The sword energy continued to move forward, heading straight for the woman's throat. The woman dodged hastily, but the sword still slashed her shoulder, and her blood instantly froze into ice crystals. She groaned, a flicker of fear in her eyes. S+ grade? The information is wrong. It's too late to know now. Su Qingxue approached step by step. With every step, a layer of frost appeared on the ground. The woman gritted her teeth, suddenly took out a blood-red crystal from her waist, and crushed it hard. Blood is the guide, and everything is connected. The crystal exploded, turning into countless blood needles as thin as cow hair, shooting towards Su Qingxue and Lin Mo like a rainstorm. Su Qingxue immediately erected an ice wall to block most of the blood needles. However, a small number of them still bypassed the defense and stabbed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo! Su Qingxue exclaimed rarely. At the critical moment, the frozen vortex in Lin Mo's body spun wildly, and all the energy on the surface exploded. The brick in his hand burst into an unprecedented light, red and blue intertwined, like a shield blocking in front of him. Bricks break the sky driving. Boom! The ice and fire energy collided with the blood needle, erupting in a deafening roar. Lin Mo was knocked over by the shockwave and vomited blood again, but he managed to save his life. Looking for death. Su Qingxue's eyes gleamed coldly upon seeing this. She no longer held back, unleashing her S+ level pressure. Mysterious ice sword dance. Countless ice crystals condensed around her body, transforming into hundreds of tiny ice swords that shot towards the woman like a rainstorm. Each ice sword precisely locked onto the woman's vital points, leaving no room for escape. No! The woman screamed miserably, desperately waving her bloodline to block, but she was still pierced by more than a dozen ice swords and nailed to the ground. The blood froze as soon as it flowed out, and the whole person was like a butterfly nailed to a specimen board, unable to move. The battle ended so quickly. The A+ ranked Dark Moon member couldn't even survive 3 moves from the enraged Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue didn't even look at the woman. She quickly walked to Lin Mo and squatted down to check his injuries. 3 ribs are broken, and there's slight internal bleeding. Her voice was still cold, but the profound icy power at her fingertips penetrated Lin Mo's body with unusual tenderness, temporarily freezing the pain nerves in the injured area. "Why didn't you listen to me and go back to the dormitory?" Lin Mo grinned, then pulled at the wound again, grimacing in pain. I'm afraid that the sponsor is in danger." Su Qingxue glared at him, but continued to heal him. "Idiot. An F-class guy coming here to die? F-class weapons can also be used." Lin Mo pointed at the woman nailed to the ground. "If I hadn't attracted the fire, could she have been dealt with so easily?" Su Qingxue snorted lightly and didn't refute. She helped Lin Mo stand up and suddenly asked, "When did your bricks gain the fire attribute?" Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. "Oh no. I've been discovered." It's a long story." Just as Su Qingxue was about to ask, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the administration building. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire sky a dark red. "Not good." Su Qingxue's face changed drastically. Something happened with the principal. She looked at the seriously injured Lin Mo hesitantly. "Go." Lin Mo pushed her. "I'm fine, I can go to the infirmary by myself." Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and pulled out an ice crystal pendant from her bosom and stuffed it into Lin Mo's hand. Wearing this can temporarily suppress the injury. "Find a safe place to hide." After saying that, she turned into a stream of blue light and headed straight for the administration building. Lin Mo held the pendant, which emitted a chilling aura, feeling the pain in his body ease, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He looked up at the direction of the blood-red light column, gritted his teeth, and followed it despite his injured body. "System, how much combat power do I have left?" Host status, severely injured HP 61%. Freeze vortex surface energy remaining, 12%. Ice fire brick durability, 43%. Combat power assessment, C short bursts can reach B. Enough. Lin Mo clenched the brick tightly and limped towards the administration building. He vaguely felt that there was a bigger conspiracy behind this dark moon attack. He and Su Qingxue were already deeply involved in it. In the square in front of the administrative building, the battle has reached a fever pitch. The principal, an elderly man with white hair and beard, was facing off against a towering man shrouded in a blood-red robe. 7 small golden swords hovered behind the old man, each emitting a terrifying aura of oppression. Beneath the robed man's feet was a massive blood-red magic circle, within which wailed countless dark shadows like wronged souls. What shocked Lin Mo even more was that Su Qingxue and 3 other S-rank students were surrounded by a dozen men in black, locked in a fierce battle. One of them was Zhou Ming. His eyes had turned completely blood-red, and he was manipulating shadow binding, several times more powerful than usual, and frantically attacking his former classmates. Is the principal SS rank? Did Zhou Ming really betray me? Lin Mo hid behind the bushes, his mind racing. Rushing out now would be suicide, but if he didn't do something, Su Qingxue and the others would be exhausted sooner or later. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a statue in the center of the square. It was the statue of the founder of Qingyuan High School, made of some special alloy and extremely strong. A crazy plan took shape in Lin Mo's mind. System, if I fully activate sublimation of all things, what can I do to that statue? Target, alloy statue 5 meters high, weighing approximately 8 tons. Current energy can support sublimation direction, local activation duration 30 seconds. Risk, the host will fall into a coma after the energy is exhausted. 30 seconds, that's enough. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gripped the brick tightly, and mobilized all the remaining 12% of the frozen vortex energy in his body. This time, he no longer held back and used all his strength to promote the sublimation of all things. Move, for me. Buzz. An invisible wave erupted from Lin Mo's body, instantly enveloping the entire alloy statue. Dense red and blue lines appeared on the statue's surface, and its massive body began to tremble slightly. What's going on? The man in the blood-stained robe suddenly turned his head and looked towards the statue. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the 5-meter-tall alloy statue came to life. It slowly raised its huge metal paw, and then stepped hard on the blood-colored magic circle under the feet of the blood-robed man. Boom! Amidst the earth-shaking roar, the magic circle was forcibly crushed in half. Countless wronged souls wailed and dissipated. No! The blood-stained robed man roared angrily, Who is controlling the statue? No one answered him. Because at this moment, Lin Mo had already exhausted all his energy, his vision went dark, and he fell limply into the bushes. In the last moment before he fell into darkness, he vaguely saw Su Qingshu seize this opportunity, and the ice sword turned into a blue lightning, going straight for the throat of the blood-robed man. Well done, well. Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 13: Awakening and the Mystery of the Dark Moon. Dark. Endless darkness. Lin Mo felt like he was floating in a void. There was no light, no sound, and he couldn't even feel his own body. Only his consciousness was still vaguely functioning, like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Am I dead? He tried to make a sound, but found that even the concept of sound did not exist. Just as consciousness was about to fade completely, a faint blue light shone in the darkness. At first, the light resembled a firefly, then gradually expanded, transforming into the shape of an ice crystal lotus. In the center of the lotus, a slender figure could be vaguely seen, its long, icy blue hair moving without a breeze. Su Qingshu? Lin Mo's consciousness instinctively wanted to get closer to the light. As he approached, the light of the ice lotus grew brighter and brighter, gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness. Lin Mo began to feel the presence of his body, heavy, painful, but real. Wake up! A cold voice echoed in the void. This is an order. Brush! Lin Mo opened his eyes abruptly, but the blinding white light made him close them again. His throat felt dry and on fire, and every muscle in his body protested, especially his chest, which felt like a huge rock was pressing down on it. Even breathing was accompanied by a tearing pain. Don't move! A familiar voice came from the right. You have 4 broken ribs, multiple internal bleeding, and your mental strength is exhausted. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Lin Mo turned his head with difficulty and slowly opened his eyes. His blurry vision gradually focused, revealing Su Qingshu's beautiful yet exhausted face. Her icy blue hair was a little disheveled, and she had dark circles under her eyes. Her school uniform was stained with fresh blood, clearly having just been through a fierce battle. Alright, F-class trash. Lin Mo pulled the corners of his mouth, his voice hoarse and not like his own. Take the S-plus class genius, and make him so tired. Su Qingshu was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly and stuffed an ice cup to his mouth. Drink water. If you say another word of nonsense, I will freeze your tongue. The cold liquid flowed into his throat, carrying a hint of sweetness and a rich energy wave. Lin Mo swallowed greedily, feeling his parched body like a long drought finally ending in a downpour, every cell cheering. High-level healing potion intake detected. Health recovering, current, 73%. Spiritual power recovering, current, 41%. Drink slowly, don't choke. Although Su Qingshu's tone was cold, she was extremely patient in feeding him water. After drinking a cup, Lin Mo was finally able to speak normally. How are the principal and the others? We won, Su Qingshu replied briefly. 3 members of the Dark Moon faction died, and 2 escaped, including the Blood-Robe Bishop. Zhou Ming was captured alive and is currently being interrogated. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. He tried to move his fingers and found that despite the pain, his basic functions were still there. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. Su Qingshu put down the cup and looked directly at Lin Mo with her icy blue eyes. Now, explain how you made that 5-ton alloy statue come alive? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't escape this question. His mind raced, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation, but Su Qingshu's next words completely froze him. Don't even think about lying. Su Qingshu pulled a small device from her pocket and pressed a button. A pale blue light enveloped the bed. This is a military-grade anti-surveillance force field. Now, tell me the truth about your sublimation of all things ability and your relationship with Dark Moon. The sublimation of all things? How did she know this name? Lin Mo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously wanted to deny it, but when he met Su Qingshu's eyes that seemed to see through everything, he knew that it was pointless to quibble anymore. When did you find out? Lin Mo smiled bitterly. It was our first meeting. Su Qingshu's tone was eerily calm. The moment you touched me, my mysterious ice heart sensed that supreme aura of sublimation. Later, when you were unconscious, I examined your body and discovered the partially frozen energy vortex. Lin Mo was speechless. So his biggest secret had been seen through from the very beginning? As for Dark Moon, Su Qingshu's eyes suddenly became sharp. When you were unconscious, the blood-colored energy remaining in your body was exactly the same as what they used. It's over. Lin Mo closed his eyes in despair. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear him of this. I'm not one of them. He said with difficulty. 3 days ago in the morning, I did meet a member of the Dark Moon. He gave me a blood-colored crystal, saying it could help me improve my strength, but I didn't know they would attack the school. Blood-colored crystal? Su Qingxue frowned. Did you absorb it? Lin Mo nodded and told him everything about the man in black's visit and the blood moon essence, only concealing the part about the system's purification mark. Stupid. Su Qingxue suddenly flew into a rage and grabbed Lin Mo by the collar. Do you know how dangerous the Dark Moon's energy core is? They use it specifically to control their prey. Once absorbed, they're controlled for life. I can't do anything. Lin Mo was also anxious. He said that the ice soul devouring heart in your body only has 3 chances to attack. I must become stronger to save you. As soon as these words came out, they were both stunned. Su Qingxue loosened her hand and looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression. Are you doing this? Lin Mo turned his face away, his ears burning. Not entirely. I also want to become stronger. Silence. There was a long silence. Finally, Su Qingxue sighed softly, her tone softening. Ice soul devouring heart is indeed the Su family's bloodline curse, but it's not as severe as he said. My situation is very special. What do you mean? Lin Mo turned his head. We'll talk about this later. Su Qingxue obviously didn't want to continue this topic. The problem now is that you absorbed the blood moon essence but were not controlled. This is very abnormal. Dark Moon would not make such a mistake. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened. Should he tell her about the system cleansing? Would he be considered a lunatic if he did? Just as he was hesitating, there was a knock on the ward door. Student Su? A gentle male voice came. Is student Lin Mo awake? The principal wants to see him. Su Qingxue deactivated the force field and returned to her usual cool demeanor. I just woke up and am still very weak. Can we do it another day? I'm afraid not. The voice outside the door was apologetic. This concerns Dark Moon, and the principal takes it very seriously. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Mo with a questioning look. Lin Mo nodded. It was better to face the principal directly. 10 minutes. Su Qingxue said to the outside, I'll take him there. After the footsteps faded away, Su Qingxue lowered her voice. Remember, don't mention anything about sublimation of all things. Just say your ability is temporary enhancement of objects and that you're an F-class mutant. As for the rest, we'll see what happens. Lin Mo nodded gratefully. Su Qingxue was protecting him. With the help of Su Qingxue, Lin Mo barely put on his hospital gown and sat in a wheelchair. Although his legs were not broken, his muscles were severely strained and he would not be able to walk normally for a short time. After walking through a long corridor and taking the elevator to the top floor, they arrived at the principal's office. The guard at the door carefully checked the two of them, especially Lin Mo, and even checked the wheelchair. Come in. The guard pushed open the heavy wooden door. To Lin Mo's surprise, there wasn't just the white-haired principal in the office. There were also 3 middle-aged men in military uniforms, their shoulder insignia identifying them as general officers. Even more alarming was the sight of 2 men in black, wearing silver masks, standing in the corner, the same outfit as the one who had given him the blood moon essence that night. Don't be nervous, the principal said kindly. These 2 are the Shadow Guards, a special unit of the Alliance, specifically responsible for dealing with Dark Moon. Lin Mo relaxed slightly, but remained alert. Su Qingxue pushed him to the center of the office, and she stood beside the wheelchair, like an ice blue barrier. Student Lin Mo, I've long heard of your great name. A square-faced general spoke, his tone unrecognizable. I'm Zhao Gang, director of the Special Operations Department of the Eastern Theater Command. I heard that you, an F rank, were able to manipulate the alloy statue during the Dark Moon attack and perform such a significant feat? Lin Mo described his ability as temporary strengthening of objects in accordance with the explanation agreed upon with Su Qingxue, and emphasized that it was a desperate outburst, which was impossible to do under normal circumstances. Interesting. Zhao Gang looked at his companion beside him. Oldly, what do you think? The tall and thin officer known as Oldly narrowed his eyes. It's rare for an F-class to be able to temporarily strengthen an object to that extent. But what makes me even more curious is... He suddenly pointed at Lin Mo. Why aren't you controlled by the blood moon essence? Lin Mo's heart was pounding. How did they know he had absorbed the blood moon essence? We ran a comprehensive examination while you were unconscious, the principal explained. You have residual energy from the blood moon essence in your body, but no trace of mind control. This is very unusual. Lin Mo's palms were sweating. How could he explain this? Maybe it's because of my special ability. He made it up. Object enhancement requires a high degree of mental concentration. Maybe it accidentally offsets the control? This explanation was so far-fetched that even he himself did not believe it, but unexpectedly, the generals looked at each other and nodded. Makes sense. Zhao Gang pondered. Highly concentrated mental power can indeed resist the erosion of the blood moon. Mr. Su, when you chose to cultivate him, did you discover this? Su Qingxue remained calm. Yes. The purity of his spiritual power is exceptionally high, but the total amount is too small, hence the low rating. Lin Mo was secretly shocked. He lied without blushing or getting nervous. Okay, let's get down to business. The principal knocked on the table. Student Lin Mo, have you seen this? He pushed a photo over. On the photo was a complex blood-colored rune, exactly the same as the one Lin Mo had seen inside the blood moon essence. Never seen it. Lin Mo shook his head, telling the truth this time. This is the main goal of Dark Moon's operation, the principal said gravely. They infiltrated the school to carve this rune into the bottom of the Moonlight Well. Yuehua Well? Lin Mo was puzzled. The ancient ruins beneath Qingyuan High School. Su Qingxue explained in a low voice, legend has it that they can absorb the power of the moonlight and are the core of the school's energy field. That's right, the principal nodded. Dark Moon attempted to use the energy of the Moonlight Well to activate this rune. Although we stopped him in time, a small portion of the rune had already been completed. According to the Shadow Guard's intelligence, this might be some kind of summoning circle. Summoning array? Lin Mo suddenly remembered the words of the man in black, the next full moon night will be the time to act. Full moon. Moonlight Well. Summoning? How long until the next full moon, he blurted out. 7 days. The principal gave Lin Mo a deep look. You are very perceptive. That's why we are anxious to find you. The Shadow Guards hope you can assist them in setting up an ambush in advance. Me? Lin Mo couldn't believe it. I'm only an F level. But you're the only one who absorbed the blood moon essence and yet is uncontrollable. A Shadow Guard in the corner suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, you can help us locate other blood slaves, or even infiltrate the Dark Moon. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Undercover Dark Moon? Isn't that courting death? No. Su Qingxue objected firmly, it's too dangerous. He can't even beat a C rank. With us here, safety isn't a problem, Zhao Gang reassured him. Furthermore, if you succeed, the Alliance will reward you handsomely, including S-level training resources and a potion to alleviate the effects of ice soul gnawing heart. Su Qingxue's body stiffened. Lin Mo was also stunned. How did they know Su Qingxue needed this? Don't be surprised. The principal smiled bitterly. The Su family's curse is no secret among the higher-ups. Student Su can also participate in this operation. We will provide a full set of SS-level equipment. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingxue. Her eyes flickered, clearly struggling. The alleviating potion was too tempting for her, but the price was that Lin Mo would take a risk. I agree. Lin Mo suddenly spoke. Lin Mo. Su Qingxue shouted sternly. But I have conditions. Lin Mo ignored Su Qingxue's warning and looked directly at Zhao Gang. First, give Su Qingxue and me the best training and equipment before the operation. Second, regardless of success or failure, the mitigation potion must be given to her first. Third. He paused, I want to know why Dark Moon knows so much about my abilities. What exactly is this sublimator they're talking about? The office suddenly became eerily quiet. The generals exchanged glances, while the principal frowned at the Shadow Guard. Finally, Zhao Gang sighed, I can agree to the first 2 conditions. As for the third. He looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression, I'll tell you when you come back alive. The negotiation ended. Lin Mo and Su Qingxue were escorted out of the office and agreed to begin special training in 2 days. On the way back to the ward, both of them were silent. After confirming that no one was around, Su Qingxue pushed Lin Mo into the corner, her icy blue eyes burning with anger. Are you crazy? Dark Moon's undercover agents are doomed to die. Who do you think you are? Lin Mo looked up at her face, which was slightly red with anger, and suddenly smiled. Are you worried about me? Idiot. Su Qingxue punched the wall next to his ear, leaving a shallow icy crater. I just don't want to lose a useful assistant. Don't worry. Lin Mo shook the brick in his hand. With the financial sponsor protecting me, I won't die. Besides. He lowered his voice, aren't you curious about my sublimation of all things? Maybe this time you can find the answer. Su Qingxue stared at him for a long time, finally sighed, and continued pushing the wheelchair forward. Go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, I'll show you what real hellish training is. Lin Mo felt a chill on his spine. He suddenly had a premonition that the next 7 days might be even more terrifying than facing the Dark Moon. Chapter 14, Hellish Training and Ice and Fire. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and the sky was just getting light. Lin Mo was woken up by a bucket of ice water. He was so cold that he jumped up from the bed, which caused his wound to be affected and he grimaced in pain. Who is it? He wiped his face angrily, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Su Qingxue standing beside the bed, holding an empty bucket in her hand, her ice blue eyes shining coldly in the morning light. Get up. Training. Su Qingxue said concisely, throwing him a black training suit. Gather at the playground in 5 minutes. Lin Mo glanced at the starry night sky outside the window, then looked at the alarm clock on the bedside table, wanting to cry but unable to. Sister, I just got out of the intensive care unit yesterday. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Su Qingxue walked out of the ward without looking back. Lin Mo. He finally understood that this school beauty was venting all her anger towards Dark Moon on him. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo limped to the edge of the playground. To his surprise, Su Qingxue wasn't the only one there. There were 3 unfamiliar faces, 2 men and 1 woman. All wore the same ice blue training suit as Su Qingxue, with S-rank badges pinned on their chests. Let me introduce you. Su Qingxue pointed at the 3 of them. Elite Class S-level, my sparring partner. Training partners? Lin Mo's eyes widened. 4 S-class players training with 1 F-class player? This lineup was too extravagant, wasn't it? Don't get me wrong. A red-haired boy sneered, we're here to help Qingxue beat you up. A literal beating. Another boy wearing glasses pushed his lenses, reflecting a cold light. The only girl didn't say anything, but silently took out a dagger that was shining with cold light and rotated it flexibly at her fingertips. Lin Mo swallowed and suddenly wanted to go back to the hospital bed. Let's get started. Su Qingxue threw a brand new red brick to Lin Mo, bigger and thicker than the previous one. Phase 1, Evasion Training. The rules are simple, don't get killed by us. Wait. This is not right. Before Lin Mo could finish his protest, 4 figures rushed over at the same time. For the next half hour, the screams on the playground continued, scaring the early risers so much that they took a detour. Left. Watch your left. Too slow. That's not how you use bricks. My breathing is disordered. Focus. Su Qingxue's voice was like an icy whip, each sound bringing another wound to Lin Mo's body. While the 4S ranks suppressed most of their power, their speed and skill still far outweighed Lin Mo's. He was like a mouse being toyed with by cats, beaten to the ground, unable to even touch the edge of his clothes. Stop! Su Qingxue suddenly shouted to stop. Lin Mo collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, his body devoid of any healthy flesh. His new training suit was tattered, his exposed skin covered in bruises and scrapes. The new brick had long since crumbled to dust, scattered across the floor. Do you know why you are so weak? Su Qingxue looked down at him condescendingly. Because I'm F-level? Lin Mo answered weakly. Wrong. Su Qingxue squatted down, looking directly at Lin Mo with her icy blue eyes, because you don't know how to see. Look. Energy flows. Su Qingxue's fingertips condensed a wisp of cold blue air, passing before Lin Mo's eyes. Everything has an energy trajectory. If you can predict the trajectory, you can predict the movement. Lin Mo seemed to understand. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Advanced energy perception skills detected. Host's energy vision talent is temporarily upgraded. Duration, 10 minutes. In an instant, Lin Mo's vision shifted, he saw it. The cold, blue air swirling around Su Qingxue, the fiery energy surging through the red-haired boy's body, the metallic sheen flowing through the bespectacled man's body, and the sharp airflow concentrated on the silent girl's dagger. Each energy had a unique flow trajectory, like the gorgeous aurora, breathtakingly beautiful. "I saw it!" Lin Mo exclaimed. A hint of surprise flashed across Su Qingxue's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Very good, second stage. Same training, but this time try to dodge." The four men rushed forward again, but this time, Lin Mo's response was completely different. He saw the flames condensing on the red-haired boy's right fist flow to his elbow. 0.5 seconds before the punch, the glasses man's kicks were always accompanied by a burst of metal energy from his knees. The silent girl's dagger's trajectory would first form a tiny cyclone at her wrist. Anticipate. Dodge. Block. Although he was still being beaten badly, Lin Mo was able to dodge at least 30% of the attacks. There was even one time when he used half a broken brick to block the silent girl's dagger, causing a string of sparks to burst out. Not bad. Su Qingxue called a halt, giving a rare affirmation: rest for 5 minutes, then the second stage. Lin Mo collapsed on the ground, his body aching but still filled with excitement. This feeling of seeing energy was amazing. If he could continue to develop it, his combat effectiveness would definitely soar. Drink some water. Su Qingxue threw him a water bottle filled with a light blue energy drink. Replenish your energy. Lin Mo gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine, then suddenly thought of a question. "Student Su, why are you helping me?" He didn't think it was just for the Dark Moon mission. Given Su Qingxue's personality, he could have been trained in a simpler and more brutal way. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, looking at the rising sun in the distance, because of ice soul devouring heart. That day in the principal's office, they didn't tell you the whole truth. Su Qingxue's voice was soft, with a fragility that Lin Mo had never heard before. Ice soul devouring heart is not an ordinary bloodline curse, but a masterpiece of Dark Moon. 30 years ago, they used this curse to almost wipe out my entire Su family. Lin Mo looked at her in shock. No wonder Su Qingxue hated Dark Moon so much. My father and grandfather both died from this curse. Su Qingxue's fingers unconsciously tightened, and a layer of frost formed on the surface of the kettle. I am the only member of the Su family who lived past the age of 18. Because my mysterious ice heart mutated, it can temporarily suppress the curse. But like they said, I won't hold on for much longer. Lin Mo's heart clenched violently. He suddenly understood why Su Qingxue was always so cold and so desperate to become stronger. She was racing against death. So, I must destroy Dark Moon. Su Qingxue turned her head, her icy blue eyes burning with deep hatred. And your ascension of all things is the only hope that can completely lift the curse. Lin Mo was speechless. So that was it. Su Qingxue had long seen through his abilities and stayed with him to cure her ice soul gnawing heart. I will help you. He promised solemnly, no matter how difficult it is. Su Qingxue gave him a deep look and said nothing. She just stood up and said, "Rest time is over." The second stage is attack training. The following training was even more brutal. 4 S-rank warriors took turns serving as targets, forcing Lin Mo to attack them in various ways: brick slaps, energy infusions, long-range throws. He was even required to accurately hit the targets while moving. Not enough power. Wrong angle. So much energy wasted. Come again. Amidst Su Qingxue's scolding, Lin Mo's progress was visible to the naked eye. Using his energy vision, he gradually mastered the technique of more efficiently injecting the energy from the frozen vortex into the bricks. The new bricks' strengthening speed and effectiveness were nearly doubled. After a short break at noon, the afternoon training was even more extreme: actual combat confrontation. The rules have changed. Su Qingxue pointed to a circle with a diameter of 10 meters in the center of the playground. You stand inside the circle, and we'll take turns attacking. If you can hold out for 10 seconds without falling, you win. Is there a reward for winning? Lin Mo asked half-jokingly. Su Qingxue raised the corner of her mouth slightly. If you win, I will help you recharge tonight. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then realized that Su Qingxue was going to use her S+-level profound ice power to help him strengthen the brick. This was much more efficient than slowly infusing it himself. It's a deal. In the first round, the red-haired boy took the stage. His special ability was Explosive Flame, and each punch carried a blast of searing heat. Lin Mo focused intensely, using his energy vision to predict the trajectory of his attacks and blocking with a brick. He actually managed to hold out for 10 seconds. Although he was eventually knocked over by the aftermath of the punch, he escaped serious injury. Not bad. The red-haired boy nodded, a rare achievement. Much better than this morning. In the second round, the man with glasses. His ability was metal manipulation, which allowed him to metalize parts of his body, dramatically increasing his strength. This time, Lin Mo only lasted 7 seconds before being punched out of the circle and spitting blood. The lower body is unstable. The man with glasses commented briefly. In the third round, the silent girl faced off. Her special ability was Air Blade, which allowed her to unleash invisible wind blades from her dagger, making it impossible to defend against them. Lin Mo tried his best, but only lasted 5 seconds before collapsing covered in wounds. Too slow. The girl sheathed the knife. In the last round, Su Qingxue took the stage in person. Use all your strength. She stood outside the circle, a chill shrouded her. Let me see your limits. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gripped the brick tightly, and mobilized all the remaining energy in his body. The energy on the surface of the frozen vortex boiled and rushed into the brick through his arms. Bricks break the sky, ice and fire. The brick burst into an unprecedented light, red and blue intertwined, like a small comet. Lin Mo used all his strength to throw it at Su Qingxue. Facing this fatal blow, Su Qingxue did not dodge or evade, but just gently raised her right hand. Mysterious ice shield. A crystal clear ice shield appeared out of thin air and collided head-on with the flying brick. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the ice shield shattered and the bricks were blown into dust. The powerful shockwave sent Lin Mo flying several meters, and he fell heavily to the ground. 3 seconds. Su Qingxue put away the broken ice shield and frowned slightly. The power is enough, but the control is too poor. Lin Mo collapsed to the ground, unable to even move a finger. This attack drained all his strength and energy, but the effect was also exciting. It actually shook Su Qingxue's defense. Although it was just the most basic ice shield, the opponent was S+ level. That's all for today. Su Qingxue gestured for the other three to leave, then walked over to Lin Mo and squatted down. Can you still move? Lin Mo shook his head weakly. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Su Qingxue sighed and placed her hand on his chest. A surge of pure profound icy power surged in, relieving the sore muscles and swollen meridians. Thank you. Lin Mo said softly after catching his breath. You're welcome. Su Qingxue retracted her hand. 8 o'clock tonight, training room 3, area A, bring your brick. After saying that, she stood up and left, her long ice blue hair glowing with a golden halo in the sunset. Lin Mo gazed at her back, a mixture of emotions welling up in his chest. Su Qingxue's special training for him, while seemingly cruel, was actually well-intentioned. In just one day, his combat awareness and energy control had made a qualitative leap. If he could maintain this pace, he might actually be able to fight Dark Moon in 7 days. Everything is sublimated. Lin Mo muttered to himself, how many secrets are still hidden? He vaguely sensed that, beyond the financial sponsor and gigolo or doctor and patient relationship between him and Su Qingxue, there seemed to be something more. An inexplicable bond? As night falls, training room number 3 in area A is brightly lit. Lin Mo arrived on time with 3 new bricks. Su Qingxue was already waiting there, dressed in a loose-fitting white training suit. Her long, icy blue hair was casually tied into a ponytail, making her look less cold and more homely. Sit down. She pointed to the floor in front of her. Lin Mo sat down obediently and arranged the bricks neatly in a row. During today's training, you relied too much on your vision. Su Qingxue said straight to the point, energy vision is only auxiliary. The real strong ones rely on feeling. Feel? Close your eyes. Su Qingxue ordered. Lin Mo did as he was told, and the world fell into darkness. Energy is everywhere, like ripples in water. Su Qingxue's voice was exceptionally clear in the darkness. Don't look, listen, feel. A cold hand gently pressed on Lin Mo's forehead. Follow my guidance and feel the flow of energy. A gentle force of profound ice flowed from Su Qingxue's palm into Lin Mo's body, like a stream, slowly flowing through his meridians. Unlike the violent force of the daytime battle, this force was unusually gentle, with a certain rhythm, like singing. Lin Mo couldn't help but immerse himself in it, his consciousness following the power flowing through his body. Miraculously, he could clearly hear the sound of the energy flowing, the hum of the frozen vortex, the the trembling of muscle fibers, and even the rush of blood. Is this the sound of energy? He muttered to himself. Focus. Su Qingxue reminded softly, now, try to guide your energy to resonate with me. Lin Emo took a deep breath and attempted to mobilize the energy from the frozen vortex's surface, channeling it along Su Qingxue's profound ice power. Initially, it was difficult. The two energies had conflicting properties, repelling each other at the slightest contact. But gradually, Lin Emo discovered a curious phenomenon at a very subtle level. His energy and Su Qingxue's were surprisingly complementary. Ice and fire, though seemingly opposites, actually share the same origin, just like the yin and yang of Tai Chi, which mutually promote and counteract each other. Do you feel it? Su Qingxue's voice was filled with a subtle fluctuation. Our energies are very compatible. Lin Emo nodded, continuing to delve deeper into this strange resonance. Unconsciously, their energies formed a tiny cycle, flowing through each other's bodies. With each cycle, Lin Mo's frozen vortex became more active, and Su Qingxue's ice soul-devouring heart seemed to be slightly suppressed. Deep energy resonance detected. The performance of the symbiotic feedback agreement has increased by 300%. Host obtains SSS-level Xianbing enlightenment temporary. Bound target gains a trace of the sublimation of all things trait temporary. The system's prompt gave Lin Emo a shock. So, symbiosis and reciprocity could be used this way? After an unknown amount of time, Su Qingxue took her hand away first, and the cycle was interrupted. Lin Emo opened his eyes with a lingering feeling, only to find that Su Qingxue's face was slightly flushed, and her breathing was more rapid than usual. That's all for today. She quickly stood up, her back facing Lin Emo. Bring the bricks over here, I'll help you strengthen them. Lin Emo obediently handed over the brick. Su Qingxue took it, and a rich, profound icy force surged from her palm, completely enveloping the brick. But unlike before, this energy carried a hint of the sublimation aura familiar to Lin Emo. Detected that the bound target energy contains trace amounts of the sublimation of all things characteristic. The target item's sublimation effect increases by 50%. Durability increases by 30%. The three bricks were quickly strengthened, their surfaces covered with exquisite dark blue patterns, their edges sharp as knives, and their weight increased nearly 3 times, but they felt extremely smooth in Lin Mo's hands. Thank you. Lin Emo said sincerely. Su Qingxue hummed softly, still with her back to him, same time tomorrow. Now, go back and rest. Lin Emo knew that she needed time to digest today's discovery, so he tactfully said goodbye and left. Walking out of the training room, the night breeze blew on his face, and Lin Emo was refreshed. He weighed the 3 super bricks in his hand, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. On the full moon night 7 days from now, perhaps, a miracle can really happen? Chapter 15, The Full Moon Eve and the Dark Moon Messenger. Time flies, and 6 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Emo stood in the center of the A area training ground, the brick in his hand gleaming with a faint blue and dark red glow, his aura thick and solid. Compared to the rookie beaten to a pulp by 4 S-class warriors 6 days ago, he was a completely different person. Come again. The red-haired boy Lin Emo now knew his name was Yen Lai wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his fists ignited with flames. Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and with a flash of his body, he actually launched an attack. The brick drew a graceful arc in the air, carrying the dual energy of ice and fire, and smashed fiercely into Yen Lai's flame shield. Boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, the flame shield shattered. Yen Lai stumbled back several steps, leaving a shallow burn mark on his chest. Good boy. Yen Lai laughed instead of getting angry, that's powerful enough. Stop. Su Qingxue's voice came from the sidelines, training is over. Lin Emo stood still, breathing steadily. These 6 days of hellish training had made a qualitative leap in his strength. Under Su Qingxue's special guidance, he not only mastered the technique of energy resonance, but also developed brick breaking the sky into 3 forms, the defensive brick controlling the sky, the long-range throwing brick throwing the sky, and the ultimate killer move, ice and fire dual pulls. Tomorrow is the night of the full moon. Su Qingxue walked to the center of the field, her icy blue eyes sweeping over the crowd. According to the plan, we will enter the moonlight well early tonight to set up an ambush. Lin Emo, are you ready? Lin Emo nodded solemnly. In addition to training, he had also made various preparations with the shadow guards over the past 6 days, including implanting a micro-tracker, learning Dark Moon's codes and hand signals, and even swallowing a capsule that simulated the energy fluctuations of a blood slave. Let's go then. Su Qingxue turned and walked towards the exit of the training ground. The equipment is ready. The group arrived at the third basement level of the administration building, a hidden elevator that led directly to the Moonlight Well, deep underground. The elevator required simultaneous verification from the principal and 2 shadow guards before it could be activated, ensuring extremely high security. As the elevator descended, Lin Mo felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. The speed and depth of the elevator's descent were far beyond the norm, at least hundreds of meters underground. The Moonlight Well is an ancient relic. Su Qingxue seemed to see Lin Mo's confusion and explained, it is said to be an altar left by the moon god in ancient times, which can absorb the power of the moonlight. It existed before Qingyuan High School was founded. The elevator finally stopped. As the doors opened, an ancient and mysterious aura filled the air. Before them lay a vast hemispherical space, over 100 meters in diameter. Its ceiling was inlaid with countless luminous crystals, radiating like a starry sky. In the center of the space lay a circular well, approximately 10 meters in diameter. The edge of the well was intricately carved with runes. Within the well was not water, but a strange substance resembling liquid silver, slowly swirling and emitting a soft moonlight. This is the Moonlight Well? Lin Mo's eyes widened. The liquid in the well gave him an extremely familiar feeling, somewhat similar to the energy fluctuations at the core of sublimation of all things. Don't get close to the wellhead, a shadow guard warned. If you come into contact with the moonlight without protection, you will be instantly assimilated. Lin Mo quickly took a few steps back. Only then did he notice that various concealed monitoring equipment and weapons had been deployed around the well, and more than a dozen fully armed shadow guards were doing a final check. Lin Mo. The principal came over and handed Lin Mo a small silver headset. This is a quantum communicator, immune to any energy interference. When the operation begins tomorrow night, you will be our eyes and ears. Lin Mo put on the headset and tested the sound quality, which was extremely clear. Remember your mission, the principal said sternly. Infiltrate the Dark Moon team, find the core rune carver, and then guide us to lock onto our target. Don't be too aggressive. Retreat immediately if you're exposed. Lin Mo nodded. The plan was simple. Tomorrow, on the night of the full moon, Dark Moon would surely send someone to complete the unfinished summoning array. Lin Mo, with the remaining blood moon essence in his body, could disguise himself as a blood slave and blend in. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue and the others would lie in wait, waiting for the right moment to capture them all. This is your equipment. Another shadow guard handed Lin Mo a black bracelet. It's an energy storage device. It can release an SS-level defense shield at a critical moment. It's enough for you to escape. Lin Mo put on the bracelet and felt the enormous energy contained in it. This thing is probably worth enough to buy half a city. Alright, everyone take your positions. The principal clapped his hands. Lin Mo stays here, and the rest of you go to the preparation area to rest. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. Everyone left one after another, and finally only Lin Mo and Su Qingxue were left. Are you scared? Su Qingxue suddenly asked. Lin Mo nodded honestly, a little bit. Facing an unknown and powerful enemy, it would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then took off an ice crystal pendant from her neck and handed it to Lin Mo. Wear it. Lin Mo realized that this was the pendant Su Qingxue had given him to heal his injuries, and quickly declined. This is too expensive, I can't. Shut up and take it. Su Qingxue forcefully stuffed the pendant into his hand. It contains a strand of my origin mysterious ice, which can save your life at a critical moment. Lin Mo gripped the pendant tightly, feeling the immense energy and a hint of warmth within it. This wasn't just energy, it also contained a portion of Su Qingxue's life essence. Thank you. He solemnly placed the pendant around his neck. The moment the ice crystals touched his skin, a familiar resonance arose. Their energies once again subtly connected, like an invisible bond. Su Qingxue seemed to sense it as well, her icy blue eyes flickering slightly. She opened her mouth, as if about to say something, but in the end she just turned and left. Come back alive. Her voice drifted through the air. That's an order. Lin Mo looked at her back, and an inexplicable courage surged in his heart. For Su Qingxue, in order to remove that ice soul-gnawing heart, he must succeed. After a long wait, the full moon night finally arrived. At 6 in the evening, Lin Mo stood alone by the moonlight well, playing the role of the student who stumbled upon the ruins as planned. He wore an ordinary school uniform, clutching his most commonly used ice and fire brick, and his expression was nervous yet curious, like a rookie who had strayed into a forbidden area. Attention all units, the target has entered the administration building. A report from the Shadow Guard came through the headset. It's expected to arrive at Yuehua Well in 3 minutes. Lin Mo took a deep breath and activated the remaining blood moon essence within his body. Suddenly, a faint blood-colored energy seeped from his body, resonating subtly with the moonlight in the well. This was a special disguise created by the Shadow Guard, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the ranks of the blood slaves. The humming sound of the elevator sounded. Lin Mo immediately got into character, pretending to be panicked, and raised a brick in the direction of the elevator. Who is there? The elevator door opened, and 5 figures walked out. Leading the way was the silver-masked man in black who had given Lin Mo the blood moon essence that day. Behind him followed 4 red-robed men, each wearing a blood-red mask and exuding a chilling aura. It's you, indeed. The man in black seemed unsurprised to see Lin Mo. It seems the blood moon essence is quite effective. Lin Mo backed away in fake fear. Who are you? Don't come over here. Stop pretending, boy, the man in black sneered. The fact that you can stand here means you've accepted Blood Moon's gift. Now, it's time to serve Dark Moon. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then slowly put down the brick. Can you really make me stronger? Stronger than you can imagine. The man in black opened his arms. See this well? Tonight, we will summon the power of the dark side of the moon. All participants will receive supreme blessings. Lin Mo showed a greedy expression at the right time. What can I do? It's simple. The man in black pointed to the rune at the mouth of the well. Stand there and use your sublimation ability to activate the rune node. In return, you will receive the second blood moon essence. The second one. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. This temptation was huge. If he was truly a blood slave craving power, he would definitely take the bait. Okay. Lin Mo walked nervously to the designated location, a stone platform with special symbols engraved on it at the edge of the well. Very good. The man in black nodded with satisfaction and turned to the 4 men in red robes. Begin drawing the core runes. Time is running out. The 4 red-robed men immediately dispersed around the wellhead, each taking out a blood-red dagger and beginning to carve complex runes into the ground. Their movements were skillful and precise, each stroke accompanied by a flow of blood-red energy. Lin Mo observed quietly and found that the runes carved by one of the shorter men in red robes were the most complicated, and the other 3 would look at him from time to time, as if waiting for instructions. Target found. Lin Mo whispered into the headset. Southeast, short guy, should be the core mapper. Got it, the Shadow Guard replied. Continue to observe, don't alert the enemy. Time ticked by. The runes at the well's mouth gradually took shape, emitting an eerie, blood-red glow that resonated with the moonlight within. The entire space began to vibrate slightly, and the crystal at the top flickered. It's almost time. The man in black muttered excitedly, 300 years of waiting will finally come true tonight. Lin Mo stood on the stone platform and felt the runes beneath his feet begin to heat up. A strange suction force came from the well, as if it was trying to drain the energy from his body. Now! The order from the Shadow Guard suddenly came through the headset. Lin Mo activated the SS-level protective shield in his bracelet without hesitation. A silver-white light curtain instantly enveloped him, isolating the rune suction. At the same time, the Shadow Guard who had been lying in ambush for a long time and Su Qingxue and others rushed out at the same time. Dark Moon! You're under arrest! Amidst deafening shouts, more than a dozen figures rushed over from all directions. The men in black had obviously not anticipated the ambush and responded hastily. Damn kid! You betrayed us! The man in black roared and swung a bloody whip towards Lin Mo, but it was blocked by the protective shield. The well-trained Shadow Guards, working in groups of 3, quickly subdued the 3 red-robed men. Su Qingxue, like a flash of blue lightning, went straight for the core painter. Mysterious ice confinement. The extremely cold air instantly froze the short red-robed man. But just when Su Qingxue was about to succeed, something strange happened. Ha ha ha! Stupid ants! The man in black suddenly laughed wildly and tore open his shirt, revealing a hideous blood-red rune on his chest. Do you think this is the end? The rune erupted with a dazzling bloody light, resonating with the summoning array at the wellhead. The entire moonlight well vibrated violently, and the liquid moonlight began to boil. Oh no! He's forcibly activating the summoning circle, the principal exclaimed. Stop him! It's too late. The moonlight in the well seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, forming a huge vortex. At the center of the vortex, a blood-red light shot up into the sky, piercing the dome. Sacrifice your blood to welcome the coming of the dark moon. The man in black shouted crazily, then took out a dagger and stabbed it into his own heart. Blood gushed out, being absorbed crazily by the vortex in the well. The blood light became even brighter, almost illuminating the entire underground space. Retreat! Everyone, retreat immediately. The principal made a quick decision. The summoning can no longer be stopped. Protect the students first. Lin Mo. Let's go. Su Qingxue rushed towards Lin Mo in the chaos, wanting to take him away. At this moment, the frozen short man in red robe suddenly shattered the ice and pulled off his mask, revealing a face that scared Lin Mo to death. Zhou Ming. His eyes had completely turned blood red, and a strange smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Student Lin Mo, we meet again. Be careful. Lin Mo shouted, but it was too late. Zhou Ming formed seals with his hands, and a line of blood shot out from his fingertips, instantly wrapping around Su Qingxue's ankle. Qingxue. Lin Mo tried to rush over, but was pushed back by an invisible force. The suction force of the Yuehua well surged, pulling him towards the wellhead bit by bit. Lin Mo. Su Qingxue struggled desperately, and the power of the mysterious ice erupted, freezing the bloodline. But more bloodline shot out from Zhou Ming's hands, temporarily trapping her. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Zhou Ming looked at Lin Mo with a sinister smile. Do you know why Dark Moon is so interested in you? Because sublimation of all things is the best catalyst to awaken the dark side of the moon. Lin Mo's heart was pounding. So this was Dark Moon's true purpose. They had long known about his abilities. The so-called blood moon essence and the so-called recruitment were all for tonight. Don't even think about it. Lin Mo roared, using all his strength to activate the energy of the frozen vortex, trying to break free from the suction. But the power in the well was too great, and his resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Goodbye, Ascendant. Zhou Ming made a farewell gesture. Your sacrifice will accomplish the great cause of Dark Moon. The suction suddenly increased. Lin Mo could no longer resist and was thrown towards the wellhead. Just before falling, he saw Su Qingxue finally break free and rush towards him desperately. No! Their fingertips briefly touched above the wellhead before being separated by the raging energy surge. Lin Mo fell into the well, his vision awash in silver, while Su Qingxue was blown away by the shockwave and landed heavily in the distance. Lin Mo. Her scream was the last sound Lin Mo heard before he lost consciousness. Then, there was endless falling in darkness. Chapter 16: The Dark Side of the Moon and the Sublimation of All Things. Dark. Cold. Come down. Lin Mo's consciousness drifted in the endless void, as if thrown into the deepest chasm of the universe. There was no light, no sound, and he couldn't even feel his own body. Only a piercing chill, like billions of steel needles, constantly pierced his soul. Am I dead? As soon as this thought came to mind, a sharp pain suddenly swept through his body. Lin Mo opened his eyes abruptly, but the dazzling silver light made him close them again immediately, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Warning! Ultra-high concentration of lunar energy intrusion detected. Host's body is being assimilated. Assimilation progress, 17%. Emergency defense mechanism activated. The core of sublimation of all things is operating at full capacity. The system's alarm instantly woke Lin Mo up. He endured the burning pain in his eyes and slowly opened them again. Before him lay a silvery white ocean, a liquid space composed of pure moonlight. He was suspended within it, his body coated in a layer of silvery white crystals, like a gradually frozen insect. Even more terrifying, these crystals were spreading into his body, turning his flesh and blood transparent and crystallizing wherever they passed. No. I can't go on like this. Lin Mo struggled desperately, but his movements seemed 10 times slower. The density of the moonlight power was too high, and every tiny movement required a huge amount of energy. Assimilation progress, 23%. Suggestion: escape from Yuehua well immediately. Escape probability, 0.01%. Lin Mo's heart sank at the near zero chance of survival. But he quickly calmed down. Panic would only lead to a faster death. Since he couldn't escape, he had to find a way to survive in the well. System: analyze the composition of moonlight energy. Lin Mo shouted in his heart. Analyzing. Moonlight energy composition: 72% pure star energy, 15% ancient wolf fragments, 13% unknown dark matter. Warning! Detected the primary consciousness of the dark side of the moon. Danger level: SSS. The dark side of the moon? Lin Mo's heart trembled. Is this what Dark Moon wants to summon? An SSS-level consciousness? At this moment, the silvery white seawater suddenly began to fluctuate. A massive shadow slowly rose from the depths, growing larger and larger until it filled Lin Mo's entire field of vision. It was an eye. It was enormous, its pupils as deep as black holes, surrounded by a silver-white halo. Just by looking into its eyes, Lin Mo felt as if his soul was being sucked away. Warning! The dark side of the moon consciousness is locking onto the host. Mental erosion begins. Resistance success rate, 0.001%. Get out of my head. Lin Mo roared, desperately concentrating his mind to resist the terrifying invasion. But the gap was too big, like an ant trying to stop a tsunami. His consciousness collapsed in an instant. Darkness swept over Lin Mo, and he felt as if his memories, emotions, and even his personality were being brutally ripped apart and torn apart. His most intimate memories flashed back before his eyes like a movie: his lonely childhood in the orphanage, the humiliation of the awakening ceremony, Su Qingshua's cold yet concerned gaze, the days and nights of sweat on the training ground. Just when his consciousness was about to completely collapse, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Detected that the host's spirit is on the verge of annihilation. Sublimation of All Things Core Ultimate Protocol activated. The traceability program has started. Buzz. An unprecedented force erupted from Lin Mo's body. It wasn't the surface energy of the frozen vortex, but something deeper and more essential. A complex golden rune suddenly lit up on his chest, identical to the pupils of the dark side of the moon, only the color was reversed. What is this? Lin Mo looked at the rune on his chest in shock. He had never seen this before and didn't even know when it existed. Even more astonishingly, after this golden rune appeared, the giant eye of the dark side of the moon actually flinched. The terrifying erosion was instantly interrupted, replaced by a strange awe. Tracing completed. Host's identity confirmed: descendant of the Moon God clan, legitimate successor to Sublimation of All Things. Authorization level: primary. Dark side of the moon state, secondary consciousness, obedience mode. The series of system prompts left Lin Mo completely bewildered. Moon God clan? The legitimate heir? What the hell was going on? But there was no time to ponder these matters. As the dark side of the moon retreated, the assimilation of the moonlight energy into him also ceased, and even began to reverse. The silver-white crystals on his body gradually faded, and his body's perception gradually recovered. You know me? Lin Mo asked tentatively. In this space of consciousness, language seemed unnecessary. No, I. An ancient, obscure voice, like the whispers of thousands of people at the same time, rang out in Lin Mo's mind. Master. Master? Lin Mo almost bit his tongue. An SSS-level consciousness called him master? Why do you call me master? He asked cautiously. Key. The dark side of the moon's voice was intermittent, as if communication was difficult. You hold the key to the moon goddess, the sublimation of all things, the mark of the creator. Lin Mo looked down at the golden rune on his chest. Could this be the so-called key to the moon goddess? And sublimation of all things was actually the mark of a creator? The amount of information was too much for him to digest. The Dark Moon Organization wants to summon you. Why? Lin Mo asked the most crucial question. Destroy. The dark side of the moon's voice suddenly took on a hint of anger. They tampered with the contract and wanted to use me to destroy the Moonlight Well. So that's it. Lin Mo suddenly understood. Dark Moon wasn't trying to summon the dark side of the moon for its own use, but rather to use its power to destroy the Moonlight Well. But why? What was so special about this well? What is you waging? The channel. The voice of the dark side of the moon grew fainter and fainter, as if maintaining this communication consumed a great deal of energy. Connecting to the moon goddess's hometown, the only channel. A passage? The moon goddess's hometown? Lin Mo felt like he had touched upon some shocking secret. But now was not the time to ask questions. He had to find a way to leave here and warn Su Qingxue and the principal. Help me get out of here. Lin Mo said anxiously, the people up there are in danger. I obey your command. The dark side of the moon slowly closed its eyes. I grant you temporary authority, Yuehua, I obey your command. Following these words, a huge amount of information flooded into Lin Mo's mind. That was the basic method of controlling the power of the moonlight. Although it was just the basics, it was like a timely help to him now. Gain temporary skill, Moonlight Control Basic. Duration, unknown. Effect, can manipulate moonlight energy to a limited extent, performing movement, defense, and simple attacks. Lin Mo immediately tried to use this new ability. As soon as he thought about it, the surrounding moonlight energy really began to respond, supporting his body and slowly rising. Thank you, Lin Mo said sincerely. Although the dark side of the moon called him master, it was always right to be polite when facing such a being. Wait. The voice of the dark side of the moon gradually faded away. True, awakening, goodbye. Master. The huge eye sank into the depths and disappeared. Lin Mo used all his strength to control the moonlight energy and rushed towards the wellhead like a rocket. Outside Yuehua Well, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Su Qingxue was covered in blood, her Xianbing sword already broken in half, but she still stood in front of the well, preventing anyone from approaching. Across from her, Zhou Ming and the other two red-robed men were equally wounded, but the madness in their eyes was even greater. Give up, Su Qingxue. Zhou Ming grinned, his hands continuously releasing blood-colored threads. That brat is dead. Assimilated by Yuehua. You're next. Shut up. Su Qingxue shouted, wielding her broken sword in a blast of icy energy, severing the incoming blood. Her face was as pale as paper, only the fire in her eyes still burned. He won't die. Absolutely not. What a touching persistence, a red-robed man sneered, but it's so meaningless. By the time the bishop completes the ceremony, the entire Qingyuan High School will be reduced to ruins. Su Qingxue's heart sank. The situation was truly dire. The principal and the shadow guards had been trapped in a blood-red barrier by the man in black now known to be the Archbishop of Dark Moon through a self-destruction, unable to escape for a short time. The other students and teachers were above ground, completely unaware of the danger below. With only her and a few S-rank students, it would be difficult to simultaneously prevent the ritual and protect the wellhead. What hurt her the most was Lin Mo. She watched helplessly as he fell into the moonlight well, unable to do anything. The heart-wrenching pain was even worse than the pain of the ice soul-gnawing heart attack. Lin Mo. Su Qingxue bit her lip, blood dripping down her chin. You bastard, didn't you promise to help me lift the curse? At this moment, the moonlight in the well suddenly began to churn violently. What's going on? Zhou Ming looked towards the wellhead in confusion. The ceremony has been moved up? No, that's not right. Su Qingxue keenly noticed that this fluctuation was completely different from the previous one. More orderly, more purposeful? Crash! A column of silvery white water suddenly gushed out of the well, reaching the dome. In the center of the water column, a familiar figure slowly rose. Lin Mo? Su Qingxue screamed in surprise, her ice-blue eyes instantly moist. At this moment, Lin Mo's whole body was shrouded in silver white light, his eyes were like two miniature moons, and the ice and fire brick in his hand had turned into a pure energy body, with red, blue, and silver colors intertwined, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Impossible! Zhou Ming screamed hysterically, how could he come out alive? And control Yuehua? Lin Mo ignored Zhou Ming's roar. His eyes immediately locked onto Su Qingxue. Seeing her covered in wounds, a raging rage instantly ignited in his chest. You are looking for death. Those three simple words were like the sentence of death. Lin Mo raised the three-colored brick high in the air. The moonlight energy, the frozen vortex energy, and the newly awakened golden power within him merged into one, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that blasted towards Zhou Ming and the other two. Bricks break the sky three-phase explosion. Boom! An unprecedented explosion engulfed the entire underground space. Zhou Ming and the two red-robed men didn't even have time to scream before they were engulfed by the beam of light and instantly vaporized. The aftermath of the explosion even cracked the blood-red barrier in the distance. Holy shit! Yan Lai was stunned. This is F rank? The smoke and dust cleared, and Lin Mo landed lightly in front of Su Qingxue. The moonlight in his eyes gradually faded, returning to its original black. I'm back, he whispered, a familiar smile playing on his lips. Su Qingxue stared at him intently, then suddenly raised her hand and slapped him. Bang! The crisp sound stunned everyone. This slap is for you falling into the well without permission. Su Qingshue's voice was as cold as ice, but the trembling ending betrayed her emotions. Lin Mo touched his burning cheek. Not only was he not annoyed, but he smiled even more brightly. I'm sorry for making you worry. Su Qingxue was about to say something when her expression suddenly changed. She covered her chest and knelt on one knee. A layer of strange ice crystals seeped out from under her skin and spread rapidly. Ice soul devouring the heart? Lin Mo was horrified. Why would it happen now? No, it wasn't a natural attack. Su Qingxue gasped in pain. It was the bishop, he detonated, the blood curse, buried in my body. Lin Mo then noticed that although the bishop in the blood-colored barrier in the distance was dying, he was holding a blood-colored doll in his hand, with Su Qingshue's hair wrapped around it. Ha ha ha. Let's die together. The bishop laughed wildly and crushed the doll. Su Qingxue let out a shrill scream. Her whole body was instantly covered with ice crystals, and her life force rapidly declined. No! Lin Mo hugged her and frantically urged sublimation of all things. Hold on. I'll save you right now. Warning! Target Su Qingshue's ice soul devouring heart has fully erupted. Conventional sublimation cannot eradicate it. Suggestion: use the authority of the lunar goddess key. The key of the moon goddess? That golden rune? Without giving it any thought, Lin Mo tore open his collar, revealing the golden rune on his chest. Then, he hugged Su Qingshuе tightly, pressing her chest against the rune. Everything is sublimated, life is reconstructed. The golden rune burst into an unprecedented light. A supreme power surged into Su Qingshue's body, melting ice crystals wherever it passed. The curse of ice soul devouring heart quickly disintegrated like snow encountering the scorching sun. Lunar key activated. Tracing the origin of the target, ice soul devouring heart. Origin traced. This curse was created by a traitor from the Moon God clan, targeting pure-blooded descendants. Cracking program started. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, completely enveloping the two. The ice crystals on Su Qingshue's body completely disappeared, replaced by a jade-like luster. Under the baptism of this power, her mysterious ice heart ability actually began to transform to a higher level. When the golden light finally dissipated, Su Qingshuo slowly opened her eyes. Deep within her ice blue eyes, a hint of golden light appeared, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Mo. She called softly, her voice softer than ever before. I'm here. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, but then his vision went dark due to energy overdraft and he almost fell down. Su Qingshuo held him and their positions suddenly reversed. This time, it's my turn to protect you. She said softly, and the cold air emanating from her body was several times stronger than before, but when it fell on Lin Mo, it was as warm as spring. In the distance, the principal and the shadow guards finally broke the blood-red barrier. Seeing the two people embracing and the battlefield reduced to ruins, everyone showed disbelief. Did we miss something? The principal muttered to himself. Yan Lai scratched his red hair. I feel like we missed a whole season of plot. 3 hours later, Qingyuan High School returned to calm. The Dark Moon conspiracy was completely thwarted, and the bishop, Zhou Ming, and others were all executed. Yuehua Well was temporarily sealed after the incident, under the joint management of the military and the shadow guards. Lin Mo and Su Qingshuo were taken to a secret meeting room. So, the principal rubbed his temple. You're saying that you encountered the dark side of the moon at the bottom of the well, and it recognized you as its master and taught you how to control the power of the moonlight? That's roughly it. Lin Mo nodded, concealing the details about the Moon God clan and the Moon God key. It wasn't that he didn't trust the principal, but the information was too shocking, and he himself didn't fully understand it. And you also used some method to completely cure Su Qingshue's ice soul gnawing heart? The principal looked at Su Qingshuo. Is this true? Su Qingshuo nodded calmly. I can feel that the curse has indeed disappeared. Not only that, my ability has also. She raised her hand, and an ice crystal lotus condensed in her palm, with golden patterns wrapped around the petals. It has evolved. The principal and several high-ranking members of the Shadow Guard exchanged shocked glances. Student Lin Mo, a high-ranking member of the Shadow Guard, asked seriously, do you know the origin of your sublimation of all things ability? Lin Mo smiled bitterly. To be honest, I am more confused than you are now. This wasn't a lie. Although the dark side of the moon had revealed some information, it was too fragmented. He needed time to sort it out, and even more so, to talk to Su Qingshuo alone. Regardless, you have performed a great service, the principal finally said. The Alliance will reward you accordingly. As for the secret of sublimation of all things, we will continue to investigate and notify you as soon as we have any information. After the meeting, Lin Mo and Su Qingxue walked side by side on the path on campus. A full moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silver glow. You've hidden something. Su Qingxue suddenly spoke, not questioning, but just stating. Lin Mo nodded. Too much information, I need time to digest it. And he looked into Su Qingxue's eyes. There are some things I just want to tell you first. Su Qingxue paused, her icy blue eyes like two clear springs in the moonlight. Now? Now. Lin Mo said firmly. The two found a secluded bench and sat down. Lin Mo took a deep breath and told Su Qingxue everything about his experience at the bottom of the well, the words of the dark side of the moon, and his speculation about the Moon God clan and the Moon God key. So, I might not be an ordinary human. Lin Mo looked at his poem. Sublimation of all things is not a randomly awakened ability, but some kind of inheritance? Su Qingxue was silent for a long time, then suddenly asked, Are you scared? Lin Mo was stunned. What? This identity, this power, and the responsibility behind it. Su Qingxue said softly, Aren't you afraid? Lin Mo thought seriously for a moment and shook his head. Compared to these, I am more afraid that I won't be able to come back in time to save you today. Under the moonlight, the corners of Su Qingxue's mouth rose slightly, revealing a rare, sincere smile. Fool. She leaned gently on Lin Mo's shoulder, her long ice blue hair brushing against his cheek in the night breeze, carrying a faint fragrance. No matter who or what you are, you will always be my F-class trash. Lin Mo smiled and carefully held her hand. Then it's a deal, the sponsor will support me for the rest of my life. It depends on your performance. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the two of them and blending their shadows into one. And in the dimension they could not see, the huge eyes of the dark side of the moon slowly closed and sank into the depths with satisfaction. Its owner finally began to awaken. Chapter 17, Superpower League and Mysterious Invitation. The morning sun streamed into the dormitory through the cracks in the curtains. Lin Mo suddenly jumped up from his bed, his forehead covered in sweat. He dreamed of the moonlight well again, the endless silver, the giant eye, and the whisper of master. Host physiological state, rapid heart rate, high adrenaline level. Suggestion, take a deep breath and calm down. The system prompt brought Lin Mo back to his senses. He wiped his face and looked at the calendar on his bedside table. 2 weeks had passed since the Yu Weijing incident, and Qingyuan High School had returned to its former tranquility, at least on the surface. Picking up the three-phase brick beside his pillow now stabilized into a trio of red, blue, and silver. Lin Mo felt the energy coursing through it. Since returning from the moonlight well, his sublimation of all things seemed to have undergone a qualitative shift. It was no longer limited to contact triggering, and could even temporarily strengthen objects remotely, albeit at a significant cost. Ding dong. The phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo grabbed it and saw that it was a message from Su Qingxue. 8 o'clock, principal's office. Something important. It was short and cold, very Su Qingxue style. But Lin Mo noticed that the message was sent at 6:30 in the morning. She got up earlier than usual. What happened? Lin Mo replied. The other party was typing for a long time, and finally only sent 3 words. League. Come quickly. The Supernatural League? Lin Mo jumped out of bed and quickly washed and changed. This was China's highest-ranking student supernatural competition, held every 3 years. Only the top colleges and geniuses were eligible to participate. At 7:50, Lin Mo stood in front of the principal's office and straightened his collar. The door was not closed tightly, and a heated argument could be heard from inside. This is too risky. It was the voice of the headmaster, Wang Xinghua. Letting an F-class player participate in the league? Xingyuan will become a laughingstock across the country. But his actual combat power has already reached a level. The principal calmly retorted, You have also read Yu Weijing's report. That's a special case. Who knows if he can perform consistently? Wang Xinghua persisted. Besides, his ability is so bizarre. A brick? What will the judges think of us? Lin Mo curled his lips and was about to knock on the door when a cold voice came from behind. Get out of the way, don't block the road. A familiar chill hit Lin Mo, and he knew who it was without even turning around. He stepped aside, and Su Qingxue brushed past him. Her long, icy blue hair brushed against his cheek, carrying a faint scent of cedar. "Good morning, Mr. Sponsor." Lin Mo greeted with a smile. Su Qingxue paused and glanced back at him. "You're smiling like an idiot." But Lin Mo keenly noticed that the tips of her ears were slightly red. The two entered the office one after the other. The principal, Wang Xinghua, and several school directors immediately stopped arguing. "You've come just in time." The principal pushed up his reading glasses. "You should have guessed what happened with the Superpower League. It turned out that because Qingyuan High School successfully thwarted the Dark Moon conspiracy, the Alliance granted an extra entry. The school decided to let Su Qingxue lead the team, and Lin Mo was selected as a special talent. Here are the registration forms." The principal handed over 2 documents. "The league will be held in the imperial capital next month for 2 weeks. The top 3 teams will qualify to enter the Sky Dome Secret Realm. Sky Secret Realm." Lin Mo's pupils shrank slightly. It was a legendary holy place for cultivation. It was said that the energy concentration inside was more than 10 times that of the outside world. It even contained ancient relics and rare medicinal herbs. "I have no objection." Su Qingxue signed simply. Just as Lin Mo was about to sign, Wang Jing was suddenly interrupted. "Wait. The league has strict grade review. How can he pass with an F grade?" The principal smiled mysteriously and took out a small box from the drawer. "This is specially approved by the Alliance in recognition of Lin Mo's special contributions." When the box was opened, a brand new psychic badge was revealed inside silver with a gold border and a striking A engraved in the center. "A level?" Lin Mo's eyes widened. It's temporary," the principal explained. "It's valid for 3 months, enough time for you to participate in the league. Of course, you still have to go through the actual test." Lin Mo took the badge, his fingertips trembling slightly. A level, a once unattainable dream, was now realized in this way. Although it was only temporary, but... "Thank you, principal." He solemnly pinned the badge on his chest. Wang Xinguo wanted to say something, but the principal stopped him with a look. The meeting ended quickly, and Lin Mo and Su Qingxue walked out of the administration building side by side. "A level, huh?" Su Qingxue glanced at his badge, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. "Finally, not so useless anymore." Lin Mo chuckled. "Then shouldn't the sponsor increase the maintenance fee a bit?" "Dream on." Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, then said sternly, "The league is no joke. Talents from all over the country will be gathering here. Starting today, the training intensity will double." Lin Mo's smile froze on his face. The last time he doubled his profits, it almost cost him his life. "Oh, right." Su Qingxue seemed to suddenly remember something. "Wait for me at the school gate at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Someone wants to see you." "Who is it?" "My father." Lin Mo stumbled and almost tripped over his own feet. What? Your father? What? Are you scared?" Su Qingxue's eyes flashed with mischief. "Weren't you quite brave when you said you would help me remove the curse? How can that be the same?" Lin Mo was mad. "This is a meeting with the parents." Su Qingxue's face flushed red. "Nonsense. It's just that he heard that you lifted the ice soul devouring heart and wanted to thank you in person." After saying that, she turned and left, her long ice blue hair drawing a graceful arc in the sunlight. Lin Mo stood there, touched the A-level badge on his chest, and thought of Su Qingxue's red ears. Suddenly, he felt that the league didn't seem that important anymore. At 2:50 p.m., Lin Mo paced back and forth at the school gate. He had changed into his most respectable clothes, his hair was meticulously combed, and he was holding a carefully wrapped gift box, a tea set he had enhanced with all things sublimation, which was said to enhance the taste of tea. A black stretch sedan slowly drove up and stopped in front of him. The car door slid open silently, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafted out. "Get in the car." Su Qingxue's voice came from inside the car. Lin Mo took a deep breath and ducked into the carriage. Inside the spacious carriage, Su Qingxue sat on one side, facing a middle-aged man. He wore a simple, dark gray Mao suit. His features were resolute, his eyes gleamed like lightning, and he exuded an air of authority without even being angry. What startled Lin Mo the most was that this man bore a striking resemblance to Su Qingxue, albeit with more angular features. "Dad, this is Lin Mo." Su Qingxue introduced, with a rare hint of nervousness in her tone. "Hello, Uncle Su." Lin Mo bowed reflexively, almost bumping into the roof of the car. I'm Lin Mo, a sophomore at Qingyuan High School. I'm 18 years old and have no bad habits. My current ability rating is A, but it's actually temporary. My real level is F, but my actual combat power should be able to reach it, especially after I have the 3-phase brick. Stop. The middle-aged man raised his hand to interrupt, his mouth twitching slightly. I am Su Yuntian, Qingshua's father. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to interview your son-in-law. Dad. Su Qingxue glared at her father in embarrassment. Su Yuntian smiled and gestured for Lin Mo to sit down. I heard about your performance at Yuehua Well, and I also saw the curse disappear from Qingshua's body. As a father, I owe you a thank you. Lin Mo quickly waved his hands. No, classmate Su has saved me many times, we are helping each other. Young man, there's no need to be modest. Su Yuntian's eyes were sharp. Ice Soul Devouring Heart has plagued my Su family for 300 years, and countless geniuses have failed at it. Your ability to remove it is no accident. He took the gift box from Lin Mo and gently opened it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This is a spiritual charm device? Did you make it yourself? Lin Mo nodded. I hope this little gadget, enhanced by sublimation of all things, will catch your eye. Su Yuntian picked up a teacup, examined it carefully, and suddenly asked, do you know the Moon God clan? Lin Mo's heart trembled, and he almost knocked over the teacup in his hand. How did Su Yuntian know this? Did Su Qingxue tell him? Don't be nervous. Su Yuntian put the teacup back. Qingxue only said that you can control the power of the moonlight. But I am the head of the Su family. I know much more than she does. The car drove slowly, and the scenery outside the window gradually changed from the city to the suburbs. Su Yuntian pressed a button, and a translucent barrier rose in the car. What I'm about to tell you is China's most confidential secret. His voice deepened. It's about the Moon God clan, about the ascension of all things, and about you. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened, and sweat oozed from his palms. He felt that he was finally about to touch the truth. The Moon God clan is an alien civilization that descended upon Earth in ancient times, Su Yuntian explained slowly. They mastered the supreme laws of sublimation and annihilation and established a glorious civilization on Earth. The Moonlight Well is one of the stargates they left behind. What about sublimation of all things? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask. It's the Moon God clan's signature ability, and only pure-blooded descendants can awaken it. Su Yuntian looked at Lin Mo with a burning gaze. So, when I heard that Qingyuan High School had an F-level student who could split alloy piles with bricks, I guessed your identity. Lin Mo's throat was dry. You mean, I am a descendant of the Moon God clan? Not only that. Su Yuntian took out an ancient jade slip from his arms. According to the ancient records of the Su family, those who can control the power of moonlight must be the royal blood of the Moon God clan, that is, the royal bloodline. Royal blood? Lin Mo's mind was buzzing. This was too much information to digest. 300 years ago, the predecessor of Dark Moon, a group of rebellious descendants of the Moon God clan, launched a massacre against the Wangxue clan, Su Yuntian continued. They created the Ice Soul Devouring Heart specifically to target the Wangxue clan. The Su family's ancestor, who had once been Wangxue's guard, was also implicated. So that's how it is. Lin Mo suddenly understood. No wonder the dark side of the moon called him its master, and no wonder he could remove the Ice Soul Devouring Heart. Dad, are you saying that Lin Mo is the prince of the Moon God clan? Su Qingxue showed a rare expression of shock. To be more precise, it's the last heir to the royal blood. Su Yuntian corrected, the other royal bloods should have already. He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Lin Mo was likely the last bloodline of the Moon God clan's royal family. The carriage fell silent. Lin Mo looked down at his hands, his mind racing. Orphan, F-ranked waste, the blood of the Moon God clan's king, this transformation was too magical. You didn't come here today just to tell me this, did you? Lin Mo asked sharply. Su Yuntian nodded approvingly. Smart. 2 things. He held up 2 fingers. First, I invite you to join Starry Sky, China's highest-level supernatural research institution. Your abilities and status require professional guidance and protection. Starry Sky? Lin Mo looked at Su Qingxue, who nodded imperceptibly, indicating that this was a good place. What's the second thing? Secondly, Su Yuntian's expression grew serious. Dark Moon hasn't truly vanished. The Yu Weijing incident was just the tip of the iceberg. They will definitely come back, and your identity will make you their primary target. Lin Mo wasn't surprised. From the moment he knew he was royal blood, he knew that he and Dark Moon were in a life or death relationship. What should I do? Become stronger. Su Yuntian said concisely, the League is a good opportunity, especially the Sky Secret Realm. There are relics left by the Moon God clan there, and there may be something useful for you. The car slowly stopped, and outside the window was a view of a manor surrounded by bamboo forests. Su Yuntian gestured for them to get out. Stay here for the day. Someone from Starry Sky will pick you up tomorrow morning. Some tests can be done sooner rather than later. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingxue, who nodded gently, I'll accompany you. These 3 simple words warmed Lin Mo's heart. No matter if he was an F-rank loser or a royal blood, at least one thing would not change. Su Qingxue would stand by his side. The bamboo forest rustled, and the setting sun stretched the 3 people's shadows very long. Lin Mo touched the A-level badge on his chest, looked at Su Qingxue beside him, and suddenly felt that the future didn't seem so scary. After all, he was a man who could split in A rank with a brick. Chapter 18 Attack. The 3 were about to go back when suddenly a shadowy figure rushed out from the bamboo forest, holding a dagger with a cold glow in its hand and stabbed at Lin Mo. Puff! The sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh was particularly harsh in the silent laboratory. Lin Mo felt a warm liquid splash onto his face, carrying a strange scent like melting ice and a faint smell of blood. He froze in place, his vision filled with Su Qingxue's suddenly pale face and slightly furrowed brows. The poison alloy dagger lodged deeply in her right shoulder, the one she had shielded him from. A strange, dark blue frost quickly spread around the wound. Su Qingxue! Lin Mo's roar almost broke through his throat. His heart seemed to be gripped by an icy hand. The sudden burst of shock and anger even overwhelmed the stiffness of his body being confined by space. Oomph, a woman in the way. The black-robed man succeeded in his attack, his eyes showing no mercy. He twisted his wrist and tried to pull out the dagger. At the same time, his other hand gathered even more intense dark energy and rushed towards Lin Mo, who was blocked by Su Qingxue behind him. Wang Shui, follow me. Get out of here. Lin Mo's eyes were bloodshot, and unprecedented rage and panic erupted like a volcano. The A-rank badge on his chest seemed to be burning, and the dormant moonlight power in his body, stimulated by the aura of Su Qingxue's blood, was like an ignited barrel of explosives, boiling violently. Warning! Host's emotions are fluctuating violently, and the energy core is overloaded. High-purity moonlight origin aura detected source, Su Qingxue. 3-phase bricks create a strong resonance. All things sublime enters a state of stress. The system's cold notification tone was drowned out by the silvery frenzy surging through Lin Mo's sea of consciousness. He had no time to think, his right hand instinctively grasping the 3-phase brick he had been holding tightly. This time, the brick was no longer a docile weapon. It vibrated violently, and red, blue, and silver lights intertwined and collided wildly, as if attracted and ignited by Su Qingxue's blood. Buzz! A piercing humming sound echoed through the laboratory, and an aura more ancient, more domineering, and more violent than that of the black-robed man erupted from the bricks. The bricks' forms violently twisted, stretched, and reorganized in the light. No longer looks like a brick. It transformed into an arc of blade light, approximately 1.5 meters long. The main body was a deep silver like the night sky, like solidified moonlight itself. The edge of the blade flowed with the fiery red of molten lava, while the blade spine was wrapped with sharp blue lines like ice crystals. The entire weapon exuded a destructive beauty, its unparalleled sharpness slicing the air with a low hissing sound. Blood Moon Judgment. This name appeared in Lin Mo's mind like a brand. Die for me. Lin Mo clenched his hands around the cold hilt of Blood Moon Judgment, a blade that seemed connected to his bloodline. Driven by rage and the power of the moonlight, he forcibly broke free from the constraints of space. He ignored the dark energy claws that the black-robed man attacked again, his eyes focused only on the enemy who had hurt Su Qingxue. There were no fancy techniques, only a single, simplest yet most violent diagonal slash that condensed all the strength and anger. Swish! A huge crescent-shaped blade light mixed with silver, red, and blue tore through the air, and with the will to cut off everything, it slashed towards the man in black robe. Wherever the blade passed, a deep groove was silently plowed into the solid alloy ground, and the remaining energy particles in the air let out a shrill whine. For the first time, horror flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. The moment his concentrated dark energy claws came into contact with the blade's light, they dissipated like melting ice and snow. No! This is impossible. This belongs to the royal family. The black-robed man's frightened roar came to an abrupt end. The blade passed through his body without any hindrance. The black-robed figure froze in place, a straight, smooth gash appearing across his body from shoulder to waist. No blood splattered, the cut instantly eroded and obliterated by silver, red, and blue energy. His upper body silently slid down, while his lower half remained standing, transforming into two pools of rapidly dissipating black mist, leaving behind only a twisted, resentful look as he vanished into thin air. Clang! The poisoned dagger fell at Lin Mo's feet. The battle ended so suddenly and violently. Lin Mo didn't even look at the dissipating black mist. After the huge blood moon judgment in his hand made that shocking blow, its light quickly dimmed and its shape flickered unstably for a few times. Finally, it turned back into the brick with three colors intertwined, but as if there was an indescribable dark red bloodline. It lay quietly in the palm of his hand, and the temperature was scorching. Su Qingxue. Lin Mo threw away the brick, knelt on the ground, and carefully supported the staggering girl. Su Qingxue's face was as pale as paper, her lips drained of all color. A faint blue frost still stubbornly spread across the wound on her shoulder, even threatening to intrude upon her heart. The excruciating pain caused her body to tremble slightly, and a fine layer of cold sweat oozed from her forehead. However, she managed not to faint. Her icy blue eyes, somewhat unfocused, stared at Lin Mo, her voice as tinny as a mosquito's. Stupid. Stupid. You're yelling so loudly. It's so disturbing. Don't talk. Lin Mo was extremely anxious. He tried to use Sublime All Things to touch the wound, but the dark blue frost carried a strong corrosive and curse force. His energy was violently repelled as soon as it came into contact with it, and could not penetrate at all. Damn! This poison. Lin Mo looked at the strange blue frost, feeling powerless. At this moment. Woo woo woo! A piercing alarm finally rang out throughout the starry sky base, and red warning lights flashed frantically. The heavy alloy door of the laboratory was forcibly broken open, and a group of heavily armed, formidable guards rushed in, followed closely by Su Yuntian, whose face was ashen, and a middle-aged researcher in a white coat, with messy hair and an unusually sharp gaze. Qingxue. Su Yuntian saw the wound on his daughter's shoulder, his pupils constricting as he instantly moved closer. A powerful, gentle, yet chilling energy instantly enveloped Su Qingxue. The stubbornly spreading dark blue frost slowed significantly under Su Yuntian's powerful force. Dad. I'm fine. Su Qingxue spoke weakly, but couldn't help coughing up a small mouthful of blood foam with ice chips. Stop talking. Su Yuntian growled, his voice filled with suppressed anger and heartache. He quickly examined the wound, his expression darkening. Bone-eroding chilling soul. Dark Moon's forbidden poison. Such a cruel method. Mr. Su, quickly send Miss Su to the Fountain of Life, the disheveled researcher said hurriedly. He squatted down, holding a device that flashed green light and quickly scanned Su Qingxue's wound. He spoke rapidly, the toxin is extremely active and is corroding the energy circuit. Conventional treatment is ineffective. It must be suppressed immediately with high-purity life energy. Dr. Zhao, I'll leave this to you. Su Yuntian acted decisively and carefully picked up his daughter. The space around him twisted slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only a cold and piercing word echoing in the laboratory: investigate. Investigate thoroughly. There's something fishy going on inside the starry sky. The researcher called Dr. Zhao pushed up his thick glasses, and his eyes swept across the messy laboratory behind the lenses, finally stopping on Lin Mo, the blood-stained three-phase brick in his hand, and the poisoned dagger on the ground. Are you Lin Mo? Dr. Zhao's voice carried the fanaticism and calmness typical of a scientific researcher. A level temporary badge holder, Moon God Clan Royal Blood? That energy burst just now, was it you who did it? And that weapon, was it made from a brick? Lin Mo's mind was preoccupied with Su Qingxue's injuries, and he had no intention of answering. He stood up, wiped the blood splattered on his face, both Su Qingxue's and the remnants of the black-robed man's energy, and said in a hoarse voice, Dr. Qingxue? With Patriarch Su here in the Fountain of Life, she won't be in danger for now. Dr. Zhao interrupted him, staring at Lin Mo with a burning gaze. But the poison is troublesome and requires a specific antidote or a more powerful purifying power. Now, tell me what just happened. The whole process. Every detail is crucial. Especially, how you finally killed that Dark Moon bastard. Dr. Zhao's gaze finally locked onto the seemingly ordinary brick. And this one. Did it devour Miss Su's blood? And then, it evolved? Lin Mo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that providing information now might help save Su Qingxue. He briefly recounted the process of being ambushed, Su Qingxue blocking the attack, his own rage causing the brick to transform, and finally, beheading the enemy. Stress state. Devouring the high-purity moonlight essence Su Qingxue's blood. Form reorganization. Explosive power. Dr. Zhao listened while frantically recording on the portable light screen, his eyes flashing with an almost obsessive light. Royal blood is the key. Emotions are the catalyst. The carrier, the brick, no, it's more than a carrier. It's a resonator. An amplifier. It's alive? Dr. Zhao suddenly looked up, looking at Lin Mo as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Boy. No, classmate Lin Mo. Your abilities, your identity, and this. Divine embryo. They contain the secret to subverting the existing supernatural power system. Follow me. Immediately. We need to do more in-depth testing. Right now. While the energy fluctuations from your previous battle haven't completely subsided. Lin Mo frowned. He just wanted to know about Su Qingxue's situation immediately. But Dr. Zhao's next words made him unable to refuse. Test. Only by thoroughly understanding the true nature of your power can we find a faster, more effective way to save Miss Su. Bony rotting chilling soul is no ordinary toxin, it targets the very source of energy. Conventional treatments can only delay. We need your power. We need to understand how it resonates with Miss Su's. Lin Mo looked at the unquestionable eagerness and enthusiasm in Dr. Zhao's eyes, and thought of Su Qingxue's pale face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. I'll go with you. But I want to know Qingxue's situation at all times." Deal. Dr. Zhao grabbed Lin Mo's arm with astonishing strength. "Come with me. To the Universal Analysis Room. Let me see the true power of the Moon God clan's royal blood and the limits of this divine embryo." The two hurriedly left the messy laboratory. Guards began to seal off the scene, collecting the remaining ashes of the black-robed man and the poisoned dagger. No one noticed that, in the corner of the lab, beneath the fragments of a petri dish shattered by the energy aftermath, a tiny, fingernail-sized, extremely faint black crystal was flickering ominously, like a cold eye, quietly recording everything, especially the entire transformation of the blood-stained brick in Lin Mo's hand. Within the crystal, a faint, almost imperceptible mental wave was trying to penetrate the numerous shields of the starry skybase, sending out some message. Lin Mo followed Dr. Zhao through a futuristic, technologically advanced passage, tightly clutching the three-phase brick that seemed to still carry Su Qingxue's body temperature and the scent of blood. The newly added dark red blood streak on the brick, shimmering beneath the silver, red, and blue light, was particularly glaring. Blood Moon Judgment Su Qingxue Dark Moon the Traitor. Lin Mo's eyes became extremely cold and determined. No matter what the cost, he must rescue Su Qingxue and find out the hidden venomous snake. Power. He needs more power. Chapter 19 Moonlight Resonance and Frozen Tears. The Universal Analysis Room wasn't so much a laboratory as it was a vast spherical space enveloped by a high-intensity energy field. The walls were composed of countless hexagonal energy cells, shimmering with a faint blue light. The air was filled with the low hum of precision instruments and the tingling sensation of concentrated free energy. In the center of the room was a suspended platform, where Lin Mo stood. The three-phase brick in his hand was being scanned by a dozen different colored energy beams, emitting a gentle hum. Dr. Zhao stood before the circular control console, his fingers darting across the screen, his eyes fixed on the cascading data stream, muttering to himself, "Energy activity is stable. Structural stability far exceeds expectations. The complexity of the internal energy circuits has increased exponentially. That bloodline is the key. It's Miss Su's moonlight essence that activated its deeper form. Royal blood resonance. Absolutely royal blood resonance." He suddenly looked up, looking through the thick protective glass at Lin Mo on the platform. A voice came through the loudspeaker, "Lin Mo. Try to inject your moonlight power. Minimum dosage. Target the bloodline at the core of the brick. Recording unit ready. Maximum sensitivity." Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his worry about Su Qingxue. He closed his eyes and tried to connect with the silver energy flowing through his body. Compared to the previous, uncontrolled outburst of rage, the moonlight power now seemed much more docile, like a trickle. Guided by his thoughts, it carefully reached the brick in his palm. The moment that silver energy touched the dark red bloodline at the core of the brick, Buzz. The entire analysis room shook violently. The bricks erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. No longer the violent, volatile glow of previous stress, but a deep, restrained, yet supremely majestic silver glow. Within this silver glow, the bloodline seemed to come alive, snaking and flowing, emitting an aura that shared Lin Mo's origin, yet carried the distinct chill of Su Qingxue. At the same time, Lin Mo's whole body was shaking violently. The cold analytical room was no longer before his eyes. His vision was instantly engulfed by a vast, boundless silver ocean. His consciousness seemed to be pulled by a gentle yet irresistible force, penetrating the barriers of space and matter, and suddenly crashing into a cold, silent world filled with painful struggle. It's Su Qingxue. He saw it. In the center of a spring filled with soft green light, its energy so dense it practically melted into liquid, Su Qingxue floated quietly. Her eyes were tightly closed, her long lashes casting shadows across her pale face, her lips still bloodless. She wore only a thin white medical gown. The wound on her shoulder was covered by a film of emerald green light. The terrifying, dark blue frost was temporarily suppressed near the wound, like a dormant venomous snake. But the chilling and corrosive force it emanated sent a tingling sensation through Lin Mo's soul, even through this strange vision. What frightened him even more was that he clearly saw that in Su Qingxue's heart, there was not only the suppressed, bone-eroding cold soul poison. There is an extremely tiny but extremely clear mark. The mark, composed of pure, cold silver moonlight, held a pristine and mysterious form, resembling a waning moon entangled in thorns, or an ancient sealing rune. It embedded itself deeply within Su Qingxue's energy core, entwined with her own source power, indistinguishable from the other. It was precisely this mark's presence that enabled the bone-eroding chilling soul poison to find its perfect breeding ground and amplifier, constantly attempting to corrode the icy moonlight, transforming it into an even more vicious curse. And the aura emanating from this mark. Lin Mo couldn't be more familiar with it. That was his aura. It was the pure, unadulterated aura of the Moon God clan's royal blood. This. Lin Mo's consciousness fluctuated violently in front of Su Qingxue's energy core, in disbelief. Why was his origin mark imprinted on Su Qingxue's heart? And it seemed so ancient, so deeply rooted? At that moment, he saw Su Qingxue's tightly closed eyelashes tremble violently. A glittering tear, as if formed from the purest ice crystal, struggled to escape from the corner of her eye. The tear didn't slide down. Instead, the instant it left her eye socket, it was frozen by the rich life energy surrounding it and the chill emanating from the poison on her shoulder. It transformed into a tiny, icy teardrop, reflecting a rainbow of light, and hovered beside her pale cheek. An indescribable sadness, pain, and a kind of cold will that was almost desperate were transmitted into Lin Mo's consciousness through this drop of frozen tear like a surging tide. That is not words, but the most direct emotional impact. Lin Mo instantly understood the pain Su Qingxue was enduring, not only the venomous attack on her body, but also the torment of her soul being torn apart by the ancient mark deep within her energy core. The mark seemed to be rejecting external life energy healing, and it also seemed to be strangely resonating with the bone-eroding chilling soul. Qingxue. Lin Mo's consciousness made a silent cry in Su Qingxue's energy core. At the moment his emotions were surging, the moonlight power he had injected into the brick suddenly increased several times. The brick connected to his consciousness once again erupted with a strong silver glow, and the bloodline glowed even brighter red. Beep beep beep. Inside the analysis room, shrill alarms blared wildly. All the instruments monitoring Lin Mo and Ban Xuan instantly shot red. The energy readings had exceeded the safety threshold. Oh no! Energy overload. Mental resonance is out of control. Dr. Zhao's face changed drastically, and he yelled into the microphone, Lin Mo. Hold on. Cut the connection quickly. But it's too late. Lin Mo's brief connection with Su Qingxue's core mark, coupled with his own violent emotional fluctuations, was like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake. Not only did it trigger a strong reaction from the brick, it also directly stimulated the ancient origin mark in Su Qingxue's heart. Buzz. Far away in the Fountain of Life treatment room. The emerald green film covering Su Qingxue's wound suddenly fluctuated violently. The cold moonlight mark on her heart suddenly lit up. A powerful and pure moonlight power, carrying Lin Mo's aura, burst out uncontrollably from the mark. This power wasn't malicious, but rather carried an instinctive sense of exclusion. Like a cold silver tide, it instantly impacted the life energy film, suppressing the wound. Puff! The green film flickered violently, then dimmed a bit in an instant. The suppressed blue frost, as if receiving a shot of adrenaline, launched a fierce counterattack, instantly expanding its erosion area. Even smaller strands of ice, like venomous snakes, slithered along the energy circuit, attempting to pierce Su Qingshue's heart. What? Su Yuntian, who had been standing by, suddenly stood up, his face changing drastically. He clearly sensed the strange yet familiar moonlight power suddenly erupting from his daughter's body, and the accompanying worsening of her injuries. He immediately increased his own energy output, the mighty icy force mixed with pure life energy, forcibly suppressing the counterattack of the toxin and the sudden burst of the mark's power. The mark was triggered? Su Yuntian's eyes were filled with shock and a hint of imperceptible pain. Lin Mo. Is it Lin Mo's side? Inside the Vientiane analysis room. Puff! Lin Mo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale. The forced resonance with Su Qingshue's mark had been violently severed by an external force, Su Yuntian's interference, and the backlash of the brick's energy had left him mentally traumatized, and his body felt like it had been struck hard. He stumbled and half knelt on the platform. The light of the brick in his hand quickly dimmed and returned to its normal three-color flow, but the bloodline seemed to be more solid and deeper. Quick! Medical unit! Dr. Zhao ordered as he rushed to the control console to check the terrifying data peaks and abnormal energy spectrum that had just been recorded. When he saw the sudden deterioration data sent back by Su Qingshue's life monitor, he gasped. The fountain of life's energy barrier was impacted by an unknown homologous force. The toxin's activity instantly increased by 30%. The imprint's energy exploded. Dr. Zhao suddenly looked up at Lin Mo, who was supported by a medical robot and had blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity and a hint of horror. Boy! Did you just see something? Inside Miss Su's body? Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving violently, his eyes sharp and cold. He stared at Dr. Zhao and asked word by word, "Tell me, Dr. Zhao. What exactly is that mark of my origin in Qingshue's heart? Why does it exist? Is it related to the Su family ancestor's identity as a guard 300 years ago? Or, is it related to the removal of Ice Soul Devouring Heart?" Dr. Zhao pushed his glasses up, his gaze flickering behind the lenses as if he were weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he sighed deeply, his voice lowering, "It seems I can't hide it anymore. Patriarch Su wanted to find a more opportune time to tell you. Or perhaps he didn't expect the mark to be triggered so directly." He silenced some of the piercing alarms, leaving only the low hum of the instruments in the analysis room. Dr. Zhao walked up to Lin Mo, his expression serious. "That's no ordinary mark, Lin Mo. It's the Star Core Covenant." Star Core contract? Lin Mo frowned. The Moon God clan's royal family, also known as the royal blood lineage, possesses a core of power known as the Star Core. It's the ultimate source of strength and life, nearly immortal, Dr. Zhao said slowly. 300 years ago, the purge targeting the royal blood nearly wiped out all the pure-blooded royals. Our ancestor, one of the last remaining guardians of the royal blood, faced despair and used forbidden techniques to forcibly seal the star core of the youngest and purest member of the royal blood, which was on the verge of dissipating, within his newborn daughter. Using the ice soul body, passed down through generations in the Su family, it was preserved and nurtured. Lin Mora was struck by lightning. He understood instantly. Qingshu she is. That's right. Dr. Zhao nodded heavily. Su Qingshu, or rather, the women of the Su family's direct bloodline, from that moment 300 years ago, were no longer just guards. They were vessels, ice soul vessels that preserved the final strand of the royal blood's star core essence. The Ice Soul Heart-Eating Curse, ostensibly targeting the Royal Blood's guards, was a deeper reason because the Dark Moon traders wanted to completely destroy this vessel and sever the Royal Blood's last hope. And you? Dr. Zhao looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression. You were able to lift the Ice Soul Devouring Heart not just because your Royal Blood suppressed the curse, but the deeper reason is, you've awakened. The Star Core dormant in your body and the strand of origin preserved in the container for 300 years have created the strongest resonance and attraction. The process of lifting the curse is essentially awakening and reclaiming a portion of the power that originally belonged to you. That mark is the contract mark left on the core of the container Su Qingshu after you reclaimed your power. It proves that she was once your container and the cornerstone of your power's preservation and revival. So, the pain Qingshu endured is not just because of the poison. Lin Mo's voice was terribly hoarse, but also because her body still has the mark of my origin? Is it rejecting treatment? Yes, Dr. Zhao nodded. The Star Core contract is incredibly overbearing. It recognizes you as its sole master. Any external force that attempts to forcibly interfere with the core state of the contract carrier Su Qingxue will be instinctively repelled by it. The energy of the fountain of life is also considered an external force by it. And yet, the bone-eroding cold soul, a deadly poison that targets the very source of energy, resonates with the icy soul power remaining within the contract imprint, belonging to the vessel itself, intensifying the erosion. It's a vicious cycle. Lin Mo felt a chill run from his feet to his skull. Su Qingxue, that arrogant, cold girl, the financial backer who repeatedly stood in his way, the girl whose ears would turn red at his jokes. 300 years ago, her ancestors, determined to preserve the flame of the royal blood, had transformed this heavy responsibility into a curse passed down through the generations, branded into their bloodline. And she, herself, was destined from birth to be the vessel for his resurrection, enduring pain and a fate unimaginable to ordinary people. Lifting the curse was not a complete relief for her. Instead, because of the existence of the Star Core Covenant, she was more deeply bound to his wheel of fate. Then, what can we do? Lin Mo's voice trembled slightly, even though he himself was unaware of it. How can we save her? How can we break this damn contract? Cancel the contract? Dr. Zhao laughed bitterly and shook his head. The Star Core contract is a binding at the level of the royal blood's origin. Once formed, it is almost impossible to break it. If you force it, the carrier Su Qingxue will collapse instantly. The only way. He paused, looking at Lin Mo sharply. It is up to you, the heir of the royal blood, the master of the contract, to personally soothe and control that mark. Use your power to guide it, so that it no longer rejects treatment, and even suppress and purify the toxins. This requires you to have extremely high control over your own power, and even more so, to establish a deeper spiritual connection and trust between you and Miss Su that transcends the contract. Dr. Zhao pointed at the brick in Lin Mo's hand and said, "This divine embryo has devoured Miss Su's blood, which contains the aura of the origin, and resonates perfectly with your royal blood power. It is a medium. It is a bridge. Perhaps, it is also the key to your rapid mastery of this soothing ability." Lin Mo gripped the brick tightly in his hand, feeling its cold touch and the faint throbbing of blood. He looked down at his blood-stained hand Su Qingxue's blood, and thought of the icy teardrop he had seen frozen on her cheek. Container, contract, guardian. 300 years, Su Qingxue. He raised his head, the confusion and pain in his eyes replaced by an unprecedented determination. Blood dripped through his fingers onto the cold platform. "Tell me, Dr. Zhao." Lin Mo's voice was eerily calm, yet it held unquestionable determination. "What should I do? No matter how difficult it is, no matter what the cost. I want to save her. I want to control this damn contract. I want this power to truly be used by me, not to become a shackle that hurts her." Dr. Zhao looked at the burning determination in Lin Mo's eyes, and a hint of almost fanatical anticipation finally appeared on his face. "All right. Boy. You have guts. Then let's get started. Start with the most basic moonlight resonance. Use your heart to feel the bloodline in this divine embryo and recall Miss Su's breath. Then, try to use your will to command that mark. Remember, you are the king. Your will is the law." Inside the analysis room, a more precise guiding beam once again enveloped Lin Mo and the brick in his hand. This time, Lin Mo's eyes were extremely focused, as if he wanted to imprint his soul into the cold brick. Su Qingxue's painful will and the sadness of that frozen tear became the heaviest and most determined motivation for him to become stronger. Chapter 20, The First Sound of the Contract and the Fountain of Life. The energy field in the omniscient analysis room hummed softly, like the heartbeat of some gigantic creature. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the cold, suspended platform, eyes closed, completely immersed in an unprecedented, subtle state. Sweat drenched his back, veins throbbing on his forehead, and every breath carried a heavy burden of pressure. His consciousness was struggling to immerse into the three-phase brick in his hand. It was no longer a simple infusion of energy, it was an attempt to merge his mind with the dark crimson bloodline, animated by Su Qingxue's blood. The brick Dr. Zhao had called the god embryo was no longer a cold mass in Lin Mo's perception, but rather a vast, violent, yet vibrant energy nebula. The silver moonlight dominated, like a flowing galaxy. The blazing crimson energy surged like molten lava from the Earth's core. The azure power of the ice soul surrounded him like a halo of extreme cold. And that bloodline was the core thread running through it all, a bridge connecting him to Su Qingxue, a bridge brimming with the warmth of life. Psychosynchronization rate, 17.8%, 18.1%. Energy guidance efficiency, low, severe fluctuations. Attempt to connect with the target mark star core covenant, failed. Failed. Faint fluctuation. On the huge light screen in front of Dr. Zhao, the data stream was refreshing like a waterfall. He frowned, and his fingers tapped out a dense rhythm on the console, constantly adjusting the frequency and intensity of the energy guidance beam surrounding Lin Mo. Hold steady. Lin Mo. Don't try to control it. Feel it. Like you're feeling your own heartbeat. Dr. Zhao's voice came through the loudspeaker, with an almost hypnotic guiding force. That strand of blood is Su Qingshue's breath, the remnant of her will. Think of her. Think of the look in her eyes when she stood in front of you. Think of her coldness and the way the tips of her ears turned red. Send your thoughts and emotions through the blood. Tell the damned Star Core Covenant who its master is. What you want isn't rejection, but control. Protection. Lin Mo's mind was instantly filled with Su Qingshue's image. The resolute profile of her face as she blocked the knife, the bloodstains on her shoulder, the icy tears sliding down her pale face, and even earlier, at the door of the principal's office, the slightly reddened tips of her ears, the words smiling like an idiot, the warmth beneath the cold exterior, the protection behind her stubbornness. A strong feeling, a mixture of heartache, guilt, gratitude, and some deeper emotions, surged out like a flood breaking through the dam, along the spiritual connection between Lin Mo and Banjuan's bloodline. Buzz. The brick in his hand trembled violently. The dark red bloodline suddenly lit up, no longer a violent crimson light, but a warm, vibrant red gold. A clear, faint response, carrying Su Qingshue's unique icy aura, flowed back along the bloodline, like icy fingertips gently touching his soul. Now is the time. Lin Mafu's mind was filled with blessings, and all his thoughts instantly condensed into a clear, domineering, and unquestionable core of will. Like a king's decree to his subjects, he fiercely slammed into the end of the bloodline, into the cold mark that existed in the distant fountain of life and was branded on Su Qingshue's heart. With my blood. In my name. With the authority of the King's Blood Star Core. Star Core contract. Heed my command. I command you accept the life force. Purify the corrosive poison. Protect the carrier Su Qingxue. It is forbidden. Do not repel. Do not resonate with the external evil. Protect its origin. Peace its soul. This is my will. This will is not a sound, but a pure soul shock, a command at the origin level. Boom! The three-phase brick in Lin Mo's hand erupted with an unprecedentedly strong resonance. The silver, red, and blue lights instantly merged, transforming into a dazzling, majestic purple-gold beam of light. It shot up into the sky and slammed fiercely into the energy barrier at the top of the analysis room, causing a violent ripple. The entire analysis room was shaking. Lin Mo himself was trembling violently, his face instantly turning from pale to a strange red, and tiny traces of blood oozed from all 7 orifices. Forcibly shaking the origin contract with one's will, the backlash was huge. It's done! Dr. Zhao was so excited that he almost jumped up, staring at the data on the light screen that was soaring wildly and then suddenly stabilizing. Peak mental synchronization rate, 63.2%. Establish a forced guidance channel with the target imprint Star Core Covenant. Command sent. Contract imprint responds with fluctuations. Repulsion field strength decreased by 87%. Toxin activity increase suppressed. Warning. Host's mental load has exceeded the limit. Moderate damage to the body. Quick. Maximum power of the life support system. Inject the mental soothing agent. Dr. Zhao gave the order while quickly retrieving the data transmitted synchronously from the Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life Treatment Room. Su Yuntian, who had been frowning, suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. He could clearly feel the stubborn, icy Star Core Covenant mark on his daughter's heart suddenly ripple violently, like a frozen lake being thrown into a boulder. A powerful, overbearing thought, yet one with a clear protective will, pierced the space and imprinted itself fiercely upon the mark. Immediately afterwards, the icy barrier that had stubbornly repelled the Fountain of Life's energy crumbled like melting ice. The rich, pure green light of life finally poured unimpeded into Su Qingshue's core, gently enveloping the origin mark and the raging toxin. The dark blue frost that had been attempting a counterattack felt as if it had been pinched, instantly withering, its erosion rate drastically reduced. What surprised Su Yuntian even more was that his daughter's frown seemed to relax a little. Although she was still unconscious, the pain that penetrated deep into her bones on her face had obviously eased. It's Lin Mo. He really did it. Su Yuntian muttered to himself, looking in the direction of the Wanxiang analysis room, his eyes full of complexity and a hint of relief. Vientian analysis room. The purple gold beam slowly dissipated, and the bricks returned to their tricolor flow, but the streak of blood had transformed into a deep, dark gold, as if smelted from true gold, emitting a restrained and noble aura. Lin Mo collapsed onto the platform, exhausted, gasping for breath. His entire body ached as if he'd been run over, his spirit exhausted, and his vision blackening. The medical robot quickly treated his wounds and injected him with medicine. The cold medicine flowed into his veins, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Boy! You did it! You've gained initial control over the contract. You're a fucking genius. Dr. Zhao rushed over, patting Lin Mo's shoulder excitedly, almost knocking the recently recovered Lin Mo unconscious again, and pointed at the data transmitted from the fountain of life on the light screen. Look. The rejection is gone. Life energy is suppressing the toxin with all its might. Qingshua's vital signs have stabilized. Although it will take time to eradicate the toxin, the most dangerous stage is over. You've bought precious time. Lin Mo raised his head with difficulty and looked at Su Qingshua's face on the light screen. Although she was still pale, she was obviously more relaxed. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. The huge fatigue and the sense of relief for surviving the disaster instantly overwhelmed him, but he couldn't help but grin a weak smile. She is fine, that's good. Don't be too happy. Dr. Zhao was excited, but he still had his sanity. You just forcibly commanded the contract to temporarily not reject treatment. You're still a long way from truly controlling it, or even using it to actively purify toxins. Moreover, this kind of forced command is extremely taxing on your mind. You won't be able to do it again anytime soon. More importantly, Dr. Zhao's expression grew serious. Bone-eroding chilling soul is a deadly poison developed by Dark Moon specifically for the royal blood and its allies. It's extremely stubborn. The fountain of life can only suppress and delay its effects, not eradicate them. We must find an antidote or a more powerful purifying force. The secret realm of the sky, there might be clues there. But there's still time before the league starts, and Qingshui can't wait that long. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp. Where is the antidote? I don't know. Dr. Zhao shook his head. Dark Moon's base is extremely secretive. But... He changed the subject, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. The black-robed man who attacked you is dead, but the dagger he left behind in the black robe that can block star dome detection are still being analyzed. And the petri dish that was shattered by the energy. We found this. Dr. Zhao handed over a sealed transparent container, which contained a small piece of black crystal fragment the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint ominous fluctuation. What is this? Lin Mo felt the cold malice coming from the crystal fragments. An extremely rare fragment of a shadow beacon, with a faint mental marking and recording function. Dr. Zhao's eyes were cold. The last information it recorded and attempted to send out was mostly intercepted by the base's shielding network, but we successfully intercepted a directional residual mental wave. Its target is the long-abandoned Moonlight Well secondary observation station 300 kilometers away from the imperial capital. An abandoned observatory? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Yuehua Well. Yuehua Well again. Dark Moon was still active. You mean, there might be an antidote there? Or a clue? Lin Mo struggled to sit up. It's very likely. Dr. Zhao nodded. That place could very well be the black-robed man's temporary base, or perhaps an intelligence relay station. The Dark Moon people are cautious and won't easily carry important things with them, but there might be backup copies or clues left in the base. Especially antidote formulas or samples. I'll go. Lin Mo said without hesitation, his eyes determined. Tell me the location. I'll go now. Look at your half-dead state right now? Dr. Zhao slammed him harshly. Forget finding an antidote. You'd be blown down by the wind even if you reached the door. Besides, even though that place is abandoned, since it's a Dark Moon stronghold, there must be traps and guards. You need help. You need to recover. Help her. Lin Mo immediately thought of someone. That guy who also owed Su Qingshui a favor, who was powerful and had a deep background. Dr. Zhao, please help me contact someone. Lin Mo looked at Dr. Zhao, Chu Tianzhao, from the Chu family in the imperial capital. Dr. Zhao was stunned for a moment, then understood. That SS-level space monster? Patriarch Su mentioned that he owed Miss Qingxue a big favor. Okay. I'll arrange the communication. You must go to the Fountain of Life immediately. Meet Miss Su, and then immediately receive intensive recovery treatment. 4 hours. I'll only give you 4 hours to recover. When the time is up, no matter how well you've recovered, you must set off. Qingxue's time is running out. Lin Mo nodded heavily. With the medical robot's help, he struggled to his feet, his steps unsteady but remarkably determined as he walked towards the passage leading to the Fountain of Life. He clutched the blood-stained brick, now dark gold, in his hand. It seemed to sense his master's will, radiating a warm current. The door to the Fountain of Life treatment room slid open silently. A soft, life-giving green light filled the field of vision. Su Qingxue floated quietly in the center of the spring, a film of emerald light gently enveloping her. The dark blue frost on her shoulder was firmly pressed against the wound. The pain on her face eased considerably, her breathing steadied, and her long eyelashes drooped quietly, like a sleeping ice elf. Su Yuntian was standing by the pool. When he saw Lin Mo come in, he nodded to him with approval and a hint of barely perceptible gratitude in his eyes. Then he quietly retreated, leaving the space for the two of them. Lin Mo walked step by step to the edge of the pool, half knelt down, and stared at Su Qingxue's pale sleeping face through the soft light film. He stretched out his hand and lightly stroked the outline of her cold cheek through the light film. My dear sponsor, hold on a little longer. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse and low, with unprecedented tenderness and determination. Wait for me. I will definitely bring the antidote back. As if she heard his voice, Su Qingxue's eyelashes trembled very slightly, and a new, purer ice crystal tear slowly seeped out from the corner of her eye. Wrapped in life energy, it did not freeze, but slid down like a pearl, dripping into the emerald green spring water, creating a circle of tiny ripples. Lin Mo watched the teardrop disappear quietly, then turned around resolutely and walked towards the recovery room next door. Time is running out. 4 hours. Recover, then go. Target, abandoned Yu-Weijing observation station. Partner, Chu Tianjiu. Purpose, to find the antidote to save Su Qingxue. The shadow of the dark moon loomed again. But this time, Lin Mo's eyes burned no longer with panic, but with a tempered, cold flame and a resolute determination to protect. The dark golden line of the blood moon's judgment flickered faintly on the brick he held tightly. Chapter 21, Moonwell Afterimage and Blackstone Brand. The abandoned Yu-Weijing sub-observatory lay hidden deep at the bottom of a desolate valley. Ages had eroded much of its metal structure, and vines, like giant pythons, entwined the rusted dome and broken pipes. The air was filled with the damp, musty smell and the faint scent of corroded metal. Deathly silence reigned supreme here. However, beneath this dead silence, a heart-pounding undercurrent surges. Lin Mo and Chu Tianjiao, like two ghosts merging into the shadows, silently glided through the moss-covered alloy tunnel. Chu Tianjiao's SS-level spatial ability displayed a terrifying command. With a slight flick of his fingertips, the distorted light ahead of him formed an invisible barrier, perfectly isolating any sound waves and energy fluctuations that might be generated by their movement. Lin Mo tightly grasped the three-phase brick, the dark golden bloodline on the brick heating slightly. Like a living being, he vigilantly sensed his surroundings, especially the lingering, cold energy of the dark moon in the air. The residual energy is very fresh, no more than 24 hours old. Chu Tianjiao's voice echoed directly in Lin Mo's mind. This was a spatial transmission. At least 3 people have stayed here for a long time. One of them has a very strong aura, stronger than the black-robed man who attacked you last time. Lin Mo's heart sank. Sure enough, there were guards, and they weren't exactly friendly. He scanned both sides of the passage with a sharp gaze. The walls were covered in strange claw marks and traces of energy burns, clearly the site of a fierce battle, though not recently. What happened here before it was abandoned? Lin Mo responded with his thoughts. The records show that the experimental subjects rioted out of control. A hint of solemnity flashed in Chu Tianjiao's eyes. It is said that the research here was originally about activating the energy leaking from the Moonlight Well, a very dangerous direction. It seems that the situation got completely out of control. The two continued deeper, and the passage began to slope downward. The air grew colder, and the ancient, desolate, silver-white aura of the Moonlight Well grew stronger. Though faint, it was unusually pure. The dark gold bloodlines on the bricks pulsed faster, as if yearning for something. At the end of the passageway lay a massive, violently damaged alloy gate. It was twisted and deformed, with a large, irregular hole ripped through its center. Its edges bore traces of intense heat and immense impact. Behind the gate lay an immense underground space. This is the core of the observatory, the Yu-Weijing Energy Receiving and Analysis Control Room. In the center of the vast space lay a bottomless vertical shaft, over 50 meters in diameter. Its walls were coated with strange silver crystals. Even after years in abandonment, it still emitted a faint, flickering silver light, like breathing. This was the secondary moonlight well. While far less majestic than the main well at Qingyuan High School, it shared the same vast, star-filled aura. Surrounding the shaft was a massive, long-defunct array of instruments arranged in a circular pattern. Most of these instruments were badly damaged, covered in thick dust and cobwebs. However, Lin Mo and Chu Tianjiao's attention was instantly drawn to a relatively clean area at the edge of the shaft. The place had clearly been cleaned up, revealing several crude alloy workbenches. Scattered across them were broken instrument parts, a few energy crystals emitting a faint blue hue similar to the color of the bone-eroding chilling soul toxin, and some papers and memory chips covered in distorted symbols. More importantly, a half-meter square metal safe was fixed in the center of one of the workbenches. The box bore no markings, but was constructed entirely of a matte black alloy, emitting an energy field that blocked all detection. A subtle, chilling aura, one that suddenly heated the bloodline of the brick in Lin Mo's hand, emanated from within the box. The antidote, or a sample formula. It's probably inside. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened. Be careful. Chu Tianjiao's warning sounded almost at the same time. Whoosh! 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 3 pitch-black shadows, as if peeling from the shadows of the wall itself, silently appeared behind and to the sides of the two men. They had no physical form, composed entirely of inky black energy. Their forms were distorted, emitting a strong aura of malice and death. They were the Shadow Guardians that Dr. Zhao had mentioned. The attack broke out instantly. 3 dark energy spikes, condensed like substance, tore through the air, carrying a chilling chill that pierced through the soul, and pierced directly into the vital points of Lin Mo and Chu Tianjiao. The speed was astonishing. Humph! Chu Tianjiao snorted coldly, not even turning back. The space around him rippled like water. The 3 deadly dark spikes, less than half a meter from the two men, seemed to collide with an invisible spatial barrier. Their tips instantly twisted and shattered, dissipating in black smoke. Space barrier. Quick battle, quick decision. Chu Tianjiao shouted softly, and clenched his right hand towards the 3 shadow guards. Crack! A tooth-grinding sound of space shattering echoed. The space where the 3 shadow guards were located was like being fiercely grasped and kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Their twisted dark bodies were instantly compressed and torn apart, emitting silent screams, and finally turned into a few wisps of black smoke and completely annihilated. SS-level space control, so terrifying. After dealing with the guard, the two immediately rushed towards the black password box. A very strong energy isolation field. Chu Tianjiao frowned as he looked at the box. Brutal cracking might trigger a self-destruction or alarm. Lin Mo took a deep breath and placed his palm on the cold box. He didn't try to enter the password. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused on connecting with the dark golden bloodline on the brick. He mixed his pure moonlight power with the unique aura of royal blood and carefully probed for the core lock of the password box. Buzz! The password box seemed to sense the same and supreme aura, and a slight ripple appeared in the energy isolation field on the surface. Lin Mo was delighted and was about to increase his strength. Boom! The entire control room suddenly shook violently. Dust and gravel rained down from the dome overhead. Not an earthquake. It's a vertical shaft. It's that secondary moonlight well. Deep within the shaft, the faint, steady silver light suddenly erupted into a violent rage. A chaotic, yet incredibly powerful stream of silver-gray light, like a giant python out of control, erupted from the wellhead. Countless twisted, ghostly silver afterimages mingled within the stream, emitting piercing screams. They frantically pounded the well walls, biting at the air. The entire space was instantly filled with a violent, chaotic energy storm. Damn it! It's the residual activated energy rioting. We've been alarmed. Chu Tianjiao's face changed, and he suddenly opened his hands. A thick space barrier instantly enveloped the two of them and the password box. Crackle! The violent energy flow and the afterimages of the vengeful spirit slammed into the space barrier, emitting a dense explosion. The barrier fluctuated violently, and beads of sweat instantly oozed from Chu Tianjiao's forehead. Maintaining such a large-scale, high-intensity space barrier consumed a huge amount of energy. Lin Mo. Hurry! Chu Tianjiao growled. Lin Mo also felt immense pressure. Under the impact of the energy storm, the lockbox's isolation field became even more unstable. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his mind and strength into the brick's bloodline, guiding the power of the moonlight like the most delicate key, fiercely piercing the core of the lockbox. Click! A crisp mechanical sound rang out. Against the backdrop of the violent energy storm and the screams of the vengeful spirits, it was particularly clear. The lid of the black safe popped open. There is no complex structure inside the box, only three things quietly suspended in the center. 1. A small syringe that looked like it was made of ice crystals and starlight. Inside it flowed an extremely pure, refreshing, silver-blue liquid, the antidote to bone-eroding chill soul. 2. A thumb-sized black crystal. It is of the same origin as the shadow beacon fragment Dr. Zhao found in the laboratory, but it is more complete, and there seems to be a faint light flowing inside. 3. A palm-sized, irregularly shaped, pitch-black slab, made of neither gold nor stone. It felt cold and heavy to the touch, its surface covered in extremely ancient, ominous dark red lines. A chilling will that shook Lin Mo's very soul faintly emanated from the slab. Antidote! Lin Mo's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and he reached out to grab the ice crystal syringe. Just when his fingertips were about to touch the syringe, something strange happened suddenly. The dark red lines on the surface of the quietly suspended black stone suddenly lit up. An indescribable, icy will, as if emanating from the 9 netherworlds of hell, pierced Lin Mo's mind like an invisible spike. Its target was the Star Core Covenant imprint deep within his consciousness, connected to the core bloodline of the three-phase brick. Ugh! Lin Mora was hit hard, his brain went blank, the intense pain in his soul made his eyes go black, and his outstretched hand froze in mid-air. At the same time, the black stone seemed to be activated, and a flash of red light appeared on its surface. An extremely small, yet extremely clear dark red mark peeled off from the stone slab like a living thing, ignoring the obstruction of the spatial barrier and instantly imprinted on the back of Lin Mo's right hand. The shape of the brand was exactly the same as the core of the pattern on the black stone surface. Like a closed, malicious eye. Lin Mo. Chu Tianjiao sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't split himself immediately as he was maintaining the barrier. What's worse is that the suspended antidote syringe was suddenly picked up by a chaotic airflow under the impact of the black stone slab's movement and the violent energy storm, and flew towards the vertical shaft in a spiral. Antidote! Lin Mo endured the burning pain from the brand on the back of his hand and the stinging pain in his soul, his eyes bloodshot. Leave it to me! Chu Tianjiao roared, maintaining the barrier with his left hand and grabbing the antidote, flying towards the shaft with his right hand. Space anchor! The spinning antidote syringe was instantly fixed in mid-air by an invisible spatial force. However, just as Chu Tianjiao was distracted and controlling the space to grab the antidote, puff! A jet-black energy blade, more condensed and 100 times more sinister than all the previous Shadow Guardians combined, shot out without warning from the shadow of a massive instrument behind Chu Tianjiao like a venomous snake's tongue. The timing was impeccable. It was the moment when his attention was divided and the spatial barrier began to waver. The sneak attacker. The hidden, more powerful Dark Moon Master. Chu Tianjiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Most of his strength was spent on maintaining the barrier and grabbing the antidote. In his haste, he only had time to condense a thin layer of spatial distortion beside him. Swish! The pitch-black energy blade fiercely tore through the hastily condensed space defense, and the remaining force did not diminish as it fiercely slashed at Chu Tianjiao's left shoulder. Humph! Chu Tianjiao groaned, his left shoulder instantly bloodied and bruised, the bone visible. A cold, vicious corrosive energy instantly invaded his body. The spatial barrier he maintained flickered violently, nearly collapsing. The violet energy flow from the well and the afterimage of the vengeful spirit instantly pressed in. The antidote syringe that was caught by his spatial anchor also loosened its spatial anchor point instantly due to his injury and mental shock. Call out! The antidote syringe was swept up by the turbulent energy flow and instantly broke free from its spatial anchor. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it was swept into the bottomless depths of the moonlight shaft, where energy was raging wildly. It disappeared in the chaotic silver-gray light. No! Lin Mo let out a desperate roar. The antidote! Su Qingshua's only hope. Falling into the depths of the raging moonlight well. Go! Chu Tianjiao's face was pale. He endured the severe pain and energy erosion. He grabbed Lin Mo's shoulder with his right hand and slashed the air with his left hand. Space jump. A silver space crack opened instantly, swallowing the two of them. In the instant before the crack closed, Lin Mo's bloodshot eyes fixed on the direction of the attacker's shadow. There, a figure shrouded in a deep purple cloak, its face covered by a featureless, pale mask, slowly emerged from the shadows. 2 points of crimson light on the mask stared coldly at the spot where they had disappeared. Also, the dark red mark on the back of Lin Mo's hand, which was like a curse, was emitting a faint, ominous light. The space crack closed. Inside the abandoned observatory's control room, only a violent energy storm raged, and from deep within the shaft emanated the shrieks of vengeful spirits. Within the black code box, the black crystal flickered faintly, as if recording everything. And the black stone that had sparked everything lay quietly at the bottom of the box, its dark red lines slowly dimming, like a dormant venomous snake. The antidote fell into the well. Xu Tianjia was seriously injured. Lin Mo was branded by the mysterious black stone. The dark moon purple-robed man appears. The mission had failed utterly. The price had been paid. The shadow of despair, like an icy tide, instantly engulfed the two men who had just escaped danger. Chapter 22, The Abyss of Despair and the Glimmer of Light. With a flash of silver light, a space crack suddenly opened on the emergency transmission platform in the medical area of Star Dome Base. Plop! Plop! Lin Mo and Xu Tianjiao fell out in a heap. Xu Tianjiao's face was as pale as paper. The wound on his left shoulder was so deep that the bone was visible. The hideous flesh was twisted, and the edges were lingering with dark energy that seemed to wriggle like a living thing, constantly eroding the surrounding healthy tissue and emitting a pungent smell of burning and cold. He stumbled after landing, and only with the help of Lin Mo could he barely stand, but his body was shaking uncontrollably, and beads of cold sweat instantly soaked his temples. Mr. Chu. Lin Mo. The medical team and Dr. Zhao, who had been waiting nearby, immediately rushed over. Seeing Xu Tianjiao's injuries and the two men returning empty-handed, everyone's heart sank. Where's the antidote? Dr. Zhao grabbed Lin Mo's arm and asked anxiously, his voice trembling slightly without him even noticing. Lin Mo's face wasn't much better than Xu Tianjiao's. The blood loss, mental backlash, and the constant burning pain and chilling erosion from the soul branding had him seeing black. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it had been rubbed by sandpaper, and he could only utter a hoarse sound, fell into the well. What? Dr. Zhao was struck by lightning and stumbled back a step. His face instantly turned pale. Falling into the depths of the Yuehua well? The center of the activated energy riot? It's over. It's completely over. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes was extinguished. Doctor! Save him first, the medical director shouted urgently. Medical staff quickly lifted the nearly unconscious Xu Tianjiao onto a suspended stretcher. Various life support devices and purification beams immediately enveloped him. Xu Tianjiao, clinging to his last shred of consciousness, looked at Lin Mo, his lips moving, "Be careful, purple robe, Brand." He then fell completely into a coma. Brand? Dr. Zhao glanced at Lin Mo, only then noticing the strange mark on the back of his right hand, which emitted a faint, ominous red glow. The mark was like a living thing, wriggling slightly under the skin, emitting a heart-pounding coldness and malice, the same source as the corrosive energy left by Xu Tianjiao's wound. Dark Moon's erosion mark. Dr. Zhao gasped, his expression growing even uglier. This is an extremely vicious tracking and corrosive mark. Quick! Deal with him too. Clearing the mark first. Lin Mo was forcibly pinned to another medical bed. The touch of the cold instruments sobered him up a bit, but the despair in his heart, like an icy tide, threatened to overwhelm him. The antidote was gone, he had fallen into the abyss of raging energy. Su Qingxue, what should he do? He had betrayed her trust, betrayed the knife she had blocked with her body. He felt an intense burning and tingling sensation on the back of his hand. Medical robots were using high-energy purification beams and specialized energy strippers to try to remove the heart-eating mark. But the mark was incredibly stubborn, like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The purification beams could only temporarily dim the red glow on its surface, but they couldn't truly eradicate it. Instead, it provoked even stronger resistance. A cold energy coursed up his arm's meridians, assaulting his spirit. No! The level of this mark is too high. It is slightly entangled with his origin. Conventional means cannot be removed. The medical director's voice was full of frustration. Dr. Zhao looked at the data feed on the screen, then at Su Qingshua's monitoring data coming from the Fountain of Life. Although the fountain's energy had temporarily suppressed the toxin thanks to Lin Mo's previous command, the erosion of the bone-eroding chilling soul hadn't stopped, merely slowed. While Su Qingshua's vital signs appeared stable, her core energy source was being slowly but steadily eroded. Time, truly, was running out. Is there really no other solution? Dr. Zhao muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot and filled with resentment. He suddenly looked at Lin Mo, his voice filled with a final glimpse of hope. That black stone. The black stone you saw. And that black crystal. Did you bring them back? Any clues might be helpful. Lin Mo raised his left hand with difficulty and spread it open. Lying quietly in his palm were two objects, a thumb-sized, intact black crystal, the shadow beacon with a faint glow flowing inside, and a palm-sized, pitch-black slate with cold, heavy tentacles and a surface covered in dark red lines. In the most chaotic moment before the transmission, Lin Mo relied on instinct and, while failing to grab the antidote, used his left hand to tightly grab the two things closest to him. This was the only trophy he could bring back. That's it. Dr. Zhao's eyes lit up. He carefully took the black stone and crystal, as if holding a hot potato, or perhaps a last resort. Immediately. High-level analysis. Block all external connections. Enable star core isolation. The black stone and crystal were quickly transported to a separate analysis room, clad in thick, lead-gray metal walls and shimmering with multiple energy barriers. Dr. Zhao personally performed a thorough scan of the two objects using various high-energy beams and microscopic probes. Lin Mo lay on the medical bed, enduring the constant erosion of the brand on the back of his hand and the immense mental pressure, his eyes fixed on the direction of the analysis room. Every hum of the operating instrument tugged at his nerves. This was his last hope. Su Qingshua's last hope. Time passes by minute, and each second seems as long as a century. The situation on Chu Tianjiao's side is temporarily stable. The powerful corrosive energy has been temporarily blocked, but it will take time to clear it. He is still in a deep coma. Su Qingshua's vital monitoring data, the curve representing the erosion of the origin, is still slowly and steadily declining. The hard erosion seal on the back of Lin Mo's hand remained stubborn even under the purifying beam, and the cold corrosive feeling was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. An atmosphere of despair permeated the medical area. I don't know how long it took. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the independent analysis room, a sudden, eerie alarm sounded. It wasn't a danger alarm, but rather a distinct warning of data overload and the discovery of an unknown pattern. Dr. Zhao rushed to the main control screen, his eyes wide open, his face filled with incredible ecstasy and extreme shock. Oh my God! How is this possible? He cried out in shock, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the dazzlingly complex energy structures and rune analysis diagrams that were refreshing like a waterfall on the light screen. Doctor! What did you find? Lin Mo struggled to sit up, his heart pounding. Dr. Zhao whipped his head around, his eyes gleaming with an almost manic light, his voice distorted with excitement. The antidote! The antidote formula! No, not just the formula. It's the core structure diagram of bone-eroding chilling soul itself. And the method for cultivating and extracting the moonlight pure lotus that is both mutually beneficial and counteracting with it. It's all in this black stone. What? Lin Mo thought he was hallucinating. This black stone. It's no ordinary stone. It's an extremely ancient information storage medium, similar to a jade slip but of a much higher level. Dr. Zhao spoke rapidly, its core material, my God. It's the Moon Soul mysterious crystal. Legend has it that this thing can only be found in the core holy land of the Moon God clan. The dark red lines on its surface aren't decorations at all, but a kind of living rune we've never seen before, carried by the original energy. It records a vast amount of information. About the Moon God clan, about the Dark Moon, about various forbidden secret arts, including everything about the bone-eroding chilling soul and its antidote, the Moonlight Dew. He pointed at a small portion of the analyzed diagram on the screen. Look! This is the core component and energy structure of Moonlight Dew. It's incredibly complex, but as long as we have the diagram and the method, theoretically, we can replicate it. We don't need that finished product that fell into the well. The huge surprise was like a raging storm, instantly breaking through the dam of despair in Lin Mo's heart. He was so excited that he was shaking all over, his voice choked with sobs. Really? Qingxue can be saved? In theory, yes. Dr. Zhao's eyes flashed with excitement, but then he became serious again. But There are two huge problems. First, the moonlight pure lotus. This is the most essential ingredient for extracting moonlight clear dew. It's a magical plant that only grows in an environment of extremely pure, highly concentrated moonlight energy. It's extremely rare. The only place on Earth where this plant is known to exist. Dr. Zhao took a deep breath and spoke word by word. It can only be found deep within the sky secret realm. And it must be in the core area of the secret realm where the moonlight energy is most concentrated. Sky secret realm. Sky secret realm again. Second, time. Dr. Zhao pointed at Su Qingshue's vitals data. Based on the rate of toxin erosion and the limit of the fountain of life suppression, we only have 10 days at most. Within 10 days, we must enter the sky secret realm, find and bring back a mature moonlight pure lotus, and then complete the extraction and preparation according to the diagram. Otherwise, 10 days. Enter the perilous and unknown world of the sky dome, find the legendary magical plant, and complete the complex extraction and preparation. This is a nearly impossible task. The hope that had just been ignited was instantly shrouded in a heavy shadow. 10 days, too short. Lin Mo clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. He looked down at the dark red mark on the back of his right hand, which was still stubbornly flickering. An unprecedented cold fire burned in his heart. 10 days. Secret realm of the sky. Moonlight pure lotus. I'll go. Lin Mo's voice was firm and resolute. Tell me how to get there. Tell me what the pure lotus looks like. I'll definitely bring it back within 10 days. League. The Supernatural League is the only official way to enter the sky secret realm. Dr. Zhao said solemnly, only the top 3 teams are eligible to enter. The league opens in 5 days, and the competition is expected to last 7 days. You must secure the top 3 spots within 12 days, enter the secret realm, and find the pure lotus within the remaining 8 days. Time is ticking. 5 days. He only had 5 days to recover from his injuries, improve his strength, and integrate the team. And he had to endure this damn erosion heartmark. And this brand. Dr. Zhao pointed at the back of Lin Mo's hand, his face solemn. The erosion heartmark is not only a tracker, it will also continuously erode your spirit and energy source, weakening your strength. Before entering the secret realm, you must find a way to suppress it. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold on until you find the pure lotus. Lin Mo looked at the mark on the back of his hand that looked like a poisonous snake's eye, feeling the cold malice emanating from it and the 2 scarlet eyes of the purple-robed masked man, and a surge of hostility rushed to his head. Suppress? Lin Mo's voice was as cold as 1,000 years of ice. He raised his left hand and slowly grasped the 3-phase brick that lay quietly beside him, emitting a faint moonlight aura. The dark golden bloodline on the brick seemed to sense its owner's anger and determination, and began to heat up and pulse slightly. Why suppress it? Lin Mo's eyes were sharp as a knife. A domineering will mixed with the blood of the Moon King and a resolute desire to protect gathered around him like an invisible storm. He suddenly pressed the brick hard against the dark red mark on the back of his right hand. Laugh. Like a red-hot iron pressed against ice. The dark red brand erupted with a fierce red glow of resistance, its cold corrosive energy madly counterattacking. But the dark golden bloodline on the brick was like an awakened angry dragon, erupting with a fiery and majestic purple gold light. Lin Mo's royal blood will, mixed with the magical power of the brick itself and the protective will of Su Qingshue's icy soul contained in the bloodline, fiercely suppressed the vicious brand. Ah! Lin Mo groaned in agony from the intense burning pain in his soul. His body trembled violently, veins popped on his forehead, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. But the madness and determination in his eyes remained undiminished. Take it. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, enunciating each word, as if squeezing out an order from the depths of his soul. Turn it into nutrients, for me. Turn it into a stepping stone, to find Jinglian and rescue Qingxue. Under Dr. Zhao's stunned gaze, amid the piercing alarms of the medical equipment, the purple gold light from the brick and the dark red brand on the back of his hand fiercely clashed, entangled, and devoured each other. The stubborn heart-eroding mark, suppressed by the domineering king blood will and the divine embryo brick, dimmed at a visible speed. Though it didn't disappear, the chilling corrosive sensation and tracking fluctuations were forcibly suppressed to a minimum. The shape of the brand seemed to be blurred by the burning purple gold light. Lin Mo gasped and let go of the brick. The dark red mark on the back of his hand remained, but now covered with a faint layer of purple gold lines, like a shackle. The pain remained, but the feeling of his soul being spied on and eroded was greatly alleviated. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes looking at Dr. Zhao, his voice hoarse but with unquestionable power. 5 days. Cure Chu Tianjiao. Give me all the information about Moonlight Pure Lotus. League. I'm definitely going to be in the top 3. Sky Secret Realm. I'm definitely going to break into it. Moonlight Pure Lotus. I'm definitely going to win it. In despair, the flame of hope, driven by the will to protect, was arduously yet tenaciously rekindled. The road ahead was still thick with thorns, and the abyss still stared into view, but the fire in the boy's eyes was enough to burn away all obstacles. For the ice maiden who lay in the fountain of life, awaiting his return, he had no choice but to live in the face of death. Chapter 23, The Remnant Set Sail and Uninvited Guests. Starry Sky Base, Special Training Gravity Field. The air, weighed down by 100 times the force of gravity, was as thick as mercury, and every breath felt like swallowing lead. As soon as sweat seeped out of my pores, it was slammed back into my skin by the terrifying force of gravity, forming a damp, heavy layer of salt frost. Boom! An alloy rockery, roughly the size of a house, was forcibly ripped from the ground by an invisible force, suspended in mid-air, its surface shimmering with a heavy, earthy yellow light. Shirley stood beneath the rockery, his arms bulging like dragons, veins bulging beneath his bronze skin, as if bearing the weight of the entire earth. His eyes widened, and a deep roar emanated from his throat, his SS-level earth control power being pushed to its limit. The rockery was not still, but under the pull of his violent thoughts, it was like an out-of-control meteorite, smashing into the center of the venue with the power to crush everything. Target Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood at the heart of the gravity field, his feet on the cracked alloy ground. The hundredfold gravity was like invisible shackles, tightly binding every inch of his muscles and bones. Even raising his hands became extremely difficult. His face was pale, his breathing was rapid, and the erosion heart seal on the back of his right hand, barely suppressed by the purple gold lines, was like a red-hot iron, continuously transmitting a burning pain and a chilling corrosive sensation, interfering with his concentration. However, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, fixed on the alloy rockery that was whistling towards him. 5 days. There are only 5 days left until the league opens. There are only 10 days left before Su Qingshua's life ends. Time is running out. He must squeeze every ounce of his potential out of this hellish training session, mastering this 3-phase brick that evolves in despair and transforms its health into dark gold. Furthermore, he must control this makeshift team that holds his only hope. The team only has 3 people. He, Lin Mo. Chu Tianjiao had just recovered from a serious injury and his face was still sickly pale. And, this unruly SS-class power monster in front of him, who looks like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex Shirley. Shirley, one of the twin stars of this generation of the Shir family in the imperial capital, the other being his older brother, Shirhao, who has already entered university, possesses a fiery and direct personality and a belief in the supremacy of strength. He is deeply dissatisfied with the captaincy falling to Lin Mo, an F-level loser who relies on women Su Qingxue and relies on bricks. These past few days of special training have been more of a one-sided effort to put extreme pressure on Lin Mo than a period of rapprochement. Lin Mo. If you can't catch it, get out. Don't hold us back. Shirley's roar echoed through the gravity field, filled with undisguised contempt and provocation. He just wanted to see how capable this guy, who was so highly regarded by Su Yintian and Dr. Zhao, was. The alloy rockery, carrying a destructive wind pressure, was approaching in an instant. A heavy shadow completely enveloped Lin Mo. At this critical moment, Lin Mo moved. He did not try to withstand the terrifying physical impact head-on, but instead suddenly thrust the 3-phase brick in his hand into the alloy ground beneath his feet. Buzz! A dark golden bloodline suddenly lit up. Silver, red, and blue light swirled wildly on the brick, eventually converging into a deep, restrained earthy yellow luster. A strange wave of power, centered on the brick, instantly spread out. Sublimation of all things gravity deflection. Boom kakaka. The alloy ground beneath Lin Mo's feet seemed to come alive, instantly softening, flowing, and rising upwards. It formed a massive, exceptionally intricately constructed, earth-yellow curved shield, its surface covered in mysterious patterns of flowing energy. The shield appeared at an extremely tricky angle, not a hardtop, but slanting towards the falling rockery. Bang! A deafening roar erupted. The alloy rockery slammed fiercely into the ochre shield slope. The terrifying force caused the shield to dent violently, cracks appearing everywhere. However, the shield's cleverly angled angle and the energy structure within it constantly flowing and deflecting helped to absorb most of the destructive vertical impact. The remaining four slid along the shield and slammed into Lin Mo several meters away, creating a deep crater in the ground and sending debris flying. Lin Mo's body trembled violently, and a sweet taste filled his throat. He forcibly suppressed the rising fishy smell. The shield, having completed its mission, shattered, transforming back into ordinary alloy ground. He leaned on a brick, panting heavily, but his eyes remained fixed on Shirley. Humph. Taking advantage of the situation. Shirley snorted coldly, obviously not satisfied with the result. He raised his arms again, and the power of the earth surged, ready to condense a new attack. Enough! Shirley! A cold, low growl echoed. Chu Tianjiao's figure appeared between the two men like a ghost. His face remained pale, and the wound on his left shoulder was covered with a special biogel, faintly emitting energy fluctuations. He looked at Shirley with a warning in his eyes. Time is precious, not for you to vent your personal emotions. Lin Mo is the captain, and this is a joint decision made by Uncle Su and the League. If you don't agree, let the League's results speak for themselves. Shirley looked at Chu Tianjiao, then glanced at Lin Mo, whose face was pale but his eyes were stubborn. He snorted heavily, dispersing his concentrated strength. Although he was unruly, he also knew Chu Tianjiao's strength and background, and even more so, Su Yuntian's importance. More importantly, Chu Tianjiao was still standing here training despite his serious injuries. He couldn't fault his determination. I just don't want to be dragged down by trash. Shirley muttered, walked to the side, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to recover. Chu Tianjiao walked over to Lin Mo and handed him an energy supplement. How is it? The mark on the back of your hand. Lin Mo took the supplement and downed it in one gulp, feeling the faint relief brought by the cool liquid. He shook his head. It's suppressed, but it's like a thorn, constantly interfering. That gravity deflection move just now is a new use I've been forced to make these past few days. He raised his hand and looked at the dark red mark on the back of his hand, wrapped in purple and gold patterns, his eyes cold. It's like a maggot on the tarsal bone, but it's also a whip, forcing me to squeeze out my potential even faster. Chu Tianjiao's heart trembled as he watched the burning determination in Lin Mo's eyes. In just 5 days, this young man's temperament had undergone a drastic change. His former frivolity and cynicism had been replaced by a deep, almost paranoid determination. Su Qingshua's life and death were like the heaviest grindstone, honing his sharp edge. Your brick seems different again. Chu Tianjiao keenly noticed the change in Lin Mo's hand. The dark golden bloodline became more solid, and the flowing light seemed to have an indescribable sense of heaviness, a manifestation of the successful simulation of the power of the earth. I've digested a little of the aftermath of the earth power that devoured Shirley's wild bull. Lin Mo stroked the cold surface of the brick, feeling the more complex and powerful power contained within it. Sublime all things, it seems to be evolving, able to analyze and simulate the energy characteristics it comes into contact with more quickly. The price is greater mental consumption. He rubbed his temple, which was still aching. That's a good thing. A gleam flashed in Chu Tianjiao's eyes. We'll encounter all sorts of bizarre superpowers in the League. The more comprehensive your abilities are, the greater our chances of victory. He glanced at the time. Let's go. Dr. Zhao has the latest simulation data for the Moonlight Pure Lotus and a report on the secret realm environment. We must familiarize ourselves with them as soon as possible. The two were preparing to leave the gravity field. Ding dong. An emergency tone suddenly sounded from the base's internal communicator, followed by Dr. Zhao's somewhat exasperated voice on the radio. Lin Mo. Chu Tianjiao. Shirley. Get to the reception hall at the base entrance immediately. Immediately. A guest has arrived. He specifically wants to see you. A guest? Requesting to see someone? Lin Mo and Chu Tianjiao exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. Shirley also opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. Who will it be at this critical juncture? The three of them left the gravity field quickly with doubts and came to the reception hall at the entrance of the base. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat solemn. Dr. Zhao stood in the center, his face livid, facing three people. The leader was tall and slender, dressed in a well-tailored white casual suit. His face was almost eerily handsome, and a faint, all-seeing smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were the most striking feature. Deep within his pupils, countless tiny streams of data seemed to rapidly flow, flickering with a faint blue light. Simply standing there, he gave off an invisible, oppressive feeling, as if he were being seen through. Behind him stood two silent followers, their auras restrained but faintly emitting the fluctuations of Pika level. Seeing Lin Mo and the other two come in, the young man in white instantly locked his gaze on Lin Mo. His eyes, which were full of data, looked him up and down like a scanner, especially lingering for a moment on the brand on the back of his right hand and the dark golden brick. The smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. "Let me introduce myself," the young man in white said in a gentle voice, yet it carried an undeniable penetrating power. "My name is Bai Yi, from the Bai family in the imperial capital. This must be Captain Lin Mo, the man who has recently risen to fame, holding an L-level badge despite being in F-level rank, and who is highly regarded by Xingqiang." His gaze swept over Chu Tianjiu and Shirlei, and young Master Chu, the rock of the Shir family. "Nice to meet you." The Bai family? The imperial capital's top family, renowned for their intelligence analysis and strategic deductions, with their complex network of influence? Bai Yi, even more so, the most mysterious of this generation of Bai family members, rumored to possess the SS-level omniscience ability. Why was he here? "Mr. Bai, you are so honored to be here. What can I do for you?" Lin Mo suppressed his vigilance, stepped forward, and asked calmly. He could sense that Bai Yi had come with ill intentions. His eyes seemed to see through all his secrets, including the brand on the back of his hand and the abnormality of the brick. Bai Yi smiled slightly, his gaze returned to Lin Mo again, as if admiring an interesting collection. "I don't deserve your advice. I just heard that Xingyuan High School sent a, unique team in this league, led by Captain Lin. I always like to invest in potential stocks, especially potential stocks that are burdened with heavy hope. He deliberately emphasized the word hope, his eyes vaguely glancing towards the direction of the fountain of life deep in the starry sky base. Lin Mo's heart sank. Did this guy know about Su Qingxue? Or was he just testing her? "So?" Lin Mo's voice turned cold. "So, I'm here to offer you a welcome gift, or perhaps, a small investment." Bai Yi raised his hand gracefully, and an attendant behind him immediately handed over a palm-sized black box made of neither gold nor jade. The box's surface was devoid of any markings, yet it emanated an energy field that blocked all detection. Bai Yi gently placed the box on the coffee table next to him and pushed it to Lin Mo. "Here are the 3 most likely coordinates of your target, the Moonlight Pure Lotus, within the Sky Secret Realm. Also included is a brief analysis report on your potential opponents. Of course, believe it or not." He paused, his eyes fixed on Lin Mo, his smile still gentle, but with a hint of cold amusement. "Also, a friendly reminder, Captain Lin. That little gadget on the back of your hand is more than just a tracker. In the high-energy environment of the secret realm, it might become quite active. I hope you can find what you're looking for before it completely activates. After all, time really isn't running out, is it?" After saying this, Bai Yi no longer looked at Lin Mo and the others whose expressions changed drastically. He turned around gracefully and left with 2 followers, leaving behind a meaningful back and a solemn atmosphere in the room. Dr. Zhao's face turned grim as he picked up the black box. He quickly scanned it with his instrument, confirming it was safe, and opened it. Inside were 2 memory chips. Lin Mo stood still, his right hand subconsciously clenching the brick. The mark on the back of his hand, bound by the purple gold lines, seemed to be faintly hot because of Bai Yi's words. He stared at the direction where Bai Yi disappeared, his eyes as cold as a knife. Bai Yi. How much does he know? What is his purpose? Is it good intentions? Or a deeper trap? The league hasn't even started yet, with powerful rivals lurking around and dark moon looming. Now, there's the mysterious investor Bai Yi. The road ahead becomes even more complex and full of dangers. But the fire in Lin Mo's eyes burns even more fiercely. For the sake of that touch of ice blue in the fountain of life, even if there is an abyss ahead, he will still move forward with a brick and trample through the thorns. Chapter 24 League Opening in Black Prison coming. Imperial Capital, Sky Dome Arena. The vast circular arena, like an ancient behemoth, loomed. The auditorium, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, was completely packed. The roaring sound was like a tsunami, impacting every corner of the arena. Brilliant energy beams intertwined and shifted across the dome, projecting a massive holographic image, the flame emblem of the Chinese Supernatural League and the flags of each participating team. The air seemed to be burning, a mixture of excitement, anticipation, tension, and gunpowder. Inside the contestants' passage, the atmosphere was completely different. Depressing and solemn, like the dead silence before a storm. Teams from top universities across the country emerged one after another, their young faces brimming with pride and fighting spirit. But as their gazes swept across certain corners, a hint of apprehension and solemnity involuntarily crept over them. In the corner, Lin Mo, Chu Tianjiao, and Shirlei stood quietly. Lin Mo changed into the blue and white uniform of Qingyuan High School, pinned to his chest with his temporary A-level badge. He stood straight, his right hand hanging naturally, the wide sleeves cleverly concealing the dark red brand on the back of his hand, entwined with purple and gold lines. Only he could feel the throbbing emanating from deep within the brand, like a venomous snake awakening. Stimulated by the vast energy field and the auras of countless powerful beings, it became more active and more burning. He tightly grasped the three-phase brick in his sleeve, and the dark golden blood veins pulsed warmly, as if resisting the erosion of the brand and reminding him of the heavy burden he shouldered. 10 days, Su Qingshua's life is counting down. Every minute and every second is precious. Chu Tianjiao stood to his left, his face still pale from his injuries, but his eyes sharp as an eagle's. A faint aura of spatial energy lingered around him, enveloping the three of them in an invisible barrier, blocking out most prying eyes and perceptions. He closed his eyes slightly, as if trying to adjust his composure, or perhaps even wary of something. Shirlei stood to the right, like a silent volcano. His arms folded, muscles bulging, his tan skin gleaming metallically under the light of the passageway. The heavy aura of an SS-level Earthmaster emanated unabashedly, carrying an oppressive feeling that kept strangers away. He glanced at the other teams with undisguised scrutiny and a hint of disdain. Only when he looked at Lin Mo did a hint of complexity cross his gaze. These past few days of extreme training, Lin Mo's resilience under 100 times gravity and the uncanny ability of the brick, had made him relinquish some of his contempt, but the arrogance born of strength remained. Qingyuan High School. Qingyuan High School is here. That's Lin Mo? The legendary brick god of war? He doesn't look superhuman, does he? Shu. Keep your voice down. The one next to him is Chu Tianjiao. SS-level Space Department. And there's Shirlei. The rock of the Shur family. This lineup is a bit scary. The lineup is good, but I heard their captain is an F rank? He got the A rank badge through connections? Is that true? Who knows? Let's just watch the game. But they were really unlucky, they got drawn in the first round. The whispers around them were as clear as flies, reaching the three of them. Shirlei snorted coldly, and an invisible gravitational field expanded slightly, causing the chatterers to feel their bodies sink and their faces turn pale as they fell silent. Chu Tianjiao frowned slightly, and the spatial barrier rippled, completely isolating the noise. Lin Mo's face remained expressionless. F rank? Trash? These labels had long since failed to shake his resolve. His gaze pierced the shadows of the passage, gazing out at the seething core of the arena. There lay the only path to the Sky Vault's secret realm. His goal had never been clearer. Quiet. A majestic, resounding voice echoed through the PA system, instantly drowning out all the noise. An elderly man in a black robe trimmed with gold materialized from thin air on a massive suspended platform in the center of the arena. His hair and beard were completely white, his eyes gleaming with a glint as he opened and closed. He exuded a terrifying aura, like a deep, lofty mountain. It was none other than Long Jingyue, the chief referee of this league, a veteran of the Chinese Supernatural Alliance and an SSS rank expert. I declare this Chinese Supernatural League officially open. Long Jinyue's voice was like a resounding bell, carrying unquestionable authority and power. Elites from all over the country. Show your courage, wisdom, and strength. Use victory to fight for the glory that belongs to the strong. Use your strength to earn the qualification to enter the secret realm of the sky. Roar! The whole audience erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. Now, please ask the captains of each team to come forward and draw their spots for the first round of matches. The captains of each team walked out of the passage and onto the suspended platform. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing of the brand, and stepped out. As he stepped onto the platform, he could clearly feel the gazes from all directions: curiosity, scrutiny, questioning, and even undisguised hostility. Humph, Qingyuan's F-rank captain? I hope he doesn't get beaten and sent home crying in the first round. Bricks? Do you really think this is just a game? A few undisguised sneers came from the side. They were the captains from the Imperial Capitals, Divine Wind Academy, and Lava Castle, both well-known A-level peak powerhouses. They looked at Lin Mo with eyes full of contempt. Lin Mo pretended not to hear anything, walked straight to the ball of light for the lottery, and pressed his hand on it. The ball of light shone, and soon a number and a team logo projected popped up. Qingyuan High School vs. Black Prison Academy. Black Prison Academy? Lin Mo frowned slightly. The name of this academy was unfamiliar. It seemed to be listed very far down in the information Dr. Zhao had provided, with labels like mysterious, new, and strength unknown. A wave of puzzled discussion also rang out in the audience. Black Prison? Never heard of it? It seems to be a new academy that just obtained its qualification this year. It is said to be supported by a hidden family. New college? Then Qingyuan is lucky, got a weak opponent? However, when Lin Mo's gaze swept towards the entrance of the Black Prison Academy, an indescribable chill from the depths of his soul instantly ran up his spine like a poisonous snake. 3 people slowly walked out from the shadow of the passage. The leader was exceptionally tall and burly, nearly 2 meters 3 inches tall. He wore matte black heavy armor, covered in hideous spikes and twisted runes. His helmet completely obscured his face, revealing only a pair of eyes, devoid of any white, as pure as the abyss's black. A heavy, deadly, terrifying aura, seemingly capable of devouring all life, emanated from him like a tangible wave of darkness. Behind him on the left was a short figure shrouded in a wide black cloak. His face was unclear, only a pair of skinny, bird claw-like hands were exposed, with gray mist lingering on his fingertips. To the right was a slender woman wearing a tight black leather jacket, her face covered by a pale, expressionless mask. In her hand, she toyed with a short, pitch-black blade as thin as a cicada's wing, the space around it slightly distorted. The moment these 3 appeared, the temperature in the entire contestant corridor seemed to drop several degrees. The chatter from the other teams instantly died down, replaced by an inexplicable feeling of oppression and fear. Even the captains of Kamikaze Academy and Lava Castle, who had just been sneering at Lin Mo, turned solemn. Black Prison Chu Tianzhou had opened his eyes at some point, and the aura of his spatial ability became extremely sharp. His voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind, "Be careful. That heavily armored man, his aura is very strange. He doesn't seem alive. And he is very strong. Very strong." Shirley also tensed his body, like a beast facing its natural enemy, the power of the earth surging through his body. "That dwarf is disgusting. Like rotten dirt. That woman is dangerous." Lin Mo's heart was pounding. Not out of fear, but because of the brand on the back of his right hand. At this moment, the heart-eroding mark was like a red-hot iron, madly burning his skin and soul. A strong, malicious resonance came from the black-armored giant in the lead. That feeling was exactly the same as the purple-robed masked man in the abandoned observatory. Even deeper and darker. Dark Moon. They were definitely Dark Moon's people. They were actually participating in the league under the name of Black Prison Academy. A hoarse, sandpaper-like laugh came from the direction of the short-cloaked man, as if echoing directly into everyone's mind. "Qingyuan Lin Mo found you Wangshua's little bug." That laughter was full of greed and malice. The black-armored giant's abyssal eyes pierced the crowd, locking onto Lin Mo with pinpoint accuracy. There was no emotion, only pure, soul-freezing coldness and hunting cruelty. He slowly raised a hand covered in heavy armor and, facing Lin Mo, made an extremely slow and powerful, throat-slicing motion. Silent threat. Naked murderous intent. The entire player area was in a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 teams. The air was filled with invisible smoke and a suffocating sense of oppression. Lin Mo stood still, the brick in his sleeve pulsing violently, the dark golden bloodstreaks burning angrily. The burning pain of the brand and the enemy's provocation, like 2 raging fires, intertwined and rose in his chest. He met the abyssal gaze of the black-armored giant without flinching. Instead, he slowly raised his head, his lips curled into an extremely cold arc. He gently raised his right hand, and the wide cuff slipped down, revealing the dark red brand wrapped in purple and gold lines. Then, under countless astonished gazes, he gently tapped the burning brand with his index finger. A silent response. A signal declaring war. Come on. The league officially kicked off amidst a suffocating silence and tit-for-tat killing intent. Qingyuan's first battle would be against a hunter from the abyss. Chapter 25, The Realm of Annihilation and the Roar of Blood Bricks. Roar. Shirley's roar, like that of a wounded beast, echoed throughout the deadly silence of the arena. He crossed his arms over his chest, his bronze skin instantly covered in a thick, metallic, rock armor. He pushed the power of his SS-level earth control to its limit, attempting to confront the dark energy beam that tore through space and devoured light. Bang swish. A teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out. Shirley's condensed rock armor shattered like fragile glass the moment it came into contact with the pitch-black beam. The beam contained not just a pure energy shock, but a far more bizarre and overbearing force, the power of annihilation. Wherever it passed, material structures were forcibly disintegrated, and energy was completely wiped out. Shirley's proud defense was like paper in the face of this annihilating force. Puff! The dark beam, undiminished in force, slammed fiercely into Shirley's crossed arms. Flesh and blood instantly melted away, revealing a barren mass of bones. Shirley's massive body, like being struck head-on by a battering ram, flew backward, slamming heavily into the energy barrier at the edge of the ring with a resounding, dull thud. Blood gushed from his arms and mouth, staining the ground beneath him crimson. He struggled to stand, but his arms were nearly crippled, and his body was being ravaged by the cold, annihilating energy. The excruciating pain blinded him, and he could only roar in frustration. Shirley! Chu Tianjiao's eyes were bloodshot. He'd wanted to offer support, but the ghostly black-armored woman had already entangled him. Every swing of her black short blade sent a distorted ripple through space. Its speed was incredibly fast, its angles were cunning and vicious, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, tightly blocking all his escape routes and support routes. Space jumps? Every time the space ripples arose, they were precisely disrupted and torn apart by the short blade. His SS-level spatial control was completely suppressed by this uncanny movement in short blade. The short, black-robed figure stood in a corner of the arena, his hands dancing rapidly. As his bony fingers moved, vast expanses of gray mist began to fill the arena's floor and air. Wherever the mist passed, the alloy surface rustled with a sizzling sound, rapidly becoming pitted and brittle. Even the energy barrier at the edge of the arena began to waver and dim. A sickening aura of decay and decay permeated the air, madly eroding all life and energy within its range. Triple realm of annihilation. The frontal annihilation beam of the heavily armored giant Yushan. The black-armored woman's shadow shy's extremely fast space-cutting and interference. The decaying and corrosive fog of the black-robed man's rotten tomb. The three of them coordinated with each other in an appallingly tacit manner, instantly dividing and suppressing the three Qingyuans, each of them trapped in a desperate situation. The terrifying power of annihilation, cutting, and decay was like a vortex of death, ready to completely devour and obliterate them. The audience was already dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden, terrifying killing move, far beyond the level of the student league. How could this be a competition? It was clearly a naked massacre. On the podium, several referees and powerful figures had solemn expressions, their auras subtly fluctuating, as if ready to intervene at any moment. Long Jinyue's gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixed on the three black prison members on the ring, especially the heavily armored giant whose aura was as dead as the abyss. Xingyuan, it's over. This black prison is so scary. Are they monsters? Where's Lin Mo? Why isn't that captain moving? All eyes were finally focused on the lone figure standing in the center of the ring, Lin Mo. At the moment Shirley was sent flying and Chu Tianjiao was entangled, Lin Mo didn't move. He seemed to be in awe of the terrifying scene of annihilation. He lowered his head, his right hand tightly grasping the three-phase brick in his sleeve, the wide cuffs drooping, hiding the trembling of his arms. The hard-eroding seal on the back of his hand was like a red-hot iron, madly burning his soul. From deep within the mark came not only the purple-robed man's cold gaze, but also the dark moon aura emanating from the three black prison members, a similar yet even more intense aura. Especially the heavily armored giant, Yushan. The deathly silence and annihilation he exuded seemed to be the source of the brand's power. The intense resonance caused the brand's corrosiveness to surge. Like a venomous snake, the cold energy madly attacked the defenses within his body, barely suppressed by the purple gold lines, attempting to tear apart his will and corrode his very essence. Severe pain. Soul-tearing pain. Despair? Watching Shirley fall to the ground covered in blood, Chu Tianjiao in danger, Su Qingshua's pale face seemed to be right before his eyes. No. I can't despair. He, little bug of the royal blood, do you feel the fear of death? The hoarse laughter of the black-robed man Fuzhong was like a poisonous insect crawling in his brain. The gray mist, as if it had life, began to spread towards Lin Mo in the center. Become nutrients for Fuzhong. The heavily armored giant, Yushan, locked his abyssal eyes on Lin Mo. Without a word, he slowly raised his heavily armored arm once again. Dark annihilation energy began to condense and compress in his palm, emitting a wave of destruction even more terrifying than before. This time, it was aimed directly at the immobilized Lin Mo. The attack of the black-armored woman Yingsha suddenly intensified. The black short blade turned into a net of deathlight, completely blocking all of Chu Tianjiao's escape space, forcing him to defend with all his strength. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he was unable to support it all. Desperate situation. A truly desperate situation. Lin Mo. Get out of the way. In the audience, Qing Yuan's supporters shouted heartbreakingly. Waste. Are you scared? There was more ridicule and indifference. Just as the gray mist was about to touch Lin Mo's feet, the annihilation beam of Prison Mountain was about to burst out. Lin Mo, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were no longer their usual black, but had transformed into a burning silver white. Deep within his pupils, it felt as if molten moonlight was boiling. An indescribable mixture of extreme rage, a resolute defense, and the terrifying will of the royal blood source being completely enraged erupted like a dormant volcano. Ugh! A roar that was not human voice exploded from the depths of Lin Mo's throat. It was not fear, but a crazy counterattack after being oppressed to the extreme. He no longer suppressed. No longer resisted. He turned the soul-wrenching pain of the brand. Shirley's blood-soaked rage. Chu Tianjiao's oppressive frustration. Su Qingshua's near-death despair. He transformed all the negative emotions, all the pain, all the pressure, into fuel. He ignited the dormant Moon King blood within him. He ignited the three-phase brick in his hand, which yearned to fight and protect. Boom! A violent, silver-red beam of energy suddenly erupted from Lin Mo. It shot straight up into the arena's dome, instantly dispersing the surrounding gray mist and even causing Prison Mountain's concentrated beam of annihilation to pause slightly. The three-phase brick tightly grasped in his right hand underwent a startling transformation. Dark golden blood lines seethed and burned like lava. Silver, red, and blue light intertwined, collided, and merged at an unprecedented speed. The brick's form violently twisted and stretched in the light. No longer a sword. No longer a shield. Under the violent energy and the master's desperate will, its form evolved towards a more primitive, more violent, and more suitable direction for pouring destruction. The light faded away. What Lin Mo was holding in his hand was a ferocious giant hammer. The hammer handle is made of deep dark silver, like solidified moonlight and stars, cold and heavy. The hammerhead was an irregular, angular, dark red boulder. Its surface was crisscrossed with molten red light patterns, emitting a terrifying heat that could incinerate the entire world. And at the core of the lava boulder, embedded was a fist-sized, crystal-clear blue core, emitting an extreme chill that could freeze the soul. Three-phase brick final form burning silence ice core. The moment the giant hammer appeared, the temperature of the entire arena became extreme and chaotic. Half of the space was as hot as a furnace, and the air was twisted. The other half was freezing cold, and the ground was covered with white frost. The violent energy fluctuations even made the arena's energy walls groan under the heavy pressure. Lin Mo's eyes were silver white, and his hair stood on end like a burning flame. He gripped the icy handle of the burning silence ice core with both hands. Under the violent impact of the royal blood energy, the dark red erosion heart seal on the back of his hand burst into a dazzling light, suppressing the brand's counterattack. He even forcibly channeled its boiling corrosive power into the hammer handle. The dark silver handle was also wrapped with ominous dark red lines. Want to kill me? Lin Mo's voice was hoarse and frantic, like a declaration from hell. He suddenly pointed his giant hammer at Prison Mountain, which was gathering a beam of annihilation. He then swept it towards Xingsha, who was fighting Chu Tianjiao, and the Tomb of Corruption, which was releasing a mist of decay. Then let us destroy them together. Before he finished speaking, Lin Mo moved. He didn't rush towards Prison Mountain, nor did he support Chu Tianjiao. Instead, he poured all his strength, along with the painful backlash from the brand, and his endless obsession to protect Su Qingxue, into the burning silence ice core in his hand. Then, he made a move that stunned everyone. He swung the giant hammer that exuded an aura of destruction high up and smashed it hard on the alloy arena ground beneath his feet, which was eroded by the decaying mist of the Tomb of Corruption and was pitted and fragile. Break it for me! Boom! A terrifying roar, beyond words, instantly flooded the entire sky arena. It was as if the hammer of an ancient giant had struck the earth's spine with all its might. With the point where the hammerhead landed as the center, a destructive shockwave mixed with extreme high temperature, extreme cold, and violent space-tearing force exploded in a circular shape. All things rise and fall. Crack! 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 The fragile alloy ground, already eroded by the decaying mist, instantly shattered and annihilated like a fragile biscuit. A terrifying circular shockwave, engulfed in lava, ice crystals, and space debris, swept indiscriminately in all directions like a world-destroying tsunami. The first to bear the brunt of the impact was the nearest rotten tomb. His lingering gray mist, like a nemesis, was instantly vaporized and ripped apart by this destructive onslaught of three extreme attributes. He let out a strange cry, and his emaciated body was violently thrown away by the shockwave, crashing into the energy barrier. His cloak shattered, revealing a terrifying, zombie-like face covered in pus, and from his mouth spewed dark green, foul-smelling blood. Yingsha, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Chu Tianjiao, suddenly lost consciousness. The devastating shockwave was too far-reaching. Her pride in speed and spatial slicing seemed laughable in the face of this indiscriminate storm of destruction. She screamed and tried to tear through space with her short blade, but the turbulent spatial currents instantly disrupted her abilities. She only had time to cast a thin black shadow shield before the shockwave ripped her back. Her black leather jacket was ripped in many places, blood seeping from beneath her mask, and she looked utterly miserable. Even Prison Mountain, condensing its annihilation beam, was shaken by this sudden, massive destructive impact, causing it to lose its balance. The condensed energy momentarily became chaotic. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment flashed across his abyssal eyes. He seemed to have not expected this bug to strike back so frantically, so recklessly. Chu Tianjiao, who was on the brink of the explosion, had a gleam in his eyes the moment the shockwave hit him. He had been waiting for this moment. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when Yingsha was repelled and the spatial interference weakened. Space displacement. His figure blurred instantly, swapping places with a giant alloy fragment that was blown away not far away. He narrowly avoided the core impact zone. Although his blood and chi were also surging from the aftermath, he was in a much better situation than the three people in the black prison. As for Shirley, he had already fallen on the edge of the ring. When the shockwave reached him, he was already at the end of his strength. In addition, he had thick skin and flesh, so he was only shaken and rolled over a few times. He did not suffer any more damage and even took the opportunity to use the remaining power of the earth to stabilize his injuries. The smoke and dust mixed with energy turbulence slowly dissipated. In the center of the arena, a terrifying pit, over 10 meters in diameter, appeared. At its bottom lay a strange mixture of melted metal and frozen ice crystals, its edges riddled with giant, spiderweb-like cracks. The energy barrier flickered violently, and tiny cracks appeared in numerous locations. Lin Mo half knelt at the edge of the pit, his hands still tightly gripping the handle of the burning silence ice core hammer. The hammer's radiance had dimmed considerably, returning to its original brick form, but the dark gold bloodlines on it had become even more condensed and profound, as if imbued with the will to fight. He panted heavily, each breath carrying the scent of blood, and tiny traces of blood oozed from all his orifices. Forcibly activating the final form and unleashing the destructive shockwaves had taken a tremendous toll on both body and mind. The brand on the back of his hand remained burning hot despite the suppression of the purple gold lines, but the frantic counterattack seemed to have been largely vented by the previous blow. He raised his head, his silver eyes fixed on the three figures in the smoke and dust who had regained their balance, but all with varying degrees of embarrassment, shock, and anger. Black prison bastards. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse, but it was filled with a heart-pounding coldness and madness. Want to kill me? You will have to peel off a layer of skin from me. Dead silence. After a brief moment of dead silence, the auditorium exploded like boiling oil thrown into a boulder. Oh my God. What was that just now? The brick turned into a hammer? And smashed the ring with one hammer? Crazy. This Lin Mo is crazy. This is a fight to the death. Qing Yuan didn't lose? They withstood Black Prison's killer move? Shock. Ecstasy. Disbelief. All sorts of emotions intertwined, forming an even more frenzied wave of cheers. On the rostrum, Long Jinyue's eyes gleamed with a terrifying brilliance. He slowly sat up straight, his gaze lingering for a long time on Lin Mo and the seemingly ordinary brick in his hand, which contained terrifying power. The other referees and experts also exchanged glances, their eyes filled with solemnity and a hint of fear. The three members of the Black Prison regrouped. Yushan's abyssal eyes fixed on Lin Mo, and for the first time, the ripples of rage surged through the deadly atmosphere. Yingsha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the black short blade in his hand humming even more sharply. Fuzhong roared like a wounded beast, and the gray mist rose from his withered claws once again. In the first round of battle, Lin Mo, with a near self-destructive frenzy, forcibly broke through the Black Prison's triple annihilation realm. The price was heavy, but the flame of hope, amidst the ruins of destruction, stubbornly rekindled. The battle is far from over. An even more brutal fight is about to begin. Chapter 26: The Secret of the Crystal and the White Knight's Plan. Qingyuan High School wins. When the referee announced the final result with incredible solemnity, the entire Sky Dome arena fell into a brief silence, and then erupted into even more fanatical cheers that almost overturned the dome. Win! Qingyuan wins! Oh my god! That Lin Mo, what did that happen at the end? A brick turned into a hammer? The final word? Those three monsters from Black Prison were actually defeated? It's crazy! It's so exciting! This is a true battle of superpowers. Cheers, exclamations, and incredulous comments swept through the entire arena like a tsunami. Countless eyes were focused on the shaky figure in the center of the arena, Lin Mo. He leaned on the burning silence ice core, which had transformed back into a tricolor brick, and gasped for air. Every breath sent a rip-throbbing pain through his body. Forcing himself into his final form and unleashing the devastating final shock had taken a devastating toll on both his body and mind. Blood trickled down his arm, dripping onto the cracked arena. The erosion heart seal on the back of his hand remained scorching hot despite the restraint of the purple gold lines. But after the previous violent outburst, the frantic corrosive sensation seemed to have temporarily subsided, like a wounded venomous snake. Zhu Tianjiao clutched his chest, his face pale as paper, blood smearing the corners of his mouth. To dodge Shadow Shu's final fatal spatial blade, he'd forced an ultra-short, high-frequency spatial jump, causing severe shock to his internal organs and minor damage to his spatial energy circuits. He walked over to Lin Mo, extended his arm, and silently supported his shaky body. Shirley was in the worst condition. His arms were a bloody mess, and the deep wounds visible to the bone were temporarily covered with medical gel, but the cold annihilation energy still stubbornly eroded his muscles and bones. The severe pain made his forehead covered with cold sweat. He could only rely on his strong willpower to barely stand. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Mo was no longer the contempt he had before, but was replaced by deep shock and a hint of awe. Lin Mo's crazy hammer strike just now not only shattered the Black Prison's killing plan, but also completely shattered the ridiculous sense of superiority in his heart. This F-level waste was risking his life. For his teammates, for the girl lying in the fountain of life. Medical personnel quickly rushed onto the stage, providing emergency treatment and evacuating the three. As they passed by the three members of Black Prison, they could smell the strong scent of blood and dissipated energy. The massive form of Yushan lay at the edge of the pit, its thick black armor shattered and dented in many places. A particularly large, terrifying dent, a mixture of charred black and frost, was clearly visible on its chest. Its abyssal eyes were tightly closed, and its deathly stillness grew faint, as if it would die out completely at any moment. The lingering annihilation energy on its surface and the destructive force of Lin Mo's hammer eroded each other, emitting a subtle sizzling sound. Yingxia fell further away, her pale mask shattered in half, revealing a pale yet strikingly beautiful face. Blood continued to flow from the corner of her mouth. Her left shoulder twisted unnaturally, clearly severely injured by Shirley's final, vengeful earth grip. The black short blade in her hand fell not far away, its blade covered in fine cracks. The worst was the rotten tomb. His emaciated body, like a torn sack, was wedged in the cracks of the energy barrier, charred and covered in ice shards. His massive black robe had long since crumbled to ash, revealing a horrific body covered in sores and rotting wounds. He was barely alive, only the slight rise and fall of his chest proving he was still alive. But his eyes, filled with resentment and unwillingness, stared intently at Lin Mo as he was helped off the stage. Waste, royal blood, bug, next time I will definitely. His intermittent and hoarse curses were drowned out by the audience's cheers. Black Prison, this mysterious and terrifying new team, was overturned in the first round by the remnant formation of Qingyuan at an almost tragic cost. In the Star Dome base, inside the highest standard medical recovery cabin, Lin Mo immersed himself in a nutrient solution emitting a soft green light and filled with highly concentrated life energy. His physical injuries were rapidly repaired by the combined effects of life energy and advanced medical technology, but the mental fatigue and the hidden pain in his soul brought on by the scar could not be immediately eliminated. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into a silver spiritual ocean, trying to communicate with the restless moonlight power in his body and soothe the source of the turmoil after the battle. At the same time, he separated a wisp of his mind to suppress the dark red mark on the back of his hand that was ready to move. "How are you feeling?" Dr. Zhao's voice came through the communicator, tinged with concern and a hint of fatigue. He had just presided over the treatment of Chu Tianjiu and Shirley's more complex injuries. They can't die. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse. Where are the two of them? Chu Tianjiu needs to recuperate from the spatial shock. He can't perform high-intensity spatial jumps for at least 3 days. Shirley's injury is the most troublesome. The annihilation power of Prison Mountain is very overbearing, and it will take time to eliminate it. His arms are temporarily disabled, and the rest of the league matches are hanging in the balance. Dr. Zhao's voice was heavy. The price is too high. Lin Mo was silent. The price was indeed too high. But they had to take this first step. For the Sky Secret Realm, for the Moonlight Pure Lotus. But we got this. Dr. Zhao's voice suddenly brightened. Outside the medical bay's observation window, a transparent isolation platform rose, upon which lay something quietly the thumb-sized black crystal peeled from the charred body of rotten tomb. Under the soft light of the isolation platform, the faint light flowing inside the crystal is clearer, as if it has life, emitting a pure and ancient moonlight breath, which is out of tune with the surrounding environment, but has a strange attraction. Is this the Moon Soul mysterious crystal? Lin Mo's eyes snapped open, staring intently at the crystal through the nutrient solution and the bulkhead. He could clearly feel the moonlight energy within him, and even the brick in his sleeve, resonating strongly with the presence of the crystal. The brand on the back of his hand also felt an uneasy throbbing. That's right. Preliminary analysis shows it's extremely pure. It's a genuine Moon Soul mysterious crystal. Dr. Zhao's voice was filled with excitement. Although it's only a small piece, it's the key to activating the information black stone and leading us to the Moonlight Pure Lotus. More importantly, the pure moonlight power it contains maybe it can temporarily suppress the mark on the back of your hand, and even, maybe it can slightly help clear the toxins from Miss Su's body. Suppress the brand? Help Su Qingxue? Lin Mo's heart began to beat violently. This was undoubtedly great news. How to use it? Lin Mo asked anxiously. You must come in person. Dr. Zhao said. This crystal seems to react only to the pure aura of royal blood. The researchers and I have tried various energy stimulations, but it shows no sign of fluctuation. Only when you approach does the faint light within it become active. I speculate that it needs your moonlight power as a key to activate the information stored within, or to channel the pure power within. Lin Mo immediately asked to leave the recovery chamber. His physical injuries had stabilized under the nourishment of life energy, and he was more concerned about the crystal that could bring hope. Soon, Lin Mo changed his clothes and stood in front of the Moon Soul crystal, which was protected by a layer of energy barriers. He stretched out his right hand and approached the crystal cautiously. When the power of the moonlight slowly extended from his fingertips and touched the crystal. Buzz! The Moon Soul crystal suddenly erupted with brilliant silver light. The faint light within, like an awakened galaxy, began to flow rapidly. A pure, cool energy, imbued with the aura of ancient starlight, flowed into Lin Mo's body through his fingertips. Wherever this energy passed, the violent power of the moonlight seemed to be soothed, becoming gentle and peaceful, and mental fatigue was swept away. What surprised Lin Mo even more was that the dark red light on the surface of the scorching erosion heart seal on the back of his hand instantly dimmed under the impact of this pure moonlight energy. The cold and corrosive feeling, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, was temporarily suppressed to the lowest point. The purple gold lines became brighter and clearer. It works. It really works. Dr. Zhao excitedly recorded the data. However, just as Lin Mo tried to guide this pure energy and explore the deeper information inside the crystal. Beep, beep, beep. The emergency communicator inside the base suddenly rang with a sharp alarm. Immediately afterwards, a voice with electronic interference noise, but still recognizable as Baiye's gentle voice, forcibly cut into the laboratory communication channel where Lin Mo and Dr. Zhao were. Captain Lin, congratulations on your victory in the first battle. It was truly an amazing performance. Baiye's voice was tinged with a hint of amusement. It seems my little gift referring to the Yuehua Jinglian coordinate chip was not in vain. However, I imagine you are more concerned about the contents of this Yueso Xianjing right now? Lin Mo and Dr. Zhao's expressions changed simultaneously. Bai Yi had actually managed to break through the Starry Sky Base's communication shield? And how did he know they had obtained the Moon Soul Crystal? And how did he know they were trying to activate it? What do you want to do? Lin Mo's voice was as cold as ice, and the hand holding the crystal slightly tightened. Don't be nervous, Captain Lin. I told you I'm an investor. Bai Ye's voice remained steady. Investment naturally requires returns. This crystal does contain more precise instructions regarding the Moonlight Pure Lotus, perhaps even how to safely harvest and preserve it. However, this information is specially locked. Forcibly activating it or misinterpreting it could, well, turn it into a beautiful piece of waste stone. A naked threat. Or rather, a deal. What do you want? Lin Mo suppressed his anger. It's simple. Bai Yi chuckled. In the next round, your opponent is Kamikaze Academy. I want you to lose this game. What? Dr. Zhao exclaimed. Lin Mo's pupils also suddenly contracted. Losing? It means losing points, and it might even affect the final ranking. It means the road to the Sky Secret Realm becomes even more difficult. Why did Bai Yi do this? Why? Lin Mo's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Because the people behind Kamikaze Academy are of some use to my next plan. They need this victory to boost morale. Bai Yi said it lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Of course, in exchange, I will tell you the key to unlock the crystal information lock. And I guarantee that before you enter the Sky Secret Realm, no flies from Dark Moon will bother you again. It's a good deal, isn't it? Don't even think about it. Lin Mo flatly refused. Let him lose the game on purpose? Give up any possibility of buying time for Su Qingxue? Absolutely not. Don't be so quick to refuse, Captain Lin. Bai Ye's voice was tinged with cold mockery. Think of Chu Tianzhao's injuries, Shirley's broken arms, that gadget on the back of your hand that could explode at any moment. Then think of the girl's limited time left in the Fountain of Life. Failure in forcibly deciphering the crystal, or Dark Moon's subsequent ambush that damages the crystal. Can you afford it? Every word hits the heart. It directly hits Lin Mo's deepest weakness. Think about it, Lin Mo. An insignificant failure in exchange for crucial information and temporary peace, giving you a greater chance of success for your ultimate goal. This is a wise investment. Bai Ye's voice was bewitching. I'll give you an hour to think about it. Once you've figured it out, contact me on this frequency. The communication was forcibly cut off, and the only sound in the laboratory was the low hum of instruments and the oppressive silence. Lin Mo tightly grasped the warm and cool Moon Soul crystal. The brand on the back of his hand, which had just been suppressed, seemed to be faintly hot again due to the intense emotional fluctuations. Bai Ye's words were like a venomous snake, winding around his heart. Lose? Or not lose? On one side is key information and a brief respite at your fingertips, on the other side is the dignity of a warrior and the difficult road ahead to a secret realm. Dr. Zhao looked at Lin Mo's uncertain expression and hesitated to speak. He knew how cruel this decision was for Lin Mo. At this moment, the Moon Soul mysterious crystal in Lin Mo's hand seemed to sense his intense inner struggle and his obsession to protect. The faint light within suddenly flickered at a strange frequency. An extremely vague and intermittent fragment of thought, like a candle in the wind, faintly transmitted to Lin Mo's perception. Core, moon shadows, overlap. When the two moons meet, the ancient well, the pure lotus, appears. Guardian, thorns, accompanied with blood other than the king's, whoever touches it, will wither. Mysterious crystal, resonance, guidance, break delusion. The information was extremely incomplete, but a few key words exploded in Lin Mo's mind like thunder. Overlapping moon shadows? Two moons converging? An ancient well? Is this the specific time and location for the appearance of the Moonlight Pure Lotus? Guardian thorns? Companion? Wither away unless touched by royal blood? This is the deadly danger and necessary condition for picking. Mysterious crystal resonance? Guidance to break the delusion? Is this the method of utilizing the Moon Soul mysterious crystal? Although still incomplete, this fragmented information undoubtedly points to the key. Moreover, this was actively transmitted by the crystal. It was not a charity from Bai Yi. Lin Mo suddenly raised his head, and the confusion and struggle in his eyes were instantly replaced by a cold determination. He looked at the gleaming Moon Soul crystal, and then at the brand on the back of his hand, which was wrapped in purple and gold patterns. Dr. Lin Mo's voice was eerily calm, yet it held undeniable power. Analyze these fragments of information with all your might. Deducing the time of the double moon convergence and the location of the ancient well at all costs. At the same time, prepare your tactics for the next battle against Kamikaze Academy. Lin Mo, you. Dr. Zhao was stunned. Lose? Lin Mo's lips curled up in an extremely cold arc, his eyes burning with an unyielding fire. In my dictionary, Lin Mo, there is no such word as intentionally lose. Want information? Want me to bow my head? Let Bai Yi dream on. Kamikaze Academy? He clenched the brick in his hand, and the dark golden bloodline seemed to sense its owner's fighting spirit and pulsated slightly. Next match, step on their heads and advance. Hope may be slim. The road ahead is bound to be thorny. But the dignity of a warrior and the will to protect must not be tarnished. By Ye's calculations, Dark Moon's threats, bring them all upon us. The brick in his hand will carve a bloody path for Su Qingxue. Chapter 27, Divine Wind Wing Breaking and Space Change. The captain of the Kamikaze Academy, a Pika rank warrior renowned for his speed and wind blade slashing abilities, now collapsed helplessly in the corner of the arena like a bird with broken wings. His proud cyan-winged energy shadow had long since shattered, his body covered in fine, indented scars, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, his eyes vacant, filled with disbelief and terror. On the other side of the ring, Shirley was like a blood-soaked rock, his only remaining left arm resting on a rough stone pillar improvised with the power of the earth, breathing heavily. His right arm was still immobilized by medical equipment, unable to be used, but with just one arm and the raging power of the earth, he withstood the fierce attacks of the other two members of the Kamikaze Academy, creating a crucial opportunity for Lin Mo and Chu Tianzhou. Even now, he was covered in wounds, yet he stood straight, his eyes as fierce as a wounded beast. In the center of the arena, Lin Mo slowly withdrew his hand from the vest of the last Shinfeng Academy member. As if his bones had been pulled out, the member collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Mo's face was even paler than before. The constant, intense fighting, and the immense mental effort required to precisely coordinate with Shirley and Chu Tianzhou had left his spirit like a bowstring stretched to its limit. The dark gold bloodline of the three-phase brick in his hand flickered slightly, conveying a tired yet still fiery pulse. Qingyuan High School wins. The referee's voice echoed, a subtle note of wonder. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause, but compared to the frenzy of the previous match against Black Prison, this time there was a touch more awe and reflection. The remnants of the Qingyuan team, with their ironclad tactical execution and tenacious will, once again proved they were no fluke. Well done, Sure too. Chu Tianzhou's figure appeared beside Shirley like a ghost, supporting his shaky body. His face was still pale, but his eyes were sharp. It was he who had just used spatial teleportation and subtle interference, combined with Lin Mo's fatal blow, to end his opponent. Although he had kept the use of spatial abilities to a minimum, every teleportation caused a dull pain in his internal organs. Not bad. Shirley gasped and reluctantly replied, looking at Lin Mo with a look full of approval. In this battle, Lin Mo, as the corps commander, precisely grasped every opportunity and used the remaining strength of him and Chu Tianzhou to the extreme. The three of them supported each other as they walked down the stage, and were greeted by enthusiastic cheers from medical staff and Qingyuan supporters. Lin Mo. Good job. Qingyuan will win. Brick God. Invincible. Lin Mo forced a smile and waved to his supporters, but his heart was heavy. Victory was important, but Chu Tianzhou's injury, Shirley's arm, Su Qingxue's time, all weighed like heavy shackles. The brand on the back of his hand, stimulated by the cheers and energy field, began to glow faintly again, and the suppression of the purple gold pattern seemed even more strained than before. The next opponent is Lava Castle, in 3 days. Chu Tianzhou said in a low voice, frowning, they are famous for their fire attacks and strong defense. Shirley's injury. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to play. He looked at Shirley's almost disabled right arm and scarred body. Shirley's face was grim, but he didn't argue. He knew his condition well, and forcing himself to play would only be a burden. I'm alone, that's enough. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse but firm. He clenched the brick tightly. You and Shirtu should take good care of your injuries. Leave the lava castle to me. Chu Tianzhou looked at the unquestionable determination in Lin Mo's eyes, opened his mouth, and finally sighed. He knew how much pressure Lin Mo was under, and he also knew that he couldn't persuade him. Return to the exclusive rest area of Star Dome Base. Dr. Zhao was already waiting and immediately performed a more detailed examination and treatment on the three people. He quickly reported while operating the equipment. We've made progress analyzing the fragments of the Moon Soul mysterious crystal. The time of the double moon convergence is roughly locked to the early morning of the 3rd day after the end of the league. The location of the ancient well, points to a place called Moon Shadow Lake deep within the secret realm. But the exact coordinates are still being deduced. The spatial parameters there are extremely complex, and there's strong energy interference. Two moons meet. Moon Shadow Lake. Lin Mo's spirits lifted. Although he hadn't yet confirmed his target, the target range had been greatly narrowed. Hope was just around the corner. Also, Dr. Zhao added solemnly, Chu Tianjiao, your spatial vibrations are more severe than expected. High-frequency short-distance jumps are cumulatively damaging to circuits. Within 3 days, you must not perform more than 2 effective teleportations. Otherwise, the foundation of your spatial ability may be damaged. Chu Tianjiao's expression changed slightly, and he nodded silently. Spatial ability was his foundation, and the consequences of damaging it would be disastrous. And you, Lin Mo. Dr. Zhao turned to him, pointing to the monitoring data. The activity of the erosion heart seal is slowly increasing. The suppressive effect of the purple-gold pattern is weakening. Although the Moon Soul mysterious crystal can temporarily suppress it, it can't eradicate it. I'm worried, after entering the high-energy environment of the Sky Secret Realm, it will completely erupt. Lin Mo looked at the dark red mark on the back of his hand, which flickered as if breathing. He felt the increasingly clear cold gaze of the purple-robed masked man. His eyes were icy. I know. I will find the pure lotus before it explodes. At this moment, Chu Tianjiao seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up at the shadow in the corner of the lounge. His spatial perception caught a very subtle, almost imperceptible spatial ripple. Who? Chu Tianjiao shouted softly, and his right hand subconsciously condensed a weak spatial fluctuation. Lin Mo and Shirley also became alert instantly. In the shadows, the air twisted slightly, and a palm-sized object gleaming with a faint silver light was spitted out by an invisible force, and fell to the ground with a paw. It was a small, jade-like talisman, neither gold nor jade. Its shape was simple, its surface engraved with intricate star patterns, and it emitted a faint, pure fluctuation of spatial energy. Space teleportation talisman? Chu Tianjiao frowned. He carefully wrapped the jade talisman with his spatial power and drew it towards him. He carefully sensed it, his expression growing even more serious. There's no dangerous energy reaction, but this spatial fluctuation technique is very ancient, very pure. It doesn't seem like Dark Moon's method. Who sent it? Shirley asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Chu Tianjiao shook his head. The other party's control over space is very high. Very high. Far superior to mine. Maybe even close to SSS level. She just delivered the things and didn't leave any information behind. SSS level? Lin Mo and Dr. Zhao both gasped. Space masters of this caliber were rare in China. Who could it be? Friend or foe? Chu Tianjiao tried to inject a trace of spatial power into the jade talisman. Buzz. The star pattern on the jade talisman suddenly lit up, projecting a miniature, constantly rotating 3-dimensional star map. At the core of the star map was a marked, slowly flickering point of light. This is a spatial coordinate? Chu Tianjiao carefully identified the structure of the star map and the location of the light spot, his face becoming increasingly confused. This coordinate points to the Sky Secret Realm. And it's near the Moon Shadow Lake area we deduced. It's very precise. The exact coordinates pointing to Moon Shadow Lake? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. This was undoubtedly a timely help. It greatly saved them the time of searching after entering the secret realm. Is it Bai Yi? Dr. Zhao guessed, he has this ability and also likes to be mysterious. Not likely. Chu Tianjiao shook his head. Bai Yi's omniscient deduction is more about information processing. This kind of pure spatial attainment is not his style. Moreover, the energy of this jade talisman is very ancient, carrying a sense of star-like vastness. Could it be a veteran of the Alliance? Helping secretly? Shirley guessed. Lin Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floating jade talisman. Whoever had sent such crucial information at this critical moment had ulterior motives. Was it goodwill? Or a deeper trap? Regardless, these coordinates were incredibly important to them. Put it away first. Lin Mo said in a deep voice, keep it carefully. After entering the secret realm, it will be our first target. Chu Tianjiao nodded and was about to put the jade talisman away. Something strange happened suddenly. Just when Chu Tianjiao's fingers were about to touch the jade talisman, Sizzle! A pitch-black spatial crack, with a strange purple flame burning at the edge, suddenly tore open in the void in front of Chu Tianjiao without any warning. The crack appeared at an extremely fast speed, as if it had always been there. An indescribable, terrifying suction force, a mixture of extreme spatial confinement and cold, malicious intent, suddenly erupted from the cracks. The target wasn't the Jade Talisman, but Chu Tianjiao himself. What? Chu Tianjiao's face changed drastically. The instinct of an SS-level space controller made him react instantly, trying to mobilize the power of space to resist this suction. But the restraining force was too strong. Like invisible shackles, it instantly froze and solidified the space around him. The spatial force he had gathered seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to be effectively mobilized. What shocked him even more was that the malicious intent originated from the same annihilating aura as the black prison Yushan, but was even deeper and colder. It was Dark Moon. And a Dark Moon power far surpassing Yushan's level. Ugh! Chu Tianjiao only had time to let out a short cry of surprise before his entire body was forcibly dragged by the terrifying suction force, as if grabbed by an invisible giant hand and pulled towards the black crack burning with purple flames. Gorgeous! Lin Mo's eyes were bloodshot. Without a second thought, the brick in his hand burst into a dazzling silver light and instantly transformed into the giant hammer of burning silence ice core. With destructive force, he smashed into the space crack. Open it for me! Boom! The massive hammer, brimming with the raging power of the moonlight, the heat of molten lava, and the chill of icy spirits, slammed fiercely onto the edge of the crack. However, the force, powerful enough to shatter the arena, struck the fissure blazing with purple flames like a drop in the ocean. The crack merely rippled, swallowing up most of the force, without even a ripple expanding. The purple flame seemed to possess the ability to devour all energy. Space, confinement, so strong. Chu Tianjiao's body had been pulled halfway into the crack. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Lin Mo and Shirley, his eyes filled with anxiety and determination. He used up his last bit of strength and hurled the Jade Talisman engraved with the star coordinates at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, coordinates, say Qingxue, leave me alone. Before he finished speaking. Puff! A purple-black energy blade, condensed to the extreme, shot out from the depths of the crack like a venomous snake, instantly piercing Chu Tianjiao's right arm as he tried to resist. Blood splattered. No! Lin Mo let out a heart-wrenching roar. The next moment, the pitch-black crack suddenly closed. Like the mouth of a giant beast, it completely swallowed Chu Tianjiao's figure. Only a few drops of boiling blood splashed on the cold ground, and the blood-stained jade talisman that Chu Tianjiao had finally thrown out. The spatial rift vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. The lounge was completely silent. Lin Mo's heavy breathing, Shirley's angry growl, and Dr. Zhao's horrified, speechless face were the only sounds. Chu Tianjiao was captured. They were captured by Dark Moon, in such a domineering and humiliating way, right in front of them. Lin Mo stood still swinging his hammer. The light from the hammer quickly dimmed, transforming back into a brick. He stared intently at the spot where Chu Tianjiao had disappeared, then slowly lowered his head to look at the blood-stained jade talisman on the ground, gleaming with the light of a star map. The hard-eroding seal on the back of his hand seemed to mock his powerlessness, burning like a branding iron. A dark red light flickered madly through the purple gold lines. An unprecedented surge of violence and murderous intent, like cold magma, surged and boiled in his chest. Dark Moon. The man in purple robe. And deep in the crack, that cold gaze. Ah! A suppressed roar, like a wounded lone wolf, erupted from the depths of Lin Mo's throat. He bent down suddenly, picked up the blood-stained jade talisman on the ground, and clutched it tightly in his palm. Blood seeped through his fingers, staining the jade talisman red, and also dyeing the fire in his eyes red. Dark Moon, purple robe. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse, like a cold wind blowing from hell. Every word was filled with deep hatred and cold murderous intent. You are seeking death. He raised his head and looked at Dr. Zhao and Shirley. The flames burning in his eyes were no longer just the flames of protection, but also the cold determination of revenge. The plan remains unchanged. 3 days later, Lava Castle. Then, the secret realm of the sky. Save Qingxue. Kill the purple robe. Bring Chu Tianjiao back. The blood-stained jade talisman, the cold brand, and the disappeared comrades. The seeds of hatred were deeply planted at this moment. The road leading to the secret realm of the sky is destined to be paved with the blood of the enemy. Chapter 28, Burning Alone and Guidance from the Crystal Lake. Skydome Arena, Central Arena. The air was scorching and twisting, thick with the scent of sulfur and molten lava. On the massive arena, 3 fiery figures resembled a moving crater, leaving charred marks with every step. The 3 men from the lava castle, clad in crimson armor etched with lava veins, were surrounded by raging waves of flame, emitting the suffocating pressure of PK rank. Opposite them, there was only one person. Lin Mo. He stood alone on the other side of the ring, his figure looking especially frail against the immense power of the 3 lava castles. The blue and white uniforms of Qingyuan High School rustled in the heat, the temporary A-level badge on his chest reflecting the glaring flames. He lowered his head slightly, his right hand tightly gripping the seemingly ordinary 3-phase brick. The wide sleeves hid the trembling of his arm and the dark red mark on the back of his hand, which flickered wildly, threatening to break free from the purple and gold lines. The searing pain of the brand felt like thousands of red-hot steel needles piercing his bone marrow, each pulse accompanied by the cold, malicious gaze of the purple-robed figure. The image of Chu Tianjiao being abducted, Shirley's unwilling eyes, Su Qingshua's pale face, all the pressure, anger, and hatred turned into fuel, madly burning his nerves under the stimulation of the brand. Qingyuan High School, you're the only one left? The captain of the lava castle, a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular man resembling a lava giant, spoke with a voice like roiling magma, filled with undisguised contempt. That space-related kid was captured? And the stone man is also useless? Just you, and your broken brick? The other 2 members of the lava castle team burst into laughter, and the flames condensed into ferocious hammers and whips in their hands. The audience was completely silent. No one was optimistic about Lin Mo. 1 man against 3 top-tier A-level fire masters renowned for their powerful offense and defense? It was like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. Qingyuan's supporters clenched their fists, their eyes filled with worry and despair. Lava Castle, don't waste time, send him down to accompany his teammates. The burly captain grinned and waved his hands violently. Roar! 3 violet lava pillars, like angry fire dragons, tore through the air, carrying a destructive aura that burned everything, and fiercely blasted towards Lin Mo in the center from 3 directions. Blocking all his space to dodge. It's over. Many people closed their eyes. Just when the pillar of fire was about to engulf Lin Mo, he moved. No retreat. No dodge. He suddenly raised his head. His eyes were no longer silver white, but burning with an almost insane light, a mixture of violent silver light and dark red bloodshot. The brand on the back of his hand seemed to be completely ignited, and the dark red light penetrated the purple gold lines, spreading spiderweb like bloodshot lines on his skin. Ugh! A roar that didn't sound human exploded. Instead of defending himself, Lin Mo rushed towards the 3 destructive lava pillars like a moth to a flame. At the same time, the 3-phase brick in his hand erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. Dark golden bloodlines pulsed wildly, and the silver, red, and blue colors no longer intertwined, but spun and collapsed wildly as if out of control. A terrifying suction force, as if consuming everything, erupted from the core of the brick. All things sublime, energy-devouring vortex. This was the new form of the brick that Lin Mo had been forced to take under immense pressure, the stimulation of the brand, and his obsession with protection. It no longer pursued an outward explosion, but instead forcibly distorted the laws of sublimation and annihilation, forming a miniature, violet energy black hole at its core. Boom! 3 pillars of lava slammed into Lin Mo. No, to be more precise, they hit the miniature energy vortex that erupted from the brick in his hand. A shocking scene happened. The raging pillar of fire, powerful enough to melt gold and iron, vanished like a drop in the ocean the moment it touched the tiny vortex. No explosion. No impact. Only a piercing, hissing sound, as if space were being torn apart. The raging flame energy was forcibly pulled, shredded, and devoured by the terrifying vortex. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it madly poured into the core of the brick. The brick itself trembled violently, and the dark golden bloodline seemed to be injected into molten lava, instantly turning into a scorching red gold. The silver, red, and blue light on the surface was completely submerged by the violent influx of fire energy. The entire brick became red and hot, as if it had just been taken out of a furnace, emitting a heart-pounding heat and a destructive aura. What? The grim smiles on the faces of the 3 people from Lava Castle instantly froze. Instead, a look of extreme horror appeared. Their power was being devoured? Impossible. Explode. The burly captain was shocked and angry, and frantically activated his supernatural powers, trying to make the swallowed energy explode inside the vortex. However, the vortex seemed to possess some strange power of law, forcibly suppressing the turbulent influx of energy. Like the most greedy glutton, it frantically absorbed and transformed it. Lin Mo's body became a channel for energy transmission. The violent fire energy poured into his body, clashing and tearing wildly with the corrosive force of the mark and his own moonlight power. The excruciating pain made his bones groan, and fine beads of blood oozed from the surface of his skin, which were instantly evaporated by the high temperature. But the crazy fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Not enough! Not enough! Lin Mo roared, enduring immense pressure and pain, forcing himself forward despite the impact of 3 pillars of fire. With each step, the alloy ground melted and dented under the high temperature. The crimson brick in his hand absorbed more and more energy, and the destructive waves it emitted became more and more terrifying. Monster! He is a monster! A member of the Lava Castle team looked at Lin Mo's eyes burning with madness, and an indescribable fear rose in his heart. He subconsciously wanted to retreat. We can't retreat! Go all out! Blast him, the burly captain roared. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and pushed their powers to the limit. The pillar of fire became even thicker and more violent. A strange stalemate formed on the stage. Lin Mo, like a demon bathed in flames, held a crimson brick that devoured the flames, and braved 3 pillars of destructive fire, stepping upstream. The 3 people from Lava Castle, their faces flushed red, desperately trying to maintain their output, attempting to completely submerge Lin Mo with an absolute torrent of energy. The audience was completely silent, everyone stunned by this unbelievable scene. On the podium, Long Jinyue's eyes flashed with an unprecedented brilliance as he stared intently at the red brick in Lin Mo's hand. Devouring, transforming, such an overbearing ability. Dr. Zhao was in the monitoring room at the Starry Sky Base, watching the data of Lin Mo's body skyrocketing and on the verge of collapse, his palms covered in cold sweat. Lin Mo, hold on. Lin Mo felt like he was about to explode. His body was a furnace, his soul was being torn apart. The erosion of the brand, the tyranny of fire energy, the struggle of the moonlight power, the triple pain almost destroyed his will. Just then, the piece of moon soul black crystal that he had always kept close to his body and pressed against his chest suddenly reacted violently under the dual stimulation of violent fire energy and brand erosion. Buzz! A cool, pure, ancient, starlit moonlight force gushed from the black crystal like a sweet spring, instantly pouring into Lin Mo's crumbling body. This force was gentle yet powerful, possessing soothing and purifying properties. Wherever it passed, the raging fire energy was quickly sorted out and suppressed, and the corrosive force of the brand was temporarily repelled. More importantly, this cool moonlight force, like guiding starlight, instantly penetrated Lin Mo's chaotic perception and resonated wonderfully with the violent energy vortex at the core of the brick. A blurry yet clear image appeared deep in Lin Mo's mind like a brand. A tranquil lake, like a vast silver mirror, reflected the deep night sky. Its surface was perfectly smooth, without a single ripple. And yet, deep within the mirror-like center, it reflected not the stars but a moon radiating a soft, clear glow, condensed from pure lunar energy. A moon in the water. Moon Shadow Lake. Core moon reflection. At the same time, the black crystal transmitted a faint but clear thought. When the 2 moons meet, the shadow lake shines brightly. The heart moon guides the pure lotus appears. The core of the moon. The real key to the pure lotus's appearance. It's the moon in the water reflected in the center of the lake, not the physical moon in the sky. This sudden information was like a revelation. Not only did it point out the core mystery of the pure lotus's appearance, but it also allowed Lin Mo to grasp a glimmer of inspiration amidst the violent energy confrontation. So, that's how it is. The crazy light in Lin Mo's eyes was replaced by a hint of cold clarity. He no longer passively swallowed and endured. He suddenly slammed the brick in his hand, which had absorbed a huge amount of fire energy and became as red and hot as a small sun, onto the ground of the arena under his feet. But this time, the goal is not to destroy, but to guide. All things rise and the lava returns. Boom! The crimson bricks crashed down. There was no devastating shockwave. The raging fire energy, devoured, compressed, and transformed to its limit, seemed to have found an outlet. It transformed into 3 crimson torrents of energy, condensed to the extreme, like rivers of magma. Guided by the bricks, along the lines of the arena, they roared back towards their source, the 3 from Lava Castle. What? The faces of the 3 people in Lava Castle changed drastically. They had never dreamed that the power they had poured out would be counterattacked in such a way and with such violent force. In a hurry, they could only increase their defenses to the extreme and try to resist. Boom! 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 Three torrents of lava slammed fiercely into the three hastily erected flame shields. A terrifying explosion instantly engulfed everything. Flames shot skyward, and a violent energy turbulence swept across the entire arena. The solid energy barrier flickered wildly, sounding a piercing alarm. As the flames and smoke slowly dissipated. On the stage, the captain and two members of the Lava Castle team were like scorched shrimps, their bodies charred and smoking. Their crimson armor was shattered as they collapsed into the molten metal pit, completely unconscious. Their vaunted fire defenses were shattered by the violent backlash of their own power. In the center of the ring, Lin Mo knelt on one knee, panting heavily. The brick in his hand had returned to its normal trichromatic flow, but the dark gold bloodline had transformed into a deep crimson gold, as if smelted from true gold, emitting a scorching aura. His face was as pale as paper, blood stained the corners of his mouth, and his body trembled slightly from the immense exhaustion. The brand on the back of his hand was temporarily dormant under the suppression of the Moon Soul mysterious crystal's power, but the dark red glow on its surface was still dazzling. Silence. After the deathly silence, there was an even more frenzied sound that almost blew the dome off. Win. Lin Mo wins. 1 versus 3. The lava castle was destroyed instantly? What kind of ability is that? Devouring flames? Rebounding attacks? That's terrifying. A brick, no, it's a divine weapon. It's definitely a divine weapon. The referee's voice was trembling with disbelief. Qingyuan High School wins. Amidst deafening cheers, Lin Mo struggled to his feet. He didn't glance at his fallen opponent, nor did he respond to the crowd's enthusiasm. His gaze pierced through the clamor, as if gazing into the depths of a distant secret realm, toward the tranquil moonlight lake and the clear, reflected light at its center. He stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the cool Uepa black crystal on his chest through his clothes. Moon Shadow Lake. The moon reflected in the core the convergence of two moons. Shu Tianjiao, wait for me. Shengshua, wait for me, bring back Jinglian. I burn all the lava alone just to pave the way forward. The directions to Crystal Lake are clear, just waiting for the intersection of the two moons. Chapter 29, The Thorn Fantasy and the Shadow of the Lone Moon. The dizziness of the space teleportation receded like the tide. When Lin Mo's feet stepped on solid ground again, an indescribable, ancient and vast aura instantly enveloped him. Secret realm of the sky. What I see before my eyes is no longer the noisy lights and crowds of the arena, but a world of magnificence and silence that cannot be described in words. The sky wasn't pure blue, but a deep purple, a fusion of stardust and aurora borealis. Vast, diverse energy nebulae, like slowly breathing beasts, slowly float across the heavens, emitting a soft yet terrifyingly oppressive light. On the land, familiar vegetation vanished. Instead, strange crystal clusters shimmered in a myriad of colors, rivers flowed like liquid metal, and massive floating rocks, like islands, drifted in mid-air. The air was thick and pure, its concentration of free energy astonishingly high. Every breath felt like swallowing liquid energy essence, rapidly invigorating and replenishing the dried-up moonlight energy within Lin Mo's body like a long-awaited rain. However, this feeling of fullness was also mixed with an invisible, heavy pressure, as if the entire space was repelling outsiders. Hiss. The moment the erosion heart seal on the back of his hand entered the secret realm, it was like an ice cube being thrown into boiling oil, suddenly erupting with a piercing burning pain and a more distinct sense of cold and prying eyes. The purple gold lines flickered violently, almost torn apart by the suddenly active dark red light. The will of the purple-robed masked man seemed to penetrate endless space, locking onto Lin Mo's position more clearly. In this high-energy environment, the speed and intensity of the erosion of the brand far exceeded that of the outside world. Lin Mo groaned, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. He immediately pulled the Moon Soul crystal from his bosom. The cool, pure power of the moonlight surged into his body like a sweet spring, temporarily suppressing the brand's frantic counterattack. The purple gold line stabilized once more, keeping the dark red light within a controllable range. The suppressive effect of the black crystal is weakening. Lin Mo's heart sank. He could sense the black crystal's energy being consumed much faster than it was outside. Like a piece of melting ice, it couldn't suppress the blazing charcoal fire for long. Time was becoming increasingly urgent. He didn't dare delay and immediately took out the blood-stained jade talisman that Shu Tianjiao had finally thrown to him. Stimulated by the abundant spatial energy of the secret realm, the star pattern on the jade talisman automatically illuminated, projecting the familiar, rotating three-dimensional star map. The central point of light now emitted a steady, directional glow. Moon Shadow Lake. Coordinates confirmed. Lin Mo identified the direction. The location indicated by the Jade Talisman was in the southwest of the secret realm. It didn't seem particularly far from here, but the spatial structure of the secret realm was extremely complex and the energy field was disordered, so the straight line distance was meaningless. He took a deep breath, gripping the brick tightly in his hand. Dark golden blood pulsed faintly in the high-energy environment of the secret realm, conveying both desire and vigilance. He no longer hesitated, his figure transforming into a swift afterimage, sprinting towards the direction indicated by the star map. The secret realm is full of dangers. Shortly after Lin Mo left the teleportation point, he encountered his first attack. A swarm of crystal-armored flying insects, resembling enlarged fireflies, their tails emitting high-energy particle beams, surged out of a vast forest of purple crystal clusters like a tide. Their attacks were dense and precise, powerful enough to pierce through the alloy. Humph! Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and without using his enormously consuming brick form, he shifted his steps with subtle movements, dodging and weaving through the dense particle beams like a ghost. Simultaneously, the brick in his hand shifted slightly, transforming into a small, sharp-edged silver-blue shield. Soul shield, sublimation of all things, accurately blocking the inevitable attack. Its icy power could even instantly freeze approaching insects. He was like a nimble cheetah rushing rapidly through the swarm of insects. Relying on his speed and the flexible defense of the bricks, he forcibly tore open a path and left the swarm of insects behind. The deeper he ventured into the secret realm, the more bizarre the environment became. He passed through a canyon shrouded in a shimmering, multicolored mist. The mist held a powerful mental distraction, and countless twisted illusions attempted to erode his consciousness, luring him towards the abyss. Lin Mo steadfastly guarded his mind, the dark golden bloodline on the brick radiating a protective will. Combined with the coolness of the Moon Soul mysterious crystal, he struggled to resist the encroaching mist. He climbed a ridge formed by massive fossilized bones. The lingering murderous will within them pierced his soul like tangible spikes. The branding became unusually active in this environment, as if resonating with the ferocious will, attempting to tear his will apart from both inside and outside. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, channeling the pain of the branding into motivation. Each step he took was filled with unyielding resolve, forcibly crushing the remaining murderous intent. The direction indicated by the star map became clearer and clearer. The moonlight in the air grew richer and purer. The burning pain of the brand on the back of his hand subsided slightly under the stimulation of the moonlight, but the sense of the purple-robed figure's gaze became more pronounced, like a cold, venomous snake coiling around his neck. Finally, after running for most of the day and passing through a strange forest composed of huge glowing mushrooms, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly became clear. A vast lake appeared at the end of his vision. The lake's water wasn't the usual blue-green, but rather a deep, tranquil silver gray, like frozen starlight. Its surface, smooth as a mirror, without a single ripple, clearly reflected the swirling purple nebulae and vast energy bands in the sky. The entire lake exuded an ethereal, holy, and yet ancient, desolate aura. Moon Shadow Lake. Lin Mo's heartbeat accelerated instantly. He suppressed his excitement and approached the lake more cautiously. However, when he was still hundreds of meters away from the lake, something strange happened. At the edge of the lake, the seemingly tranquil land, covered in silver moss and low, glowing plants, suddenly began to wriggle as if alive. Countless pitch-black thorny vines, covered in sharp barbs and streaked with dark red veins, suddenly burst forth from the earth like venomous snakes awakened from hell. They danced wildly, instantly forming a wall of thorns that blocked out the sun and sky, completely blocking the path to the lake. These thorny vines exuded an extremely evil, decaying aura, completely incompatible with the holiness of Moon Shadow Lake. The barbs on the vines shimmered with a faint light, clearly carrying a deadly poison. The dark red lines flowing across their surface caused the erosion heart seal on the back of Lin Mo's hand to throb violently. That was the aura of the dark moon. The purple-robed man had indeed set a trap here. Guarding the thorns. Lin Mo's eyes were cold, and he instantly remembered the message conveyed by the Moon Soul Crystal: if it is not the royal blood, it will wither if it touches. It seems that if you want to get close to the center of the lake, you must first get through this piece of death thorns. Lin Mo no longer hesitated. The brick in his hand flashed with light, instantly transforming into the massive hammer of the burning silence ice core. The crimson lava core and the icy blue ice core complemented each other, emitting devastating heat and icy cold. With a low roar, the massive hammer, wrapped in violent force, smashed fiercely into the creeping wall of thorns. Boom! The giant hammer smashed into the thorn wall with a deafening roar. Blazing lava and freezing ice erupted simultaneously, instantly scorching, freezing, and shattering the vast expanse of thorn vines at the point of contact. However, a heart-pounding scene happened. At the broken edges of the destroyed thorn vines, dark red veins throbbed like blood vessels. New, thicker, and more ferocious vines sprouted from the broken ends at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, a thick, indissoluble, gray mist emanated from the depths of the thorn bush. The mist, carrying a powerful force of spiritual decay and decay, instantly enveloped Lin Mo. Ugh! Lin Mo groaned, and countless illusions appeared before his eyes in an instant. He saw that in the fountain of life, Su Qingshua's body was turning into ice crystals and dissipating bit by bit under the erosion of the bone-eroding cold soul. He saw Chu Tianjiao imprisoned in a dark cage, suffering inhuman torture. He saw the cold gaze of the purple-robed masked man, and the dark red light that erupted from the back of his hand and completely devoured him. Despair, fear, and powerlessness surged like a tide, trying to drag him into the abyss. Illusion, mental attack. Lin Mo immediately realized that this was another method of protection used by the thorns. He kept his mind focused, and the dark golden bloodline on the brick burst out with the will to protect. The cool power of the moon soul crystal also rushed into his sea of consciousness. Fake. All fake. Lin Mo roared in his heart, forcibly dispelling those terrifying illusions. The crazy fire in his eyes burned again. The obsession to protect Su Qingxue, the determination to save Chu Tianjiao, and the overwhelming hatred for Yu turned into the most resolute barrier of will. Break it for me. He no longer cared about the consumption and raised the giant hammer high. This time, he no longer pursued physical destruction, but instead injected the violent power of moonlight, lava, and ice spirit, along with the will of protection, into the hammerhead. All things sublime, protect the shockwave. Bang! The giant hammer didn't smash into the thorns, but instead slammed down hard on the ground beneath its feet. An invisible, circular, dual shockwave of spirit and energy, a mixture of silver, red, and blue, erupted from the point of impact with the hammer. Wherever the shockwave passed, the gray mist was instantly dispelled and purified, as if it had encountered its nemesis. The wildly dancing thorn vines seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hammer, emitting a piercing scream like the wailing of thousands of ghosts. The dark red lines on the vine surfaces flickered violently, like a poorly connected circuit, and their spread was instantly slowed. Although it failed to completely destroy the thorn wall, the gray mist within a radius of dozens of meters around Lin Mo dissipated, and the thorns temporarily fell into chaos and malaise. Take advantage of this gap. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with brilliance. He suddenly put away his giant hammer, and his body transformed into a stream of silver light. He increased his speed to the extreme, like an arrow from a bow, and rushed into the interior of the thorn wall through the brief gap. The thorns behind him madly closed again, chasing him, the sharp barbs coming at him with a whistling sound. Relying on the danger sense transmitted by the brick and his superb reaction speed, Lin Mo dashed left and right in the narrow thorny passage, narrowly avoiding the deadly attacks. Occasionally, when there was no escape, he would use the brick to block, making a harsh friction sound and a burst of energy. Finally, after suffering several wounds cut by barbs and stained with the aura of decay, Lin Mo's figure rushed out of the encirclement of the death thorns like a cannonball. No more obstacles ahead. The mirror-like, silver-gray surface of Yueying Lake was completely presented before his eyes. Lin Mo stood by the lake, panting heavily, scanning his surroundings warily. The thorn wall behind him was writhing like an angry python, but it seemed to be blocked by some invisible boundary, unable to intrude into the lakeside area. His eyes immediately turned to the center of the lake. At this moment, it was not the time for the two moons to meet. In the sky, there was only the purple nebula light band flowing from the secret realm, and no real moon. However, deep within the mirror-smooth heart of Moon Shadow Lake, a silver halo that emits soft and pure light, as if condensed from the purest moonlight, is quietly floating there. The moon in the water. The moon reflected in the core. It wasn't a reflection, but a true presence deep within the lake, like a pearl sunk to the bottom, radiating an ethereal and holy light. The light penetrated the depths of the lake, illuminating the entire lakebed in a hazy silver white. A breath of pure, ultimate moonlight, 100 times richer than that at the lakeside, emanated from the moon in the water. This aura resonated with the moonlight within Lin Mo, causing the restless brand on the back of his hand to temporarily subside. Found it! Lin Mo's heart was pounding, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. The guidance of the moon soul crystal was correct. The clue to the pure lotus was right here. Near the moon in the water, deep in the center of the lake. He suppressed the urge to go into the lake immediately, and his sharp eyes swept across the calm lake surface, the deep lake water, and the seemingly quiet environment around him. The purple-robed man and dark moon, they would never let him obtain the pure lotus so easily. This seemingly peaceful lake must be hiding a deadly murderous intent. He sat cross-legged, holding the moon soul crystal in his palm, absorbing the pure moonlight power in it to restore the consumption. At the same time, his mental power was highly concentrated, like the most sophisticated radar, scanning every inch of space. Waiting for the two moons to meet. Waiting for the moment when the pure lotus appears. Also waiting, the poisonous snake hiding in the dark, revealing its deadly fangs. The shadow of the solitary moon has been reflected in the center of the lake. The illusion of thorns was temporarily broken. The final battle is about to take place in this ancient secret lake. And Lin Mo, like a cheetah ready to pounce, waits for the moment that decides life or death. Chapter 30: The Confluence of the Two Moons and the Appearance of the Pure Lotus. There was dead silence beside the moon shadow lake. The silvery gray lake, smooth as a mirror, reflected the endlessly shifting purple nebula of the sky secret realm, a profound and mysterious sight. Deep within the lake's heart, the moon in the water, condensed from pure lunar light, radiated a soft, clear glow, like a pearl sunk to the bottom of the lake, the sole source of light in the entire space. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on a warm silver crystal by the lake, as if blending into the eternally silent stone sculpture. His eyes were slightly closed, his breaths were long and weak, as if he had become one with his surroundings. He held the moon soul crystal against his chest, and the cool, pure power of the moonlight flowed continuously into his body, nourishing his exhausted body and suppressing the erosion heart seal on the back of his hand, which was like a time bomb. Suppressed by the pure aura of Moon Shadow Lake, the brand remained much calmer than it had been outside the thorn bush. Yet, the dark red light beneath the purple gold lines still flickered like a breath, clearly conveying the cold, malevolent, and piercing gaze of the purple-robed masked figure. Lin Mo's mind was like a taut bowstring, on high alert. He knew the calm was only an illusion. The Dark Moon's men would surely lurk in the shadows, like venomous snakes, waiting for the moment the pure lotus emerged to strike a fatal blow. Time slipped slowly in silence. Within the secret realm, there was no sun or moon, only the shifting light and shadows of the shifting nebulae. Lin Mo's mind sank into a silver sea of consciousness. While straining to regain strength, he repeatedly sensed the rhythm of the moon in the water at the center of the lake through the moon soul mysterious crystal. He could sense that the energy at the core of the moonlight was undergoing extremely subtle changes, like a sleeping giant about to awaken. I don't know how long it took. Sudden. Above the sky, the vast, flowing band of purple nebula light seemed to be moved by an invisible giant hand, spinning and converging at an unprecedented speed. A grand, ancient spatial fluctuation, as if coming from the depths of the universe, silently swept across the entire secret realm. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. His silver-gray pupils were instantly ignited by the brilliant silver light. Here we come. Above the heavens, deep within the purple sky, previously dominated by bands of energy, a dazzling silver light suddenly shone. Immediately afterwards, an immense silver moon, emitting a cold, clear glow, seemed to have traversed endless space and slowly squeezed out of nothingness. Its light was so pure, so overwhelming, it instantly overwhelmed the original purple starlight of the secret realm, stained the entire world with a layer of cool silver frost. Two moons converge. The first moon, the moon of the sky. The moment the moon appeared in the sky, the entire moon shadow lake boiled. It wasn't a physical boiling, but a frenzy of energy. The mirror-like, silver-gray lake suddenly erupted in an invisible storm of energy. Deep within the lake, the tranquil moon in the water seemed to be deeply inspired, erupting with unprecedented brilliance. A pure, vast, soul-cleansing aura of lunar essence surged forth from the depths of the lake like an erupting volcano. Buzz. The moon soul crystal vibrated violently in Lin Mo's chest, emitting a clear humming sound, and the faint light within it circulated at an unprecedented speed. An intense, almost instinctive desire and sense of guidance instantly filled Lin Mo's mind. The center of the lake. Right there. Lin Mo stood up suddenly, his eyes fixed on the center of the lake. He could clearly see that at the core of the radiant moon in the water was a purer, holier point of light, like a bud condensed from ice crystals. It was absorbing the tremendous energy of the two moons, slowly, breaking free from the constraints of the moonlight and poking its head out. Moonlight pure lotus. It's about to appear. Now is the time. Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all. He exerted force with his feet, and his body, like an arrow from a bow, transformed into a stream of silver light, rushing towards the shimmering lake without hesitation. The dark gold bloodline of the three-phase brick in his hand was pulsating wildly, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. Plop! Lin Mo's figure sank into the icy, silver-gray waters of the lake. This water wasn't just ordinary water, it was a liquid essence imbued with a high concentration of pure lunar energy. A cool, powerful force instantly enveloped him, as if every pore was cheering with joy. The lunar energy within him, like a long drought finally ending in a downpour, revived and grew at an unprecedented rate. Under the impact of this pure energy, the dark red glow of the brand on the back of his hand was instantly suppressed to its limit, and the purple gold lines became brighter than ever. However, this ultimate comfort didn't let Lin Mo relax his vigilance. His mental energy scanned the surroundings like a searchlight. The lake was crystal clear, offering excellent visibility, but the depths were a hazy silvery white. Only the moon in the water in the center, growing ever brighter and closer, acted like a guiding lighthouse. Dive! Keep diving! The closer he got to the center of the lake, the denser the moonlight energy became, and the greater the pressure. The surrounding waters seemed calm, but Lin Mo keenly sensed a subtle yet deadly spatial fluctuation, like a lurking shark, quietly locking onto him. Here we come! When Lin Mo was less than 100 meters away from the huge moon in the water in the center of the lake, he could even see the bud-like light point growing and stretching rapidly, and was about to bloom into the outline of a holy ice lotus. Sizzle! A pitch-black spatial crack, its edges ablaze with deep purple flames, suddenly ripped open in the lake water in front of Lin Mo. The moment the crack appeared, the surrounding viscous moonlit lake water was forcibly pushed aside and evaporated as if encountering a natural enemy. A spatial confinement force 100 times more terrifying than that in the thorny illusion, mixed with a bone-chilling will of annihilation, instantly enveloped Lin Mo. The purple-robed masked man. He finally made his move. And his timing was impeccable. It was the moment when the pure lotus was about to bloom, and Lin Mo's mind was most easily attracted. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. Far from panicking, he had anticipated it. The moment the crack appeared, the shape of the brick in his hand had already changed. No longer a hammer, nor a shield. Instead, it transformed into a mirror-smooth surface with deep starlight flowing around its edges, the moonlight prism. Everything sublimates, the moon reflects. Buzz! The purple-black annihilation energy blade, with the terrifying power to tear through space and obliterate everything, shot out silently from the crack and pierced Lin Mo's heart. The speed was so fast that it exceeded the limit of imagination. However, just when the energy blade was about to pierce through Lin Mo, the moonlight prism in his hand met the attack accurately. A strange scene happened. The purple-black energy blade, powerful enough to annihilate everything, didn't explode or get blocked the moment it touched the smooth surface of the moonlight prism. Instead, it refracted like light hitting water. The starlight flowing on the prism's surface erupted in dazzling light, its angle adjusted imperceptibly by Lin Mo's mind. The deadly purple-black energy blade was forcibly redirected by the prism, refracting with even greater force and speed towards the dazzling moon in the water deep in the center of the lake. What? From deep within the crack came a very subtle, yet incredibly shocked, low roar. It was the voice of the purple-robed masked man. The purple-robed man obviously hadn't expected Lin Mo to have this trick up his sleeve. He hadn't expected him to use the pure moonlight of Moon Shadow Lake to transform bricks into prisms capable of refracting the power of annihilation. Boom! The refracted purple-black energy blade fiercely slammed into the huge moon in the water in the center of the lake. A dull and terrifying roar erupted. The imagined scene of the moonlight core being annihilated did not occur. The core, condensed from pure moonlight, seemed to be completely enraged the moment it was attacked by an external force. It erupted with an even more vast and domineering silver light. Like a sleeping king offended by an ant, an ancient and majestic will erupted with terrifying purifying energy. Buzz! A silver energy surged like a raging wave. The space crack burning with purple flames bore the brunt of the impact, instantly smoothed out like ice and snow melting under the pure moonlight. A suppressed groan seemed to emanate from the depths of the crack. And that refracted purple-black energy blade was like an ice cube thrown into the scorching sun. It was instantly purified and annihilated by the vast moonlight, without even a ripple left. Lin Mo cleverly used the power of the Moon Shadow Lake core to neutralize the purple-robed man's sneak attack. It might even have caused the purple-robed man himself to suffer the backlash of the moonlight core. Take this opportunity. Lin Mo's figure was like a swimming fish, bursting out at the fastest speed, instantly rushing through the briefly purified waters, and arriving at the core of the huge moon in the water. At this moment, that little bud-like point of light has fully bloomed. A breathtakingly beautiful lotus flower quietly floats in the core of the moonlight. It is not a physical object, but rather a condensation of the purest and most sacred energy of the moon's essence. Its petals are crystal clear, as if carved from eons of black ice, or like flowing, cool moonlight, layer upon layer, unfolding and blooming. At the heart of the lotus, a soft, yet vibrant, emerald green light flickers, emitting a refreshing aura that purifies all filth and curse. The entire lotus is enveloped in a hazy silver halo, sacred and ethereal, as if it were not of this world. Moonlight pure lotus. Finally found it. Lin Nemo suppressed the ecstasy and excitement in his heart, and without the slightest hesitation, he stretched out his hand, not directly grabbing the pure lotus, but carefully, as if receiving a sacred object, he extended the moonlight prism, which had just performed great service, towards the holy lotus. The message conveyed by the moon soul mysterious crystal was crystal clear: anything other than royal blood would wither upon contact. The pure power of the moonlight must be used as the medium. The moonlight prism is the best container at this moment. The moment the smooth surface of the prism approached the pure lotus, the holy lotus seemed to sense the pure aura of its shared origin, its petals swaying slightly, and the emerald green light it emitted became even softer. It did not resist, but instead, like a young swallow returning to its nest, it lightly floated down from the core of the moonlight and hovered steadily above the mirror of the prism. Done. Lin Nemo immediately retracted the prism, flipped it over, and carefully sealed the pure lotus within the starlight flowing within the prism. A warm and cool sensation reached his touch, and a powerful vitality and purifying force filtered through the prism, invigorating him. Even the restless mark on the back of his hand completely subsided. Without any pause, Lin Nemo immediately changed direction and quickly rose towards the lake like a silver arrow. He knew the purple-robed man would never give up. The failed sneak attack and the backlash from the moonlight core would only drive him even crazier. He had to leave immediately. Just when Lin Nemo was about to rush out of the lake. Mutation regeneration. Deep beneath the lake, the enormous moon in the water rapidly dimmed after the pure lotus was taken away, as if it had lost its core. But just as the light was about to completely fade away, a faint, dark red light, imbued with endless resentment and decay, suddenly lit up from the depths of the moon's core, like the pupil of a venomous snake. Right after. Click click. On Lin Mo's chest, the moon soul mysterious crystal that had always radiated cool moonlight and suppressed the imprint suddenly developed a tiny crack on its surface without any warning. The crack spread rapidly, and the faint light inside quickly dimmed like a candle in the wind. Not good. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. The Xinjing seemed to have triggered some kind of countermeasure mechanism the moment the pure lotus was taken away, or exhausted its last bit of power? The moment the cracks in the black crystal appeared. Buzz. On the back of Lin Mo's right hand, the long-suppressed erosion heartseal erupted like a ferocious beast freed from its cage, emitting an unprecedented, dazzling, dark red light. A far more violent and sinister corrosive energy, imbued with the purple-robed man's monstrous rage, surged like a flood along his arm's meridians, madly towards his heart and brain. Severe pain. The soul-tearing pain instantly swept through the whole body. The purple gold lines flickered violently under the impact of the dark red light, emitting a wail as if overwhelmed, and instantly became dim and almost shattered. Ugh! Lin Nemo let out a painful roar, and his floating body suddenly stopped, and his consciousness was instantly overwhelmed by endless coldness and malice. The lake is just around the corner. Pure lotus in hand. But behind him was the vicious dark red light deep in the core of the moonlight. Inside the body, the brand erosion is completely erupting. Above your head, the purple-robed man is chasing you deadly at any time. Desperate situation. A truly desperate situation. Chapter 31, Blood Seal and Heart Eating and the Bloody Journey Home. The cold lake water wraps around the soul-tearing pain. Ugh! Lin Mo's roar transformed into a tumbling string of bubbles in the viscous moonlit lake water. On the back of his right hand, the dark red light of the erosion heartseal spread like a living thing, instantly covering his forearm. The purple gold lines completely shattered and dissipated. The cold, violent, corrosive energy, imbued with the purple-robed man's monstrous rage, was like billions of red-hot poisonous needles, madly piercing his meridians, bones, and even his soul. His vision was covered in blood-red and icy malice, and his consciousness was like a candle in a gust of wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Deep in the center of the lake, the malicious dark red light was like the eyes of a venomous snake, locking onto him, emitting an even stronger aura of decay and curse, as if mocking his end. Although the spatial cracks overhead had been smoothed out by the backlash of the moonlight core, the purple-robed man's icy murderous intent, like tangible ice, pierced through the lake and firmly pinned him down. The next attack could come at any moment. Desperate situation. A true dead-end situation. No. I can't die here. Xing Xue is waiting for Jinglian. Chu Tianzhou is still in Dark Moon's hands. Blood feud not yet avenged. How could I fall? A roar coming from the deepest part of his soul, a mixture of protection, hatred, and indomitable spirit, exploded like thunder in Lin Mo's sea of consciousness that was on the verge of collapse. Get out of here! Lin Mo's eyes instantly turned blood red. His will, ravaged by the heart-devouring seal and on the verge of shattering, erupted with unprecedented power under the pressure of death and his obsession with protection. He no longer tried to suppress or resist the corrosive energy. Instead, like a mad gambler, he poured all his will, all his anger, all his will to survive, along with the remaining power of the Moon King's blood, subtly stimulated by the pure lotus aura, into the raging brand on the back of his hand. Use your will as a hammer. Use your soul as an anvil. Forcefully refine. Laugh. It was like pressing a red-hot iron onto ice water. An even more intense, soul-shaking burning pain came over him. Lin Mo felt as if his right hand, along with half his body, was about to be torn apart by this violent confrontation. The dark red light of the brand flickered and twisted wildly, colliding and devouring Lin Mo's crimson flame of will. An even more chaotic and violent energy storm erupted within him. However, in this self-destructive and crazy confrontation, a strange change occurred. The brand energy, originally pure and malevolent, filled with the aura of annihilation after being impacted by Lin Mo's violent will, which was a mixture of the Moonlight King's blood, the vitality of the pure lotus, and his obsession with protection, actually produced a faint trace of fusion? No, to be more precise, it was forcibly contaminated and distorted. Deep within the brand, the purple-robed man's icy will was fiercely impacted by this frantic will, bearing Lin Mo's strong personal stamp. It became momentarily blurred and chaotic. The brand's energy structure was also forcibly altered in this chaotic collision. No longer a pure annihilating poison, it was now infused with a violent, fiery, molten-like destructive quality. Within the dark red brand's glow, a faint glint of eerie dark gold shone. The excruciating pain remained, even worse. But the pure, cold control and soul-destroying malice from the purple-robed man were temporarily diluted by this chaotic confrontation. Lin Mo's consciousness, amidst the boundless pain, grasped a precious ray of clarity. Now! A fierce look flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He endured the excruciating pain of his body almost disintegrating, tightly grasped the moonlight prism that sealed the pure lotus in his left hand, and kicked hard at the bottom of the lake. Boom! Violet energy erupted from beneath his feet. Part of it was the moonlit lake water, and part of it was the chaotic conflicting forces within his body, propelling his body like an out-of-control torpedo, rushing madly towards the halo on the lake surface that was getting closer and closer above his head. Puff! Lin Mo's figure broke through the surface of the lake like a cannonball, bringing up a huge silver water column. The cold air instantly rushed into his lungs, but he had no time to breathe. His eyes swept around like lightning. By the lake, the death thorns were like an enraged python. Sensing Lin Mo's presence and the aura of Jinglian, they madly spread in the direction of his landing, strangling him. The dark red lines on the thorn vines were more active than ever. And in the sky above, the enormous moon of the sky still hung high. Beneath its cold light, a pitch-black spatial crack, its edges ablaze with deep purple flames, was tearing across the lake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Deep within the crack, a pair of scarlet eyes burning with furious flames locked onto him like the entrance to hell. The purple-robed man. He really didn't leave. And his murderous intent was even stronger. There's a giant wall of thorns ahead. Purple flames pierce the sky above. There is a curse at the bottom of the lake. There is a heart-eating seal inside. There is truly no way to heaven and no door to earth. Ah ha ha. Lin Mo roared like a trapped beast. The mutated, twisted, dark red mark on the back of his right hand throbbed wildly, the pain so severe that he could barely hold the brick. But the fire burning in his eyes only grew more intense. Let us fight. He no longer looked at the cracks above him or the thorns before him. All his strength, all his will, was poured into the moonlight prism in his hand. The moonlight pure lotus sealed in the prism's core seemed to sense its master's desperate will and the overwhelming malice from the outside world. The emerald green lotus heart burst into an unprecedented purifying brilliance. Jinglian! Help me clear the way. Lin Mo aimed the prism at the surging wall of thorns ahead. Not refracting, but releasing. All things sublime, pure world lotus. Buzz. A pillar of emerald green light, indescribably pure and utterly pure, suddenly erupted from the core of the prism, like a divine sword that had shattered the heavens and earth. At the core of the light pillar was the phantom of the holy and pure lotus. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be purified and solidified. The death thorns, imbued with the aura of decay, curse, and the dark moon, felt like they had met their nemesis the moment they came into contact with the emerald beam of light. The vines let out a shrill wail, and the dark red veins on their surface gradually cracked and melted away. The thick vines, like being plunged into acidic ice and snow, quickly withered, decayed, and turned to ash. The massive wall of thorns that had once obscured the sky and the sun was forcibly plowed open by this purifying beam of light, creating a straight, refreshing passage. Lin Mo's figure followed closely behind the beam of light, like a moth chasing the light, running desperately towards the path of survival that was forcibly opened up. Ant. Don't even think about it. From the crack above his head, the purple-robed figure roared furiously like thunder. A more condensed and terrifying purple-black spear of annihilation, with a sharp shriek that tore through space, disregarded distance, and instantly shot towards Lin Mo's back. The speed was so fast that it exceeded Lin Mo's ability to dodge. The breath of death came instantly. Lin Mo could even feel the cold edge behind him that could annihilate everything. At this critical moment. Buzz. On Lin Mo's chest, the cracked, dimly lit moon soul crystal seemed to have burned out its last bit of life, suddenly bursting out with a final, brilliant silver light. The silver light did not attack, but instead transformed into a thin, silver light shield with an ancient star map flowing through it, instantly appearing behind Lin Mo. Puff! The spear of annihilation pierced through the silver light shield fiercely. The light shield shattered like fragile glass. But even this insignificant obstruction caused the direction of the spear of annihilation to deflect extremely slightly. Puff! The spear of annihilation grazed Lin Mo's left shoulder blade and pierced through, taking away a large piece of flesh and bone. The intense pain made Lin Mo's vision go black, and he almost fell down. The terrifying annihilation energy instantly invaded his body, clashing wildly with the chaotic brand energy and the vitality of the pure lotus within him, making him feel like he was in purgatory. Ah! Lin Mo let out a terrible cry of pain, but his footsteps didn't stop at all. With the impact of the spear of annihilation, he was like a kite with a broken string, his speed actually increased. He stumbled out of the thorny passage and fell heavily on the silver crystal ground outside Moon Shadow Lake. Let's go! Lin Mo didn't even have time to check his horrific wound. He endured the multiple excruciating pains that almost tore his soul apart. His left hand tightly grasped the dimly lit moonlight prism. Jinglian's breath had also weakened a lot, and his right hand slammed towards his waist where hung the emergency teleportation token he received when entering the secret realm. Want to leave? Leave Jinglian behind. The purple-robed figure had already stepped halfway out of the crack, his cold murderous intent piercing down like a concrete icicle. A giant hand, burning with purple flames, grabbed Lin Mo fiercely with the power to confine space. The light of transmission has just come on. The shadow of the giant hand has arrived. Just when Lin Mo was about to be caught by the giant hand. Roar! A deafening roar, like the roar of an ancient beast, suddenly erupted from the depths of the secret realm. Along with the roar, a vast, ancient, and terrifying wolf filled with wild and ferocious aura swept across the entire Moon Shadow Lake area like an invisible tsunami. This wolf was so powerful. So powerful that it froze space. The purple-robed man's giant purple flame hand, which was grabbing Lin Mo, suddenly froze. Even he himself revealed a look of surprise and doubt. It's this moment of stagnation. Brush! The light of transmission completely enveloped Lin Mo's figure. The spatial fluctuation flashed by. Lin Mo disappeared. All that was left was a mess by the lake, broken thorns, surging lake water, a space crack with purple flames burning in the air, and the figure of the purple-robed man exuding tremendous anger and a hint of fear. Roar! The roar from the depths of the secret realm sounded again, carrying a warning and expulsion. The purple-robed man stared intently at the spot where Lin Mo disappeared, his scarlet eyes burning with unwilling flames. Finally, he snorted coldly, and his figure slowly retreated into the crack and disappeared. The crack also healed. Moon Shadow Lake had returned to its deathly silence. Only the dimmed moon in the water in the center of the lake and the withered thorny vines scattered across the ground spoke of the thrilling life and death struggle that had just taken place. Starry Skybase, emergency transmission platform. A silver light flashed, and a figure covered in blood and dying fell out heavily. Lin Mo. Dr. Zhao and the medical team, who had been on high alert, rushed forward instantly. Lin Mo's left shoulder was a bloody mess, the bone visible. Purple-black annihilation energy lingered around the edges, constantly corroding the surrounding tissue. His face was as pale as gold paper, blood seeping from all his orifices. On the back of his right hand, a twisted, eerie brand, a woven interweaving of dark red and dark gold, pulsed faintly like a living being, emanating a chilling aura of evil and chaos. His left hand, however, tightly grasped a dimly lit prism. Within it, a faint emerald green light flickered tenaciously. Jinglian is back. Lin Mo forced a smile upon seeing Dr. Zhao, his voice as weak as a mosquito's whisper. Tianjiao is outside the thorn wall, on the west side, in the crystal forest. Hurry. Before he could finish his words, his vision went dark and he completely lost consciousness. Quick! Highest level emergency. Full life support. Prioritize treating the annihilation energy on your left shoulder and the brand erosion on the back of your hand. Dr. Zhao ordered hoarsely, yelling into the communicator. Search team. Enter the secret realm immediately. Coordinate to the crystal forest west of Moon Shadow Lake. Find Chu Tianjiao. Quick! The medical robot quickly lifted Lin Mo onto a suspended stretcher, and he was instantly enveloped by various instruments and life energy beams. Dr. Zhao, with trembling hands, carefully took the prism from Lin Mo, which contained a faint emerald green light. Looking at the holy lotus shadow in the prism, and then at Lin Mo's extremely tragic injuries on the stretcher and the twisted and strange marks on the back of his hand, Dr. Zhao's eyes were filled with shock, heartache, and a hint of fear. This kid really brought Jinglian back. Using flesh and blood as steps and will as a blade, he fought his way out of hell and carved a bloody path home. The price is so heavy. Jing Xue is saved. Dr. Zhao clenched the prism, hope burning in his eyes, but his gaze towards the emergency room was even heavier. Lin Mo's battlefield shifted from the secret realm to the operating table, and another race against death had just begun. Chapter 32, Awakening of the Ice Soul and Mutation of the Brand. Fountain of Life Treatment Room. An emerald green halo, like a solid liquid, slowly flowed through the spring pool. The rich life energy almost condensed into mist, shrouding the entire space in a hazy green light. In the center of the spring pool, Su Qingxue floated quietly, her pale skin nearly transparent in the green light, her long eyelashes as fragile as ice crystals, like an ice elf poised to shatter at any moment. On her shoulder, where the wound, eroded by the bone-eroding chill soul, remained, a dark blue frost still stubbornly lingered. Though partially suppressed by the energy of the fountain of life, the chilling corrosive force still slowly and inexorably spread toward her heart. Deeper within, the ancient mark left by Lin Mo's star core covenant stood like a silent guardian, emitting a faint silver glow. Outside the treatment room, Dr. Zhao, Su Yuntian, and a group of top medical experts gathered in front of the holographic projection, nervously monitoring the data. The patient's vital signs are stable, but the erosion of the origin has reached a critical point. The chief medical officer's voice was heavy. Conventional methods are no longer able to reverse the spread of the toxin. We must use Moonlight Pure Lotus immediately. Dr. Zhao took a deep breath and carefully removed the moonlight prism, containing the pure lotus, from its specially constructed isolation chamber. After emergency treatment, the sacred lotus within the prism had regained some of its radiance. Its emerald green heart flickered faintly, emitting a refreshing and purifying aura. Let's start. Su Yuntian said in a deep voice, with deep worry and determination in his eyes. Dr. Zhao nodded and gently placed the prism on a specially crafted energy guiding platform at the edge of the pool. As complex runes lit up, the prism slowly floated up, its mirror facing downward, directly over Su Qingxue's heart. The Pure Lotus release program is activated. Dr. Zhao pressed the control button. Buzz. A soft, emerald green beam of light descended vertically from the core of the prism, precisely enveloping Su Qingxue's heart. Within the beam, the phantom of the holy, pure lotus slowly spun and unfolded, each petal flowing with the vital energy that purified all things. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A heart-pounding scene happened. The stubborn, dark blue frost on Su Qingxue's shoulder, upon contact with the pure lotus's light, melted and evaporated with a harsh, sizzling sound, like snow under the blazing sun. Puffs of gray-black smoke rose from the wound, condensing in mid-air into the shape of a hideous face, emitting a silent wail before being completely purified by the emerald green light. The toxin activity has dropped dramatically, the medical officer shouted excitedly. The purification effect has far exceeded expectations. Vital signs are starting to improve. Su Yuntian's clenched fists trembled slightly, and his eyes were fixed on his daughter's pale face. The pure lotus's radiance grew stronger and stronger, its emerald green light flowing along Su Qingshue's energy circuits. Wherever it passed, the dark blue frost retreated step by step. Even more miraculous, when the pure lotus's power touched the ancient mark of the star core covenant at the heart, the mark not only did not repel it, but instead, like a long drought meeting a downpour, it erupted with a soft silver glow, blending with the pure lotus's emerald green light, forming a wonderful symbiotic state. Incredible! Dr. Zhao muttered to himself, the power of the pure lotus is resonating with the star core covenant. They are working together to repair Miss Su's essence. Under the combined influence of the pure lotus and the mark, Su Qingshue's pale cheeks gradually took on a tinge of color, and her breathing became steady and powerful. Most surprising of all, her energy circuits, previously ravaged by the bone-eroding chilling soul, began to slowly repair and reorganize themselves under the guidance of the pure lotus's vitality and the mark, becoming even more resilient and unobstructed than before the poisoning. Wake up! Miss Su is waking up! A sharp-eyed nurse suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, Su Qingshue's long eyelashes, like ice crystals, trembled slightly before slowly opening. Her ice blue eyes, like melting polar glaciers, were clear and cold, yet tinged with the bewilderment of someone just waking up. This is. Her voice was weak but clear, with a chill as melting ice and snow. Qingxue. Su Yuntian could no longer restrain himself. He stepped to the edge of the spring pool and held his daughter's cold hand tightly. Dad! Dad! Su Qingshue's eyes gradually focused as she recognized her father. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, a hint of anxiety flashed in her icy blue eyes. Lin Mo. How is he? Su Yuntian and Dr. Zhao looked at each other, a hint of complexity flashed in their eyes. He brought back Jinglian. Su Yuntian said softly, she's in the emergency room next door now. She's seriously injured, but she'll be fine. When Su Qingshuo heard this, the ice in her eyes melted away instantly, replaced by an unprecedented anxiety and worry. She struggled to get up, but her father gently held her down. Don't worry, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Su Yuntian soothed him, it will take time for the pure lotus's power to be fully absorbed. Lin Mo has the best medical team, he will be fine. Su Qingshuo pursed her pale lips, finally nodded slowly, and lay back down in the pool. But her eyes remained fixed on the treatment room door, as if she could see through the heavy alloy door and see the young man next door who had risked his life for her. What did he do? She asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Dr. Zhao took a deep breath and briefly recounted how Lin Mo had fought the Black Prison alone, how he had entered the secret realm, how he had seized the pure lotus, and how he had returned gravely injured. Of course, he omitted the most gruesome details. But how clever was Su Qingshuo? She read the unspoken words in Dr. Zhao's gleaming eyes and the tense jawline of her father. Deep within her icy blue eyes, a trace of heartache and a deeper emotion flashed. Silly. She murmured softly, her voice almost inaudible. At this moment, the door of the treatment room was flung open. A medical worker covered in blood staggered in, his face full of horror. Oh no! Lin Mo. Lin Mo's mark has erupted. The emergency room is destroyed. What? Dr. Zhao and Su Yuntian's faces changed drastically. Su Qingshue's reaction was faster than anyone else's. Unbeknownst to her, she suddenly sat up from the spring pool, grabbed the white healing robe next to her and wrapped it around herself, then jumped into the pool barefoot. The vitality of the pure lotus flowed through her body, granting her the power to move temporarily. Qingxue. Your body. Su Yuntian wanted to stop her. Get out of the way. Su Qingshue's voice was like the Arctic wind, carrying an undeniable chill and determination. Her icy blue hair moved without a breeze, and a thin layer of ice crystal armor, yet imbued with a terrifying chill, instantly condensed around her body. The power of her SS-level ice soul body, stimulated by the pure lotus, was even more refined and powerful than before the poisoning. Su Yuntian and Dr. Zhao were intimidated by this momentum and subconsciously made way. Su Qingshuo rushed out of the treatment room like an ice blue lightning and ran towards the emergency room next door. The others only then reacted and hurried to catch up. The corridor outside the emergency room was a mess. The alloy walls were covered in terrifying cracks and burn marks, as if torn by the claws of some giant beast. The air was filled with a strange, lingering smell of blood, bird flesh, and a chilling, decayed atmosphere. Several injured medical staff were being evacuated by their companions, their faces etched with dread and shock. The door of the emergency room was twisted and deformed, half hanging on the doorframe, and from inside came waves of heart-pounding energy fluctuations in low, beast-like roars of pain. Su Qingxue didn't hesitate at all, kicked open the broken door and rushed in. The scene before her almost made her heart stop. Inside the emergency room, all the instruments and equipment had been reduced to twisted scrap metal, and the floor was covered in charred marks and frost. On the central bed, Lin Mo was bound tightly by a dozen high-intensity energy straps, yet he continued to struggle violently. His right arm was completely engulfed in a strange, dark red and gold energy that flowed like lava, frantically trying to spread throughout his body. Dark red veins like blood vessels covered his face and neck, his eyes were bloodshot, and he let out an inhuman roar, clearly losing his mind. Even more terrifying was the way his left hand gripped his right wrist tightly, nails digging deep into the flesh, blood dripping from it, as if he was using his last shred of sanity to stop the spread of that strange energy. Meanwhile, the horrific wound on his chest, pierced by the purple-robed man's spear of annihilation, was deteriorating and rotting at a visible rate, its edges tinged with an ominous purple-black hue. Lin Mo. Su Qingxue's voice was filled with unprecedented trembling and heartache. As if he had heard her call, Lin Mo's struggling movements paused slightly, and a faint clarity flashed in his red eyes. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the ice-blue figure at the door. His blood-stained lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something. But the next second, the dark red energy erupted again. Lin Mo let out an even more painful roar, and the restraints groaned under the horrific struggle. "Everyone get out." Su Qingxue's voice was like the polar wind, icy and biting, but unquestionable. "Now!" The medical staff quickly evacuated as if they had been granted amnesty. Dr. Zhao and Su Yuntian hesitated for a moment, but under Su Qingxue's cold gaze, they eventually retreated outside. "Qingxue, be careful. The mark has mutated. It's extremely dangerous," Dr. Zhao finally reminded. Su Qingxue didn't respond. She slowly walked towards Lin Mo, who was struggling in pain on the hospital bed, her icy blue eyes filled with heartache and determination. "Lin Mo. I'm here," she said softly, her voice no longer cold, but soft like melting ice and snow. She reached out and gently caressed Lin Mo's cheek, which was covered in dark red lines. A biting chill surged from her palm, but it was not an attack, but the purest power of Ice Soul, mixed with the vitality of the pure lotus in her body, gently infusing into Lin Mo's body. Ugh! Lin Mo's body trembled violently, as if two forces were clashing fiercely within him. But Su Qingxue didn't flinch. Instead, she leaned over and rested her forehead against Lin Mo's. "Look at me, Lin Mo," she said softly, her ice-blue eyes looking directly into Lin Mo's red eyes. "I'm here. I'm fine. You should come back too." Miraculously, Lin Mo's struggles began to weaken. His crimson eyes grew increasingly lucid. The violent dark red energy on his right arm, upon contact with Su Qingxue's icy soul power, actually began to slowly calm and recede. "Xing, Shui." Lin Mo's voice was extremely hoarse, but it made Su Qingxue's eyes moist in an instant. "Yes, it's me," she said softly, and icy tears slid down from the corners of her eyes and dripped onto Lin Mo's face. "I'm back. You have to come back too." Outside the door, Dr. Zhao and Su Yuntian looked at the incredible scene on the surveillance screen and were so shocked that they were speechless. The violet energy of the mutant mark actually began to slowly retreat under the dual effects of Su Qingxue's ice soul power and pure lotus vitality. It wasn't suppression, but some kind of wonderful taming and guidance. The Star Core Covenant. Dr. Zhao suddenly realized, the mark in Miss Su's body and Lin Mo's brand, they are originally from the same source. The power of the pure lotus has become the bridge of communication. Su Yuntian's eyes flashed, and he seemed to understand something. On the hospital bed, Lin Mo's struggles grew weaker, the crimson in his eyes gradually fading. The dark red and dark gold energy on his right arm no longer surged violently, but slowly receded like the tide, eventually returning to the twisted brand on the back of his hand. The brand's form had completely changed. No longer simply a dark red, it was now a blend of dark red and dark gold, forming a completely new, more complex, and even more bizarre rune. It still emitted heart-pounding fluctuations, but the frenzy and chaos had diminished considerably, as if tamed by some higher power. Lin Mo's breathing gradually became steady, and the clarity in his eyes completely returned. He looked weakly at Su Qingxue's icy face, and with difficulty forced a smile. "My dear sponsor, you're awake, it's time to pay the maintenance fee." The tears in Su Qingxue's eyes instantly froze into ice. She glared at Lin Mo fiercely, but in the next second, she did something that stunned everyone. She leaned over and gently placed her cold lips on Lin Mo's forehead. "Idiot, next time, don't fight so hard." Her voice was as light as a feather, but it carried an unquestionable command. Lin Mo was stunned, and then the smile in his eyes deepened. He weakly raised his right hand, which had just regained control, and gently grasped Su Qingshua's cold fingers. As you command, Mr. Sponsor. Outside the door, Dr. Zhao and Su Yuntian smiled at each other and quietly turned off the surveillance screen. The pure lotus has been used and the poison has been eliminated. The brand changes suddenly, and it is hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a disaster. But at this moment, in this tranquility after surviving the disaster, two hearts that have experienced life and death finally found each other's warmth. Chapter 33, Brand Symbiosis and Dark Moon Conspiracy. Starry Sky Base, Intensive Care Ward. The morning sun streamed through the specially constructed glass windows, casting a soft golden hue on the cold metal walls. Inside the ward, various sophisticated monitoring instruments hummed rhythmically, and data streams pulsed steadily across the screen, displaying the gradually stabilizing vital signs of the young man in the bed. Lin Mo leaned against the headboard, the mutation mark on the back of his right hand covered by a thin layer of ice crystals. Dark red and dark gold lines interwoven through the ice crystals faintly appeared, like a dormant beast. His face remained pale, but it was much better than the dire state of the previous few days. The horrific penetrating wound on his left shoulder, nourished by the remaining vitality of the pure lotus, healed at an astonishing rate, and the newly formed muscle tissue shone a faint pink. His eyes fell on the ice-blue figure beside the bed. Su Qingxue sat in a chair beside the bed, her long, icy blue hair cascading over her shoulders, shimmering in the sunlight. Her hands clasped together, a ball of pure icy energy hovering in her palms. At its core, a wisp of emerald green lotus vitality flowed continuously into the ice seal on the back of Lin Mo's hand. Her eyelashes fluttered like transparent butterfly wings in the morning light, her gaze focused and earnest. It's been 3 hours. Lin Mo said softly, his voice still hoarse from the injury, let's take a break. Su Qingxue raised her eyes, and Lin Mo's face was reflected in her ice-blue pupils. Don't talk nonsense. The degree of mutation of the mark is far beyond expectations. The ice crystal seal must be reinforced every 6 hours. Her tone was still cold, but there was an imperceptible softness hidden in the depths of her eyes. Ever since Su Qingxue's miraculous suppression of the mutated brand within Lin Mo, using the power of her ice soul and the vitality of the pure lotus, this two-person healing had become a daily ritual. Each time, Su Qingxue would use herself as a medium, channeling the power of the pure lotus and combining it with the remaining Moonlight King blood within Lin Mo to suppress and channel the mutated brand's energy. Dr. Jia said that in 2 days, I'll be able to get out of bed and move around. Lin Mo flexed his left fingers, feeling the muscle recovery. How's the league going? The icy soul energy in Su Qingxue's hand paused slightly. The finals have been postponed. Black Prison Academy has been disqualified. Lava Castle and Kamikaze Academy are competing for the last spot in the finals. We will advance directly to the finals. Her voice was calm, but Lin Mo keenly sensed the worry hidden within. While a direct promotion sounded promising, it also meant they'd lose the opportunity to observe potential opponents. More importantly, Chu Tianjiao, is there any news? Lin Mo's voice became deep. Su Qingxue shook her head, a hint of coldness flashing in her icy blue eyes. The search team found traces of his imprisonment, but he is no longer there. Dark Moon moved him. Lin Mo's right hand unconsciously clenched, and the ice crystal seal on the back of his hand trembled slightly due to his emotional fluctuations, and the dark red and dark gold lines squirmed like a living thing. Su Qingxue immediately increased the output of ice soul energy, forcibly stabilizing the seal. Calm down, she whispered. Your emotions will irritate the brand. Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But the anger and self-blame in his heart surged like magma. Chu Tianjiao had been captured to protect him and Jinglian's coordinate jade talisman. And now, they didn't even know where he was being held or what kind of torture he was suffering. We will definitely find him. Su Qingxue suddenly said, her voice light but firm, as if she could see through Lin Mo's thoughts. Dr. Zhao analyzed the last message conveyed by the Moon Soul Crystal and suspected that Dark Moon has a secret base deep in the secret realm. When your injury is healed, we will. Her words stopped abruptly. The door of the ward was gently pushed open, and Dr. Zhao and Su Yuntian walked in side by side. Recovery is good. Dr. Zhao looked at the monitoring data and nodded with satisfaction. The stability of the brand is much better than expected. It seems that the combination of Miss Su's ice soul power and pure lotus vitality is indeed effective. Su Yuntian walked over to his daughter and patted her shoulder gently. It's time for you to rest. Excessive consumption of ice soul power will affect your own recovery. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and finally slowly withdrew her energy. The ice crystal seal fluctuated slightly as she withdrew her power, but soon stabilized. The dark gold lines within seemed even clearer than before. Dr. Zhao, is there any progress in the research on the brand? Lin Mo raised his right hand and looked at the strange runes covered with ice crystals. Dr. Zhao pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with a complex mixture of excitement and worry. Yes, and it's amazing. He turned on his portable optical computer and projected a set of complex data models and energy spectra. Firstly, this brand is no longer simply the erosion heartmark. Dr. Zhao pointed at the dark red and dark gold energy ripples in the spectrum. It fuses at least three different forces: the original annihilation power of the purple-robed man, the power of your Moonlight King's blood, and some fragment of an even more ancient and domineering will. Fragments of will? Lin Mo frowned. Yes, we suspect it comes from the water moon deep within Moon Shadow Lake. Dr. Zhao pulled up another set of data. After the pure lotus was taken away, the dark red light that appeared deep within the core of the lake's moonlight is likely an ancient protective mechanism or a curse. It penetrated your mark through the cracks in the Moon Soul mysterious crystal, causing the mutation. Su Yuntian took over the conversation, his voice low. More importantly, we found that this mutant mark is no longer simply a tool for the purple-robed man to control you. It is now more like a two-way channel. Two-way channel? Lin Mo and Su Qingxue said in unison. That's right. Dr. Zhao nodded. The purple-robed man can indeed sense your location and some of your condition through it, but likewise, you can vaguely sense his presence. More importantly, he pointed at the dark golden line in the spectrum, this energy is completely yours. It originates from your Moonlight King blood and will, forming a delicate balance with the purple-robed man's power, even symbiosis. Lin Mo's pupils shrank slightly. He looked down at the brand on the back of his hand, attempting to mobilize the remaining moonlight energy within him, carefully touching the dark gold portion. Sure enough, a fiery, violent, yet familiar energy responded to his call. Though weak, it was clearly under his control. This means... Lin Mo's voice was filled with disbelief. This means you have a chance to turn the tables. Dr. Zhao's eyes gleamed with excitement. With the help of Miss Su's ice soul power and pure lotus vitality, you can gradually erode and transform this mark, eventually turning it into your own power. Of course, this process is extremely dangerous. If you lose control. Once you lose control, the purple-robed man might use the brand to directly launch a fatal attack. Su Yuntian added in a deep voice, or, the unknown ancient will within the brand will backfire and devour your soul. A brief silence fell in the ward. This was a huge gamble, filled with both risk and opportunity. I'm willing to try. Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes burning with determination. This not only concerns me, but it may also be the key for us to find Chu Tianjiu and fight back against Dark Moon. Su Qingxue stared at Lin Mo with her icy blue eyes. After a moment, she turned to her father and Dr. Zhao. I will help him. The combination of the power of the ice soul and the pure lotus has proven effective. We can gradually increase the intensity. Dr. Zhao and Su Yuntian exchanged glances and finally nodded slowly. Okay, but you have to proceed step by step, Dr. Zhao said seriously. You can only try it once a day, and each time should not exceed 10 minutes. I will monitor the data throughout the process and stop immediately if there is any abnormality. The plan was finalized. Over the next few days, Lin Mo's recovery was astonishingly rapid. While the mutant mark was dangerous, the energy contained within it was subtly strengthening his constitution. Combined with the remaining vitality of the pure lotus and the power of Su Qingxue's ice soul, his injuries healed at a speed medically inexplicable. The short brand resonance training every day is the most difficult and critical part. Focus. Feel the dark gold part. Dr. Zhao's voice echoed in the specially designed training room. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the central platform, his right hand extended. The ice crystal seal on the back of his hand had been temporarily lifted. The dark red and dark gold brand was completely exposed to the air, wriggling like a living thing. Su Qingxue stood behind him, her hands gently pressing on his shoulders. The power of the icy soul mixed with the vitality of the pure lotus, like the most delicate filter, helped him isolate the purple-robed figure within the brand from the interference of the ancient will. Ugh! Lin Mo's forehead veins bulged, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Every attempt to actively guide the dark gold energy within the brand was like panning for golden magma with bare hands, painful and dangerous. But every successful attempt at control made the dark gold lines clearer and more vibrant. Su Qingshue's condition wasn't much better. Her face was paler than usual, and her icy blue hair had lost some of its luster due to energy consumption. But her eyes remained firm, her hands steady as a rock, providing Lin Mo with the strongest support. That's enough for today. Dr. Zhao stopped immediately after 10 minutes. Su Qingxue quickly recondensed the ice crystal seal, temporarily suppressing the restless brand. Lin Mo panted exhaustedly, but revealed a tired yet satisfied smile today. He had successfully channeled a wisp of dark gold energy, forming a tiny, dark gold moonflame in his palm. Significant progress. Dr. Zhao checked the data, unable to conceal his excitement. At this rate, in another 2 weeks, you might be able to initially control 30% of the energy in the brand. Half a month. Lin Mo's heart sank. Could Chu Tianjia wait that long? As if seeing his worry, Su Yuntian said in a deep voice, "We have new clues about Chu Tianjia." He pulled up a blurry surveillance video. In it, a figure draped in a deep purple cloak and a pale mask stood amidst a forest of crystal clusters. Next to him, a blurry figure, trapped by purple-black energy, hovered. Chu Tianjiao's outline could be vaguely discerned. This was captured 3 days ago by the surveillance crystal on the western edge of the secret realm. Su Yuntian pointed to the faintly visible terrain in the corner of the picture. This crystal forest has very unique characteristics. Dr. Zhao has already identified several possible areas. He is transferring Chu Tianjiao. Why? Lin Mo keenly noticed something unusual. We suspect. Dr. Zhao's voice grew serious. Dark Moon is planning some kind of large-scale ceremony. The purple-robed man needs Chu Tianjiao's spatial ability as a medium. And the location of the ceremony. He zoomed in on a corner of the image. Not far behind the purple-robed figure, a massive circular platform, inscribed with strange runes, loomed on the ground. In the center of the platform, a familiar well, emitting a faint silver glow. Yuehua Well? Lin Mo and Su Qingxue exclaimed at the same time. Indeed, it's the secondary moonlight well in the secret realm. Dr. Zhao nodded. Dark Moon is likely trying to activate it, performing some kind of spatial summoning or, even more terrifying plan. Lin Mo's fists clenched unconsciously. The moonlight well, the spatial summons, the Dark Moon conspiracy, all of this pointed to a more dangerous situation. We must stop them. Lin Mo's voice was low and firm, the sooner the better. The finals will be in 5 days. Su Yuntian looked at his daughter and Lin Mo. Are you physically fit enough to compete? Su Qingxue said without hesitation, yes. Lin Mo also nodded, that's enough. 5 days is enough for me to initially master the power of the brand. After the finals, we will immediately enter the secret realm and find the well. And Chu Tianjia. Su Qingxue added softly. Outside the hospital ward window, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the starry skybase. Behind this brief moment of tranquility, a greater storm was brewing. The shadow of the dark moon, the mark of mutation, the secrets of the ancient moonlight well, all clues pointed to the impending ultimate showdown deep within the secret realm. Lin Mo looked down at the mark on the back of his hand that was sealed by ice crystals. The dark red and dark gold lines looked like burning flames under the setting sun. 5 days. Final preparation time. And then, the decisive battle against Dark Moon. Chapter 34, the finals begins and the strange face appears. Skydome Arena, Central Arena. Today's auditorium was packed more than ever. The roaring voices echoed through the vast, circular arena like a tsunami. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and an indescribable sense of anticipation. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the holographic projection hovering in the center of the arena. The emblems of the 2 finalists slowly revolved. On one side was the blue and white school emblem of Qingyuan High School, and below it were virtual images of Lin Mo, Su Qingxue, and Shirlei Substitute. On the other side was a strange emblem, never before seen in the league, with a silver, eerie, grinning mask embroidered on a pitch-black background. Below it was a solitary codename, Strange Face. Ladies and gentlemen, the host's voice echoed through the PA system. After fierce competition, the finalists of this year's Huaxia Supernatural League have been announced. On one side is Qingyuan High School, who have created countless miracles and reached the finals with a depleted team. On the other side is the incredibly mysterious Ghost Face, who swept all opponents with the power of a single person. The audience erupted in deafening cheers and discussions. A one-man team? You must be joking. It's true. This ghost face has only sent one person out since the preliminaries, but all his opponents were crushed within 3 minutes. It is said that his ability rating is SSS-level. How is this possible? How can there be an SSS-level student? Inside the VIP box, Dr. Zhao and Su Yuntian watched the action from the audience with solemn expressions. The monitoring screen in front of them displayed the scanned information about the strange face. Codename, Strange Face. Age, unknown, estimated to be 18-20 years old. Ability, SSS-level, thousand-faced mimicry suspected. Results, from the preliminaries to the semifinals, all matches were played solo, with an average finishing time of 2 minutes and 47 seconds. All opponents suffered severe mental trauma and were unable to recall the details of the fight afterward. It's too clean, abnormally clean. Dr. Zhao pushed his glasses and said in a low voice, "This person's information seems to be carefully fabricated. I suspect." Dark Moon. Su Yuntian's eyes flashed coldly. They are assassins sent by the purple-robed man. The finals is just a cover. Their real targets are Lin Mo and Su Qingxue. Is intervention necessary? Dr. Zhao looked at his old friend. Su Yuntian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. There's no evidence. Besides, Lord Long Jingyue has already noticed something unusual, and he'll personally oversee the finals. We'll wait and see what happens, but be prepared for the worst. On the other side, the contestants prepare indoors. Lin Mo stood before the holographic projection, repeatedly watching the meager combat footage of Ghostface. In the footage, the figure wearing the silver mask with a strange smile made every move unpredictable, as if he could predict his opponent's every move, even mimicking his opponent's abilities. Thousand-faced mimicry. Lin Mo muttered to himself, his right hand subconsciously stroking the mutated mark on the back of his hand, which was covered in ice crystals. After 5 days of intensive training, he had initially been able to control 30% of the dark gold energy within the mark. However, the price he paid was a significant increase in the mark's activity, and the purple-robed man's prying eyes became increasingly clear. "What did you see?" a cold voice called from behind. Su Qingxue, clad in a blue and white battle robe, her icy blue hair tied up high, exuded a fierce aura like a drawn icy sword. The vitality of the pure lotus had completely merged into her icy body, boosting her abilities to a new level even before the poisoning. Lin Mo shook his head. Too little. This person, or this ghost face, in every battle, only uses his opponent's special abilities to counterattack, never showing his true ability. And he pointed to a certain moment in the picture, his energy fluctuations are very strange, not like a living person. Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes narrowed slightly. Puppet? Clone? Or some kind of advanced mimicry? Lin Mo's eyes deepened as he looked at his own mutation mark. It's a bit like my situation. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the wariness and determination in the other's eyes. Regardless of who the ghost face was or what his purpose was, this final was destined to be a difficult one. How is Shirley doing? Lin Mo changed the subject. My right arm has recovered 70% and my earth control can now exert 85% of its strength. Su Qingxue replied briefly, but I don't plan to let him play. He's not in a good condition to face this unknown enemy. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Shirley's injuries were too severe, and forcing him to fight was too risky. And a 3-man tactic would actually hinder each other. He stretched his left hand, feeling the muscles recover. 2 of us will be enough. Su Qingxue did not answer, but her slight nod showed her attitude. It's time. She turned and headed for the exit, her icy blue robe swaying gently behind her. Remember, the power of the brand should not be exposed unless absolutely necessary. It is our trump card against the purple-robed men. Lin Mo looked at her back, a smile on his face. As you wish, Mr. Goldmaster. Su Qingxue paused slightly without looking back, but a faint blush appeared on the tips of her ears. In the ring, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost tangible. The referee, a veteran SS rank expert, was incredibly nervous, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. The clamor in the audience had died down at some point, and everyone held their breath, awaiting this unprecedented final, the ultimate showdown between 2 and 1. Finals rules changed, the referee's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. Following the decision of the Alliance leadership, this final will adopt the leader decides system. This means if one team's leader is defeated or concedes, the entire team loses. Do either team have any objections? Lin Mo and Su Qingxue exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. The silver-masked figure of Ghostface simply shrugged slightly, his movements too stiff to be human. Then, the game begins. At the referee's command, the entire arena's protective barrier instantly rose to its highest level. Complex runes float across the translucent energy barrier, capable of withstanding SSS-level energy impacts. The Ghostface didn't rush to attack, but stood still. The eerie smile on his mask looked particularly creepy under the light. His attire was simple, a featureless gray tights. The only striking thing was the silver mask that covered his entire face. The mask's expression was a fixed eerie smile, and the eyes were two dark holes, revealing no gaze within. Qing Yuan. Lin Mo. Su Qing Xue. A hoarse, mechanical voice, as if composed of countless voices, came from under the mask. Master. I am looking forward to your performance. Owner? Lin Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. As expected, the purple-robed figure was behind this strange face. Without further ado, Su Qingxue took the initiative. She crossed her arms over her chest, and a brilliant ice-blue halo instantly spread from beneath her feet. Ice Soul Domain, Extreme Cold and Eternal Freeze. Crack, crack. A terrifying chill instantly swept across the entire arena. Thick frost condensed on the ground, the air, and even the inner surface of the energy barrier. The temperature instantly dropped to near absolute zero. This was the qualitative leap in Su Qingxue's ice soul power after integrating with the pure lotus vitality. The figure of the strange face was instantly frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. But Lin Mo and Su Qingxue did not relax at all. Sure enough, the next second. Crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, and then it exploded. The figure of the ghost mask stood there intact, the sinister smile on the mask unchanged. Even more terrifying, his body was covered with a layer of ice blue halo exactly like Su Qingxue's. Ice Soul Field, a good ability. The strange voice sounded again. At the same time, the strange face slowly raised his right hand, with his palm facing up, and an ice crystal lotus exactly the same as Su Qingxue's slowly bloomed. How is this possible? The audience erupted in an uproar. Instantly copying an SS-level ability? What a terrifying ability! Su Qingxue's expression changed slightly, but she didn't stop moving. She clasped her hands together, and her long, icy blue hair fluttered without a single gust of wind. Ice Soul, Thousand Lotuses Bloom. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sharp ice crystal petals shot towards the strange face like a rainstorm. Each petal contained an extreme chill that was enough to freeze the soul. The weird face did not dodge or evade, and also put his hands together, and unexpectedly released the same ice crystal flower rain. Boom, 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 boom. Two identical forces of extreme cold collided in mid-air, erupting in a deafening roar. Icy mist filled the air, and the entire arena instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. His copying has no delay. Lin Mo's heart was filled with alarm. This was definitely not an ordinary mimicry ability. It was more like some kind of perfect mirror reflection. The moment the icy mist filled the air, Lin Mo made his move. He no longer held back, and the three-phase brick in his hand instantly transformed into the giant hammer of the burning silence ice core, its fiery lava core and icy ice core simultaneously illuminating. Under the cover of the icy mist, his figure, like a ghost, darted to the flank of the ghost face, smashing down with devastating force. All things sublime, the final shock. Boom! The moment the giant hammer fell, the weird face seemed to have anticipated it, and its body twisted at an incredible angle. At the same time, its right hand also grasped a giant hammer exactly the same as Lin Mo's, and it came forward with exactly the same angle and force. Clang! The two hammers collided, and the shockwave instantly cleared the surrounding icy mist. The ground of the arena cracked inch by inch, and the energy barrier flickered violently. Puff! Lin Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He had actually lost in this pure power confrontation. Even more terrifying was that the giant hammer of the ghost face was also wrapped in silver, red, and blue energy, and even the frequency of the vibrations was exactly the same as Lin Mo's. Lin Mo. Su Qingxue dodged and caught him, her icy blue eyes filled with shock. He's copying your brick? No, it's more than just copying. Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, horror flashing in his eyes. He is perfectly reproducing our abilities, including the energy details and combat style. This is definitely not ordinary mimicry. The ghost face didn't pursue, but stood still, the sinister smile on his mask seeming to intensify. He slowly raised both hands, his left hand swirling with an icy blue halo, his right hand swirling with three-colored energy, unexpectedly displaying both Su Qingshua's icy soul power and Lin Mo's sublimation of all things. The master said, "You are very interesting." The strange voice of Ghostface sounded again, "But it's not enough for me to show my true attitude." Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly began to twist and swell violently. The gray tights tore apart, revealing a strange body wriggling like liquid metal beneath. The silver mask seemed to melt and seep into his face, his entire head beginning to deform, eventually growing two faces simultaneously, one that resembled Lin Mo, the other that resembled Su Qingxue. His body also split into a strange, half-blue, half-silver form, the left side covered in ice crystal armor, the right side flowing with tricolored energy. "What kind of monster is this?" Someone in the audience screamed in horror. On the podium, Long Jinyue, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. "No. This isn't a mimicry ability. This is soul-devouring puppet. Dark Moon's forbidden technique." He suddenly stood up and was about to intervene when he suddenly sensed something. His expression changed drastically as he looked off into the distance. "Oh no! They've lured the tiger away from the mountain. The direction of the secret realm, the Moonlight Well, has been activated." Almost at the same moment, the mutated brand on the back of Lin Mo's hand suddenly erupted with an unprecedented burst of heat. Deep within the brand, the purple-robed man's will could be clearly heard, with a cold mockery and a hint of urgency. "Lin Mo. Su Qingxue, game time is over. If you want to save Chu Tianjiao, come to the secret realm. Yu Weijing. Otherwise, he will become the first sacrifice when the well is opened." Lin Mo's expression changed drastically as he looked at Su Qingxue. The purple-robed man is in the secret realm. Chu Tianjiao is in danger. Su Qingxue's eyes flashed with coldness, and she instantly understood the situation. This monster is stalling for time. On the stage, the twisted, fused form of the strange face had completely taken shape, emitting a terrifying pressure far exceeding its previous one. Both of its faces simultaneously revealed strange smiles, and they said in unison, "Now, let's actually have some fun." The finals instantly became a life or death battle. But the real crisis was brewing deep in the distant secret realm. The purple-robed man's conspiracy was finally revealed. Chapter 35, Double Crisis and the Final Sound of Ice Soul. The twisted infused form of the strange face emanated a suffocating pressure. Its half-ice blue, half-tricolor energy raged across the arena like an ominous chaotic storm. The two faces that belonged to Lin Mo and Su Qingxue now wore eerie, creepy smiles that didn't belong to them at all. "Now, let's actually have some fun." The raspy whispers from both sides sounded like a death knell. The terrified screams from the audience were suppressed by an invisible force, and the entire arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying scene that was beyond comprehension. "Hold it!" Lin Mo's eyes were bloodshot, and the brand on the back of his hand was burning like an iron. The purple-robed man's malicious and urgent mental mark was like a maggot on his tarsal bone, constantly attacking his will. The purple-robed man is sacrificing Chu Tianjiao. "We must go to the secret realm immediately." Su Qingxue's icy blue eyes froze instantly, a chilling murderous intent almost materializing. She knew the legend of the Moonlight Well better than Lin Mo did. It was a mysterious node left over from ancient times, imbued with the power of pure moonlight, and a key altar for certain forbidden rituals. The purple-robed man's choice of that location was definitely not a simple one. "Understood." Su Qingxue's voice was chilling to the bone, carrying an unprecedented determination. She no longer held back, unleashing the power of her ice soul without reservation. Ice soul, 1,000 layers of mysterious ice prison. Boom! With Su Qingxue at the center, countless chains of black ice, as thick as giant pythons, burst forth from the ground. Instead of attacking the spectral face, they intertwined and entwined with each other like a living being, instantly forming a massive, ever-growing ice crystal cage in the center of the arena. The ice prison emanated an extreme chill, freezing even space itself, its target squarely aimed at the twisted fusion. This was a pure technique to trap the enemy, and she poured all the strength she could mobilize at the moment. A mere trifle, a mere trick. The two faces of Strange Face sneered at the same time, and the fused right arm wrapped with Lin Mo's three-color energy, and suddenly punched towards the ice prison barrier. Sublimation of All Things Fist of Destruction. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept through the ice prison, causing it to shake violently, sending countless ice crystals shattering and scattering. But Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth. The power of her ice soul poured into her continuously, causing the shattered ice crystals to instantly regenerate and thicken. The ice prison withstood this devastating blow, only caving inwards a large area. Lin Mo. Let's go. Su Qingshua's voice trembled slightly. Maintaining such a strong ice prison to trap an SSS-level monster had already reached her limit. Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all. He knew that every second at this moment was related to Chu Tianjiao's life and death. He suddenly looked towards the VIP box, and his mental power screamed towards Long Jinyue's location, Senior Long. Secret Realm. Yuehua well. Save him. At the same time, he pressed his left hand firmly against the scorching mutant mark, desperately mobilizing the dark golden energy within. Not for attack, but for resonance. Buzz. A strange wave, imbued with an ancient desolation and a deep starlight, suddenly spread from the brand. This wave was extremely obscure, but it instantly penetrated the arena's numerous barriers and pointed directly towards the distant secret realm. VIP box. The moment Long Jinyue sensed the moonlight well being activated in the direction of the secret realm, his face turned ashen. Just as he was about to tear through space to reach it, Lin Mo's anxious mental message and the image of Su Qingxue, desperately trying to trap the enemy, flashed through his mind. How dare you? Dark Moon villains, how dare you be so rampant? Long Jinyue's hair and beard stood on end, and the terrifying SSS-level pressure made the air in the entire box freeze. He was furious, but as a top-level expert, he immediately sorted out his thoughts. The soul-devouring puppet on the stage is just bait, a delay. The real killer move is in the secret realm. Dr. Zhao. Su Yuntian. Hold the field steady. Clean out the trash. I'll leave that puppet to you. Long Jinyue spoke as fast as the wind, his eyes gleaming with golden light. I'm going to the secret realm. That kid Lin Mo is calling for coordinates. Before he finished speaking, Long Jinyue's figure suddenly became blurred, and a force that shook the space erupted. He did not choose the conventional teleportation, but instead slashed his right hand towards the void. Tear. A deep rift, seemingly connecting to the endless void, was torn open before him. Across the rift, a distorted jungle scene and an ominous, moon-white pillar of light soaring into the sky could be vaguely seen. It was the location of the Yuehua well. On the stage. The strange face was trapped tightly in Su Qingshue's ice prison, and the two fused faces showed rage for the first time. Ants, dare to stop me. The fused body roared, and the three-colored energy on the half of Lin Mo's body gathered madly, while the half belonging to Su Qingsue condensed into a terrifying ice crystal storm. The two forces collided and merged in its body, forming a destructive chaotic energy ball, which slammed into the core of the ice prison. Boom kaka kaka. The ice prison groaned under the weight of its weight, and a massive, spider web-like crack appeared at its core, rapidly spreading. Su Qingsue struck hard, her face instantly pale as a sheet. Blood gushed out, and she teetered on the brink of collapse. The light of her ice soul domain dimmed dramatically. The ice prison is about to break. At this critical moment, Lin Mo's figure did not rush towards the space crack, but appeared beside Su Qingsue as if teleporting, and embraced her exhausted body. Go! He growled, and the dark golden energy in the imprint on his left hand was no longer hidden. It surged out and instantly wrapped him and Su Qingsue into a dark golden cocoon of light. At the same time, the three-phase brick in his right hand rapidly transformed into a strangely shaped dagger glittering with spatial runes, the Void Anchor. This was Dr. Zhao's latest equipment, crafted based on his spatial affinity. While it couldn't be used for long-distance teleportation, it could greatly enhance the locking and traction of spatial coordinates. Lin Mo threw the dagger fiercely at the space crack torn open by Long Jinyue. Call out. The Void Anchor point sank into the crack precisely. Senior Long. Led me. Lin Mo's mental power exploded like burning. The edge of the space rift. Long Jinyue was about to step in when he sensed the special dark gold energy enveloping Lin Mo and the other two, as well as the precisely shot Void Anchor. A hint of approval and solemnity flashed in his eyes. Good boy. You're brave enough. Hold on tight. He stretched out his hand, and a powerful and vast force of space instantly wrapped around the dark golden cocoon, like a giant whale sucking water, and suddenly pulled it towards the space crack. Want to leave? Stay. The ice prison exploded. The strange face fusion body let out an inhuman scream. A massive ghost claw, condensed from chaotic energy, tore through the ice mist and grabbed at the light cocoon that was about to be sucked into the crack with devastating momentum. Within the cocoon of light, Su Qingshue's aura was weakening, but upon seeing the ghostly claws that obscured the sky, a flicker of determination and sorrow flashed across her icy blue eyes. Within her, the ice lotus that had merged with the vitality of the pure lotus suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Lin Mo. Save Tianjiao for me. She murmured softly, using up her last bit of strength to push Lin Mo into the depths of the crack. She herself, using the counter force, briefly stayed at the edge of the crack, facing the terrifying ghost claws. Ice Soul Origin, 0-degree liberation. Su Qingshue's body seemed to transform into an icy blue sun. Endless, limitless cold energy erupted madly from her. This wasn't an attack, but a self-destructive ultimate freeze. She burned and released all the remaining icy power and life essence in her without reservation. No! Lin Mo's eyes were bloodshot, and his roar was swallowed up by the turbulent flow of space. Crack! Time and space seemed to freeze at that moment. The grasping chaos ghost claw, the violent energy shockwaves, and even the flying ice crystal fragments were instantly frozen by the extremely sublimated light of the Ice Soul Origin. The entire arena, along with the massive body of the strange face fusion form, was covered in a layer of eternal blue ice crystals, emitting the aura of absolute zero. Su Qingshue's figure was like an ice butterfly that had exhausted its life. After blooming with the most brilliant brilliance, it was completely frozen in the ice, losing all vitality. Along with the frozen space turbulence, it solidified at the edge of the crack, forming a poignant and eternal ice sculpture of life. Deep in the secret realm, Moonlight Well. This was an ancient woodland shrouded in distorted moonlight. In its center, a massive stone well, tens of meters in diameter, emanated a pillar of moon-white light that soared into the sky. Within this pillar of light, countless mysterious runes flowed, emitting a sacred yet eerie aura. At the edge of the stone well, a figure dressed in a regal purple robe stood quietly. A hood obscured his features, revealing only a perfectly chiseled chin. In his hand hovered a pulsating purple crystal, emitting a rich spiritual aura. Above the wellhead, a figure, bound by an invisible force, hovered at the core of the moon-white light column. It was none other than the unconscious, extremely weak Chu Tianjiao. His life force was being frantically drained by the moon-white light column and the crystal in the purple-robed man's hand. The purple-robed man raised his head slightly, as if sensing the spatial fluctuations in the distant sky arena and Su Qingshue's last cry, and uttered an ambiguous sigh. Ice Soul's last cry. What a pity! However, the sacrifices have been sufficient, and the Moonlight Well will eventually. His words stopped abruptly. Tear. Without warning, a massive spatial rift was forcibly torn open above the Moonlight Well. A violent spatial turbulence instantly impacted the moonlight pillar. Immediately afterwards, a dark golden light cocoon, like a meteorite, wrapped in violent anger and cold murderous intent, slammed heavily onto the ground beside the well. The cocoon of light shattered, revealing Lin Mo. He was covered in blood, his eyes crimson. The mutated mark on the back of his left hand radiated an unprecedented heat in dark golden light, as if strangely resonating with the moonlight gushing from the well. He stared intently at the purple-robed figure, his gaze finally settling on Chu Tianjiao, who lay dying within the beam of light. Purple-robed man. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse, like a demon from hell. Every word was filled with deep hatred and raging anger. It's time to end. Dark golden energy, like a volcano that had been suppressed for thousands of years, erupted around him. Chapter 36, Fury and Price at the Moonlit Well. Beside the moonlit well, a pillar of moonlight shot skyward, swaying violently. The turbulence unleashed by the spatial rifts was like a raging beast, tearing through this woodland shrouded in a tangle of the sacred and the uncanny. Lin Mo's figure, like a spear of vengeance forged from the furnace of hell, slammed heavily to the ground. The dark golden energy was no longer a restrained pulsation, but a completely violent one. Like burning lava or boiling stardust, it gushed wildly from the brand on his left hand, enveloping him. This energy, imbued with the desolation and brutality of destruction, violently collided with the pure yet cold energy of the moonlight well, emitting a harsh, sizzling sound and sending a distorted haze of energy rising into the air. He was covered in blood, lacerations from forcing his way through the dimensional rift, and the backlash of the trembling heart and soul from witnessing Su Qingshue's icy soul's final cry. But all these wounds were now completely ignited by a more intense, yet colder emotion and all-consuming rage and a murderous intent that froze the soul. Purple-robed man. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse and broken, each syllable rasping from the depths of his throat, tinged with the scent of blood. His eyes, bloodshot as blood, locked onto the elegant and mysterious figure at the well's edge. Finally, his gaze fixed on Chu Tianjiao, who lay dying at the core of the light column, his life force being frantically drained. It's time to end. There was no probing, no verbal exchange. The rage and power that had accumulated to its peak suddenly erupted at this moment. Roar! Lin Mo let out a roar that was inhuman, transforming into a dark golden bolt of lightning that ripped through space, aiming directly at the purple-robed figure. His speed surpassed the limit, compressing and igniting the air in his path, leaving a scorching trail. The three-phase brick in his right hand, infused with dark golden energy, twisted and multiplied wildly, instantly transforming into a hideous, massive blade swirling with destructive energy. Final judgment. Sublimation of all things. Ash's destruction. The massive blade slashed down, its resolve to sever space, time, and even cause and effect. Dark gold energy transformed into a tangible, destructive edge, forcibly annihilating even the radiance of the moonlight well wherever it passed. Facing this terrifying blow, powerful enough to slay an ordinary SSS rank warrior, the shadow beneath the purple-robed figures had seemed to shift slightly. He maintained his unnerving composure, simply flicking his right hand, gripping the pulsating purple soul crystal, at the incoming destructive force. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering collision. Lin Mo's all-out Cinderslayer / powerful enough to split mountains and shatter peaks, seemed to collide with an invisible, absolutely smooth barrier just 3 feet away from the purple-robed man. Bo! There was a soft sound, like a bubble bursting. The destructive dark golden edge, like a stone dropped into the deep sea, dissipated mysteriously and silently without even a ripple. The violet energy shockwave was instantly wiped out by an invisible giant hand, and even Lin Mo's forward momentum was forcibly frozen in place by a gentle yet irresistible force. What? Lin Mo's pupils shrank sharply, his raging rage forcibly extinguished by this incomprehensible scene. What he felt wasn't the impact of an energy collision, but rather, an erasure of rules. It was as if his previous attack had never existed. Anger is power, but also poison. The purple-robed man's processed, emotionless voice finally sounded, with a hint of mockery. It allowed you to briefly touch the edge of the door, but it also made you blind. His gaze seemed to penetrate the hood and land on the scorching, gleaming, mutant mark on Lin Mo's left hand. The fragment of origin, in your hands, can only be manipulated so roughly. What a waste of a gift from nature. Lin Mo's heart rang with alarm. Not only had the opponent easily neutralized his full-strength attack, but he had also seen through the core source of his power. He forcibly suppressed his surging blood in fear, trying to gather his strength again. However, the purple-robed man seemed to have lost his patience. Time is running out. Your girlfriend has given me a surprise. The purple-robed man tilted his head slightly, as if listening to the lingering sound of the Ice Soul's final cry, blocked by space, coming from the distant sky arena. The Ice Soul's final song, the burning origin. This ritual is purer than expected. So, the ceremony, it's time to move on to the next stage. Before he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand holding the purple soul crystal. Puff! The crystal shattered with a sound. A dense, indissoluble torrent of soul energy, filled with pain, despair, and unwillingness, suddenly erupted. This energy did not dissipate, but as if drawn by an invisible force, transformed into a stream of piercing purple light, instantly pouring into the moon-white light column gushing from the moonlight well. Ugh! At the core of the light column, the bound Chu Tianjiao suddenly arched his body, letting out a heart-wrenching, inhuman howl. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a hollow, purple-black void within them. A terrifying aura that did not belong to him, one that was even more violent, more chaotic, and filled with destructive desire, erupted from his crumbling body like an awakening ancient beast. At the same time, the color of the moonlight well's beam instantly shifted from a pure moon white to an eerie, viscous purple gold. Ancient runes on the well's walls flickered frantically, and an indescribable sense of emptiness, as if consuming everything, permeated from the depths of the well. The entire secret realm began to tremble unsteadily, the earth cracked, ancient trees toppled, and the moonlight in the sky was stained with an ominous purple halo. Gorgeous! Lin Mo's eyes were bloodshot as he watched helplessly as his best friend was completely polluted and twisted, becoming part of a ritual. The purple gold light shining on him not only brought a strong sense of corrosion, but also made the dark gold energy in the brand on his left hand become abnormally agitated, as if it was strongly attracted by some kind of similar but sinister source. What did you do to him? Lin Mo roared, desperately activating the brand again, trying to rush over and interrupt the ceremony. Give him a new life. The purple-robed man's voice was filled with a strange enthusiasm. Use the pure moonlight as a guide, and the soul essence of an SS-level expert as fuel, to ignite the seed of chaos. He will become the first apostle of chaos in the new world. As for you. The purple-robed man turned to Lin Mo, and a cold gaze seemed to sweep across his hood. The origin fragment in your body is the final key to open the door. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result is acceptable. He slowly raised his other hand, spread his 5 fingers, and made a vague grab at Lin Mo. An invisible, overwhelming, terrifying suction force instantly descended. This force didn't act on Lin Mo's body, but directly on the deep within the mutated brand on his left hand. Lin Mo felt as if his soul was being forcibly pulled out of his body by this force. The dark gold energy within the brand was like a flood that burst its banks, madly and uncontrollably surging towards the purple-robed man's palm. Ugh, ah! Lin Mo fell to his knees in agony, his body convulsing violently. A soul-tearing pain ripped through the brand. He fought back desperately, but faced with such an absolute power disparity, his struggle seemed futile. The dark gold energy transformed into a tangible stream of light, continuously being drawn away. At this desperate moment. Evil creature! How dare you do this? A roar filled with immense rage, like thunder from the sky, exploded in the sky above the secret realm. Tear! The space above the purple-robed figure was forcibly torn apart by a giant claw covered in dragon scales. Long Jinyue's imposing figure descended with a terrifying, all-suppressing pressure. His hair and beard were raging, and a substantial golden dragon-shaped aura surrounded him. His eyes, like torches, locked onto the purple-robed figure. Without a word, Long Jinyue attacked in anger. He clenched his right fist and punched out with a simple punch. True dragon breaks the boundary. There was no garish energy flash, only pure, ultimate power, powerful enough to shatter the very laws of space. Wherever the fist struck, space shattered like fragile glass. An invisible shockwave instantly crossed the distance, fiercely slamming into the purple-robed figure and the ritual he was conducting. The target of this punch is not only the purple-robed man, but also to forcibly interrupt the enchanting purple-gold light column, save Chu Tianjiao, and prevent the door from opening. The purple-robed figure's attempt to capture Lin Mo's energy was instantly interrupted. Faced with this terrifying blow, one that threatened his very being, he revealed his solemnity for the first time. He had no choice but to abandon his attempt to extract Lin Mo's energy. His hands swiftly traced a mysterious path in front of him. A deep, all-consuming purple vortex instantly formed, meeting the dragon's fist that shattered space. Boom! 2 forces beyond the SSS level collided violently. An indescribably terrifying energy storm instantly swept across the entire Yueijing area. The earth rolled and shattered like waves. Spatial fragments flew everywhere like sharp blades. The purple gold light column twisted violently, flickering. The bound Chu Tianjiao let out an even more painful howl. Lin Mo, on the edge of the storm, was violently thrown back by the impact, slamming heavily into a massive piece of well-wall debris. Blood gushed out, and his consciousness briefly blurred. However, the burning sensation of the brand on his left hand, stimulated by the purple gold light and the forceful extraction, reached an unprecedented peak. Deep within the brand, something deeper and more ancient seemed to be awakened by this aura of extreme chaos and destruction. At the center of the storm, Long Jinyue stood motionless, his body protected by golden dragon energy, his gaze sharp as a knife. Meanwhile, the purple-robed figure swayed slightly in the turbulent energy, the edge of his hood seemingly torn, revealing a strand of strange silver-white hair. Long Jinyue? The purple-robed man's voice remained steady, but with a hint of coldness. After all, you were still a step too slow. He looked down at his hand. The shattered purple soul crystal had completely turned to dust, merging into the purple-gold pillar of light. Meanwhile, at the core of the pillar of light, Chu Tianjiao's body was undergoing an even more drastic, inhuman transformation. A heart-pounding, chaotic aura, somewhere between existence and nothingness, emanated from him with increasing clarity. The purple-robed man raised his head and stared at Long Jinyue across the chaotic energy storm, his voice carrying a strange hint of joy. The seeds of chaos have sprouted. The key is also in place. So, door. Open. Chapter 37, Backlash of the Brand and the First Cry of Chaos. Open. The purple-robed man's cold yet fanatical voice, like a curse that started the end of the world, echoed clearly in the violent energy storm. The eerie purple-gold pillar of light within the moonlight well suddenly contracted and collapsed, transforming into a torrent of purple-black energy that pierced heaven and earth, surging upward. At the core of the torrent, Zhu Tianjiao's figure had completely distorted and swelled, no longer in human form, but a roiling mass of purple-black energy, constantly tearing and reorganizing, emitting an aura of pure chaos and destruction. His roar had become an inhuman, soul-shattering chaotic scream. A terrifying suction force erupted, centered around him. The secret realm's space was like a fragile piece of cloth being ripped and devoured frantically. The earth, ancient trees, the shattered walls of the well, even the escaping energy storm, were all swallowed up by an invisible maw, drawn into the ever-expanding vortex of purple-black chaos. A deep, dark void, seemingly connected to the endless void, slowly took shape above Zhu Tianjia, or rather, above the core of the seat of chaos. This is the prototype of the door. The door that swallows everything and returns to chaos. Asshole. Long Jinyue's hair and beard were taut, his eyes wide with anger. He forcibly suppressed the recoil of the collision with the purple-robed man, and once again gathered a dragon energy in his right fist that could shatter the stars. He recklessly blasted it towards the core of the forming chaotic vortex. The door must be stopped from opening completely. However, at this critical moment, Ugh-hoo! An extremely suppressed roar, a mixture of pain and rage, rang out from the edge of the battlefield. Lin Mo. He knelt on one knee on the cracked ground, his left hand firmly pressing against the mutated brand, which burned like a miniature sun. The purple-robed man's forced extraction of dark gold energy, coupled with the terrifying aura of the Chaos Gate, had finally triggered a backlash from the deeper, more ancient existence awakened within the brand. It's no longer an overflow of energy, but plunder. The brand seemed to have transformed into a greedy black hole, frantically draining Lin Mo's life force, mental strength, and even the essence of his soul. His skin lost its luster at a visible rate, becoming gray and cracked, and his jet-black hair instantly turned gray. Even more terrifying, the brand itself was no longer a stable dark gold, but flickered violently, as if countless shattered mirrors were spinning and slicing wildly within it, releasing a chaotic and violent will. This chaotic will did not come from the purple-robed man, but rather from a primal instinct within the brand itself, originating from the original fragment. It was resisting being seized by the purple-robed man, and also resisting being controlled by Lin Mo. It wanted to devour everything to strengthen itself. Puff! Lin Mo spat out another mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer bright red, but had a strange dark golden hue. His consciousness was shaky under the impact of severe pain and chaotic will. His vision went black, and distorted light and shadows and broken whispers began to appear at the edge of his vision. Lin Mo. Keep your mind focused. Long Jinyue's roar was like a resounding bell, piercing the chaotic energy field with soul-shaking power. That's the backlash of the brand. Suppress it. Otherwise, you will be assimilated by it. Long Jinyue was terribly anxious. He had to prevent the Chaos Gate from opening while also keeping an eye on Lin Mo's condition. The purple-robed figure had clearly noticed Lin Mo's change, and the shadow beneath his hood seemed to flash with a cold arc of success. Struggle. Sink into the chasm between chaos and origin. The purple-robed figure's voice was bewitching. His figure was elusive, cleverly avoiding the aftermath of Long Jinyue's dragon fist that blasted into the chaotic vortex. Instead, he directed some of his power towards the struggling Lin Mo. He wanted to add fuel to the fire, accelerate the backlash of the brand, and make Lin Mo completely lose control, becoming the final and most perfect key to open the door. Despicable. Long Jinyue was furious and forcibly twisted his fist. A part of the golden dragon energy separated and turned into a solid barrier blocking Lin Mo. Boom! The chaotic energy channeled by the purple-robed figure slammed fiercely into the dragon gang barrier, unleashing a violent tremor. The barrier shook violently, and Long Jinyue groaned, a trace of golden-red blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Divided and splitting his attention, resisting the two powerful attacks head-on, even a formidable figure suffered severe internal injuries. During this delay, the chaotic vortex had already formed for the most part. The terrifying suction force increased exponentially. The spatial structure of the entire secret realm groaned under the heavy burden, and the edges began to collapse, turning into nothingness, and the chaotic airflow was swallowed by the vortex. At the core of chaos, the roiling mass of purple-black energy, the former Zhu Tianjia let out an even higher-pitched, even more inhuman scream. This scream seemed to carry the declaration of the nascent chaos, filled with endless malice and a desire for destruction towards the world of order. It suddenly opened countless pupil-less eyes composed of pure chaotic energy, locking onto all beings emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Long Jinyue, the purple-robed figure, and Lin Mo, who was being madly attacked by the backlash of the brand. An immense, purple-black stream of light, composed of pure chaotic energy, like a demonic dragon from the abyss, blasted towards Long Jinhua with the power to annihilate everything. This was Chaos's first attack, aimed squarely at the greatest threat. Long Jinhua's expression changed drastically. The power of this attack surpassed that of an ordinary SSS-level cultivator. He didn't dare to delay, crossing his arms over his chest and unleashing his entire body's dragon energy, condensing into a massive golden shield engraved with ancient dragon patterns. True Dragon Guarding World Panga Shield. Bang! The Chaos Dragon slammed fiercely into the golden dragon shield. An indescribable roar shattered all unbroken matter within a kilometer radius. A blinding light instantly engulfed everything. The terrifying energy impact was like billions of stars exploding simultaneously. Click click. A terrifying cracking sound rang out. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the Panga shield, claimed to be able to withstand the impact of world destruction. Long Jinhua's whole body trembled violently, golden blood oozing from all 7 orifices. His majestic body was violently blasted back dozens of meters, and his feet plowed 2 bottomless gullies in the earth. He forced himself to steady himself, but his breathing was clearly disordered, clearly severely injured. The Chaos Core seemed to let out a triumphant scream, and those countless chaotic eyes instantly locked onto the purple-robed man again. Another equally terrifying chaotic light stream was about to erupt. The purple-robed figure seemed to have anticipated this, his figure drifting back like a ghost, his hands rapidly forming seals as a deep purple spatial portal instantly formed behind him. He wasn't trying to resist head-on, but rather to leverage the force to escape this impending, perilous situation. His gaze swept across the vast vortex of chaos, then glanced at Lin Mo, who was protected by the dragon barrier in the distance but in extremely poor condition. A hint of a cold smile seemed to appear beneath his hood. The key is best left in the cradle of chaos. His voice carried a strange rhythm, as if conveying instructions to the core of chaos. Just when the man in purple robe was about to step into the space gate. At the edge of the battlefield, Lin Mo, who was wrapped in dark golden chaotic energy and was dying, suddenly underwent a drastic change in his body. The mad backlash of the brand and the terrifying pressure of the Chaos Core were like 2 destructive forces fiercely colliding and strangling in his fragile body. This extreme pain and chaos, on the contrary, was like a heavy hammer, fiercely smashing into the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness, which was on the verge of collapse. Boom! An unyielding, wild will, originating from the deepest part of his soul, erupted like a volcano suppressed for millennia in despair. This wasn't the power of a brand, nor was it the power of chaos, but rather the will of Lin Mo himself, the young man who had risen from the ordinary, experienced life and death, and shouldered the burden of his companion's sacrifice and the safety of his dearest friend. Stop! Lin Mo suddenly raised his head and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The confusion and pain in his bloodshot eyes had not disappeared, but a purer and more violent self-will forcibly took over. He no longer tried to suppress the backlash of the brand, but made an extremely crazy decision to devour it in reverse. He took the initiative to relax his mind and no longer resisted the brand's draining of his vitality and mental strength. Instead, he transformed all his remaining willpower, all his anger, sadness, and determination to protect into a resolute torrent, and poured it fiercely and actively into the madly flashing mutant brand. You want to suck? Then suck as much as you can. Swallow my life, my soul, and my rage, all together. This was a completely suicidal act. The backlash from the brand instantly surged tenfold. Lin Mo's body shrank at a visible speed, the flame of life like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. However, at the moment when this torrent of self-destruction rushed into the core of the brand, buzz! The mutated mark erupted with an unprecedented dark golden light, powerful enough to pierce through the chaotic darkness. The shattered mirror inside, spinning and cutting crazily, seemed to be forcibly impacted and melted by this violent, pure self-will. The shape of the brand violently twisted and distorted in the light, no longer a simple brand, but spreading and multiplying like a living thing. A dark golden substance with sharp edges and destructive lines, like armor or an exoskeleton, instantly covered Lin Mo's left arm and left shoulder, and quickly spread throughout his body. His right eye pupil was also dyed into a pure vertical pupil burning with dark golden flames. A brand new, chaotic yet strangely ordered aura, surpassing the previous SS-level terrifying aura, erupted from Lin Mo's crumbling body. This aura carried the desolate antiquity of the original fragment, and even more so, Lin Mo's own furious will to burn everything to ashes. He was no longer simply controlled by the brand, but in a nearly mutually destructive manner, he forcibly merged the backlash of the brand with his own will, giving birth to a certain, extremely unstable, distorted new form that was between a human form and an original fragment. The moment this form appeared, the chaotic light stream that was about to hit the purple rogue man suddenly stopped. For the first time, the countless chaotic eyes in the chaos core turned to Lin Mo with a hint of confusion and a strong appetite. As if they had seen some more delicious food that was more of the same origin. The purple rogue man, who was about to step into the space gate, suddenly paused. For the first time, a clear, almost incompetent look of astonishment was revealed under his hood. Forced fusion of will and fragments? Madman. Chapter 38 Broken Core and Silver-Haired Beauty. The core of the primal chaos secret realm had transformed into a devouring purgatory of nothingness. A massive purple-black vortex spun furiously, greedily tearing at spatial fragments and crumbling matter. Its soul-freezing suction was like the maw of the abyss. The chaos core, the roiling mass of purple-black energy that Chu Tianjiu had once transformed into, had its countless chaotic eyes fixed upon Lin Mo. This new individual, which exudes the same but more delicious aroma, is an irresistible temptation to it. Roar! The chaos core let out a hungry scream, and the destructive light stream that was originally aimed at the purple-robed man suddenly changed direction. A purple-black chaos torrent, even thicker and more violent than the one that had previously bombarded Long Jinyue, ripped through space like the breath of a world-destroying demon god, and slammed into Lin Mo, whose form was distorted and covered in dark gold. Lin Mo! Get out of the way! Long Jinyue roared, suppressing the churning blood and excruciating pain in his internal organs. He witnessed Lin Mo's frantic attempt at forced fusion, and felt the terrifying, unstable aura that surpassed the SSS-level. However, this power still seemed hasty and fragile in the face of the fully formed chaos core. He tried to gather dragon force once more to rescue him, but his severely injured body and the terrifying suction of the chaos vortex made it impossible for him to do so. The purple-robed figure had retreated to the edge of the spatial portal, the astonishment beneath his hood quickly transforming into cold calculation. He didn't leave immediately. His eyes, hidden in the shadows, stared intently at Lin Mo's transformation, as if assessing the significance of this unexpected turn of events. Forced fusion, on the verge of losing control, interesting, perhaps. Facing this chaotic torrent capable of annihilating stars, Lin Mo, cloaked in dark gold, his pupils ablaze with dark gold flames, a fierce intertwining of confusion, pain, and a frenzied self-will. The backlash from the brand didn't cease, but instead intensified due to this active fusion, madly draining his remaining vitality. His consciousness was like a lone boat bobbing in a raging sea, poised to be completely devoured at any moment. However, the moment the destructive purple-black torrent filled the entire field of vision, an even stronger, instinctive rejection of things of the same origin and the desire to plunder overwhelmingly prevailed. Roar! Lin Mo also let out an inhuman roar, no longer a cry of pain, but one filled with the primal savagery of destruction and devouring. The dark gold substance covering his entire body instantly boiled and expanded. He was no longer human, but a terrifying giant, over 10 meters tall, composed of angular, dark gold crystals of destruction. The giant's right arm corresponding to Lin Mo's left hand was particularly enormous and twisted, covered in lines of destruction that pulsated like a living thing. He did not dodge, but faced the chaotic torrent and raised his huge dark gold crystal right arm. Origin returned to the ruins. The giant opened his palm made of crystals, which seemed to be able to swallow all the light, and clenched it hard towards the oncoming chaotic torrent. Buzz. Time and space seemed to freeze for a moment at this moment. The expected shocking explosion did not happen. The destructive torrent of chaos, powerful enough to destroy everything, the moment it came into contact with the giant dark gold palm, was devoured and absorbed by the black hole like destructive lines in its palm. The dark gold giant's size exploded again at a visible speed, the crystal edges covering his body becoming sharper and more ferocious, emitting an even more terrifying and chaotic aura. It was as if he was feeding on the power of the chaos core. What? Long Jinyue's pupils shrank sharply as he stared in disbelief at this scene that completely overturned his understanding. Could the power of the origin fragment be so domineering as to devour chaos? Impossible. The purple-robed figure's shock finally turned into a scream. The chaos seed he'd meticulously planned, the foundation of the gate he'd poured so much effort into, had actually become the very fuel for his growth? This was completely beyond his expectations and control. The chaos core seemed to sense the immense threat and the offense, a rage rising. Its countless chaotic eyes instantly turned crimson, its entire energy mass seething and contracting before suddenly expanding. It ceased emitting energy streams, instead transforming its entire core into a supernova-like bomb of destruction. With a mad determination to perish together, it slammed into the dark gold giant. It intended to detonate itself, completely eradicating the threat and completing the final step of opening the door. Stop it! Long Jinyue burned the essence of the dragon's soul desperately, forcibly condensing the last of his strength. A dim but still domineering golden dragon shadow roared and rushed towards the chaos core, trying to defeat it before it exploded. A glint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in the purple-robed man's eyes. He bit his tongue hard, spitting out a mouthful of purple blood brimming with the power of the origin, which he then poured onto the closing spatial door. The spatial door instantly stabilized, emitting a stronger suction force. He had to leave immediately. This out-of-control situation was beyond his control. But before he left, his eyes swept across the dragon's shadow rushing towards the Chaos Core, and then across the dark gold giant whose aura was surging and was about to collide with the Chaos Core. Finally, he extremely subtly fell on the faint and almost imperceptible struggling light spot inside the Chaos Core, which belonged to the origin of Chu Tianjiao's soul. A cold, almost cruel thought was transmitted silently. The dark gold giant faced the incoming Chaos Core, his dark gold pupils filled with only the desire to destroy and devour. He raised his massive crystal arm again, fingers spread, palm pointed at the destructive purple-black sun, and was about to unleash Origin Return once more. At this critical moment when destruction is about to come. Inside the core of chaos, the faintly struggling light of Chu Tianjiao's soul, the moment it received the purple-robed man's cold thoughts, suddenly burst out with a will that surpassed the limit and was pure to the extreme. In that will, there is no resentment, no fear, only the final protection for the best friend and the resolute resistance to this twisted fate. Lin, M.O. Wake up! Live and avenge me! A faint but extremely clear soul cry, like thunder, exploded directly in the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness core filled with chaos. Boom! Lin Mo's dark golden pupils, dominated by violent will and devouring desire, suddenly froze for a moment. The fragment of Lin Mo's will, under this cry from the depths of his soul, struggled violently like a spark bursting out in the darkness. It was this moment of stagnation and struggle that caused the dark gold giant's upcoming devouring action to have a tiny deviation. The huge dark gold crystal palm did not open fully to devour, but the 5 fingers came together, turning into a spear of destruction that pierced through the sky and earth. With the determination to tear apart the chaos, it pierced fiercely and accurately into the center of the roiling and boiling energy aggregate at the core of the chaos, piercing the faintly struggling light spot belonging to Chu Tianjiao's soul. No! The purple-robed man let out a roar of genuine shock and anger. His final command was to detonate the core. Not to destroy the core. Puff! Like a red-hot iron piercing the snow. The spear of destruction precisely pierced the very core of the chaos core. The faint light of Chu Tianjiao's soul, the moment it came into contact with the tip of the spear of destruction, was not annihilated, but instead erupted with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. This light contained Chu Tianjiao's final unyielding will, like a fuse, instantly igniting the extremely unstable, imminently destructive energy within the chaos core. Genius! The struggling spark deep in Lin Mo's consciousness let out a heart-wrenching roar. Boom! A super explosion that cannot be described in words occurred. But it wasn't the outward-spreading chaotic annihilation the purple-robed man had anticipated. Instead, it erupted from the inside out at the very core point where the spear of destruction had penetrated. Chu Tianjiao's final will, like the most precise directional blast, directed the terrifying energy of the chaos core, enough to destroy half of the secret realm, along the path of the spear of destruction. It transformed into an extremely condensed, reverse-directed torrent of destruction, fiercely slamming into the purple-robed man, who was so close at hand. Fast. Extremely fast. Cruel. Extremely cruel. This was completely beyond the purple-robed man's calculations, a fatal counterattack that would destroy both Chu Tianjiao and himself at the cost of his utter destruction. The purple-robed figure was desperately trying to maintain the spatial gates detachment, never expecting the attack to come from within. The condensed torrent of destruction, carrying the essence of chaos in Chu Tianjiao's final will, instantly crossed space and fiercely slammed into the purple shield he had hastily set up. Crack! The shield that was strong enough to withstand SSS-level attacks was shattered like paper. Puff! The purple-robed figure was struck by a heavy hammer, blood gushing out. His entire body was violently sent flying, crashing into the distant, yet to collapse mountain wall like a kite with its string cut. Even more fatally, the large hood that had been obscuring his features was completely ripped apart by the turbulent energy currents under this terrifying impact and the violent distortion of space. The hood shattered, and what cascaded down like a waterfall was a head of pure and flawless silver-white long hair that shone like the luster of moonlight. A face so handsome it couldn't be mortal, yet pale as paper due to severe injuries, with blood at the corners of its mouth, was exposed under the chaotic light of collapse. Those deep eyes were filled with astonishment, anger, and a hint of a completely exposed, cold murderous intent. Although it was only a fleeting moment, he immediately waved his hand to cover his face with the purple mist again and used the force to escape into the space door that was about to close. However, the silver hair and face that he caught a glimpse of, like a brand, deeply pierced into the eyes of Lin Mo, who was forcing himself to regain a trace of clarity, and also fell into the shocked sight of Long Jinyue in the distance. It's him? No. This is impossible. Long Jinyue was shocked and almost lost his voice. The dark gold giant, having detonated the chaos core and borne most of the backlash, roared in agony from the devastating explosion. Its massive crystalline form was riddled with cracks, its dark gold glow rapidly dimming. The crystalline substance covering its body receded like a tide, revealing Lin Mo's battered, extremely weak body, which fell from the sky like a meteorite. The massive chaotic vortex lost its core and began to shrink and collapse violently and uncontrollably. The entire secret realm collapsed at an accelerated rate. Let's go! Long Jinyue suppressed the turmoil in his heart, disregarding his own serious injuries, and transformed into a streak of golden light, rushing towards the falling Lin Mo. He had to take this kid who had caused all the changes and carried the last hope, and leave this desperate place that was about to be completely transformed into nothingness. The spatial portal closed completely after the purple-robed figure disappeared. Within the crumbling secret realm, only the uncontrolled, collapsing vortex of chaos remained, along with the silent echo of Chu Tianjiao's final cry and his will to protect it. Chapter 39: The Price of Frozen and the Shadow of Silver Hair. The hum of shattered space and the roar of the energy storm, like the aftermath of the apocalyptic finale, were forcibly isolated behind Long Jinyue as he tore through space, carrying Lin Mo away from the completely collapsed chaos secret realm. After a brief, suffocating journey through the void, the glaring purple black of chaos was replaced by a dazzling artificial light source. Tianqiang City, the headquarters of the Superpower Alliance, the highest standard emergency medical center. Plop! Long Jinyue's majestic figure stumbled and landed on the high-strength alloy floor with a dull thud. Unable to contain himself any longer, he gushed out a stream of golden red blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, staining the cold ground before him. The shadow of his dragon scales dimmed, his aura like a candle in the wind. Forcing his way through the collapsing secret realm to protect Lin Mo had exhausted his last bit of strength. He knelt on one knee, holding himself together, and gently lowered Lin Mo, who was like a rag doll in his arms. Almost the moment he landed, the medical team that had been on high alert and several powerful auras surrounded him. Lord Long! Quick! Life support system at full power. Check for vital signs. Quick! The piercing sound of alarms and the hum of medical equipment instantly filled the entire space. Several gentle yet resilient beams of energy enveloped Lin Mo's body, carefully lifting him up and transporting him to a nearby transparent medical pod shimmering with complex runes. The pod instantly infused with a pale green, life-giving nutrient solution and highly effective healing particles. Lin Mo's condition was dire. His body was riddled with wounds, scarred by spatial ruptures and energy backlash. Multiple bones were shattered, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Most fatally, his vitality was overdrawn, like a dried-up riverbed, his breath weak and nearly dead. Even more bizarre, the mutated mark on the back of his left hand, while no longer pulsing violently, had taken on a deep, solid, dark gold hue, like some living metal deeply embedded in flesh and bone, emitting a faint, chilling aura. He had fallen into a deep coma, unresponsive to the outside world. Dr. Zhao. Su Yuntian. Long Jinyue took a deep breath and growled in a hoarse voice. Two figures instantly appeared beside him. Dr. Zhao's face was ashen, his gaze piercing through his glasses as he quickly scanned Lin Mo's data within the medical bay. His hands swiftly manipulated several screens in mid-air, mobilizing the Alliance's top medical resources and analytical modules. Su Yuntian directly supported Long Jinyue's shaky body, transferring a stream of pure, gentle life energy into him, temporarily stabilizing his injuries. Brother Long! Hold on! Su Yuntian's voice was solemn, and his eyes were filled with shock. He had never seen Long Jinyue so embarrassed. Ahem! I can't die. Long Jinyue pushed Su Yuntian's hand away, staring intently at Lin Mo in the medical cabin, then suddenly turned to Dr. Zhao, the other one. Where's Qing Shui? Dr. Zhao didn't pause for a moment, but his voice was heavy with coldness. Over at the Sky Dome Arena, it's over. He waved his hand, bringing up a light screen. The screen showed the heartbreaking scene of the finals arena. The entire arena, along with the vast surrounding area, was completely covered and frozen by a layer of eternal, dark blue ice emitting the aura of absolute zero. Within the ice crystals were frozen fragments of spatial turbulence, shattered energy debris, and the lifelike ice sculpture of Su Qingxue, preserved in her final release pose. Her icy blue hair fluttered in the freezing cold wind, her delicate features etched with determination and a subtle hint of sorrow. Her hands stretched forward, as if she were still devoting her life to maintaining the icy prison that held the strange face fusion. Not far ahead of her, the frozen strange face fusion maintained a twisted, attacking stance, also frozen in eternal ice. The entire scene resembled a poignant and tragic apocalyptic scene. The origin of the icy soul, liberated at 0 degrees. Dr. Zhao's voice was filled with suppressed sorrow. She has burned everything, including her life essence. Her physiological signs have returned to 0. Her frozen state is extremely unique, and the Alliance's most advanced life support and resuscitation equipment cannot intervene. Forcible thawing will only cause her existence to completely dissipate. Back to 0. Su Yuntian's body lurched, his face instantly pale as paper, his eyes filled with immense grief and disbelief. That cold and proud daughter, that heir he cherished so dearly, was she just like that, frozen in time on her final battlefield? Long Jinyue clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, and golden red blood oozed from between his fingers, dripping onto the ground. He closed his eyes, his mind flashing back to that resolute, icy blue light, and the image of her finally pushing Lin Mo out of the crevice. A deep sense of powerlessness and overwhelming rage surged in his chest. Where's Shirley? Long Jinyue's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. In the medical room next door. Dr. Zhao brought up another screen. The injury to his right arm worsened. Forced to watch the fight caused a huge mental shock, causing him to faint. Before Su Qingxue froze him, she seemed to have used her remaining strength to protect him, otherwise he might have. At this moment, the door of the medical center was suddenly thrown open. Qingxue. Lin Mo. Tianjiu. Shirley, covered in bandages, his right arm in a heavy splint, his face pale and his eyes bloodshot, rushed in like a madman. He had obviously just woken up, and despite the medical staff's attempts to stop him, he stumbled towards the screen showing Su Qingxue's frozen state. When he saw the eternal ice sculpture, he froze in place, as if every bone in his body had been pulled out. Instantly, immense pain and despair overwhelmed him. This typically stone-hard young man let out a suppressed, animal-like sob, his body trembling violently. Finally, he collapsed to his knees, his forehead thumping against the cold floor with a dull thud. Tears mixed with blood streamed freely down his face. How could it be? Qingxue. Tianjia. Shirley's voice was broken. Shu Tianjia. Long Jinyue took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood and qi. His voice was as heavy as iron. Sacrificed himself. In the secret realm, to stop the purple-robed man's ritual and to awaken Lin Mo, he detonated his contaminated core, severely injuring the purple-robed man, and his soul was shattered. Soul scatters, spirit disperses. Shirley suddenly raised his head, the last glimmer of light in his eyes completely extinguished, leaving only a deadly grayness. A close friend sacrificed, a teammate frozen in time, the captain on the verge of death. The immense blow nearly crushed him. The entire medical center fell into a dead silence, with only the cold sound of medical equipment running and Shirley's suppressed sobs. Long Jinyue's gaze once again fell upon the unconscious Lin Mo in the medical cabin, his expression a complex one. Anger, sorrow, a subtle tinge of shock, and finally a deep, solemn expression. He spoke slowly, his voice low, yet it struck like a hammer against everyone's heart. The purple-robed man was injured. Moreover, his hood was torn off by the chaos blast at the last moment. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him, even the grief-stricken Shirley raised his head. We saw what he looked like. Long Jinyue spoke each word with great force, although it was only a moment, there's no mistaking it. He paused, as if trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. His eyes swept over Dr. Zhao, Su Yuntian, and Shirley, and finally stopped at the void, as if he saw again the face that he had caught a glimpse of in the chaotic light. He has very pure, long silver white hair, like flowing moonlight. And a face, extremely young and handsome, yet as cold as 10,000 years of black ice. Silver hair, young and handsome. Dr. Zhao's brows were tightly knitted together, his brain working rapidly, retrieving all the Alliance's top secret files and information on known SSS-level powerhouses. A sharp light flashed in Su Yuntian's eyes, as if he was searching his memory for a suspicious person who fit this description. Shirley looked at them blankly. He couldn't understand the weight of this information. More importantly, Long Jinhua lowered his voice, with an incredible sense of absurdity and icy chill. I recognize that face. He raised his head, his gaze penetrating the dome of the medical center, as if looking at a core area of the Alliance headquarters. His eyes were filled with deep confusion, vigilance, and a hint of creepiness. Although the temperament is very different, the outline of the facial features cannot be mistaken. He looks almost identical to the only holographic image left of the young Yu woman, the leader of the first generation of awakened superpowers, recorded in the SSS-level top secret file Shadow of Creation in the Alliance's highest archives. What? Dr. Zhao screamed in shock, and the operation of the light screen in his hand stopped instantly. Su Yuntian's pupils suddenly contracted, and for the first time, a look of shock that was almost unbearable appeared on his face. Although Shirley didn't quite understand what Enlightener and Moon without trace meant, the extreme absurdity and chill in Long Jinua's words made him feel cold all over. The first leader? Yu Wuhan? The legendary pioneer who led humanity out of the Dark Ages and laid the foundation for supernatural civilization? He looked like a purple-robed man? How is this possible? The massive information onslaught, like a tsunami, instantly flooded the medical center. Su Qingshua's freezing, Chu Tianjiao's sacrifice, Lin Mo's near-death experience, the shocking mystery of the purple-robed figure's identity, all of it pointed to a terrifying vortex that was even larger, darker, and more subversive than ever before. At this moment, within the highest standard medical cabin, Lin Mo lay in a deep coma, seemingly oblivious to the earth-shattering news from the outside world. Yet, in the deepest recesses of his consciousness, within the ruins of his mind, ravaged by the backlash of the brand and the onslaught of chaos, countless fragments surged and collided. The frozen Su Qingshua's resolute eyes. Chu Tianjiao's final heart-wrenching cry within the chaos core. The glimpse of the purple-robed man's silver hair and face beneath his hood was so frightening. And deep within the brand, as if briefly awakened by the origin returned to the ruins, the even more ancient and fragmented the blurred light and shadow belonging to the Enlightener Yu Wuhan. These fragments, like isolated islands in a storm, drifted in the dark sea of consciousness. A faint, yet unyielding, mental wave, like a candle in the wind, flickered tenaciously. Qingshui Tianjiao purple robe silver hair Yu Wuhan. Truth price power. Wake up, must, wake up. Chapter 40, The Return of Consciousness and the Earth-Shattering Event. The icy air of the medical center seemed frozen, leaving only the monotonous hum of medical equipment and Shirley's suppressed, wounded cub-like sobs. The information Long Jinhua had dropped the fleeting glimpse of the purple-robed figure's silver hair and features, strikingly resembling the legendary Enlightener Yu Wuhan in his youth, was like a mental bomb, setting off a devastating tsunami within everyone. Behind Dr. Zhao's glasses, his gaze was as sharp as a scalpel. His hands moved so quickly in the air that only shadows remained. Countless screens of encrypted files flashed before him like a waterfall, comparing and analyzing them. His expression grew increasingly grim, his brows knitted into a knot. Highest level search the Enlightener Yu Wuhan, SSS-level top secret file Shadow of Creation, the only holographic record timestamp, year 1 of the new era, the end of the ability awakening war confirmed. Dr. Zhao's voice was dry and tense. Facial contours, facial proportions, bone structure similarity 98.7%. Twins rule out, no matches in the current gene library. This violates all known laws of life and the rules of space and time. Su Yuntian's hand, gripping the edge of the medical pod, trembled slightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He looked at the battered form of Lin Mo, the sun-like figure within the pod, and thought of his frozen daughter. Then, considering that the great figure, worshipped like a deity at the dawn of human history, could be the mastermind behind all this, a mixture of absurdity, anger, and a chilling chill washed over him. Yu Wuhan, it was confirmed 300 years ago that he perished together with the Chaos Source Beast in the final war. No trace of his body remains, and his spiritual imprint has completely dissipated. Su Yuntian's voice was low and filled with disbelief. His image is the spiritual totem of the Alliance, if he is still alive, or is he some kind of clone or successor? What is his purpose? To destroy the order he established? Long Jinhua leaned against the metal wall, golden red blood pooling at his feet. His breath weakened, but his eyes burned with a cold fire. I don't know, but that face, that deep chill in his aura. I can't be wrong. The darkness hidden behind this is perhaps more terrifying than we imagined. Even within the Alliance, maybe even at the highest levels. He trailed off, but the unspoken meaning sent a chill down everyone's spine. Shirley stopped sobbing and looked up blankly. He didn't understand the discussion about the Enlightener and the laws of space and time, but he grasped the most crucial information: the purple-robed demon who had killed Tianjiao, left Qingxue frozen, and the captain on the verge of death, actually had the face of a hero? The overwhelming sense of absurdity and the anger of being deceived instantly overwhelmed his grief, causing him to tremble all over. He clenched his left hand tightly, his nails digging into his palm. Hero, devil. He growled like a trapped animal, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the ice sculpture of Su Qingxue on the screen, then turned to the lifeless Lin Mo in the medical cabin. Liar, all liars. Consciousness returns to ruins and spiritual ruins. Lin Mo's consciousness sank into an absolute darkness, a darkness where even time lost its meaning. There was no light, no sound, only the feeling of eternal falling and the excruciating pain of a torn soul. The madness of the brand's backlash, the destructive impact of the chaos core, the ripping apart of his will from the forced fusion, shattered his consciousness into countless fragments, scattered across the spiritual ruin. He felt that he was dying, not the disappearance of his body, but the assimilation and annihilation of his self by the endless darkness. However, just when this absolute nothingness was about to swallow up the last spark of consciousness, a faint but extremely persistent light, like a stubbornly twinkling star in the dark universe, forcibly penetrates the heavy despair. That was Su Qingxue's last look before she was frozen in time. Resolute and sorrowful, yet tinged with unquestionable trust and reliance. The icy blue light, chilled to absolute zero, miraculously ignited a faint warmth within this spiritual ruin. Lin Mo. Save Tianjiao for me. The cold voice crossed the barrier between consciousness and reality, like a clear spring flowing through a dry riverbed. Then, there was the heart-wrenching cry that erupted from that tiny soul light point deep in the core of chaos. Lin Mo. Wake up. Live and avenge me. Chu Tianjiao's voice. It was filled with reluctance, protection, and a final, utterly annihilating resistance to fate. This cry was like thunder, fiercely splitting the darkness that had sunk into Lin Mo's consciousness. Genius. Lin Mo's fragment of consciousness roared silently. The huge grief and anger were like fuel, causing the weak spark of consciousness to jump violently. At this moment, deep within the imprint, the deeper existence that was briefly touched by origin and returned to the ruins and violently shaken by the revelation of the purple-robed man's identity was touched again. Countless older, more fragmented images and information fragments, like dust swept up by a hurricane, fluttered wildly in the spiritual ruins. Beside the moonlit well, a startling glimpse of the purple-robed figure's hood shattered. That flowing silver hair. That handsome face, yet as cold as 1,000-year-old black ice. Filled with mockery and a controlling indifference. Overlapping with it, a hazy yet majestic light and shadow, deep within the core of the brand. The same silver hair. Similar facial features. But a completely different aura: compassion, wisdom, and a grand, earth-shattering spirit. It was the image of Yu Wuhan, the Enlightener, from the archives. Two completely different images of Yu Wuhan collided violently in Lin Mo's consciousness. One was like a god and a saint, the other was like a devil and a ghost. The huge sense of contradiction almost tore his fragile consciousness apart again. At the same time, Long Jinyua's roar, which shocked him to the point of losing his voice, flashed by, and the Enlightener Yu Wuhan, when he was young, are almost identical. Boom! These contradictory, subversive fragments of information, like sparks thrown into boiling oil, exploded beside Lin Mo's consciousness, which was ignited by grief and anger. It was not destruction, but a strange catalyst. An unprecedented force of insight originating from the deepest part of the imprint, forcibly pried open by origin return and the near-death state of consciousness, suddenly activated like an ancient detector that had been dormant for billions of years. Under the force of this insight force, Lin Mo's scattered spiritual fragments began to ignore the barriers of space and the decay of his body, frantically converging in one direction: sky arena. Towards Su Qingxue, who was eternally frozen. The power of insight penetrated the barriers between reality and spirit, penetrated the thick medical alloy, penetrated the distance of urban space, and ignored the layer of absolute zero-degree black ice that was said to be eternal and froze Su Qingxue. For the first time, Lin Mo's sight saw in this way that transcends the material. He saw the poignant and timeless ice sculpture in the center of the arena. He saw Su Qingxue's frozen face and resolute posture inside the ice crystal. He saw deeper at the side of her heart, a faint, nearly extinguished spark of life, yet stubbornly clinging to a nearly shattered ice blue lotus, original ice lotus. That spark wasn't a physical heartbeat, but the last trace of her soul, frozen and protected by the ice soul origin after she had burned out. Like a candle in the wind, it was encased in the frigid ice crystals, maintaining a strange balance between existence and extinction. She hasn't completely disappeared. There's still a glimmer of hope, so slim it's almost non-existent. This discovery, like the strongest stimulant, instantly injected Lin Mo's dying consciousness. Huge hope and even stronger obsession burst out. Jingxue is still alive. There's still a chance. This thought was like a beacon, instantly illuminating the darkness of the spiritual ruins. Driven by this powerful desire to survive and save, the scattered fragments of consciousness frantically converged at an unprecedented speed. The power of insight deep within the imprint, after confirming Su Qingshue's condition, did not stop. Instead, as if by instinct, it began frantically scanning, analyzing, and deconstructing the structure and energy composition of the eternal mysterious ice that enveloped Su Qingshue's lifespark. Countless complex ice law runes, energy flow paths, and frozen nodes of origin, so complex they transcended human comprehension, flashed frantically through Lin Mo's core consciousness like golden data streams. The solidified dark gold substance deep within the brand, as if activated by this analytical force, began to slowly and spontaneously reorganize and evolve, as if simulating, searching for, some possibility of cracking or resonating. This is a brand new perspective that transcends the five senses and conventional supernatural powers, the Guishu perspective. At the cost of near-death consciousness, using the branded core as a bridge, one can forcibly peer into the information at the level of the world's origins and rules. Reality Medical Center. Ding ding ding. Without warning, an alarm, piercing enough to rip the eardrums apart, erupted from Lin Mo's medical cabin. On the vital signs monitoring screen, which had been stable at its lowest point, the curve representing brainwave activity suddenly transformed into a violent turbulence. The value soared like an out-of-control rocket, instantly breaking through the safety threshold and even exceeding the peak value of a normal awakened person during deep meditation. What's going on? Abnormal brainwave activity. Intensity SSS-level. And rising. Spiritual energy overflowing. Protective barrier overloaded. The unknown energy source brand within his body is experiencing a surge in activity. It's generating an unknown resonance with his brainwaves. The medical team instantly fell into chaos. The powerful mental fluctuations even gave several medical staff near the medical cabin splitting headaches and becoming dazed. Lin Mo? Long Jinyue forced himself to stand up straight, his eyes gleaming despite his injuries. Dr. Zhao and Su Yuntian also instantly shifted their gaze from the files on the screen and stared intently at the medical cabin. Inside the cabin, Lin Mo's body, once as pale as death, began to tremble violently. The dark gold branding covering his left arm and shoulder wriggled slightly like a living being, emitting a deep and dangerous light. His eyelids twitched wildly beneath a furrowed brow, as if he were experiencing a terrifying nightmare, or perhaps engaging in a struggle beyond his limits. It's a violent activity at the conscious level. He's fighting. He's trying to wake up? Dr. Zhao's voice was filled with incredible excitement. No. His body can't withstand this level of mental activity. Su Yuntian's face changed drastically. He saw Lin Mo's blood vessels bulging and twisting like earthworms under the dark golden light. The blood oozing from his skin was no longer bright red, but a strange blood stained with dark golden threads. This was a sign that his body was about to be completely destroyed by the violent mental power. Suppress. Activate the highest intensity mental stabilization field. Inject SS-level soul tranquilizer. Dr. Zhao made a prompt decision, and his fingers turned into afterimages on the light screen. A powerful energy field instantly enveloped the medical cabin, attempting to suppress the violent brainwaves. A special potion was injected into Lin Mo's body through a catheter. However, the effect was minimal. Lin Mo's brainwave activity was like a raging tsunami, easily breaking through the force field's constraints. The sedative was like a drop in the ocean. His body trembled even more violently, and blood foam with a dark golden sheen flowed from his mouth and nose. No! It can't be suppressed. The source of his spiritual power is too high. The medical officer in charge of the operation shouted in horror. Is he looking for death? Long Jinyue was anxious and angry, but he was helpless. Forced intervention would only accelerate Lin Mo's collapse. Just then, Shirley, who had been kneeling on the ground, as if he had lost his soul, suddenly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes stared at Lin Mo, who was struggling in pain and covered in blood in the medical cabin. He then looked at Su Qingshuo, who was frozen in time on the screen, and thought of Chu Tianjiao, who had lost his soul, and the devil with the face of a hero. The grief, anger, powerlessness, despair of being deceived in recent days, all the pent-up emotions, like an ignited powder keg, exploded at this moment under the stimulation of Lin Mo's violent brainwaves that symbolized his unyielding struggle. Ah! Shirley let out a roar, inhuman, filled with utter agony and rage. He clenched his remaining left arm into a fist, a khaki light blazing with unprecedented fury. He completely disregarded his severely injured body and shattered right arm. Like a madman, he poured all his strength and rage into his left fist without reservation. Under his uncontrolled emotions, the supernatural power controlled by the earth became chaotic and violent. It's all your fault. It's all because of these forces. These monsters. He roared, his eyes red, like a beast that had lost its mind. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, and his only remaining left fist, with a terrifying momentum that could collapse mountains and split rocks, smashed fiercely and recklessly into the medical cabin where Lin Mo was. "Give me back my friend." "Shirley. Stop." Su Yuntian and Dr. Zhao's faces changed drastically, and they cried out in shock. Long Jinyue wanted to stop him, but his seriously injured body was a moment too slow. A violent punch containing all of Shirley's anger, despair, and SS-level earth power hit the outer wall of the medical cabin made of high-strength alloy and energy barrier. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, a massive dent was forcibly smashed into the medical cabin's sturdy outer wall. Spider web-like cracks instantly spread. Violent earth energy, mixed with Shirley's uncontrolled mental assault, burst like a flood, penetrating the damaged barrier and pouring fiercely into the medical cabin, directly impacting the deeply comatose, mentally berserk Lin Mo. This sudden, destructive physical and mental double impact from the outside world was like throwing a spark into a barrel of gunpowder that was about to explode. Inside the medical cabin, Lin Mo's violently surging brainwave curve reached an unprecedented and terrifying peak the moment Shirley's fist hit him. Then, suddenly back to zero. All vital signs disappeared at the same instant, transforming into a cold, straight line of death. The shrill alarm turned into a long and desperate cry, representing the end-of-life death wail. The entire medical center fell silent in an instant. Shirley stood in front of the damaged medical cabin, still waving his fist. He looked at the straight line of death. The crazy red in his eyes faded like a tide, leaving only endless emptiness and confusion. Su Yuntian and Dr. Zhao were struck by lightning and froze in place. Long Jinyue staggered a step, held onto the wall, and looked at the signal that represented the end of life. For the first time, his eyes showed disbelief, despair. Lin Mo. Dead?